Upon awakening, Lu Yuan discovers himself transported 10,000 years into a tumultuous era dominated by myriad races and formidable martial prowess. In this realm, every individual possesses the potential to awaken extraordinary abilities, offering them a chance to become powerful, commanding respect, and safeguarding the human race of Blue Star. However, Lu Yuan soon realizes that he is endowed with merely an E-grade lightning ability. Fortunately, he acquires an amplification system, enabling him to enhance all things in the world by tenfold, hundredfold, thousandfold, or even 10,000-fold through the expenditure of amplification points. At the onset, Lu Yuan receives a staggering millionfold amplification, transforming his humble E-grade ability into a mythic prowess, the chaotic divine thunder. Subsequently, Lu Yuan unexpectedly activates a fire ability, which, through the amplification system, metamorphoses into a mythic ability, the eternal flame. Thus, a supreme celestial being is born. With rampant races laying siege and slaughtering millions, he wields the divine thunder and commands the divine fire, annihilating countless foes and returning victorious. In the forbidden zones, disturbances arise, extraterrestrial deities descend, heralding an impending cataclysm. With the chaotic divine thunder in his left hand and the eternal divine fire in his right, Lu Yuan strides across the battlefield of myriad races. Chapter 1. Transcending 10,000 years, the millionfold amplification system. In the Dragon Kingdom of Blue Star, the 38th Senior High School in the Jiangnan Bay City. As the sun sets, the dusky yellow light bathes the awakening plaza of the school. A group of youth now stands on the brink of the most pivotal ceremony of their lives. The Ability Awakening Ceremony. Ding. No ability. Next, number 1225. Ding. No ability. Next, number 1226. As each youth steps forward for their awakening, accompanied by flashes of white light, the chilling electronic voice reverberates throughout the plaza, causing all teachers and students to feel a pang of anxiety. This year, our 38th school's ability awakenings have been quite lackluster. The ceremony has been ongoing for nearly a day, and over 10,000 tests have been conducted. Yet not a single F-grade ability has manifested. Are we destined for another complete failure this year? The principal, clad in a robe and sporting long hair, wears a furrowed brow. Just as tension fills the air, a youth stands in bewilderment. What the hell? Have I been transported? And it's 10,000 years into the future. What is happening? Lu Yuan stares in astonishment at his surroundings. The technologically advanced awakening ceremony unfolds before him. Moreover, the futuristic flying apparatuses surrounding him unmistakably confirm that he is not dreaming. He has indeed traversed time. A sudden pain in his mind accompanies a surge of memories flooding into his consciousness. After assimilating these memories, Lu Yuan comprehends that he is in the era 10,000 years after the 21st century. In the 21st century, humanity, propelled by rapid technological advancements, began to contemplate venturing into the cosmos. Thus, within less than a decade of sending probes into the universe, the human race of Blue Star finally received responses from other cosmic civilizations. However, just as the Blue Star humans believed they were on the brink of establishing contact with extraterrestrial species, they were met with a horde of savage invaders. These marauders, akin to beasts, ruthlessly plundered Blue Star's resources, intent on annihilating its inhabitants. Fortunately, at a critical juncture, the will of Blue Star awakened, martial arts revived, and humanity could obtain formidable strength through cultivation. Moreover, some chosen ones could even activate their innate abilities, acquiring even greater powers. Thus, the counteroffensive of the Blue Star humans commenced. Within just a few centuries, the Blue Star humans expelled the invaders, and with the resurgence of martial arts, technology advanced exponentially. The aspirations of the Blue Star humans transcended their own planet, fully entering the era of the grand universe. Over the span of 10,000 years, the presence of the Blue Star humans spread throughout the entire galaxy, with countless life-sustaining planets under their dominion. Lu Yuan, in this body, is but an ordinary student of a secondary school in this epoch. Certainly, the students of this era are not solely devoted to the acquisition of cultural knowledge. They place a greater emphasis on the study of martial arts. From the recesses of his memory, Lu Yuan discovers that the warriors of this age are exceedingly formidable. They possess the ability to traverse the void with their physical forms, capable of shattering countless stars with a mere gesture. These vivid images evoke profound excitement within Lu Yuan. Having arrived in this world, he too has the potential to become a formidable figure in this era. Suddenly, Lu Yuan's expression shifted. Goodness, this individual's physique is utterly pathetic. Having commenced martial training at the age of 12, and now, 6 years later, possessing a mere 50 units of vitality, if he cannot elevate his vitality to 100 units before the martial examination, thus transcending into the realm of true warriors, how could he ever gain admission to the martial university or realize his dream of becoming a warrior? Lu Yuan muttered to himself. In this world, the ranks of warriors ascend from the lowest to the highest as follows: martial apprentice, warrior, martial master, martial general, martial commander, grandmaster, great grandmaster, martial king, martial emperor, martial sage, martial deity. A vitality score below 100 signifies a martial apprentice, and currently, the majority of ordinary individuals in this world reside within this rank. Only those who surpass 100 vitality points can be deemed true warriors. The status of a warrior is immensely elevated, in stark contrast to that of a martial apprentice, garnering respect from countless individuals and the privilege of numerous powers. However, the path to advancing through the ranks of warriors is fraught with difficulty. Typically, among 10 individuals, at most only one can successfully transition from martial apprentice to warrior. Yuan's expression turned somewhat despondent, for less than 3 months remained before the martial examination. If he did not hasten to enhance his vitality, he would miss the opportunity to attend the martial university, making his aspiration of becoming a warrior infinitely more challenging. Should he fail to attain the status of a warrior, he would be relegated to the lowest echelons of society in this world. He might even be dispatched to the battlefields where various races clash, serving as mere cannon fodder. Yuan was unwilling to see his life conclude in such a hasty manner. No, I still have a chance. As long as I awaken an extraordinary ability, I could be rewarded, and breaking through to the warrior level in 3 months is not beyond the realm of possibility. Yuan exclaimed with sudden excitement. In this world, alongside warriors, there exist exceptionally rare individuals known as extraordinary ability users. These individuals represent a chance for everyone to defy fate. However, among 100 warriors, only one might possess such extraordinary abilities. Though the odds are exceedingly slim, it still presents a potential opportunity for him to alter his destiny. Ding! No extraordinary ability. Next, number 1456. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Yuan's thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, over 200 students had already failed to awaken their extraordinary abilities, and now it was Yuan's turn. Phew! I hope to possess an extraordinary ability. Yuan exhaled deeply, stepping forward under the gaze of the crowd to approach the extraordinary ability awakening apparatus. As he entered the device, a profound energy enveloped his entire being in the next instant. Buzz! A resounding roar echoed in Yuan's ears. In the following moment, he felt a tingling sensation coursing through his entire body. Upon opening his eyes, a look of joy spread across his face. His entire body was now entwined in arcs of electricity, a manifestation of successfully awakening his extraordinary ability. As the blinding light dissipated, a cold mechanical voice followed suit. Beep! Level 3. Student ID 1456. Successfully awakened lightning extraordinary ability. Rated E-level. With the chilling announcement, the principal, standing on the platform, also revealed a smile. In this world, the grades of extraordinary abilities range from low to high as follows: F level, E level, D level, C level, B level, A level, S level, SS level, SSS level, and the legendary mythic level. The higher the rating of an extraordinary ability, the greater the potential future achievements. Among warriors of the same rank, those endowed with extraordinary abilities possess an overall strength several times, even dozens of times, greater than those without. The principal regarded Yuan and remarked, "I did not anticipate that even as the awakening ceremony nears its conclusion, a miracle would occur. It is, however, somewhat regrettable for this child to have awakened such a potent and destructive ability as lightning. Ultimately, being rated only E-level means his future achievements may not reach great heights. Nevertheless, he has done us a service. At least our school will not lack an extraordinary ability user." At this moment, Yuan remained within the awakening apparatus, his countenance radiating excitement. A cold voice suddenly resonated in his mind, piercing the depths of his soul. Ding! Detecting that the host is under the influence of the primordial law and the will of Blue Star, the tenfold amplification system is now officially activated. The host may utilize this system to expend amplification points to enhance various entities. A tenfold amplification requires a consumption of 100,000 amplification points, while a hundredfold amplification requires 1 million amplification points. This pattern continues, with a system capable of achieving a maximum amplification of 10 million times. Note, each item may only be amplified once, so choose your enhancements wisely. Amplification points can be exchanged for various valuable items. Ding! The host has activated the system for the first time, acquiring 1 instance of 10 million times amplification. Chapter 2. The Soul Psychic of Class 38, the Psychic Training Camp. A millionfold amplification? Yuan's face was aglow with exhilaration. He had not anticipated awakening a psychic ability, which not only granted him a system of a millionfold amplification, but also bestowed upon him a complementary opportunity for a 10 millionfold enhancement. As a transmigrator, He was well aware of the significance of such a system. It was a force capable of altering the fate of every transmigrator. Moreover, this system was rather generous, offering him a chance for a 10 million-fold amplification upon its initial activation. According to the system's explanation, a tenfold enhancement would require 100,000 amplification points to calculate. Thus, his millionfold amplification equated to an astronomical 10 trillion amplification points. Calming his excitement, Lu Yuan murmured to himself, "This millionfold amplification must be utilized wisely. After all, who knows when I will have the opportunity to earn 10 trillion amplification points? Given his current circumstances, employing it to amplify his psychic abilities might yield the greatest benefit." Having formulated his plans, Lu Yuan leisurely exited the psychic awakening apparatus. Instantly, he felt the envious and jealous gazes of his peers upon him. "Ah, it's Lu Yuan. Our class's top genius. Who would have thought he would be the only one from class 38 to successfully awaken a psychic ability?" exclaimed a girl with twin ponytails, her admiration evident. "Oof, an E-grade lightning ability? What difference does it make whether he awakens or not with such a weak ability?" scoffed a boy, his tone dripping with disdain. Some people just can't see past their noses. Although Lu Yuan's psychic ability is rated low, I've heard that if he mates with another psychic, the offspring will have a significantly higher success rate for awakening psychic abilities, retorted a girl, causing the previously disparaging boy to flush crimson and hastily retreat from the awakening plaza. Upon returning to his class, a middle-aged man approached him with a beaming smile. "Lu Yuan, congratulations. You have brought honor to our class 10. The man was Zhang Deitao, Lu Yuan's homeroom teacher. "Thank you, Teacher Zhang. Without your guidance, I would not have awakened my psychic ability," Lu Yuan replied, prompting Zhang Deitao to swell with pride. Yet he humbly waved his hand, saying, "The awakening of a psychic ability is a matter of personal luck. It has little to do with me. However, now that you are the sole psychic in class 38, you must go claim your reward. This year, our school has invested a substantial amount to encourage those who successfully awaken their abilities. Not only will you receive a beast core, but also a bottle of D-grade gene serum." Lu Yuan's spirits lifted at Zhang Deitao's words. The beast core was the core crystal extracted from magical beasts, hunted by the human race after venturing to other life planets. Each beast core contained the essence and power of a magical beast, making it an extremely valuable item for martial artists to absorb and enhance their cultivation. The gene serum was equally precious, a product of human ingenuity, synthesized from various herbs and rare supplements. These gene serums could significantly bolster a martial artist's vitality, propelling their cultivation forward at an accelerated pace. However, these serums were only beneficial for martial artists below the master realm. Those above it found little use in them. In Lu Yuan's recollection, a bottle of D-grade gene serum could fetch hundreds of thousands of blue star coins on the market, assuring him of overnight wealth. No wonder so many claimed that successfully awakening a psychic ability could lead to untold riches and a turnaround in one's fate. Lu Yuan addressed Zhang Deitao. "Thank you for the reminder, teacher. I will go claim my reward." As Lu Yuan conversed with Zhang Deitao, the students of class 38 had completed their psychic awakenings. Soon after, the principal addressed the assembly. "Students, today's psychic awakening ceremony for class 38 comes to a close. As we all know, the success rate for awakening abilities is quite low, so those that did not succeed should not be disheartened. You must take the upcoming martial arts examination seriously in 3 months. To achieve greatness, one must first embrace madness. All right, students, this meeting is adjourned. You may return home." With the principal's words, the students departed, heads hung low in disappointment. A voice then resonated in Lu Yuan's mind. "Lu Yuan, please come to my office." Upon hearing the summons, Lu Yuan looked up to see the principal smiling warmly at him. Nodding in acknowledgement, he made his way to the principal's office. After some effort, he finally located it, finding the principal waiting inside. "Principal, you called for me?" Lu Yuan inquired as he entered. "Lu Yuan, you are quite fortunate. I've reviewed your records. While you consistently excel in academic subjects, your performance in martial arts has not been remarkable. Nevertheless, your successful awakening can be deemed a turning point in your fate. However, an E-grade lightning ability is still somewhat lacking. Relying solely on your psychic ability to gain admission to a martial arts university may not suffice. Fortunately, the rewards provided by the school are substantial. Take them." As the principal spoke, he produced a beast core and a bottle of purple degrade gene serum. Lu Yuan's gaze fixated on the items, eager to reach out and grasp them. "Thank you, Principal. Thank you, school." However, just as his hand brushed against the items, the principal continued, "But hold on, you must first understand that there is a stipulation. Successful psychics must participate in the upcoming psychic training camp to claim their rewards. Are you willing?" Lu Yuan, having never heard of this training camp, inquired, "Principal, what is the psychic training camp?" The principal patiently explained. The psychic training camp gathers all successful psychics from the same city for a month of training. After all, psychics are different from martial artists. Their training methods vary. At the camp, instructors will teach you how to harness your psychic abilities, which is undoubtedly beneficial. However, it is worth noting that each year, there are incidents of fatalities at the camp, so consider this carefully. The principal's words left Lu Yuan in contemplation. For someone as ordinary as him, the only way to learn more about psychic abilities was through participation in the training camp. Resolutely, Lu Yuan accepted the items and declared, "Principal, I have made my decision. I will attend the psychic training camp." The principal, pleased by Lu Yuan's determined demeanor, nodded approvingly. "Excellent. Our class 38 has not produced a psychic in years. You must perform admirably at the training camp and not bring shame to our class. Understood?" "Yes, Principal. I will strive to excel and ensure our class 38 holds its head high," Lu Yuan replied earnestly. Shortly thereafter, he departed from the school. Chapter 3, A Millionfold Amplification. Mythical Talent, Chaos Divine Thunder. Upon departing from school, Lu Yuan boarded an autonomous train that whisked him back to the outskirts of a city situated over 100 kilometers away from his educational institution. Although this area is on the fringes of the urban sprawl, it is still graced with numerous towering edifices. The surroundings are remarkably pleasant, adorned with majestic trees that provide a daily supply of fresh air. Such an environment would undoubtedly be considered an affluent neighborhood in the 21st century. However, in this era, these splendid high-rises are inhabited solely by the lower echelons of society. The affluent reside in communities where the smallest estates boast opulent mansions covering tens of thousands of square meters. And some of the more powerful wealthy individuals even possess entire planets as their abodes. Lu Yuan entered one of the towering structures and ascended several floors in a hovering elevator, arriving at his residence. As he stepped inside, a melodious voice greeted him. "Brother, isn't today the day for your senior class to awaken their abilities? How did it go? Were you successful in awakening your powers?" A girl with a delicate and charming visage, rosy lips, and a petite nose, dressed in whimsical attire, bounced toward Lu Yuan. She is his only remaining family. His younger sister, Lu Qinghuan, a girl who has just entered her first year of high school. The other member of their small family is their aunt, Song Yuan. Their parents perished gloriously 10 years ago while battling alien races that had stealthily infiltrated Blue Star, leaving Lu Yuan and his sister to live with their aunt for the past decade. Seeing his sister's beaming smile, Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile in return. "Yes, I successfully awakened my powers, though my ability is rated only at 11. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, Lu Qinghuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. "Brother, you successfully awakened your powers? That's wonderful. Now I won't have to work so hard. Brother, please show me. I want to see what your powers look like." Lu Yuan looked at his eagerly anticipating sister and shook his head helplessly. He then extended one hand, and with a thought, strands of blue electricity began to coil around his arm. "Wow, lightning powers. That's amazing, brother. I hope I can awaken my powers in 3 years too," Lu Qinghuan exclaimed. Full of hope. "Rest assured, if I can awaken my powers, how could you possibly fall short?" Lu Yuan reassured her. After a moment's pause, he asked, "By the way, where is Aunt? Has she returned?" Lu Qinghuan shook her head. "Aunt hasn't come back yet. I heard that there are reports of alien races infiltrating Blue Star again, and Aunt and the others are quite busy." Lu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement and said, "All right then, I'll go practice for a while. Let me know as soon as Aunt returns." After advising Lu Qinghuan, Lu Yuan entered the practice room within their home. In this era, every household is equipped with a practice room, a tranquil space designed to shield individuals from external disturbances. Upon entering the practice room and securing the door, Lu Yuan focused his thoughts, and an information panel materialized before him. Host, Lu Yuan. Cultivation level, martial disciple. Abilities, lightning powers, 11. Techniques, iron palm, minor success. Swift step, minor success. Amplification points, 0. Gazing at the information displayed on the panel, Lu Yuan's attention was drawn to the abilities section, where a prompt soon appeared. Lightning powers, E-level, you possess one chance for a millionfold amplification. Would you like to proceed? Seeing this prompt, Lu Yuan promptly agreed with a thought, inquiring mentally. System, will this millionfold amplification destroy this place? Response to the esteemed host. If you wish to avoid attracting the attention of the heavens and earth, this system can conceal the phenomenon for you. Upon hearing the system's resolute response, Lu Yuan immediately thought, System, conceal the phenomenon, and proceed with the amplification. As his thoughts settled, an overwhelming surge of energy flooded into his body. In the next instant, countless arcs of lightning enveloped him. The original blue hue of the electricity transformed into a striking black and white. Millionfold amplification of lightning power successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the mythical ability, Chaos Divine Thunder. As the system's voice faded, Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. The black and white lightning coiling around him, exuding a formidable aura. Instantly, the temperature within the practice room began to rise dramatically with the emergence of this black and white lightning. Chaos Divine Thunder? It's actually the Chaos Divine Thunder created by the Great Tao. This is a terrifying lightning power that can stand alongside Pangu's heavenly thunder and the celestial Tao's purple cloud thunder. Moreover, a mythical level talent has rarely appeared in the history of Blue Star civilization over the past 100,000 years. Lu Yuan exclaimed with excitement, retracting the Chaos Divine Thunder into his body, which caused the temperature in the practice room to drop significantly. Observing the misty and warm atmosphere, he exhaled a breath of relief. Thank goodness, I almost caused a disaster. Shortly thereafter, he spoke to the void. Xiao AI, please assess my vitality strength. In an instant, a sweet-looking woman appeared before Lu Yuan. She was the artificial intelligence of their household. Young Master Lu, your current vitality strength is 156 cards, and your mental strength is 10 hertz. Congratulations, young Master Lu, you have broken through to the martial artist level. Please proceed to the Martial Artist Alliance for certification. Upon hearing Xiao AI's announcement, Lu Yuan felt an overwhelming surge of exhilaration. He hadn't anticipated that merely amplifying an ability would also yield a slight enhancement to his cultivation level. With a hint of joy, Lu Yuan remarked, I've broken through to the martial artist level? That is splendid. At least I won't need to use that gene serum anymore. I can give it to Qinghuan instead. As he spoke, he did not rush to exit the practice room. Instead, he picked up a crystal core, and in the next moment, a prompt appeared before his eyes. Second Stage Beast Core. Derived from the Second Stage Lion-Tiger clan, it contains rich vitality. Consuming it as a martial disciple increases vitality by 50 cards. As a martial artist, it increases vitality by 10 cards, and it can be exchanged for 200,000 amplification points. Upon reading the system's explanation, Lu Yuan expressed his disdain. Now that he had broken through to the martial artist level, he found his Second Stage Beast Core beneath his notice. As one would need a vitality breakthrough of 1,000 cards to ascend from martial artist to martial master. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan opted to exchange the Beast Core. Exchange successful, gained amplification points, 200,000. As he beheld the newly acquired amplification points, Lu Yuan's gaze shifted to the techniques section of his panel. Iron Palm, superior quality, can be enhanced. Yes, no. Swift Step, superior quality, can be enhanced. Yes, no. Chapter 4, Tenfold Amplification, Black Iron Divine Palm. Thunderous Step Technique. Noticing that both techniques were eligible for enhancement, Lu Yuan pondered for a moment before proceeding with the amplification of both techniques. Consuming 100,000 amplification points. Initiating tenfold enhancement of Iron Palm. Enhancement successful. Obtained yellow quality technique. Black Iron Divine Palm. Consuming 100,000 amplification points. Initiating tenfold enhancement of Swift Step. Enhancement successful. Obtained yellow quality technique. Thunderous Step Technique. Lu Yuan was suddenly inundated with profound memories of esoteric techniques flooding into his mind. In the next moment, guided by the recollections within his consciousness, a silvery sheen gradually enveloped one of his hands. Following this, he struck the ground with the palm. Crack! Instantly, a deep imprint several centimeters in depth, appeared on the hard floor of the training room. Such formidable power, truly worthy of a yellow-grade technique. Such strength is rarely found even among practitioners of the same rank, Yuan murmured to himself. In today's world, martial arts are rigorously categorized into distinct levels, from the lowest to the highest. They are ranked as mortal, yellow, profound, earth, heaven, king, emperor, saint, divine, and peerless, with each rank further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. After experimenting with the profound iron palm, Yuan proceeded to practice the thunder step technique. In an instant, he moved swiftly within the training room, his form resembling a specter, darting with such speed that the naked eye could scarcely perceive him. Soon enough, he came to a halt, perplexed. Strange, why does this thunder step seem to be considerably faster than the description I recall about this technique? Could it be that my mythical level lightning ability has enhanced my speed? Yuan pondered, increasingly convinced of this possibility. It appears I must seek out some techniques related to lightning for further cultivation. While my mythical level ability grants me considerable strength, such powers are exceedingly rare. Early exposure could lead to unnecessary troubles. Perhaps it is best to reserve this mythical level ability as a trump card, Yuan murmured, contemplating his future plans. At that moment, a voice from outside the training room pierced through his thoughts. Brother, Anne is back. Come out and take a look. Upon hearing this, Yuan promptly exited the training room. Upon entering the living room, he beheld a woman clad in a black, form-fitting combat suit, her feet adorned with battle boots. Seated on the sofa, visibly fatigued. This woman was their aunt, Song Yuan. Song Yuan possessed extraordinary beauty. Her fair skin and high ponytail made her resemble the quintessential girl next door. However, she was not merely a pretty face. She boasted the strength of a martial general. In the Jiangnan Bay City, she had become a valiant sentinel, guarding the Blue Star human race. Upon seeing Yuan emerge from the training room, a smile broke through her tired visage. Xiao Yuan, congratulations. I heard you awakened your abilities. You are destined to become a formidable warrior. Your parents would surely be overjoyed if they knew, she said warmly. Observing the fatigue etched upon Song Yuan's face, Yuan inquired with concern. Aunt, are you all right? You seem so exhausted. Has something happened recently? Song Yuan nodded. Indeed, some events have transpired. It is advisable for you both to refrain from venturing out at night for a while. Certain outsiders have infiltrated our Blue Star, continuously wreaking havoc, attempting to obliterate our world. Upon hearing her words, Lu Qinghuan interjected, visibly displeased. These damned outsiders just can't leave us in peace. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan replied, they likely wish to eradicate the roots of our Blue Star human race. His assertion was not without basis. The pinnacle of the Blue Star's combat prowess lay within its ability users. In the vast cosmos, it was said that the strength of the Blue Star's ability users stemmed from the existence of the Blue Star's will. Should the Blue Star be destroyed and its will extinguished, future generations of the Blue Star human race would lose the protection of that will and the formidable powers it bestows. Thus, many outsiders secretly infiltrate Blue Star, seeking to cause destruction. Moreover, Blue Star was not unique in this regard. Various races across the universe had their own methods of obtaining power through worship of their planetary spirits. For instance, a human race known as the Stone Clan could gain blessings and enhance their strength through the veneration of specific spirits. Alternatively, a race called the Witch Clan could gain terrifying powers through sacrifices made to deities. The Blue Star human race awakened their abilities through the will of Blue Star itself. In a mere 100,000 years, they had evolved to this level, naturally inciting the apprehension of more powerful races. Consequently, throughout the past 100 millennia, countless battles have erupted due to outsiders wishing to eradicate the roots of the Blue Star human race. Song Yuan, having listened to Yuan's insights, nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, Xiao Yuan speaks wisely. However, they are merely a rabble. It won't be long before we annihilate them. Until we have dealt with these outsiders, I implore you both to stay indoors at night. Do you understand? Yuan and Lu Qinghuan nodded in agreement. At that moment, Yuan recalled the matter of the ability user training camp and informed Song Yuan, and now that I've awakened my abilities, the school has informed me that I must attend an ability user training camp for a month. I won't be staying at home. After contemplating his words for a moment, Song Yuan eventually nodded in agreement. Yes, The training for ability users differs significantly from that of martial artists. Since I have not awakened any abilities, I cannot provide you with much guidance in this regard. Attending the training camp will offer you professional instruction on utilizing your abilities, which is a beneficial opportunity. Go ahead. Do not worry about matters at home. I will take care of everything. Hearing Song Yuan's approval, Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just then, he noticed his sister tugging at his shirt with her left hand. Brother, are you really going to be away from home for a month? Yuan nodded silently. Ever since their parents' passing, the siblings had relied on each other and had never been apart for such an extended period. The sudden separation was something they were both unaccustomed to. Brother, can't you come home to stay? I'm a bit scared at the thought of not seeing you for a month. Lu Qinghuan expressed, her concern palpable. Yuan chuckled gently. What is there to fear? And we'll be here, one Tishi. Besides, I'm not leaving forever. You needn't worry. In fact, I have a vial of gene serum obtained from awakening my abilities. You should take it. As he spoke, he produced a vial of purple D-grade gene serum. Lu Qinghuan and Song Yuan gazed at Yuan with astonishment. Xiao Yuan, aren't you going to use the gene serum? The training camp for ability users can be somewhat perilous if you do not advance to the martial artist realm. Going there would be tantamount to courting death. Song Yuan cautioned. Upon hearing her words, Lu Qinghuan's complexion paled, and she shook her head vehemently. Brother, you should take it instead. I don't need it. I have 3 more years. I will surely break through to the martial artist realm on my own. Yuan waved the vial of gene serum in his hand. My vitality has already surpassed 100 calories. I have become a martial artist. This D-grade gene serum no longer holds significant value for me. Sensing that he might lack credibility, Yuan unleashed a surge of his vitality. Boom! Feeling the overwhelming force emanating from him, both Song Yuan and Lu Qinghuan were filled with astonishment. Brother, you have already become a martial artist? Xiao Yuan, what has transpired with you? What did you transcend into the realm of warriors? Chapter 5, Headquarters of the Warrior Alliance, Warrior Certification Assessment. Observing the formidable abilities displayed by Yuan, both Song Yuan and Lu Qinghuan were utterly astonished. Particularly, Song Yuan recalled that not long ago, Yuan's testing results indicated a mere 50 points of vitality, signifying a considerable distance from achieving the status of a warrior. Yuan, with a calm demeanor, retracted his vitality and remarked, perhaps it is due to the awakening of my extraordinary abilities. My vitality has surged dramatically in a short span, rendering this D-grade genetic serum unnecessary for me. His words instilled a sense of belief in Song Yuan. Having not succeeded in awakening her own abilities, she was unaware of such effects. However, she had heard numerous accounts of warriors who had successfully awakened their powers and experienced significant enhancements in their strength. It seemed that this was indeed the rationale. Witnessing Yuan's advancement beyond the warrior realm, Song Yuan turned to Lu Qinghuan and stated, Qinghuan, you should accept this serum. For those who have already transcended to the warrior stage, this D-grade genetic serum holds little value, making it perfectly suitable for you. Observing the expressions of Song Yuan and her brother, Lu Qinghuan finally accepted the genetic serum. Thank you, brother. I will certainly devote myself to rigorous training, she proclaimed before eagerly entering the training room to consume the serum and commence her cultivation. The following morning, Yuan awoke early, stepping out of his home and boarding a self-driving train heading towards the heart of Jiangnan Bay City. Having participated in the awakening ceremony the previous day, he was not required to attend classes today, granting him a full day of respite. He intended to utilize this time to visit the Warrior Alliance for his certification. Yuan's eagerness stemmed from the knowledge that once his rest concluded, he would be heading to the ability training camp. If he possessed the certification of a warrior, he would be entitled to numerous privileges. Before long, the self-driving train halted before an ancient, towering edifice. Descending from the train, Yuan beheld a multitude of individuals with formidable vitality entering and exiting the grand structure. Flanking the building stood 2 imposing figures. Reputed to be the powerful leaders who had guided humanity into the cosmic era 100,000 years ago, the Warrior Alliance was jointly founded by these 2. Looking up, Yuan noticed an immense plaque atop the building, inscribed with the 4 characters of Warrior Alliance. This was indeed the headquarters of the Jiangnan Bay City's Warrior Alliance, the venue for warriors to obtain certification and accept missions. After observing for a moment, he proceeded towards the headquarters. Beep beep. You are about to enter the Jiangnan-based City Warrior Alliance headquarters. Detection indicates that you are not a certified warrior. Please note, you may only access the first-level certification hall. As Lu Yuan stepped into the headquarters, an announcement echoed in his ears. Upon passing through a luminous certification gate, he was greeted by a throng of individuals. The ground floor hall, spanning an impressive 100,000 square meters, was bustling with tens of thousands of people. Indeed, the crowd is as dense as ever. I shall first pursue my warrior certification. I've heard that securing certification before graduating high school comes with a reward from school, and I cannot afford to miss out on this opportunity. Lu Yuan murmured to himself as he approached a less crowded certification registration point. Before him stood a young woman clad in a blue and white jacket, her high ponytail accentuating her poised demeanor as she completed her registration for warrior certification. Greetings. I am here to register for warrior certification. A cool, clear voice resonated. Very well. Detection confirms you are a student of Jiangnan Bay City's first high school. You are entitled to one free certification opportunity. However, I must caution you, the mortality rate for warrior certification is over 20%, with a success rate of merely 10%. Please consider this seriously. As the attendant finished speaking, the cool voice echoed once more. I have considered it thoroughly and confirm my intention to proceed with warrior certification. Very well. I wish you the best of luck, and may fortune favor you. The attendant recorded her details and handed her a card. The young woman accepted the card and turned to leave. At that moment, Lu Yuan finally caught a glimpse of her appearance. She was a strikingly beautiful woman, exuding an air of cold elegance. Her eyes seemed devoid of any other emotion, maintaining a perpetual detachment, as if she had forsaken all worldly desires. Is it truly her? Lu Yuan murmured in surprise as he recognized the woman. She was Chu Yuan, a prodigy renowned throughout Jiangnan Bay City. Lu Yuan had perused numerous accounts of her exceptional feats on the high school forum. Furthermore, during the awakening ceremony yesterday, Chu Yuan had awakened an SS-rated ice ability, astounding the entire city. However, what perplexed Lu Yuan was why someone of her caliber would only now be seeking warrior certification. In his recollection, Jiangnan First High School was a prestigious institution where students were either exceptionally gifted or of noble lineage. In ordinary circumstances, one might find a warrior among 10 individuals, but at First High, the ratio was reversed, with only 1 out of 10 unable to transcend into the warrior realm. Watching Chu Yuan's departing figure, Lu Yuan shook his head. Never mind. It is of no concern to me what she is here for. Soon, it was Lu Yuan's turn to be attended to. His school, the 38th, also had a partnership with the Warrior Alliance, allowing him certain privileges. However, the only benefit he received was a 10% discount on the certification fee. The stark contrast in privileges left Lu Yuan astounded. Indeed, prodigies enjoyed numerous advantages. With a sigh of resignation, he paid the hefty sum of 900 blue star coins and received his card before departing towards the warrior certification room. After a brief moment, Lu Yuan followed the instructions on his card and found examination hall number 10. Upon entering, he discovered several others already waiting. Remarkably, Chu Yuan was also present in the same examination hall. Upon seeing Lu Yuan arrive, a young man stood and proclaimed, "All right, everyone is finally here. Let's commence the assessment swiftly and not waste anyone's time. Indeed, we have to head to the ability training camp tomorrow as well. And there are many matters to attend to after certification." Lu Yuan noted with astonishment that, aside from himself, all 9 others in the examination hall were for First High. Just like Chu Yuan, have I stumbled into a den of prodigies? As Lu Yuan pondered, a young man approached him. "Brother, you appear to be around our age. Which school do you hail from?" The newcomer, named Zhao Sheng, was a notably prominent figure from First High. "I am from the 38th High School," Lu Yuan replied with a gentle smile, sensing no malice from Zhao Sheng. 38th High. I heard that your school has produced an ability user this year. Could that be you? Zhao Sheng inquired, his expression one of astonishment. Indeed, that would be me. Lu Yuan nodded affirmatively. Thus, we may consider ourselves fated to meet. All 9 of us hail from the same institution. And today we fortuitously gathered to undergo the martial artist certification. Moreover, I must inform you that we are all endowed with extraordinary abilities. And tomorrow we shall attend the training camp for those with such powers. Brother, I hope we can meet again tomorrow. After exchanging pleasantries with Lu Yuan, Zhao Sheng promptly returned to his group. Among the 9, only Zhao Sheng was willing to converse with Lu Yuan, while the remaining 8 offered him not a single word. Before long, a middle-aged man entered the examination hall. He stepped forward and, casting a benign smile at the 10 candidates, announced, "Greetings, I am Yuan Kai, the assessor for your martial artist certification. We shall now commence the evaluation process. The certification consists of 2 parts. First, the examination of vitality, and second, the assessment of strength. Let's first evaluate your vitality." Without a moment's hesitation, Yuan Kai initiated the certification examination. The first student from their school approached an apparatus within the hall. As a beam of light enveloped him, a line of virtual text soon materialized before the eyes of the gathered crowd. Vitality value, 598 calories. Yuan Kai nodded approvingly at the result. Quite good. Next, another student stepped up to the machine. Vitality value, 789 calories. Next, vitality value, 869 calories. Witnessing the results, Lu Yuan felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. Truly, these were the prodigies of their institution. Such vitality values suggested they had long since entered the realm of martial artists. Lu Yuan couldn't help but reflect. It seems these talents have already reached a significant level, while I have only just embarked on my journey as a martial artist. The disparity is indeed disheartening. Yet, he consoled himself with the thought of his amplification system, confident that with greater resources, he would surely surpass them in due course. As Lu Yuan pondered, the 9 students from his institution completed their evaluations. Remarkably, both Zhao Sheng and Chu Yuxian recorded vitality values of 999 calories. When it was Lu Yuan's turn, he approached the apparatus. In an instant, a beam of light enveloped him, and moments later, a line of virtual text appeared before his eyes. Vitality value, 198 calories. The 9 from his school immediately lost interest in the sole extraordinary ability user from the 38th institution upon seeing this result. However, Lu Yuan was taken aback. He distinctly remembered that his vitality value had only been 126 calories the day prior. Could it be that the chaos divine thunder possessed an inherent ability to refine my body and enhance my vitality? Observing Lu Yuan's immobility, Yuan Kai assumed he was too overwhelmed to move. He approached Lu Yuan from behind and gently patted his shoulder. "Young man, do not be overly excited. You have passed the first assessment. I trust the second will pose no challenge for you." Coming back to his senses, Lu Yuan offered a sheepish smile before returning to his group. Yuan Kai continued, "The first assessment has concluded. We shall now proceed to the second assessment, the strength evaluation. This is a straightforward test. You must slay a first-tier beast to pass." Lu Yuan was not particularly surprised by this news. He had done his homework prior to arriving, aware that this was a standard requirement for all martial artists seeking certification. Unfortunately, many who faltered or perished did so at this very juncture. Yuan Kai surveyed the expressions of the 10 candidates and said flatly, "Engaging with beasts can be perilous, with the potential for death lurking at every turn. If anyone feels apprehensive, now is the time to speak up. Once we begin, it will be too late to turn back." At Yuan Kai's words, Lu Yuan felt 9 pairs of eyes fixate on him, for he alone possessed the weakest vitality. "Why are you all looking at me? I have no intention of withdrawing," Lu Yuan stated with earnestness. Hearing this, Yuan Kai replied, "Since no one wishes to withdraw, let us begin. Follow me." As Yuan Kai spoke, he led the way to a secluded chamber within the examination hall. The 10 students followed closely behind, and at that moment, Zhao Sheng approached Lu Yuan. "Brother, with such a low vitality value, why the haste to undergo the martial artist assessment? You could wait until your vitality surpasses 500 calories before attempting the certification. Life is paramount, my friend. You must cherish your own well-being." When I first broke through to the martial artist level, I felt invincible and hastily pursued certification, nearly paying for my overconfidence with my life. Listening to Zhao Sheng's words, Lu Yuan finally understood why these individuals boasted such high vitality values. They had all chosen to play it safe, avoiding immediate certification after their breakthroughs. With this realization, Lu Yuan felt a sense of reassurance. These so-called prodigies were not as intimidating as he had initially thought. "Rest assured, Brother Zhao, I, an ordinary person, have come prepared," he replied with a tranquil smile. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's confident words, Zhao Sheng rolled his eyes. Recognizing that further persuasion was futile, he quickened his pace to rejoin the group. "Moments later." The 10 arrived in a chamber filled with the roars of wild beasts. Upon entering, they discovered 10 cages, each containing a ferocious beast that appeared to have been starved for an extended period. Wang Kai approached one of the cages, preparing to open it. He turned to the 10 candidates and inquired, "Who among you will be the first to undergo the assessment?" Without hesitation, Zhao Sheng stepped forward. He shot go. In the next moment, he leapt into the air, covering a distance of several meters to position himself at the center of the chamber. "Very well," Wang Kai replied, opening the cage without a moment's delay. Instantly, a beast sprang forth, lunging at Zhao Sheng with its gaping maw. With no surprise, Zhao Sheng, on the verge of becoming a martial master, effortlessly vanquished the creature. Next, who will follow? Observing the effortless dispatching of the beasts, Lu Yuan wasted no time and stepped forward as well. "I will." His declaration caused the remaining 8 students from the first institution, who had yet to be assessed, to gaze at him in bewilderment. "Wait, are you serious? You actually intend to do this?" Chapter 7. Passing the assessment, the astonishment of the first high school prodigy. The 9 onlookers were thoroughly astonished. They could hardly believe that this youth, whose vitality was several times inferior to theirs, had the audacity to proceed with the second assessment of martial artists. "You? Are you certain?" Wang Kai asked, looking at Lu Yuan. "Absolutely," Lu Yuan affirmed confidently. Without hesitation, he sprang into action, moving with lightning speed to reach the center of the chamber in an instant. The terrifying velocity of his thunderstep technique left the onlookers in awe. Such incredible speed. What manner of movement technique is this? Surely, it must be of superior quality. A man exclaimed in astonishment, his gaze towards Lu Yuan now imbued with the intensity of a rival. "Not only that, the martial technique I cultivate is of the yellow grade, upper tier. Even if I were to master it completely, my speed would still pale in comparison to his. This must be a technique of the Xian grade or higher," a woman remarked gravely as she looked at Lu Yuan. Zhao Sheng, who had just emerged from battle, scrutinized Lu Yuan with equal surprise. "This brother is quite impressive. I hope he continues to astonish me at the abilities training camp." At that moment, Chu Yuxian, with her enchanting eyes, also regarded Lu Yuan with curiosity, evidently intrigued by him. "Young man, since you are determined to undertake this assessment, let us commence." Wang Kai's voice resonated as he unlocked the cage. In an instant, a 2-headed beast charged towards Lu Yuan. Roar! In the blink of an eye, a towering figure, 3 meters tall, loomed before Lu Yuan. With one head on each side, it opened its massive jaws, lunging to bite him. "Umph!" Lu Yuan snorted disdainfully. He executed the thunderstep technique, his figure resembling a specter, and with a swift motion, he appeared behind the 2-headed beast. Both heads snapped at empty air, their 4 eyes lost in confusion, as if they could not comprehend the disappearance of their prey. Xiantai Divine Palm. Lu Yuan summoned his martial prowess, and his palms gleamed as if encased in silver. Then, he struck with both hands towards the beast's heads. Bang! In an instant, the 2-headed beast's skull was shattered, extinguishing its life. Hiss! Is this truly the power of a warrior with less than 200 calories of vitality? Though the beast was not formidable, even we, with vitality exceeding 700 calories, would struggle to breach its defenses. Remarkable. This young man is extraordinary. With a mere 200 calories of vitality, he has managed to break the defenses of this 2-headed beast. Truly impressive. The 8 spectators, witnessing Lu Yuan effortlessly vanquishing the beast, were left in a state of disbelief, particularly since most of them were not newcomers to warrior assessments. When they first broke through to the warrior realm, they had approached the assessment with great confidence, only to be met with a crushing defeat, returning home severely injured and bedridden for a month to recover. Now, here was Lu Yuan, a mere high school student, having just recently transcended into the warrior realm, succeeding in his very first assessment. How could they not be astonished? Meanwhile, Chu Yuxian, among the 9, surveyed Lu Yuan with a grave expression. "Who is this man? A genius from the 38th high school? Why did my ability resonate so uneasily when he executed his movement technique?" Chu Yuxian was taken aback. After all, her ability was an SS-level ice power. The only individuals capable of stirring her abilities in such a manner must possess powers either superior to hers or of the same caliber. Yet, she had never heard of anyone in the Jiangnan Bay City possessing awakened powers exceeding SS level. Just as everyone was caught in their astonishment, Lu Yuan inquired, "May I ask, have I passed the assessment?" Hearing Lu Yuan's voice, Wang Kai snapped back to reality. He nodded vigorously, saying, "Yes, indeed you have. Prepare for the next." Lu Yuan, upon hearing this, returned to his designated spot, not eager to leave just yet, as he wished to observe what remarkable traits the other exceptional students from the first high school possessed. Soon, others began to participate in the assessment one after another. As Lu Yuan continued his observations, Zhao Sheng approached him. "Brother, would you be interested in becoming friends? Surely, you must have heard of the Zhao family. Befriending me would certainly be advantageous for you." Lu Yuan regarded Zhao Sheng, who had approached him once more. To be fair, he was aware of the power that lay behind Zhao Sheng. The Zhao family, not only influential on Blue Star, but throughout the universe where the Blue Star human race reigned, was a formidable force. The Blue Star Chamber of Commerce established by the Zhao family was an immense entity across the cosmos, amassing immense wealth through countless auctions of precious items. It was fair to say that the first thought that came to mind when mentioning the Zhao family was their wealth. However, after 100,000 years, the Zhao family on Blue Star was no longer the main lineage, but rather a branch. Even so, despite being a lesser branch, they still represented the Zhao family as long as they bore the surname Zhao. "What is it that you wish to discuss, Brother Zhao?" Lu Yuan inquired. Looking at Zhao Sheng was forthright in his response. "I wish to befriend you, or rather, I represent the Blue Star Zhao family and seek to invest in you. Would you be willing to accept our investment?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan was puzzled. What does investment entail? Zhao Sheng glanced around before saying, "This isn't the place for discussion. Shall we find somewhere more suitable to converse?" Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. The two then turned their attention to the center of the chamber, where, during their conversation, 9 individuals had already undergone their second assessments. Only 5 had succeeded, leaving the final contestant, Chu Yuxian. She approached a beast that had just emerged from its cage. With each step she took, frost began to form on the ground beneath her feet. When she was within 3 meters of the beast, it suddenly leaped, attempting to pounce on her with wild ferocity. Yet, a chilling breath escaped from Chu Yuxian's lips. Puffed. In the next moment, the beast was encased in ice mid-air, transformed into a frozen sculpture. Bang! The ice sculpture plummeted to the ground, shattering into countless fragments. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of Zhao Sheng and the others turned grave. Although they were aware of Chu Yuxian's SS-level ice powers, they had not comprehended the true extent of her strength until now. They had borne witness to an ice ability that sent shivers through their awakened powers. In stark contrast to the others, Lu Yuan's face lit up with joy. "So this is the might of SS-level ice powers? My mythical-level chaotic divine thunder should be capable of achieving something similar." Yet he lamented internally. "What a pity that everyone knows my awakened power is merely E-level lightning. I must conceal my mythical ability until I possess absolute strength." Lu Yuan mused silently. After all, throughout the 10,000-year history of Blue Star, aside from consuming rare treasures to enhance one's abilities, there had never been a case of spontaneous elevation. Should his powers suddenly be revealed to have reached mythical level, not only would he be subjected to dissection for research, but his family would also suffer consequences. Lu Yuan resolved silently. "From now on, I shall keep my abilities hidden. Anyone who has witnessed my power must be eliminated without exception." Chapter 8. The generous investment of the Zhao family on Blue Star. With the conclusion of the warrior certification assessment, Lu Yuan and the others proceeded to collect their warrior identification credentials. After an hour of queuing, Lu Yuan finally obtained his own warrior certification. The attendant beamed at Lu Yuan and said, "Sir, congratulations on passing the warrior certification examination. From this day forth, you shall be a distinguished warrior. As a warrior, you are entitled to the following privileges. First, any purchase made through our warrior alliance will grant you a generous discount of 30%. Second, you are permitted to form your own mercenary team to undertake various missions, and upon completion, you shall be rewarded handsomely." As the attendant elaborated on these benefits, Lu Yuan gradually grasped the extent of the privileges offered. After a while, he stepped out of the headquarters of the Martial Alliance. Meanwhile, Zhao Sheng, who had been conversing with him, had been waiting for an indefinite duration. Upon seeing Lu Yuan emerge, he approached with palpable excitement. "Brother, you've finally come out. I've been waiting for ages. I thought you might have left." Observing Zhao Sheng, Lu Yuan inquired, "Brother Zhao, what is it that you need? With the Zhao family's vast influence, surely there are troubles you face that I, too, cannot resolve." Zhao Sheng smiled faintly and replied, "Brother, didn't I mention? I am intrigued by your talent and wish to invest in you. What do you think? Are you interested?" Lu Yuan shook his head and said, "Brother Zhao, you haven't clarified what this investment entails. Will it impose any restrictions on my freedom? If you don't explain clearly, I cannot agree. Furthermore, I am merely an ordinary student from the 38th High School. There are countless individuals far more formidable than I in the Jiangnan Bay City. You think too highly of me." Just then, a luxurious flying car appeared beside them. "Brother, let us discuss this in my vehicle," Zhao Sheng said, opening the door to invite Lu Yuan inside. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yuan stepped into the car. Once both were seated, the flying vehicle took to the skies, gliding gently upward. "Brother Lu, to be candid, you are not the only genius I, Zhao Sheng, am investing in. Currently, I am considering 10 individuals from the entire Jiangnan Bay City for investment. So, there is no need for you to feel exceptional. You are not unique. What sets you apart is a peculiar feeling I get. I sense your strength and potential, which compels me to invest in you. As for the return, all I require is for you to assist the Zhao family with one task 3 years from now." Zhao Sheng explained calmly his reasoning for investing in Lu Yuan. Listening intently, Lu Yuan furrowed his brow and asked, "If you already have so many options, why do you still need me?" Zhao Sheng replied nonchalantly, 3 years is a long time. Who knows how many of the 10 individuals I invest in will still be alive by then? You must have heard of my Zhao family's affairs. Every decade, we hold a grand competition where each branch sends forth its youth. The branch that emerges victorious gains absolute authority for the next decade. Thus, my investment in you is straightforward. All I ask is that you strive to secure victory for the Blue Star Zhao family in 3 years. During this time, our Zhao family will provide you with training resources and will not interfere with your affairs as long as you participate in the competition. Reflecting on Zhao Sheng's explanation, Lu Yuan nodded. If what Zhao Sheng said was true and his freedom remained unhindered, he could indeed accept this investment, for he needed resources for his training. However, before agreeing, Lu Yuan remained cautious and asked, "What does this investment include?" Noticing Lu Yuan's inclination to agree, Zhao Sheng promptly responded, "Brother Lu, given your extraordinary abilities, the Zhao family can offer you an A-grade investment. This package includes 3 blood essence pills each month, a high-grade yellow-level cultivation manual annually, and an annual sum of 10 million blue star coins. Can you accept this?" Such generosity. Lu Yuan was astounded. He had not anticipated that the Zhao family would be so willing to invest such substantial resources in someone they had barely met. Not to mention the annual 10 million blue star coins. Even a single high-grade yellow-level manual was worth millions. Each blood essence pill alone was valued at 100,000 blue star coins. The total annual expenditure for just one individual would amount to 20 million blue star coins. Truly, a prestigious family is indeed lavish in their dealings. Lu Yuan silently mused, then with utmost seriousness declared, "Brother Zhao, I accept your offer and am willing to embrace the Zhao family's investment. However, I hope you can assure me that my freedom will remain unrestricted and that I will only need to secure victory in the competition for the Zhao family." Upon hearing Lu Yuan's agreement, Zhao Sheng nodded in satisfaction. "Rest assured, I swear to you that this is the sole requirement, and I will not impose any additional burdens or limitations on your freedom." Hearing Zhao Sheng's words, Lu Yuan finally consented to proceed with the contract to accept the Zhao family's investment. As if prepared, Zhao Sheng presented Lu Yuan with a flawless electronic contract for signing. He then retrieved a leather case from his spatial storage device, which contained a cultivation manual and a jade vial holding 3 pills. "These are your resources for this month. Accept them. The 10 million blue star coins will be transferred to your account shortly, and I will ensure the monthly blood essence pills are delivered to you or your family." Lu Yuan accepted the leather case. The flying car gradually descended, coming to a stop in front of Lu Yuan's high-rise residence. As Lu Yuan stepped out of the vehicle, he heard Zhao Sheng's voice behind him. "Brother Lu, see you tomorrow." Lu Yuan turned to glance back at Zhao Sheng and replied, "See you tomorrow." With that, he entered the building without looking back, returning to his home. Shortly after Lu Yuan departed, a figure clad in a tailcoat appeared out of thin air within Zhao Sheng's car. "Young Master Zhao, this investment seems rather reckless. There are countless individuals in the Jiangnan Bay City with greater talent than that boy you just met. You are squandering your investment quota." Upon hearing this, Zhao Sheng looked at the virtual figure and remarked, "Butler, you fail to comprehend. Do you believe in destiny?" That boy gave me an odd feeling. I sense he could lead our Blue Star, Zhao family to victory. Young master, destiny is a mere illusion. Zhao Sheng chuckled at the butler's words, saying, "Rest assured, even if he achieves nothing over the next 3 years, I still have other candidates to consider. If he accepts the Zhao family's investment and remains ineffectual after 3 years, we shall simply regard it as a charitable act. Young master is wise." The virtual butler responded respectfully to Zhao Sheng's words, lauding him. "Now let us return home." Casting a glance at the high rise where Lu Yuan resided, Zhao Sheng spoke in a calm tone, and soon the flying car ascended, vanishing from sight. Chapter 9. A Surge in Strength, the Awakening of the Esper Training Camp. Upon returning home, Lu Yuan found no sign of Lu Qinghuan or Song Yuan. Not dwelling on it, he carried the case into his training room. He opened the case, revealing 2 messages before his eyes. Blood Essence Pill, a low-grade yellow-level elixir. When consumed, a warrior can increase their vitality by 50 units per pill. After consuming 9 pills, the effect is halved. Each pill can be exchanged for a 10,000-point enhancement. Thunder Slash, an upper-grade yellow-level sword technique. When cultivated to perfection, it can unleash thunderous strikes and triple one's own strength, redeemable for 1 million enhancement points. Upon contemplating the 2 pieces of information before him, Lu Yuan pondered for a brief moment before promptly exchanging 2 blood chi pills. Exchanged 2 blood chi pills, gained 200,000 enhancement points. With the newfound enhancement points, Lu Yuan's gaze shifted to the remaining blood chi pills and the technique itself. In an instant, the notifications before him underwent a transformation. Blood chi pill, a lower-grade yellow-level elixir capable of a tenfold enhancement. Yes or no? Thunder Slash, an upper-grade yellow-level sword technique, capable of a tenfold enhancement. Yes or no? Without hesitation, Lu Yuan recognized the impending arrival of the ability user training camp the following day. He understood that enhancing his strength was paramount to excel in the camp and secure greater resources for cultivation. With a single thought, the enhancement points he had just acquired were swiftly consumed. Consumed 100,000 enhancement points. Blood Chi Pill tenfold enhancement successful. Obtained an upper-grade yellow-level elixir. Dragon Tiger Pill. Dragon Tiger Pill, an upper-grade yellow-level elixir. 1 pill can increase Blood Chi by 500 card for those below the Master Realm, and 1 card for those at the Master Realm. Consumed 100,000 enhancement points. Thunder Slash tenfold enhancement successful. Obtain a lower-grade black-level technique. Frenzied Thunder Blade Technique. As the notifications resonated, Lu Yuan observed the singular remaining Blood Chi Pill rapidly transforming. The once dim yellow elixir now gleamed with a golden hue, emanating an aura of formidable blood chi. Meanwhile, the Frenzied Thunderblade technique surged into Lu Yuan's mind like a divine revelation. In mere moments, he grasped the basics of this technique. Upon opening his eyes, Lu Yuan eagerly shaped his hand into a blade and executed the Frenzied Thunderblade technique with fervor. Dark and white arcs of electricity entwined around his hand, forming the shape of a battle blade that danced alongside him. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of slicing air reverberated. Unbeknownst to Lu Yuan, each strike with the blade forged from chaotic divine thunder left behind grotesque fissures in the training room. When he finally ceased his movements, it was too late. The entire training room was marred with vicious blade marks, a scene of utter chaos. Did I do this? Lu Yuan questioned, his mind clouded with confusion, tinged with surprise. After all, this training room had been meticulously crafted by his aunt, a martial general. No matter how much she toiled, it would not have been left in such disarray. Yet, he had now turned it into a ruin. Sigh, I hope my Aunt 1T blame me when she returns. Lu Yuan murmured softly, then turned his attention to the remaining elixir. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized it and swallowed it whole. As anticipated, the elixir was rapidly refined and absorbed. The process is effortless as eating or drinking. Xiao AI, please check my current blood chi value. With Lu Yuan's command, a virtual female figure materialized before him. A moment later, as a beam of white light enveloped Lu Yuan, a voice accompanied by virtual text emerged. Blood chi value, 756 cards. Upon seeing this new figure, Lu Yuan was thoroughly astonished. His blood chi seemed abnormal, surging in alarming rate. System. What is happening with my blood chi? Replying to the host, due to your possession of the myth-level ability, chaotic divine thunder, this ability is perpetually refining your body, augmenting your blood chi. Hence the rapid increase is quite normal. Hearing the system's explanation, Yuan felt a wave of concern wash over him regarding the upcoming ability user training camp. After all, this camp primarily focused on honing abilities. Should he reveal the chaotic divine thunder, it could provoke the ire of others. Who would believe that an ordinary individual could wield a divine artifact capable of elevating an E-level ability to myth-level? System. Can I mask my ability's power to only reflect that of an E-level ability? Replying to the host, that is not possible. It is a matter of your own control and requires your resolution. Infuriated by the system's response, Yuan erupted, cursing, "What a useless system. Do you not heed your master's commands?" Replying to the host, this system's primary duty is to assist you in becoming an unparalleled powerhouse, not to serve as a mere tool for your every whim. Consequently, Yuan found himself locked in a bitter struggle with the system. As half an hour passed, he sensed he was beginning to falter against its relentless opposition. With no other recourse, he decided to rely on himself. Yuan murmured to himself, then summoned the chaotic divine thunder. With a thought, black and white lightning materialized in his hand. Thus began his prolonged endeavor to master the control over the strength of his ability. Fortunately, perhaps due to the enhancement of his ability to myth-level, Yuan's comprehension also heightened. Within a minute, he had mastered the control over the strength of his ability. Now, he could effortlessly regulate the power of the chaotic divine thunder between myth-level and F-level. Yuan exclaimed in excitement, "I've finally succeeded. Now, I have nothing to worry about for the training camp." Just as Yuan reveled in his triumph, he heard his sister Lu Qinghuan's voice from outside the training room. "Brother, it's almost evening. It's time to eat. Come out quickly and don't overexert yourself." Upon hearing this, Yuan exited the training room to find Lu Qinghuan clad in the uniform of first high school, standing at the door. Indeed, Lu Qinghuan's talent surpassed that of the former Yuan by several tiers. "Shall we go? Has Aunt returned?" Yuan inquired, a smile gracing his features as he regarded Lu Qinghuan. "Yes, Aunt has returned. She has something to discuss with you." Yuan nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to the living room. The scene that greeted him was one of a bountiful feast laid out on the table, with Song Yuan seated, awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing Yuan, she spoke, "Xiao Yuan, here is some beast meat that can enhance your blood chi. You're going to the ability user training camp tomorrow. You must replenish your strength while you can." "I understand it," Yuan replied as he approached the table. At this moment, Song Yuan began to address more serious matters. "Xiao Yuan, I need to tell you a few things before you head to the ability user training camp." Song Yuan's expression turned grave as she spoke. Seeing this, Yuan also focused intently on her words. "In the ability user training camp, the annual mortality rate is 10%, so you must exercise caution. I've learned that among the instructors this year, there's a friend of mine named Ling Xuan. If you encounter any difficulties, you can seek her out. She's quite the beauty." As Song Yuan mentioned this, a smile broke across her face. "No one can compare to your beauty, Aunt," Yuan said, matching her smile as he noticed her serious demeanor fade. "Ha! Our Xiao Yuan is quite the charmer. That is all I wish to convey. Now, eat well and rest up." Yuan nodded, then returned to his meal, immersing himself in the food before him. However, on this particular day, Lu Qinghuan, usually a chatterbox, was unusually quiet. The following morning, Yuan woke up early and quietly organized his belongings, preparing to leave. As he reached the door, he found Lu Qinghuan standing there, though he was unsure when she had arrived. Her eyes were slightly red. "Qinghuan, what's wrong?" Seeing his sister's expression, Yuan understood that she was reluctant to part. After all, since the tragic loss of their parents in battle, they had seldom been apart for such an extended period. Now, they would be separated for a whole month. It was no wonder she felt a pang of sorrow. "Brother, I heard that the ability training camp is quite perilous. You must be careful." Lu Qinghuan managed a faint smile. "All right, I promise you. I will excel at the training camp and bring back wonderful things for you," Yuan assured her. Let's make a pact then. You mustn't deceive me." They exchanged smiles as they spoke. Soon, after a heartfelt farewell, Yuan stepped out of the house and boarded the flying train arranged by the school, heading toward the assembly point. After a brief journey, he arrived at the gathering location for the ability training camp. As he disembarked, he noticed a considerable crowd already present, nearly 1,000 individuals, by his estimation. Just as he landed, a familiar voice called out from behind him. "Lu Yuan, you made it. I thought you would be late. You have no idea. The teacher leading this session is quite fearsome. If you're tardy, you'll surely face some punishment." Turning around, Lu Yuan recognized Zhao Sheng from the Zhao family of Blue Star. Today, Zhao Sheng was decked out in formidable gear, each piece a testament to its robust defensive capabilities. The caution displayed by a disciple of such a prominent family indicated that the dangers of the ability training camp were likely far greater than rumored. As Lu Yuan observed, he noted that many other disciples from illustrious families were similarly equipped. After a brief wait, as the last flying train landed, a woman radiating an aura of coldness descended gracefully from the sky, hovering above the assembly. Her features were obscured, yet her voice, chilling enough to drop the air temperature several degrees, resonated throughout the plaza. "Students, I am delighted to see all of you at this ability training camp. I am your instructor for this session, Ling Shuang. I will guide you through a month of ability training." Ling Shuang? Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the friend his aunt mentioned yesterday would hold such a significant position in this camp. Moreover, her ability to levitate effortlessly indicated that she had likely reached the master realm. "I can't believe it's her," Zhao Sheng remarked, astonished. "What is the matter, Zhao? Do you know her?" Lu Yuan inquired, curiosity piqued. Zhao Sheng cast a peculiar glance at Lu Yuan. "You gotta be kidding, right? Don't you ever browse the internet? She's the renowned ice goddess of Blue Star. It said she possesses S-level ice abilities, and during the invasion of thousands of alien creatures years ago, she froze them all in an instant. Such a well-known event, and you're unaware?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed by Zhao Sheng's incredulity, Lu Yuan offered a sheepish smile. In truth, he rarely ventured online. As Ling Shuang and the other instructors arrived, the assembly of trainees was soon complete. Suddenly, a massive flying battleship appeared in the sky, casting a shadow that enveloped the area in darkness. "Students, we are about to depart for the training camp. Please prepare yourselves." As the words echoed, a powerful force pulled everyone aboard the battleship. Moments later, the vessel sped toward its destination, swiftly vanishing from sight. Within the command center of the battleship, the instructors for this ability training camp gathered. "Ling Shuang, it's been ages. Who would have thought we'd meet again at this training camp in Jiangnan City?" A square-faced man approached her. "Indeed, it has been a long time," Ling Shuang replied coolly, her gaze fixed on the documents in her hand. The papers detailed the students who had awakened abilities rated S and above. Among them, one name stood out prominently. Ling Shuang. "Isn't this the student we were specifically observing for possessing S-level abilities? How is it possible for an E-level ability student to be here? Who was careless enough to allow this?" The middle-aged man glanced at the glaringly obvious information regarding Lu Yuan's E-level abilities. "That was my doing. Do you have a problem with it?" Ling Shuang interjected suddenly, causing the man's expression to stiffen momentarily. Though he quickly masked his displeasure with a forced smile, he replied, "Of course not. I was merely curious. After all, every other student possesses S-level abilities. It's only natural to question the appearance of an E-level student." Ling Shuang continued to ignore him, her attention solely on Lu Yuan's profile. Despite his E-level status, prior to his awakening, his vitality had been 56 calories. Post-awakening, it surged past 100 calories, marking his ascension to a martial artist. Additionally, he had passed the martial artist certification exam with less than 200 calories of vitality just the next day. Hearing Ling Shuang's remarks, not only the middle-aged man, but even some instructors displayed expressions of surprise and disbelief. As educators, they understood the significance of passing the martial artist certification with such low vitality. A theory had been proposed that to qualify as a martial artist, one's vitality must exceed 500 calories, as battling beasts was no trivial matter. Many, even prodigies, would delay their certification until their vitality was sufficiently robust. Yet, here was an exception presenting itself. A female instructor approached Ling Shuang, also perusing Lu Yuan's file. Recent performances have been rather lackluster, but his strength has surged dramatically since awakening. It seems this young man has either been concealing his abilities or his powers are far more extraordinary than an E-level rating suggests. as instructors of the ability training camp. Each possessed their own abilities and held a deep understanding of them. Merely glancing at the data allowed them to discern certain anomalies. The following passage emphasizes the importance of nurturing talent. If one possesses genius, proper cultivation may yield a top scholar in the martial arts examination from our Jiangnan Bay city. Several teachers nodded in agreement as Ling Shuang spoke. Shortly thereafter, a dozen individuals gathered to deliberate on the upcoming training regimen, leaving the middle-aged man sidelined. His expression shifted, as he had intended to engage Ling Shuang in conversation, only to find himself eclipsed by the arrival of Lu Yuan, resulting in a loss of face. With a disdainful glance at Lu Yuan's dossier on the table, he scoffed and exited the command center. Half an hour later, the warship descended upon an uninhabited island in Blue Star. Lu Yuan and the other students disembarked, arriving at the deserted isle. However, as soon as they set foot on the island, they were greeted by terrifying roars emanating from the depths. "What? Are there beasts here?" Lu Yuan murmured. "Huh. Brother Lu, is it strange to have beasts here? Our dragon nation cultivates elites rather than mere decorations. Naturally, we also develop beasts on some uninhabited islands to provide students with opportunities to practice life-and-death combat," Zhao Sheng replied. Lu Yuan shot him an exasperated glance and fell silent. At that moment, several teachers emerged from the warship, some gliding through the air while others utilized flying apparatuses. Observing the 1,000 students below, Ling Shuang calmly addressed them. "Classmates, the training camp is located at the center of the island. However, before we proceed, to gauge your mastery over your abilities, you must traverse a forest filled with beasts. Remember, the sooner you arrive, the more generous the rewards. The last 100 students will be eliminated." With this final remark, Ling Shuang and the teachers swiftly made their way toward the island center. Watching the teachers depart, many students began to feel anxious. What? There's an elimination system for this training camp. Indeed, we've never even encountered these beasts. How are we supposed to cross the forest? Are we meant to fight through them? We stand no chance against such brutal creatures. A number of students began to voice their complaints upon hearing about the elimination system. In contrast, those hailing from prestigious high schools remained silent, hastily plunging into the forest toward the island center. "Brother Lu, we should hurry as well. I've heard the reward for first place is quite substantial. The winner gets to choose their mentor," Zhao Sheng remarked before dashing into the forest. Observing this, Lu Yuan felt equally displeased. With arcs of electricity crackling around his feet, he employed the thunder step technique, moving with such swiftness that he swiftly entered the forest, positioning himself at the forefront. Many who had entered the beast-infested forest before him merely felt a gust of wind pass by, only to look up and see a figure darting ahead. "What in the world? What kind of speed is that?" he asked, cheating. Chapter 11. Lu Yuan Speed. First kill of the beasts. Ahead, the onlookers watched as a figure swiftly outpaced them. Their expressions changed, eyes widening in determination as they sought to identify the source of such remarkable speed. A talented student from the first high felt a surge of competitive spirit ignited by Lu Yuan's swiftness. "Oomph. Quick speed? I possess an A-rated agility ability. Can you outrun me?" Initially planning to hold back and astonish the teachers later, he now realized he must reveal his strength. With confidence, the first high prodigy activated his ability, his body becoming as light as a feather, allowing him to leap effortlessly across dozens of meters. In no time, he had closed the gap, trailing closely behind Lu Yuan and gaining a clearer view of his silhouette. Who is he? Is he even wearing our first high uniform? The student, having reached the peak of his agility ability, was shocked to find he still could not catch up to Lu Yuan. As more talented individuals activated their abilities, many experienced a significant boost in speed, quickly trailing Lu Yuan. Yet, they all remained just a fraction behind him, inducing frustration among them. The energy expenditure from their abilities began to take its toll, leaving them drenched in sweat and slowing down, while Lu Yuan, with no such depletion, surged ahead, widening the gap. As Lu Yuan's figure grew increasingly distant, the frustrated students halted in their tracks, their faces flushed with anger as they cursed aloud. "Damn it, I protest. I report. That person must be on drugs. He has cheating." "Exactly. We've exerted so much energy, yet he shows no signs of fatigue. It's simply unscientific. He must be using performance-enhancing substances." "Oomph. What audacity. To cheat in a training camp for ability users? This is unacceptable. When the martial arts examination comes, Will he cheat there too? I will certainly report him. Just as the students vented their frustrations, several massive figures emerged from the surrounding woods. Roar! These creatures bore menacing visages, their eyes gleaming with a ravenous hunger as they gazed greedily at the exhausted students. Not good. Beasts are approaching. The students snapped to attention, several of them expertly forming a defensive circle back-to-back, demonstrating their battle-hardened experience. This starkly contrasted the capabilities of students from ordinary high schools, who rarely had the opportunity to engage in combat with beasts due to limited resources. Beware! The beasts are charging, a talented student shouted, and despite his labored breathing and nearly depleted energy, he resolutely unleashed his ability once more. A fireball erupted from his hand, targeting the encroaching beasts. As time passed, the students entering the beast-infested forest began to encounter assault from the beasts. Many suffered injuries in their initial confrontations, and some cowardly students, paralyzed by fear, forgot to activate their abilities, falling prey to the beasts. Meanwhile, Yuan maintained his position at the forefront, just as he believed he would escape the onslaught of beasts. A great eagle, circling above and observing him intently, seized the perfect moment to dive. Its claws, resembling finely forged steel, gleamed ominously as they aimed for Yuan. Wait, something's off. Yuan suddenly sensed danger and swiftly retreated several steps instead of advancing. The massive form of the eagle descended, striking the ground where he had just stood and creating a deep crater, its razor-sharp claws slicing through the towering trees around. Is that the diamond-winged eagle? Yuan spoke gravely, his knowledge of the subject matter reasonably sound, as he was familiar with the explanations regarding various demonic beasts. The enormous eagle before him was a first-level demonic beast, the diamond Xian eagle. Although it was merely a first-level creature, its aerial prowess and formidable attack power rendered it fearless even in the presence of martial masters. The diamond Xian eagle, witnessing its attack fail, exhibited no fear. Instead, it regarded Yuan with a mocking expression, as if he were merely a plaything in its grasp, with his life and death entirely under its control. Ha! Little creature, do you seek death by looking at me with such eyes? Yuan noted the eagle's gaze and scoffed coldly. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a sudden burst of speed. A sharp, piercing screech resonated through the air. The diamond Xian eagle sensed a hint of danger, its eyes reflecting a flicker of panic as it spread its wings, stirring up a gust of wind to ascend into the sky. Trying to flee? Not so easily. Yuan accelerated severalfold, one of his hands enveloped in a layer of silver light, as if clad in a metallic alloy. Mystic Iron Divine Palm. With a mighty and forceful strike, he aimed directly at the eagle's head, shattering it like a ripe watermelon, rendering it lifeless. Exhaling a long breath, Yuan gazed at the fallen diamond Xian eagle, relieved. Fortunately, the Thunderbolt step allows me to augment my speed through the fluctuations of lightning energy. Otherwise, if I'd been any slower, this foolish creature would have escaped. The diamond Xian eagle harbors a deep grudge. If not dispatched immediately, I would have to remain vigilant against its retaliation. Yuan murmured, his gaze now fixed on the eagle's corpse, brimming with excitement. I've heard that demonic beasts possess crystal cores. I am eager to see if any valuable cores await. As he spoke, he began to search the corpse. Shortly after, he extracted a thumb-sized purple crystal core from within the diamond Xian eagle. Upon his gaze landing on the core, a panel appeared before him, visible only to his eyes. First-level crystal core, obtained from the first-level demonic beast, diamond Xian eagle. Consuming this core will increase vitality by 50 units and enhance physical resilience and explosive speed. Redeemable for 100,000 enhancement points. Observing the notification, Yuan chose not to redeem it immediately. Instead, he placed the crystal core into a small pouch. Excellent. Since I am in the demonic beast forest, there must be many more beasts lurking about. Now that I'm already in the first tier, I doubt anyone can surpass my speed. I can hunt some more demonic beasts here and seek out valuable items. Yuan whispered, then turned to venture in another direction. Unbeknownst to Yuan and the other students, within the command center at the heart of the island, multiple screens displayed their images. Several observing mentors watched as Yuan dispatched the diamond Xian eagle, yet he did not head towards their location, leaving them puzzled. What is going on with this boy? Does he believe that by fortuitously slaying a demonic beast, he has become invincible and is now intent on hunting the beasts on the island? Chapter 12. Crisis. Third-level demonic beast, Ice Snow Demon Wolf. A group of mentors found Lu Yuan's behavior quite perplexing. After all, they were nearing the training camp, having traveled for nearly half an hour, yet Lu Yuan exhibited an unusual reluctance to continue. If he did not aspire for the first place, why had he surged ahead so rapidly at the outset? Just as the mentors were lost in thought regarding Lu Yuan's actions, Ling Shuang addressed the large screen. "Gentlemen, do you not find his speed rather extraordinary?" As she posed this question, the mentors snapped back to attention. Indeed, according to the data, he is merely an ordinary high school student with an awakened ability rated at E level. He should not have access to such profound techniques. Yet, why is his speed so remarkably fast? Wait, it seems his awakened ability is indeed E level. Although it is a powerful lightning ability, being rated E suggests he should not achieve significant accomplishments. Just as the mentors grappled with the enigma, Ling Shuang calmly interjected, "He must be practicing a lightning-based technique. It is through his lightning ability that he exhibits such speed. It appears we have discovered a remarkably perceptive genius in this training camp. One who understands how to integrate martial arts with his unique abilities for greater effect." At this juncture, Ling Shuang cast an irked glance at the other students' images. Unlike Lu Yuan, whose utilization of abilities was so barbaric and devoid of reasonable application, how could they still be regarded as elite high school students? Huh? Ling Shuang scoffed, evidently displeased with the students emerging from prestigious high schools. Huh? Master Ling, is it not normal for students to have some shortcomings? If they all knew how to effectively use their abilities, we would not need to hold this training camp, would we? Ling Shuang nodded at this remark. Her attention then shifted to one of the many screens. There, vast towering trees were encrusted with layers of frost, and the ground was littered with shards of ice. Ice ability? Is this the genius with SS-level abilities? As Ling Shuang's words fell, the mentors followed her gaze. In the screen, a delicately featured girl with a high ponytail, clad in a blue and white tracksuit, was leisurely hunting demonic beasts while making her way towards the training camp. Zhu, the sole genius from Jiangnan City this year to awaken an SS-level ability, one teacher proudly announced, clearly familiar with Chu Yuxian or possessing a close relationship with her. Her abilities may surpass mine, yet her application still leaves much to be desired, Ling Shuang remarked indifferently, subsequently redirecting her focus to Lu Yuan's current location. At that moment, Lu Yuan, after having slain the Diamond Shin Eagle, found himself 100 kilometers away from the training camp, where numerous first-level demonic beasts, blood magic wolves, roamed. However, after dispatching a dozen blood magic wolves, the beast cores he extracted were woefully scarce. Out of 15 blood magic wolves, only 5 cores had manifested, an abysmal yield of 1 core every 3 wolves. Such a low success rate rendered his solo hunting efforts insufficient for acquiring cores. Perhaps I should seek a partner to form a team? Lu Yuan pondered aloud, halting his pursuit of the blood magic wolves. Just then, a thunderous explosion echoed from afar. Simultaneously, Lu Yuan felt a chilling aura surge towards him from the direction of the explosion. What terrifying coldness! Is that the work of a powerful demonic beast or the genius who awakened the SS-level ice ability? Lu Yuan squinted into the distance, where towering trees were swiftly transformed into icy sculptures. This is quite alarming. It seems trouble is at hand, Lu Yuan remarked, his eyes alight with excitement. To compel a genius to unleash their abilities in such a frenzied manner, the demonic beast must be immensely powerful, perhaps a second or even a third-level beast. If I can obtain its beast core, it would be an incredible windfall. Lu Yuan spoke as he swiftly dashed towards the source of the chilling aura. At the training camp's command center, the mentors were in a frenzy, their attention fixed on a screen. Within it, a woman wielded a long blade, her blue and white sportswear marred by a hint of blood. This was Chu Yuxian. Opposite her loomed a gigantic snow-white wolf, exuding a frigid breath, measuring 5 meters in length. What transpired? How was this ice snow demon wolf released? Being a third-tier beast, it was supposed to serve as the final test for the students, was it not? Master Ling, there's been an issue at the Demon Wolf Valley. A few days prior, a caretaker was attacked while feeding them, allowing the wolves to escape. Master Ling, should we initiate a rescue? We still have time if we act now, or this young girl may perish at the hands of the ice snow demon wolf. Listening to the voices around her, Ling Shuang shook her head and said, "No, Let us wait a moment longer. Someone is on their way. I wish to observe their potential. Hearing Ling Shuang's words, some attempted to persuade her further, but were silenced by her icy gaze, causing them to close their mouths. Before the onlookers, a figure emerged on the screen beside Chu Yuan. A third-tier beast? How did this student provoke such a creature? Upon reaching the site of the frigid eruption, Lu Yuan observed the ice snow demon wolf releasing chilling air, his expression turning grave. Spotting Lu Yuan's arrival, Chu Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise. She coldly remarked, "Classmate, your timing is fortuitous. Assist me, and together we can slay this third-tier beast." Lu Yuan regarded Chu Yuan with confusion and queried, "You are aware this is a third-tier beast, yet you do not urge me to flee? I am but a novice warrior, no match for it." Upon hearing this, a slight smile graced Chu Yuan's otherwise frosty visage. "Classmate, you may deceive others, but not me. Within you lies a formidable power that resonates with my abilities. Hence I believe in your strength, and do not wish for you to escape." Understanding her explanation, Lu Yuan realized that powerful abilities could indeed resonate with one another. With a resigned smile, he extended his hand towards Chu Yuan and said, "Very well, I can manage alone. Simply lend me your blade for a moment. Furthermore, I shall be taking the beast core of this third-tier ice snow demon wolf. Do you have any objections?" Chu Yuan opened her mouth to respond, but Lu Yuan preempted her. "If you have reservations, I shall turn around and leave as if I never came here." Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, Chu Yuan, who had always been pampered and had never faced demands from others, wore a look of exasperation. "Fine, you may borrow my blade, provided you do not require my assistance. You can take the beast core for yourself. However, should I need to join forces with you, we shall split the beast core equally." Chapter 13. Breaking through the blade intent, slaying the third-tier beast. Hearing Chu Yuan's somewhat exasperated tone, Lu Yuan replied with a calm smile, "Do not worry. If it comes to us needing to collaborate to defeat this beast, I have no qualms about sharing the spoils with you. Now hand me the blade." Lu Yuan reached out towards Chu Yuan. After a moment's hesitation, she finally relinquished the weapon into his hands. "An A-grade battle blade? Intriguing. Your family must be quite affluent." Lu Yuan jested. "The market for weapons and armor is meticulously categorized by rarity and strength, classified from low to high as D, C, B, A, and S grades. Beyond S grade, there exist even more powerful weapons, yet such treasures are beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals like Lu Yuan. S grade and above are reserved for masters and grandmasters. This has been my trusty blade for many years. Please handle it with care," Chu Yuan warned, her teeth clenched and her tone tinged with concern. "Rest assured, I shall be cautious," Lu Yuan assured her. As he gripped the snow-white long blade, an immediate transformation swept over him, his aura shifting dramatically. His piercing gaze locked onto the ice snow demon wolf, which, sensing the murderous intent radiating from Lu Yuan, became instantly alert. "Are you frightened?" Lu Yuan's voice was cold as he made his move, wielding the long blade and striking directly at the ice snow demon wolf. Clang! With the execution of a technique known as the frenzied thunderblade art, a dual-colored blade aura surged forth with unyielding force. Thud! In an instant, the blade aura struck home, carving a savage gash across the ice snow demon wolf's body. "The blade aura. Your mastery of the blade has reached such heights. Who exactly are you?" Chu Yuan exclaimed in astonishment as she observed Lu Yuan. Every weapon technique encompasses various realms, namely, momentum, aura, intent, domain, and path. After years of dedication to her blade techniques, she had just entered the realm of intent, yet Lu Yuan had advanced to the realm of aura. She had never heard of him before, making him appear as a sudden dark horse prodigy. The mentors in the command center shared her astonishment. Though they could not hear the exchanges on screen, each was a martial expert, some of the master level. They recognized the moment Lu Yuan made his move that he had indeed reached the realm of aura. This lad is truly a genius. If only his abilities were not at the E-grade level, I would be tempted to recruit him directly into our Demon Sea Martial Arts University, lamented a burly man. Alas, he possesses everything but a lackluster ability. Otherwise, he might have secured a direct admission. What a pity. Yet there was no need for lamentation. As the saying goes, when God closes one door, he opens another. While Lu Yuan might not have a direct admission opportunity, his strength would surely earn him a place at a commendable university. At that moment, The mentor's attention was wholly captured by the unfolding scene between Lu Yuan and Chu Yuxian, disregarding the other students entirely. Just then, a fully armed soldier entered the command center. Esteemed mentors, the first student to arrive at the training camp has shown up. Shall I bring him in for you to see? Upon hearing this, not a single mentor turned to acknowledge the soldier. One instructor finally spoke, "No need. We have pressing matters to attend to. Please entertain him yourself." After which, the mentor returned his gaze to the large screen. The soldier, feeling awkward, noticed the mentor's indifference to the first arrival and left the command center, approaching the first student who had arrived. "My dear fellow, the mentors are occupied. Please take a moment to rest." "What? I was the first to reach the training camp, yet there are no mentors to greet me?" The student who had arrived first was none other than Zhao Sheng, looking astonished at the soldier's words. However, once the soldiers conveyed their message, they disregarded Zhao Sheng and resumed their posts. "Well, if they choose to ignore me, so be it. Perhaps these mentors are indeed preoccupied with pressing matters." Zhao Sheng murmured to himself, subsequently seeking a spot to sit and rest. At this moment, Lu Yuan, having inflicted wounds upon the ice snow demon wolf, felt his own aura intensify. The oppressive presence emanating from the third-tier demon beast was no longer sufficient to subdue Lu Yuan. In fact, it felt as though he was beginning to overshadow it. Kill. In that instant, Lu Yuan resembled a crazed man driven by bloodlust, relentlessly wielding his snow-white longsword, unleashing a barrage of sword beams that struck the ice snow demon wolf. While the inflicted damage was not substantial, the accumulation of injuries gradually sapped the wolf's vitality, even as Lu Yuan's sword energy grew increasingly formidable. Yet, it seemed he was still lacking something. An idea sparked in Lu Yuan's mind. Yes, the frenzied thunderblade technique. It emphasized sheer ferocity, and his lightning needed to be more intense. Suddenly, clarity washed over him. Not only did his thunderstep technique accelerate, but the frenzied thunderblade technique also became swifter and more aggressive. Chu Yuxian, observing from behind, was astonished by the power Lu Yuan was unleashing. Could it be that he was on the verge of a breakthrough? Chu Yuxian's beautiful eyes widened, captivated by Lu Yuan's display. A flash of black and white lightning flickered in Lu Yuan's gaze, followed by an unavoidable strike aimed at the ice snow demon wolf. Frenzied thunderblade intent, slay. With a resounding slash, the blood-red blade light cleaved through the air, momentarily paralyzing the ice snow demon wolf under Lu Yuan's overwhelming presence, and in an instant, the creature's head was severed. Lu Yuan approached the fallen beast, and after some rummaging, a beast core materialized in his hand. Third-tier beast core, derived from the third-tier ice snow demon wolf. Consumption can enhance 3,000 calories of life force and bolster resistance to ice and snow. Caution: due to the high energy contained within, direct consumption poses a risk of explosion. Can be exchanged for 1 million enhancement points. Lu Yuan gazed at the notification in astonishment. He had not anticipated that this third-tier beast core would grant him such a significant boost. However, he lamented the fact that as a mere martial artist, recklessly consuming the core would surely lead to his demise. It would be wiser to exchange it for enhancement points. He mused. He then stowed the beast core before offering the snow-white longsword back to Chu Yuxian. "Here, this sword is commendable, but the snow-white hue does not suit me. I return it to you." Chapter 14. The Great Families of Blue Star. The Feng family, Feng Qingtian. Receiving the longsword and hearing Lu Yuan's words, Chu Yuxian's expression darkened, her earlier gratitude evaporating. With a cold huff, she retorted, "Humph. This is a sword I custom ordered. It's not about your preferences." Chu Yuxian rose and promptly headed towards the training camp. However, after just a few steps, she turned back, looking somewhat embarrassed. Class Mata, could you perhaps part with that beast core?" she asked, quickly adding to preempt any misunderstanding. "Of course, I want to take it for free. I can offer something in exchange. Just name your price, and I shall comply." "Oh." Lu Yuan regarded her eager expression, recognizing the significance of the ice snow demon wolf's core to her. He did not rush to agree, instead probing, "How much are you willing to offer for this beast core?" After a brief hesitation, Chu Yuxian seemed to come to a resolution, biting her lip as she declared, 5 million. I will give you 5 million blue star coins. How does that sound? The market price for a third-tier beast core is only 1 million blue star coins. So, I'm offering you 5 times the value. Upon hearing Chu Yuxian's generous offer, Lu Yuan was inclined to agree. Yet, he restrained his excitement and inquired mentally, System, can blue star coins be exchanged for enhancement points? Replied a host, yes, indeed. Any valuable items can be exchanged for enhancement points. And if I were to exchange blue star coins, how would you handle the transaction details? Wouldn't the sudden disappearance of 5 million blue star coins raise suspicions? Rest assured, host, we have our methods to ensure the disappearance of your 5 million blue star coins is entirely reasonable, provided they rightfully belong to you. With the assurance that blue star coins could indeed be exchanged, Lu Yuan turned to Chu Yuan and replied, very well, let us exchange goods for payment. Hearing Lu Yuan's agreement, Chu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Great. However, there is no signal in this demon beast forest. I will settle the payment once we reach the training camp. Lu Yuan nodded in affirmation. All right, let us proceed to the training camp now. With that, he walked past Chu Yuan, heading towards the direction of the training camp. By this time, some individuals had already arrived at the training camp, yet like Zhao Sheng, none had been received by the mentors. All were left waiting in the training camp square. As time passed, noon approached, and the radiant sun shone down upon the earth. The sweltering heat of 40 to 50 degrees Celsius left the youths standing in the training camp square feeling utterly miserable. Many began to voice their complaints. What's going on? Are this year's training camp mentors so aloof? In previous years, the students who arrived first were always attended to by the mentors. Sighing, another added, they claim the mentors are busy, but it surely shouldn't take this long. There must be something amiss. By the way, where are the prodigies from Jiang and Bay City's first high school? I've only seen Zhao Sheng. Could something have happened to them? Something happened. Impossible. If anything were to happen to us, it would not affect them. I reckon these prodigies are simply too captivating. They must be entertaining the mentors. Just as the crowd was engaged in their speculations, two figures entered the training camp. Brother Lu, you finally arrived. Zhao Sheng, who had been watching the entrance, immediately fixed his gaze upon Lu Yuan, neglecting Chu Yuan beside him. When did you arrive? Zhao Sheng. Lu Yuan inquired. By a stroke of luck. I secured first place. Zhao Sheng's words, though modest, were laced with pride. Lu Yuan, remember what you promised me. I'll communicate with my family and reach out to you shortly. Chu Yuan, noticing the presence of others, instantly reverted to her aloof demeanor. With that, she quickly departed. It was only then that Zhao Sheng noticed Chu Yuan's departure. Staring at her retreating figure, he exclaimed in astonishment, Brother Lu, what is going on? How did the prodigy, Chu, come to accompany you? Lu Yuan succinctly relayed the events that had transpired. Instantly, Zhao Sheng's expression shifted, his demeanor turning serious and grave. Brother Lu, you are not jesting, are you? You truly slayed a third-tier demon beast? Lu Yuan said little more, directly producing a third-tier beast core for Zhao Sheng to examine. After a careful inspection, Zhao Sheng confirmed that the beast core in his hand indeed originated from the third-tier demonic beast, the ice snow demon wolf. Taking a deep breath, he spoke earnestly, Brother Lu, my judgment of character has proven correct. The investment I previously promised you was indeed insufficient. I shall discuss with my family to increase your investment. Upon hearing this news, Lu Yuan felt a surge of excitement. Recalling the A-grade battle knife he had just wielded, his gaze ignited with fervor. Brother Zhao, might I inquire if you could procure an additional weapon for me? Zhao Sheng, upon hearing Lu Yuan's request, slapped his chest with confidence. Fear not, as long as my family consents, the Zhao clan can provide you with an A-grade weapon. However, what type of weapon do you desire? Without hesitation, Lu Yuan replied, a knife. I have a fondness for knives. Zhao Sheng was about to head in a certain direction, but paused to cast a cautious glance at a particular area. Brother Lu, I must advise you to keep your distance from Chu Yuan. Those individuals over there are not to be trifled with. With that, Zhao Sheng moved towards a secluded spot to contact the family head and initiate discussions. While Lu Yuan awaited updates from the two, a man clad in an expensive combat uniform from the first high school approached him, sporting a buzz cut. The newcomer exuded an exceptional demeanor, and Lu Yuan recognized him as Feng Qingtian, a prominent figure in Jiang and Bay City. He had awakened the S-grade wind-type ability during the ability awakening ceremony, and his martial prowess was formidable, having surpassed 1,000 calories of vital energy, reaching the martial master realm. Feng Qingtian confronted Lu Yuan with a cold expression and asked, Kid, you're from that school. Are you not aware of the relationship between the Chu family and my Feng family? I advise you against harboring any ill intentions toward Yuan. Otherwise, not just in Jiangnan Bay City, but throughout the entire Blue Star, you shall find no place to stand. Feng Qingtian's icy gaze bore down on Lu Yuan, a terrifying aura emanating from him, attempting to force Lu Yuan into submission. However, Lu Yuan remained unfazed. The oppressive presence failed to elicit any discomfort from him. I do not know you. What relation do I have with Chu Yuan that concerns you? As Feng Qingtian noticed the growing crowd drawn by the commotion and observed Lu Yuan's lack of fear under his pressure, his face flushed red with anger. Kid, you're pushing your luck. Kneel before me. Just as Feng Qingtian was about to act, several figures emerged from the command center. An icy aura instantly froze him in place, and a clear, authoritative voice echoed in everyone's ears. In the training camp, no one is permitted to act on their own. Violators shall be expelled. Following the voice, Ling Shuang stood with a frosty expression directed at Feng Qingtian, realizing he had been reprimanded before taking action. Feng Qingtian felt his pride wounded, anger flaring in his eyes. Yet, due to Ling Shuang's status as a master, he dared not provoke her. With a cold glance at Lu Yuan, he muttered, "Humph. Kid, consider yourself fortunate." With that, he departed. Ling Shuang approached Lu Yuan, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Lu Yuan shook his head. Seeing that he was indeed unharmed and most students had gathered in the training camp, Ling Shuang addressed the assembly. "Students, I hereby declare the assessment concluded. Any student who has not arrived at the training camp is eliminated." Upon hearing Ling Shuang's proclamation, the students collectively breathed a sigh of relief, grateful they could remain for a month of training. Following Ling Shuang's announcement, a line of instructors formed. At that moment, Zhao Sheng arrived, a look of elation on his face. "Brother Lu, I have already communicated with my family. In a few days, they will send the items along with an additional 20 million Blue Star coins." Lu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Simultaneously, Chu Yuan also brought good news to Lu Yuan. The Chu family would contribute 5 million Blue Star coins and provide him with a C-grade gene potion. It could be said that Lu Yuan had reaped significant rewards this time. As the first to arrive at the training camp, Zhao Sheng received priority in selecting an instructor. Zhao Sheng possessed an S-grade fire-type ability and had a clear target, directly choosing an instructor who also wielded an S-grade fire-type ability. She was an alluring woman, causing many to cast envious glances. However, Zhao Sheng was surprised to note the instructors did not display the expected enthusiasm. Their gazes seemed to linger intentionally on a particular student in the crowd. Following their line of sight, Zhao Sheng quickly realized they were focused on Lu Yuan. Instantly, he comprehended the situation. So that was it. It appeared these instructors were already aware of Lu Yuan's feat of slaying a third-tier demonic beast. No wonder his arrival had not garnered their attention. Zhao Sheng chuckled resignedly. He bore no envy towards Lu Yuan, for Lu Yuan was one of his key investment targets and a friend of the Zhao family. The stronger Lu Yuan became, the better it was for their branch of the Zhao family in Blue Star. As the instructors began selecting students, a middle-aged man with a square face and a hint of malice in his eyes approached Lu Yuan. "Isn't this teacher Lei Tianwen? Why is he heading over here? Wow, I can't believe it's teacher Lei Tianwen. He possesses an S-grade lightning ability. Is he interested in that boy? How curious. What makes that boy so special? Is he handsome? Or did he capture the teacher's attention as the last arrival?" Observing Lei Tianwen's approach, Ling Shuang's gaze turned frosty. "Student, I believe you awakened an E-grade lightning ability. I, too, have awakened a lightning ability. May I have the opportunity to guide you in its usage over the next month?" Taken aback by Lei Tianwen's approach, Lu Yuan froze momentarily. The other students expressed surprise at Lei Tianwen's invitation. Wow, to receive a personal invitation from teacher Lei, this boy must hold some unique qualities. But what is remarkable about an E-grade lightning ability? It won't even kill anyone. It's merely a human-shaped charging device. Are you questioning the teacher's judgment? I assert that boy possesses extraordinary qualities. Otherwise, teacher Lei would not personally extend an invitation. At this moment, Lu Yuan felt a flicker of excitement. He was unaware of why Lei Tianwen was suddenly approaching him. However, since they both possessed lightning abilities and given the instructor's formidable martial prowess, he surmised that he might gain valuable insights into using his abilities. He promptly replied, "Teacher, I accept." Upon hearing Lu Yuan's response, Lei Tianwen's face broke into a smile. "Excellent. The teacher is confident that your choices will not lead to disappointment. However, before proceeding, the teacher would like to inquire if you could sell the core of the third-tier magical beast you have slain. Upon hearing Lei Tianwen's words, Lu Yuan's face revealed a hint of embarrassment. Teacher, I'm afraid I've already sold the third-tier beast core. Lei Tianwen, upon hearing this, could only smile helplessly and waved his hand, saying, in that case, it is of no concern. He then rejoined his fellow instructors. The exchange between the two had left the surrounding students in a state of astonishment. What? Did I hear that correctly? This fellow actually defeated a third-tier magical beast? Is that even possible? He is merely a martial artist. How could he possibly contend with a third-tier beast? Indeed, a third-tier magical beast possesses strength comparable to that of a martial general. He must have cheated. Oof. What is wrong with you boys? Is your judgment so lacking? Do you think the teacher's judgment is flawed as well? A few infatuated girls, witnessing the doubts cast upon Lu Yuan, swiftly retorted, causing the earlier critics to redden with embarrassment and fall silent. Soon, the brief interlude came to an end, and the instructors began assigning the students present, with each instructor overseeing dozens of students. At this moment, Ling Shuang stepped forward after completing her allocations. Classmates, you have now been assigned to your teachers. In the coming week, you shall earnestly learn how to harness your abilities under their guidance. The methods you employed on your way to the training camp were far too crude. I do not wish to see you wielding your powers in such a manner a week from now. Now go and rest. With that, Ling Shuang led her students away from the scene. Shortly thereafter, Lei Tianwen approached Lu Yuan and the others. Classmates, I am delighted to be your instructor. Please follow me. After speaking, Lei Tianwen turned and departed, escorting Lu Yuan and several other students awakened with lightning abilities to a dormitory building. Once accommodations were arranged for all, Lei Tianwen suddenly addressed Lu Yuan, saying, Student, please step outside with me. Upon hearing Lei Tianwen's voice, many cast envious glances at Lu Yuan, unable to comprehend why an E-grade ability student would be so highly regarded by Lei Tianwen. Who knows what has come over Teacher Lei? Is he giving special treatment to that E-grade waste? Chapter 16, A Thousandfold Amplification, Insights from a Martial Emperor. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Lei Tianwen led Lu Yuan to an open area. Looking at Lu Yuan, he calmly inquired, Student, has your ability undergone a mutation? At this remark, Lu Yuan's expression shifted slightly as he looked at Lei Tianwen and asked, May I inquire why you asked, teacher? Lei Tianwen then produced a device, and in the next moment, the image of him slaying the ice snow demon wolf appeared before Lu Yuan's eyes. The techniques you employed are all lightning-based, and when combined with your lightning abilities, they indeed unleash formidable power. However, this strength is rather excessive. Thus, I have reason to suspect that either your ability has mutated, or you possess another ability within you. Lei Tianwen gazed at Lu Yuan with confidence. Lu Yuan found himself momentarily speechless, as his understanding of abilities was limited, leaving him uncertain whether to claim his ability had mutated or that he harbored another power. After a moment of contemplation, he exhaled slowly and replied, Teacher, your perception is astute. My ability has indeed experienced a slight mutation. Lu Yuan's response left Lei Tianwen's expression unchanged. I knew it. Your ability has indeed mutated, aligning perfectly with my research theory that abilities can indeed undergo mutations. Taking a deep breath, Lei Tianwen continued, Lu Yuan, I wonder if I may conduct research on your ability in the time to come? Of course, teacher will not study your ability for free. I can share with you my insights garnered from years of training in lightning abilities. Observing the glint of ulterior motives in Lei Tianwen's eyes, Lu Yuan's expression remained unaltered as he inquired, How would you like me to cooperate, teacher? Simple. Just allow me to record my observations whenever you use your ability. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment, realizing that refusing might lead to unpleasant experiences in the days ahead. Regardless, I'm already adept at controlling the strength of my abilities. Agreeing to this could even yield insights into abilities without any cost. With this thought, he nodded and said, Very well, teacher. I agree to assist you in your research. Upon hearing this, Lei Tianwen nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Lu Yuan, you shall be pleased with your decision today. My insights are among the foremost in the entire Blue Star. From his pocket, Lei Tianwen retrieved a book that appeared to have been meticulously prepared, handing it to Lu Yuan. After accepting and securing it, Lu Yuan looked at Lei Tianwen and asked, Is there anything else you require, teacher? Lei Tianwen shook his head. No, you may attend to your matters. With that, Lu Yuan departed. Watching Lu Yuan's retreating figure, Lei Tianwen slowly raised his hand, arcs of purple lightning coiling around it. Kid, you better put in some effort. I hope I am not mistaken. Your ability has genuinely mutated. Otherwise, I will need to absorb even more to evolve my lightning abilities to SS grade. Before long, Lu Yuan found Cui Xian and Zhao Sheng, swiftly completing their transaction. Upon returning to his residence, the dim hue of twilight had enveloped the sky. Lu Yuan gazed at the communicator displaying a deposit of 25 million blue star coins, and silently instructed, System, exchange 20 million amplification points. In the next moment, the 25 million blue star coins that had just arrived in his hands dwindled to 5 million. Host, Lu Yuan. Cultivation level, martial artist. Ability, Chaos Divine Thunder, mythical grade. Techniques, Xian Tai Divine Palm, major completion. Thunderbolt Steps, major completion. Frenzied Thunder Blade Technique, major completion. Amplification points, 20 million. As he beheld the system panel that appeared before him, Lu Yuan retrieved the insights on ability cultivation he had taken from Lei Tianwen. The next moment, a message materialized before his eyes. Ability cultivation insights, derived from Lei Tianwen, a martial artist with S-grade lightning abilities, subpar, coarse, with significant flaws. Reckless study may pose life-threatening risks. Can be amplified 1,000-fold. Yes or no? Upon noticing the poor quality of the insights provided by Lei Tianwen, Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel a wave of relief. Fortunately, he possessed the 10,000-fold amplification system, which could enhance it to a greater strength. Otherwise, hastily studying this would have put his life in jeopardy. With that, Lu Yuan focused his thoughts, consuming 20 million amplification points. The ability cultivation insights have been successfully amplified 1,000-fold. Congratulations, host, for acquiring master-level ability cultivation insights. Master-level ability cultivation insights, derived from certain martial emperor, containing various methods for cultivating lightning abilities, classified as a king-grade technique. Gazing at the insights amplified 1,000-fold, Lu Yuan inhaled sharply, taken aback. The insights on the cultivation of extraordinary abilities by a martial emperor, if made public, would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among countless individuals, leading to a tumult of bloodshed and chaos. Such invaluable knowledge must not be divulged, for it could spell dire consequences. Lu Yuan murmured to himself, and after ensuring that his dwelling was devoid of surveillance measures, he began to peruse the cultivation notes in his hands. Hours slipped by unnoticed, and at last, Lu Yuan closed the tome. This was not a technique, so he grasped the essence of its contents with a single reading. He expressed his astonishment, remarking, I never anticipated that the martial emperor possessed such profound insights into extraordinary abilities. Within the emperor's understanding, all abilities emanate from a singular, most potent ability, branching into countless offshoots. Consequently, through certain methods, a formidable ability can be transmuted into a weaker one. Lu Yuan's mythic-level ability stands as the mightiest within the realm of thunder-based powers. Any ability weaker than it can be transformed by the chaotic divine thunder. This means that once he masters this technique, he can effortlessly transmute the chaotic divine thunder into a lesser ability, concealing his trump card. This technique is precisely documented in the cultivation notes. As Lu Yuan absorbed the methods outlined, he soon noticed that the black and white chaotic divine thunder in his grasp began to diminish in intensity, its colors gradually shifting to blue and white arcs. This resembled the form he had initially manifested upon awakening his E-level ability. Excellent. Now I can wield my powers without apprehension, Lu Yuan exclaimed with excitement. Despite appearing as an E-level thunder-based ability, its latent force retained the might of the chaotic divine thunder. In moments of life and death struggle, this could deliver a fatal blow to his adversaries. Very well. Now I must contemplate how to deal with Lei Tianwen, he murmured, only to be soon overtaken by drowsiness, slipping into a deep slumber. Chapter 17. The Master Blacksmith of the Zhao family, Zhao Biao. On the morning of the 7th day after Lu Yuan's arrival at the training camp. During this week, aside from his initial confrontation with beasts in the monster beast forest, no significant events had transpired. Today, after assisting Lei Tianwen with training, Lu Yuan stepped out of the training hall and was immediately approached by Zhao Sheng, who appeared to be in a great hurry. Brother Lu, Would you prefer to hear a good news or a bad news? Without hesitation, Lu Yuan replied, the good news. Please. Zhao Xing nodded and said, Brother Lu, the weapon you requested has been completed by the family. Come, let us take a look. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's expression shifted with interest, and he followed Zhao Sheng outside the training camp. Moments later, they arrived in an open space where a fully armed warplane stood. Before the aircraft stood a robust, middle-aged man, clutching a black cloth bag. The two approached the man, who regarded Zhao Sheng with utmost respect. Young master, is this the esteemed Mr. Lu? He inquired, perplexed. Zhao Sheng nodded affirmatively. Uncle Zhao, indeed it is him. Please, unveil your masterpiece for him to see. The middle-aged man, Zhao Biao, a renowned blacksmith of the Zhao family on Blue Star, had crafted many famous weapons. He nodded and lifted the black cloth bag, revealing a striking purple longsword. Mr. Lu, this blade has been tempered with heavenly thunder, making it rather peculiar. Please handle it with care. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's gaze fell upon the sword, and an informational prompt appeared before him. 9 Thunder Sword. A level battle weapon, forged through 9 strikes of heavenly thunder, exceptionally sharp, imbued with terrifying thunderous energy, capable of amplification. Do you wish to proceed? Delighted by the description of the weapon before him, Lu Yuan reached out to grasp it. At that moment, Zhao Sheng's expression changed, and he cautioned, Brother Lu, be careful. This weapon is not to be trifled with. Zhao Biao, aware of Lu Yuan's significance to the Zhao family's future, felt a pang of anxiety. He too warned, Mr. Lu, exercise caution. The 9 Thunder Sword is formidable. However, just as the words left his lips, Lu Yuan's hand made contact with the sword's hilt. Instantly, strands of purple arcs erupted from blade, seemingly attempting to repel Lu Yuan's grasp. Observing this, Zhao Biao emanated an aura befitting a master, his gaze fixed on Lu Yuan with unwavering vigilance, ready to intervene should any danger arise. Yet, in the next moment, Lu Yuan smirked. This weapon possesses some character. It dares to resist me. He scoffed, finding the electric resistance trivial compared to his own chaotic divine thunder. Without further ado, he unleashed his extraordinary ability. A faint blue arc swiftly coiled around the 9 Thunder Sword, causing the purple lightning to retreat into the blade, quelling any notion of resistance. Zhao Sheng watched in astonishment, while Zhao Biao, the master craftsman, was equally taken aback. Despite his mastery and caution, Lu Yuan appeared utterly unperturbed, effortlessly controlling the sword as if it were a mere extension of himself. In that moment, Zhao Biao felt a wave of admiration. Indeed, the young master has matured, and his discernment is commendable. He has certainly found a remarkable talent to aid our Zhao family. This investment seemed trivial when considering the potential of such a prodigy. Perhaps it was time to amplify his support for this promising youth. Meanwhile, unaware of the thoughts swirling in their minds, Lu Yuan was fully immersed in the 9 Thunder Sword. Suddenly, with the sword in hand, he executed the Storm Thunderblade technique, unleashing gusts of wind accompanied by streaks of purple lightning that danced around him. Storm Thunderblade, slash, Lu Yuan declared, striking toward an unoccupied area. In the next instant, a violet blade of energy extended several meters forward, producing a thunderous roar as it shattered a towering rock formation, leaving behind a fearsome scar etched into the ground, with violet lightning flickering within. Impressive. He must have perfected a certain blade technique. Zhao Biao, possessing the keen eye of a master, recognized that Lu Yuan had indeed mastered the technique to its fullest extent. Lu Yuan sheathed the 9 Thunderblade, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, Senior, you possess remarkable insight. I was previously training in a thunder-based sword technique, which was fortuitously awakened by the essence of heavenly thunder contained within this 9 Thunderblade. Indeed, I have just managed to resolve the doubts surrounding this technique, and have stepped into a state of perfection. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, Zhao Biao's heart swelled with excitement. Indeed, not only is he powerful, but his comprehension is astonishing as well. Though I have heard that the ability he awakened is merely rated E-class. Our Blue Star human race occupies vast territories in the cosmos and has discovered numerous rare treasures capable of enhancing ability levels. If he continues to develop steadily, it may not be impossible to procure a treasure to elevate his ability level, Zhao Biao mused silently. He then looked up at Lu Yuan and inquired, Young friend, who was your mentor at the training camp? Without hesitation, Lu Yuan replied, in response to the senior, "It is Mentor Lei Tianwen." Hearing the name, Lei Tianwen, Zhao Biao's expression shifted to one of intrigue. "I did not expect it to be him. Having awakened the thunder ability, he must have extended an invitation to you, correct?" Lu Yuan nodded, noticing Zhao Biao's peculiar demeanor. He asked, "Senior, is there an issue with my mentor?" Zhao Biao shook his head and said, "It is not a major issue, merely some hearsay. Just heed my words and be cautious in the future." Lu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Zhao Biao then began recounting a tale. Decades ago, when Lei Tianwen awakened his ability, he too was merely E-class. But he hailed from the prominent Lei family of the Blue Star human race. Every generation of their family awakens thunder-based abilities, yet Lei Tianwen was the weakest among them, an E-class. Subsequently, he was ousted from the Lei family and wandered aimlessly. It is said that he developed some theory regarding abilities, which caused quite a stir at the time, but his ineptitude led to no one believing him. Eventually, he established an academy, exclusively enrolling students who awakened thunder abilities, and before long, people discovered that his own ability had inexplicably advanced to S-class. However, it is strange that his students either went missing or lost their abilities. Investigations were conducted, but they came to naught, so please exercise caution moving forward, understand? Listening to Zhao Biao's account, Lu Yuan's expression grew solemn. No guande. Throughout these 7 days, he had felt an odd gaze from Lei Tianwen during their interactions. Was he attempting to seize my abilities? Lu Yuan was startled, realizing the significance of Zhao family's warning. He turned to Zhao Biao and said earnestly, "Senior, thank you for the reminder. I will remain vigilant." Pleased with Lu Yuan's attitude, Zhao Biao nodded and said, "Very well, little brother Lu. You are an investor in the Zhao family, so there is no need to refer to me as senior any longer, as it feels distant. Just call me Uncle Zhao, as you do with young master." Upon witnessing Zhao Biao's amiable demeanor, Lu Yuan grasped the implication and nodded. "Certainly, Uncle Zhao. You may call me Xiao Yuan." Lu Yuan's words elicited satisfied smiles from both Xiao Biao and Zhao Sheng. "Excellent. Xiao Yuan, should you encounter any issues in the future, seek out the Zhao family. As long as it is within our power, we will assist you," Zhao Biao confidently declared. Observing Zhao Biao's demeanor, Lu Yuan unabashedly stated, "Uncle Zhao, I have a younger sister. Currently, my aunt is burdened with work, leaving her home alone, and I am quite concerned. Would it be possible for you to arrange for someone to discreetly protect her?" Zhao Biao's expression turned serious at Lu Yuan's request. "Rest assured, that matter is easily arranged." After a brief exchange, the three parted ways, with Lu Yuan and Zhao Sheng returning to the training camp together, the 9 Thunderblade in tow. Within the training camp, a group of students had gathered, seemingly drawn by the commotion caused by Lu Yuan moments earlier. Upon seeing him enter, their faces filled with astonishment. "What is happening? Are we not prohibited from leaving the training camp? How could they go out? What do they do? That commotion couldn't possibly be their doing, could it? Wait, isn't that the blade wielder, Lu Yuan? The one who is quite close to Chu Tiankai. It's him. He is doomed. I heard that Feng Qing Tian has been training relentlessly since the events of 7 days ago, and he is now incredibly formidable. I wonder if he can withstand Feng Qing Tian." As the murmurs grew louder, a man clad in luxurious battle armor, exuding an air of confidence, pushed through the crowd to stand before Lu Yuan. "Lu Yuan, do you still remember the events from 7 days ago?" Feng Qing Tian spoke with a tone that oozed arrogance. Furrowing his brow, Lu Yuan replied, "Feng Qing Tian, surely you are aware of the training camp's regulations. Students are forbidden from engaging in private duels. Are you seeking to leave the training camp?" Feng Qing Tian maintained his composure and responded, "No, I'm well aware of the rules. I merely wish to extend an invitation for you to engage in battle with me. What do you say?" Zhao Sheng, standing nearby, immediately bristled with anger. "Feng Qing Tian, what do you mean by this? Are you attempting to bully the weak? Your vitality has surpassed 1,000 calories, breaking through to the martial master realm, while Lu Yuan remains merely a martial artist. How can you even entertain such a notion? Perhaps you should challenge me instead." Zhao Sheng's temper flared, and flames erupted from his body, raising the surrounding temperature significantly. Feng Qingtian's expression shifted as he was taken aback by Zhao Sheng's sudden outburst, igniting a surge of anger within him. "Zhao Sheng, this does not concern you. Step aside," he shouted, unleashing a gust of wind in an attempt to extinguish Zhao Sheng's flames. However, the wind only fueled the flames, which grew more ferocious. One particularly fierce flame, whether by Zhao Sheng's design or not, surged towards Feng Qingtian, forcing him to retreat hastily. As Feng Qingtian realized his abilities were being suppressed, he redirected his ire towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, do you intend to cower behind others indefinitely? With such cowardice, how can you be worthy of being with Yuxian? Unfazed by Feng Qingtian's intense gaze, Lu Yuan moved closer to Zhao Sheng, undeterred by the flames surrounding him, and patted his shoulder. Brother Zhao, leave the rest to me. Zhao Sheng turned to Lu Yuan, momentarily taken aback. Lu, you can disregard my flames? What exactly is your ability? He dismissed such thoughts, reasoning that anyone who could withstand his S-class fire ability would surely not falter against Feng Qingtian. With that in mind, Zhao Sheng extinguished his flames and glanced at Feng Qingtian, saying, if you lose later, don't come crying to me. With that, Zhao Sheng retreated behind Lu Yuan. At this moment, Lu Yuan faced Feng Qingtian directly. Feng Qingtian, I shall reiterate, I share no relationship with classmate Chu. If you do not believe me, so be it. However, your repeated provocations will not go unchallenged. If you seek a battle, then so be it. Lu Yuan declared with an air of calm determination. His acceptance of the challenge soon reverberated throughout the entire training camp. In the training camp's girls' dormitory, a buzz of excitement filled the air. Hey, have you heard? A monumental event has just unfolded in our training camp. The prodigious Feng Qingtian is actually challenging a student from the 38th school, purportedly fighting over matters of the heart. What? How thrilling! A battle for love. And the protagonist is none other than the affluent and handsome Feng Qingtian? Could it be for Chu Yuxian? Indeed, it is for Chu Yuxian. Let us hasten there. They are currently preparing to commence in the training camp square. If we delay, we shall lose our chance to secure good positions. The girls exclaimed, promptly adorning themselves with exquisite makeup before heading toward the square. Meanwhile, in a single room within the girls' dormitory, the recently informed Chu Yuxian was troubled by the news of Feng Qingtian's challenge to Lu Yuan. Her brows furrowed in concern. Feng Qingtian, did I not advise you against reckless actions? Since you have chosen to defy me, do not blame me for not considering our family's friendship when I teach you a lesson. With a few murmured words, Chu Yuxian hurriedly left her dormitory, making her way to the training camp square. In the command room of the training camp, the instructors received news of Feng Qingtian's challenge to Lu Yuan almost immediately. However, they chose not to intervene. Instead, they observed the live broadcast from the square with a sense of amusement. Is it finally time for the annual spectacle that occurs at the training camp? I must say, this year's troublemaker appears somewhat lacking. In previous years, conflicts would typically erupt by the second day, with students clashing and fighting all around. Yet, this year's cohort has only begun on the 7th day, which is rather disappointing. What do you think? Will the young master from the Feng family emerge victorious? Or will it be the ordinary boy from the 38th school? That is hardly a question. It must be the young master from the Feng family. The resources he has enjoyed throughout his life far exceed those available to ordinary individuals by dozens, if not hundreds of times. What can Lu Yuan possibly counter with? Unless he has some hidden advantage. The instructor's gazes were predominantly fixed on Feng Qingtian, convinced that his chances of victory were considerably higher. In the training camp square, Feng Qingtian observed the increasing crowd. If he could defeat Lu Yuan in front of so many witnesses, he would shatter Lu Yuan's confidence, leaving him unable to recover. With this thought, he smirked and asked, Lu Yuan, shall we begin? Please, Lu Yuan replied, his tone icy. Feng Qingtian scowled at Lu Yuan's demeanor, feeling a surge of dissatisfaction. Without further ado, he raised his hand to unleash his extraordinary powers. A formidable whirlwind erupted at his command, powerful enough to compel the onlookers to retreat, their skin prickling from the force. Noticing Lu Yuan's stillness, Feng Qingtian sneered. Are you too terrified to make a move? He continued, Lu Yuan, do not blame me for not warning you. My S-class wind ability can tear apart a third-tier beast. Should you be shredded by my whirlwind, do not hold it against me. Just as Feng Qingtian reveled in his arrogance, Lu Yuan suddenly struck. In an instant, he drew his 9th Thunderblade, arcs of purple lightning crackling along its length, and with a fierce swing, he unleashed a devastating blow. Thunderblade technique, Slush. A violent bolt of lightning sliced through Feng Qingtian's prideful whirlwind, advancing towards him with unstoppable force. The terrifying lightning seemed poised to cleave Feng Qingtian in two. What? Feng Qingtian's incredulity was palpable as he witnessed his whirlwind being effortlessly severed. This was a novel experience for him, leaving him frozen in place, awaiting the impending strike. In that critical moment, a figure burst forth from the command room. He positioned himself before Feng Qingtian, a menacing red bolt of lightning manifesting in his grasp. With a swift motion, he crushed Lu Yuan's fearsome lightning. "Teacher Lei!" Lu Yuan exclaimed in astonishment at the unexpected intervention. The surrounding students were equally bewildered. What is happening? Why is Teacher Lei suddenly intervening in their duel? Isn't it customary for teachers to refrain from meddling in student conflicts? I have heard whispers that Teacher Lei has received favors from the Feng family. Perhaps he intervenes now due to Feng Qingtian's peril, speculated one student. As Teacher Lei shattered the lightning unleashed by Lu Yuan, he discreetly absorbed several strands of it into his own body, feeling a surge of power within. This brought him immense joy, and as he glanced at Lu Yuan, a glint of madness flickered in his eyes. Excellent. I was right. This boy's ability is far from ordinary. If I can devour his powers, my abilities will surely surpass the SS rank. Fortuitously, his emergence prevents me from attracting unnecessary trouble by consuming the lightning abilities of other students. Inwardly elated, Teacher Lei reveled in his thoughts. Meanwhile, Feng Qingtian, relieved to be saved, clasped his hands in gratitude toward Teacher Lei. "Thank you, Uncle Lei, for your timely rescue. Had it not been for you, I might have truly perished at that boy's hands." He then cast a triumphant glance at Lu Yuan. Confronted by Teacher Lei standing before Feng Qingtian, Lu Yuan's voice was steady but firm. "Teacher, could you provide an explanation? Why did you intervene in my battle with him?" Teacher Lei, suppressing his irritation, recognized that now was not the time to confront Lu Yuan. He needed to find a moment alone with him to absorb his lightning abilities. Consequently, Teacher Lei devised an explanation. "Lu Yuan, I intervened to protect you. You are merely an ordinary student, while Feng Qingtian is the young master of the Feng family, a prominent clan in Blue Star. You would not wish to offend such a powerful family over trivial matters, would you? This was merely a minor altercation, not worth escalating into a life-and-death struggle." To the onlookers, it appeared that Teacher Lei was acting in the best interest of his student. However, having overheard certain secrets from Zhao Biao, Lu Yuan sensed that Teacher Lei had ulterior motives. He remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Feng Qingtian. Seeing Lu Yuan's unwavering stare, Teacher Lei's expression hardened. He turned to Feng Qingtian and said, "Qingtian, since I have intervened to save you, it is only fair that you concede." Feng Qingtian hesitated for a moment before stepping forward, addressing Lu Yuan. "Classmate Lu Yuan, you are quite formidable, I concede." His facade of magnanimity led many to reassess their opinions of him. Wow, Feng Qingtian actually admitted defeat. This is unlike his usual demeanor. Indeed, he often carries himself with an air of arrogance, as if looking down on everyone. I thought he would be incapable of accepting defeat. Indeed, this is the demeanor befitting a scion of a prominent family. Capable of both enduring defeats and moving on, it appears we have unjustly misjudged young Master Feng all along. In contrast, we now turn our gaze to Lu Yuan. While others have conceded defeat, he remains obstinately unyielding. Is he truly intent on driving someone to the brink of despair? Alas, I cannot fathom Lu Yuan's thoughts. How can an ordinary individual dare to resort to lethal measures against the scion of the Feng family? Does he not fear the repercussions of their wrath? At this moment, Feng Qingtian, upon overhearing the shifting sentiments of those around him, felt his previous dissatisfaction at being compelled to concede dissipate entirely. Observing Lei Tianwen's banter with his companion, Lu Yuan let out a disdainful snort and coldly remarked, "Let us hope there shall not be a next time." With those words, Lu Yuan turned on his heel and departed. As he walked away, a subtle yet unmistakable glint of ruthlessness flashed in the eyes of both Lei Tianwen and Feng Qingtian. "Uncle Lei, what are your plans?" Feng Qingtian whispered. "Perhaps in due time. Presently, those individuals are watching too closely," Lei Tianwen replied quietly. "Very well, Uncle Lei. Once you have concluded your affairs, I request that you hand that brat over to me." Upon hearing this, Lei Tianwen cast a sidelong glance at Feng Qingtian and replied with a measured tone, Do not act recklessly. If you were to kill him, both you and the Feng family would find yourselves in a predicament. Feng Qingtian smiled faintly, assuring, "Rest assured, Uncle Lei, I shall not act impulsively. I merely wish to impart a lesson." Once they exchanged their thoughts, they watched as the surrounding students gradually dispersed before departing the scene themselves. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, having exited the square, made his way back to his dormitory. At that moment, a cool voice echoed from behind him. "Lu Yuan, are you unharmed?" Turning to see Chu Yuxian, who had appeared behind him, he noted her attire, a blue and white tracksuit, her hair tied in a high ponytail. Her previously cold gaze now tinged with an expression of regret. "Chu, what brings you here?" Approaching him, Chu Yuxian spoke with a look of contrition. "Lu Yuan, I sincerely apologize. The conflict arose because of me and Feng Qingtian. Should he trouble you again, do not hesitate to inform me." Lu Yuan shook his head, responding, "It's not entirely your fault. I simply cannot abide his demeanor. Moreover, I wish to ascertain the true capabilities of those so-called geniuses. But now it seems they are rather lackluster." Hearing his words, Chu Yuxian shook her head in disapproval. "Lu Yuan, you are mistaken in this belief. As a distinguished family on Blue Star, the Feng family has produced numerous formidable beings who have traversed the cosmos and excelled in cosmic competitions over the past 100 millennia. Their heritage is not so simplistic. The wind element abilities they possess are part of their family's legacy, and their esteemed predecessors have developed numerous powerful techniques that synergize with their abilities. Therefore, for your own safety, it would be prudent to avoid provoking the Feng family." As she spoke, Chu Yuxian produced a vial of medicinal pills. "Lu Yuan, the fact that you were able to sever Feng Qingtian's ability with a single strike today suggests you must have employed a secret technique, which surely took a toll on you. Here, I have some restorative pills. Please accept them." Upon seeing the pills in her hand, Lu Yuan's gaze brightened. In the next moment, a message materialized before his eyes. "Restorative pill, grade yellow, superior quality, capable of enhancement. Yes, no?" Chapter 20. Divine Force Martial Artist. 9 Thunderblade. Gazing at the pills that Chu Yuxian offered, Lu Yuan felt a surge of elation. He had not anticipated such fortune. Without hesitation, he reached out and accepted the pills. "Thank you. This is precisely what I need." He carefully stowed the pills and, noticing that Chu Yuxian had not yet taken her leave, inquired, "Chu, is there anything else you wish to discuss?" Regaining her composure, Chu Yuxian replied, "No. Merely remember that if Feng Qingtian dares to trouble you again, come find me. I shall resolve it for you." Lu Yuan nodded, and after bidding farewell to Chu Yuxian, he returned to his quarters. Unbeknownst to him, the interaction between him and Chu Yuxian had been recorded by some onlookers with devices, and soon the news spread throughout the entire training camp. Upon arriving at his lodgings, Lu Yuan regarded the restorative pills and the 9 Thunderblade. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the system. Host, Lu Yuan. Cultivation level, martial artist. Ability, chaotic divine thunder, mythical level. Techniques, Shin Tai divine palm, great accomplishment. Thunder step technique, great accomplishment. Frenzied thunderblade technique, perfection. Enhancement points, 11,000,000. Observing the enhancement points at his disposal, Lu Yuan wasted no time in utilizing them all. With a mere thought, 2 system notifications echoed in his mind, consuming 1,000,000 enhancement points, initiating a hundredfold enhancement on the restorative pill. Hundredfold enhancement successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a superior quality mystic grade pill. Body refining blood pill. Body refining blood pill. Mystic grade, superior quality. First consumption grants an increase of 5,000 units of vitality, capable of refining the body and enhancing muscle and bone density. As he beheld the dark yellow pill enveloped in a radiant white light transform into a purple pill, his room was soon filled with a subtle fragrance. A mystic grade, superior quality pill that increases vitality by 5,000 units. Such potency. Truly remarkable, a hundredfold enhancement indeed, Lu Yuan exclaimed with excitement. Now, his vitality had reached 900 units. However, he noticed that the rate of increase was slowing down, likely due to his imminent breakthrough to 1,000 units. Fortunately, with this pill in hand, he could soon achieve the rank of martial artist. Among the entire cohort of high school students from the Blue Star human race participating in the college entrance examination, he would barely squeeze into the upper echelon. Murmuring to himself, Lu Yuan gazed at the purple pill, unable to resist any longer. He swiftly grasped the pill and swallowed it. In the next instant, he felt a torrent of violent energy surge from his lower abdomen, coursing through his limbs and bones. In an instant, his vitality skyrocketed, and wisps of white mist evaporated from his body, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds. After a brief moment, under the influence of the chaotic divine thunder, the effects of the pill, which would typically take a day to fully absorb, were perfectly assimilated by Lu Yuan in less than a quarter of an hour. He opened his eyes and calmly addressed the void. "Butler, please assess my vitality." As Lu Yuan's words echoed, a beam of white light enveloped his quarters. The next moment, a cold voice resonated within the room. "Vitality, 5,987 units." This voice belonged to an artificial intelligence within the training camp, capable of continuously monitoring the vitality levels and physical conditions of the students. The privacy here was impeccable. Only the students themselves could know their conditions, while others remained oblivious. Lu Yuan rose slowly, instantly sensing a formidable force lying deep within him. What terrifying power! Is this what it means to be a divine force martial artist? Lu Yuan murmured. Within the realm of martial artists, each level possesses a unique codename. For instance, those who are martial apprentices focused on physical refinement are often referred to as body refining martial apprentices. Meanwhile, martial artists who cultivate their vital energy and blood are known as vitality martial artists. As for martial masters who enhance their strength, they are called divine strength martial masters. Regarding the subsequent level, to transcend it, one must not only elevate their vital energy by 10,000 calories, but also condense true energy. It can be said that the martial general level serves as a critical juncture separating the first three realms of martial artists. Lu Yuan then turned his gaze to the 9 Thunderblade beside him. He was unwilling to leave even a single enhancement point unused. Hence, he directly utilized these enhancement points to augment the 9 Thunderblade, consuming 10 million enhancement points, initiating a thousandfold enhancement on the 9 Thunderblade. Thousandfold enhancement successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the extraordinary weapon, 9 Thunder Heavenly Blade. 9 Thunder Heavenly Blade, an extraordinary weapon surpassing S-grade combat arms. Imbued with potent heavenly thunder power, which can exponentially increase in potency during thunderstorms and has the ability to manipulate celestial phenomena. Lu Yuan gazed at the 9 Thunder Heavenly Blade, which still bore its violet blade and had not altered in form, feeling a twinge of surprise. However, he secretly felt relieved. After all, the previous 9 Thunderblade he wielded had been seen by many. Should he present an entirely new weapon, especially one of notable power exceeding that of S-grade combat arms, it would undoubtedly attract covetous glances from others. Grasping the 9 Thunder Heavenly Blade, Lu Yuan soon sensed the rich heavenly thunder energy within it. Following its enhancement, the rebellious spirit of the blade surged once more, attempting to break free from Lu Yuan's control. "Oh, quite audacious are we, grown stronger and now wish to assert dominance." Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, his previously indifferent gaze now radiating an icy coldness. It appeared the previous lesson had not been sufficient. With that, a terrifying dual-colored lightning enveloped the 9 Thunder Heavenly Blade in an instant. The once fiery tempered blade, now subdued, regained its compliance under Lu Yuan's command. After grasping the now docile 9 Thunder Heavenly Blade, Lu Yuan tested its feel. "Not bad. It's quite comfortable to wield. Given the quality of this blade, I could easily go a long time without needing a replacement." With that, Lu Yuan stowed the 9 Thunder Heavenly Blade and exited his dwelling. With his vital energy surpassing 1,000 calories and having broken through to the Martial Master Realm, it was time to claim his reward. He had heard that achieving the Martial Master Realm in this training camp would yield impressive rewards, seemingly in the form of techniques. Lu Yuan murmured as he made his way toward the command center of the training camp. At that moment, as he walked along the path, following his earlier encounter with Feng Qing Tian, many students began to diligently train their extraordinary abilities. The training camp square was alive with a myriad of extraordinary powers. However, upon Lu Yuan's arrival, many turned to regard him with curious gazes. Sensing their scrutiny, Lu Yuan felt a hint of perplexity but thought little of it. Quickly arriving at the command center. Teacher Ling Shuang, I have successfully broken through to the martial master realm, and, as per the training camp regulations, I have come to claim my reward. As Lu Yuan's voice fell, numerous gazes turned toward him, filled with astonishment. Chapter 21. Consuming future prospects for a breakthrough in cultivation? No, it's the genius of extraordinary powers. The crowd regarded Lu Yuan with expressions of disbelief. Did I hear correctly? Lu Yuan has surpassed 1,000 calories in vital energy and achieved the martial master rank. He was merely a martial artist before. TSK, who would have thought? No wonder he was so arrogant as to challenge Feng Qingtin. A martial artist's prowess greatly surpasses that of a martial master. Who wouldn't he be astonished? Amidst the murmurs of surprise, Lu Yuan heard a voice emanating from the command center. The door is unlocked. Come in. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan promptly opened the door and stepped inside. Within the command center, a group of instructors turned their gaze toward him. Their expressions revealed that they were already aware of his martial artist status, hence their reaction was not one of extreme surprise. However, upon learning that Lu Yuan had broken through to the martial master realm, they now perceived a robust aura of vital energy emanating from him. Although this aura seemed trivial compared to their own, which exceeded millions, the strength of his vital energy immediately after his breakthrough was nonetheless astonishing. Lu Yuan, when did you achieve the martial master realm? The first to speak was Lei Tianwen, Lu Yuan's extraordinary ability instructor. However, Lu Yuan no longer bore any goodwill towards Lei Tianwen. Just now, he replied coldly. Taken aback by Lu Yuan's tone, Lei Tianwen quickly dismissed his concern, for his plans were about to be set into motion. He forced a sheepish smile and inquired, "But how is your vital energy so robust upon just breaking through?" As he spoke, a strikingly attractive woman nodded in agreement. Indeed, typically, one's vital energy upon breaking through the martial master realm would only be around a little over 1,000 calories. Yet I sense at least 5,000 calories from you. The alluring woman was Su Jiao, instructor of Zhaosheng. Ling Shuang also approached Lu Yuan, her eyes reflecting a hint of concern. She knew Lu Yuan was the nephew of a friend and had been entrusted with his care. Now that Lu Yuan's vital energy was exceedingly abnormal, she could not allow him to come to harm. Lu Yuan, have you consumed some sort of elixir to rapidly enhance your cultivation? Ling Shuang asked sternly as she stood before him. Lu Yuan, taken aback, nodded in affirmation. You. Ling Shuang's brows knitted in disapproval upon seeing Lu Yuan's response. The surrounding instructors mirrored her concern, while only Lei Tianwen felt an inner sense of delight. Do you realize that consuming these rapid enhancement elixirs depletes your innate talent? With your potential, you could at least become a martial commander, yet by taking forbidden drugs. Although your vital energy surges, your foundation becomes precarious. Consequently, your future achievements will be limited to that of a martial general. Ling Shuang reprimanded Lu Yuan with a tone of disappointment. The other instructors, witnessing this, shared expressions of lament, shaking their heads in sorrow. Lu Yuan, our training camp is dedicated to nurturing geniuses. If you wish to enhance your cultivation, we can provide you with plans, but you must not recklessly consume these foundation-depleting elixirs for the sake of quick advancement. Su Jiao remarked, her voice tinged with regret. Although your talent may not be exceptionally strong, your comprehension of martial arts is commendable. Just based on your insight into the blade's intent, you have the potential to reach the realm of masters. However, if you continue down this path, as teacher Ling Shuang mentioned, your future will be confined to that of a martial general. The collective concern of the instructors moved Lu Yuan deeply. Observing their genuine worry for his future, he realized this was the essence of a true teacher. With this thought, Lu Yuan decided to alleviate their concerns. He smiled lightly and said, "Teachers, you need not worry excessively. The elixir I consumed was derived from rare treasures and beast cores, which is why I advanced so swiftly. Rest assured, I would never gamble with my future." Lu Yuan's words elicited skeptical looks from the instructors, who regarded him with doubt. Lu Yuan, you need not utter such words. For all these years, what alchemical elixir that hastens one's cultivation has not come at the cost of one's own vitality? Lu Yuan turned to Su Jiao with a gentle smile and remarked, "If you harbor any doubts, esteemed teacher, you may examine my physique. I assure you, there exists not even a hint of weakness within me." Observing Lu Yuan's unwavering resolve, Su Jiao strode confidently towards him. Very well. I shall conduct an examination. Upon finishing her sentence, she stood directly before Lu Yuan. She lifted her fair arm and placed it upon him, and in the next moment, Lu Yuan felt a surge of intense, true energy coursing into his body, roaming within him. Moments later, as this fervent energy sought to delve deeper into Lu Yuan's being, the chaos thunder sensed an intrusion into its domain and erupted with a terrifying aura. Fortunately, Lu Yuan managed to regulate this energy effectively, causing Su Jiao to retract her hand in astonishment. With a look of bewilderment, she exclaimed, "What is this? Your foundation shows not the slightest hint of instability. This formidable vitality appears as though it were cultivated by your own efforts. Moreover, I sense an exceptionally potent, thunderous energy within you." Listening to Su Jiao's words, the other instructors gazed at Lu Yuan in astonishment, particularly Lei Tianwen. Upon hearing Su Jiao's remarks, became even more convinced of his own theories. Indeed, my hypothesis holds true. This lad must either possess an anomalous metamorphosis of his abilities or harbors a latent thunder-based power that went undetected upon awakening. Lei Tianwen regarded Lu Yuan with the eyes of a predator observing its prey. Ling Shuang approached Lu Yuan with determined strides, lifting her arm to rest upon him as well. Instantly, a chill entered his being as she conducted her examination, echoing Su Jiao's actions. In a short while, her expression mirrored Su Jiao's astonishment as she withdrew her hand. Indeed, there exists a powerful, thunderous energy. What could this mean? This energy does not resemble that of an E-grade ability. The gathered instructors looked at Lu Yuan, each lost in contemplation. Lu Yuan sensed the opportune moment and gently cleared his throat. Esteemed teachers, could it be that my abilities have undergone an unrecognized metamorphosis? After awakening my E-grade abilities, I returned home, and after a night's rest, I felt an enhancement in my powers. As he spoke, he opened his palm, revealing a blue-white arc of electricity swirling around his hand. Though its appearance remained akin to when he first awakened his E-grade abilities, its potency had multiplied manifold, rivaling that of an A-grade thunder ability. Upon witnessing this phenomenon, the instructors regarded Lu Yuan with expressions of incredulity. A genius. To encounter such an improbable event as the metamorphosis of abilities, and it appears to be progressing favorably, they murmured. Chapter 22. The Rewards of the Training Camp. Choose one. The instructors continued to gaze at Lu Yuan in astonishment, unable to fathom that they had witnessed such a rare occurrence. Lu Yuan, while your foundation shows no signs of instability, I hope you will refrain from relying on elixirs to enhance your cultivation in the future. Do you understand? Ling Shuang cautioned earnestly. Lu Yuan nodded, his expression serious as he replied, "Rest assured, esteemed teacher, I shall no longer act recklessly." Pleased that Lu Yuan took her words to heart, Ling Shuang shifted the conversation. However, Lu Yuan, even though your abilities are currently evolving positively, you must remain vigilant regarding any changes. Throughout the 100,000-year history of our blue star human race, many have experienced ability metamorphoses, yet their outcomes were often undesirable. Hearing Ling Shuang's words, Lu Yuan's expression turned grave. Although his powers had been significantly enhanced, he could not disregard Ling Shuang's good intentions. "Do not worry, teacher, I will remain cautious." Ling Shuang then turned her attention to Lei Tianwen. "By the way, teacher Lei Tianwen is also your mentor. Like you, he possesses thunder abilities and has experienced an ability metamorphosis. You may seek his guidance often." Upon hearing Ling Shuang's words, Lu Yuan hesitated. After all, he had learned of Lei Tianwen's secrets from Zhao Biao, and it appeared that these secrets were deeply concealed, even from someone of Ling Shuang's stature, who seemed to regard him as a trustworthy individual. Lei Tianwen, overhearing Ling Shuang, broke into a smile. "Indeed, Lu Yuan, Mentor Ling Shuang speaks wisely. You should approach me with your inquiries in the future. Do you understand?" As Lei Tianwen spoke, he cast a charming smile towards Ling Shuang, only to receive an eye roll in return. Lei Tianwen merely chuckled, seemingly unfazed, yet a fleeting glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. With the attention of numerous instructors now upon him, Lu Yuan promptly stated, "Fear not, teachers. Should I encounter any uncertainties, I shall seek your counsel." Lei Tianwen nodded in approval. Just as he was about to invite Lu Yuan to further investigate his abilities, Lu Yuan, sensing the moment, interjected, "Teacher Ling Shuang, did you not mention that there are rewards for breaking through realms in the ability training camp? I wonder what my reward might be." Upon hearing Lu Yuan raise this matter, Ling Shuang suddenly recalled, "Ah, I nearly forgot. Indeed, there are rewards for breakthroughs in the training camp, but you may choose only one. Consider what you wish to select. What options are available?" Lu Yuan inquired, puzzled. "One is to choose a low-grade mysterious technique. Another is to select a C-grade weapon, and then there are gene serums and elixirs. What will you choose?" Listening to the rewards, Lu Yuan realized that he currently had no need for weapons or gene serums. What he truly lacked was a technique. With this thought, he refrained from making a hasty decision and instead asked, "Teacher, could you enlighten me about the available techniques?" Regarding techniques, Ling Shuang began, "There are many, but you may select only one. Are you indeed inclined to choose a technique? I would advise you to consider the gene serum instead." Lu Yuan shook his head resolutely. "No, teacher, I prefer to choose a technique." Observing Lu Yuan's determination, Ling Shuang turned and headed towards a secluded chamber. "Follow me." Without hesitation, Lu Yuan trailed after Ling Shuang. Meanwhile, Lei Tenwan, watching Lu Yuan depart, pondered over his interrupted invitation and began to harbor doubts. Could this boy have uncovered something, leading him to suspect me? If that is the case, my plans must be executed promptly. Once my abilities reach SS grade, I will gain the family's attention and leave Blue Star. As he contemplated this, Lei Tianwen swiftly departed the command room, heading towards the training grounds of his students. If one were to observe closely at that moment, they would notice that Lei Tianwen had selected students with thunder abilities and, compared to their first day, their complexions appeared notably pale and weakened. Moreover, the potency of the extraordinary abilities they wielded had significantly diminished. At this moment, the students had not yet noticed this change. They realized that their mastery over these abilities had indeed improved, primarily due to their unwavering trust in Lei Tianwen. Shortly thereafter, Lei Tianwen arrived. Selecting a few students to enter a secret chamber, euphemistically referred to as a special training session. In the command room's secret chamber, Lu Yuan followed Ling Shuang inside. As soon as they entered, a virtual panel materialized before Lu Yuan's eyes, leaving him astonished. Observing his reaction, Ling Shuang began to elucidate. "Lu Yuan, this is the storage area of the secret chamber. Here, according to your specifications, the system will select the techniques you desire." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan nodded and proceeded to interact with the virtual panel. Thunder attribute techniques. His request was straightforward. He sought to select techniques infused with the power of lightning. As he confirmed his choice, the virtual panel began to transform before him, revealing an array of techniques. 9 thunder steps, a low-grade profound technique. Upon reaching mastery, one can traverse the skies on lightning. Can be exchanged for 15 million enhancement points. Triple purple thunderblade, a low-grade profound technique. Upon reaching mastery, it can unleash triple the power and cleave 3 bolts of heavenly thunder. Can be exchanged for 11 million enhancement points. 3 thunder body refinement technique, a low-grade profound technique, refining the body with heavenly thunder. Upon achieving mastery, one becomes immune to lightning damage. Can be exchanged for 10 million enhancement points. Faced with a plethora of thunder attribute techniques, Lu Yuan found himself at a loss. Perhaps it would be wise to consider a different combat method. He murmured to himself, realizing that his swordsmanship was already sufficient and his footwork was adequate as well. However, he felt somewhat lacking in his defensive tactics. At this moment, his gaze landed on a particular technique. Purple lightning flying blade, a low-grade profound technique, condensing intent into lightning. It creates nearly undetectable flying blades capable of wounding the soul and catching enemies off guard. Non-thunder attribute ability users or those who have not cultivated blade intent cannot learn it. Can be exchanged for 20 million enhancement points. Upon encountering this technique, Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. Such stringent cultivation requirements? One must have cultivated blade intent to even attempt this technique? Was it not perfectly suited for him? With both conditions, thunder attribute ability and blade intent, he was uniquely qualified. Elated, Lu Yuan declared, "I have made my decision. I choose the purple lightning flying blade." Chapter 23. The assessment before the conclusion of the training camp. You selected this technique? Perhaps you should reconsider. Ling Shuang remarked with a furrowed brow as she observed Lu Yuan's choice. Curiosity piqued, Lu Yuan inquired, "Teacher Ling Shuang, is there an issue with this technique?" Shaking her head, Ling Shuang replied, "There is no problem with the technique itself. However, its cultivation difficulty is exceedingly high. Previous students in the training camp have chosen this technique, yet many ultimately squandered too much time on it, hindering their martial advancement. They ended up with unsatisfactory results during the martial examination." Despite her warning, Lu Yuan remained resolute. "Teacher Ling Shuang, I am steadfast in my decision. I will choose this technique." Seeing his unwavering determination, Ling Shuang ceased her attempts to dissuade him. Nodding, she said, "Since you have made your choice, I shall impart this technique to you. However, remember this. If you encounter difficulties in your cultivation later on, do not stubbornly persist with this technique, understood?" Lu Yuan nodded. And at that moment, a vibration emanated from his wristwatch. Glancing down, he saw the purple lightning flying blade technique displayed on the screen. "Have you received the technique?" Ling Shuang inquired. Lu Yuan looked at her and nodded in affirmation. "Excellent. A reminder, without permission, do not share this technique with anyone, understood?" Lu Yuan assured her. "Rest assured, teacher, I will not breach this rule." "Very well, let us depart." Ling Shuang nodded, subsequently escorting Lu Yuan out of the command room. Before long, Lu Yuan returned to his quarters and began practicing the purple lightning flying blade. Half a month passed swiftly. With less than 7 days remaining until the conclusion of the training camp, Lu Yuan had dedicated this time solely to honing the purple lightning flying blade. Aside from occasional meetings with Zhao Sheng and Chu Yuxian, he had refrained from venturing elsewhere. During this time, Lei Tianwen had sought him out frequently, claiming to conduct a comprehensive assessment of Lu Yuan's abilities. However, given his growing mistrust of Lei Tianwen, Lu Yuan declined, choosing instead to focus on his cultivation in solitude. Within his dormitory, Lu Yuan currently surrounded himself with 3 thumb-sized black and white flying blades, manipulating them with precision. "Go," he commanded, directing the blades toward a specific target in the room. Boom! In the next instant, a resounding crash echoed through the space, followed by a virtual reading appearing before him. Power: 123 tons. Seeing the force generated by the 3 blades, Lu Yuan could not help but feel elated. These flying blades, forged from chaotic divine thunder, were remarkably effective. Even in their nascent stage, their power rivaled that of a martial general. If used in combat, they would undoubtedly catch an opponent off guard, leading to certain defeat. Filled with excitement, Lu Yuan exclaimed, "This is truly remarkable." Just then, a message arrived on his wrist device, summoning all students to assemble in the training camp square. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan departed his quarters, making his way to the square. Along the way, he encountered numerous students, their vitality palpable. Evidently, many had achieved breakthroughs to the martial master level during their time at the training camp, with some nearing the martial general rank. Lu Yuan reflected on the arduous nature of cultivating the purple lightning flying blade, realizing that it had indeed posed a challenge. After a month of diligent practice, he had only just grasped the fundamentals, reaching the minor achievement stage. He had not paid much attention to the progress of his peers during this time, but now, witnessing their advancements, he felt a twinge of surprise. However, upon arriving at the training camp assembly, he noticed an alarming issue. His mentor, Lei Tianwen, appeared to be guiding nearly half as many students as before, while those remaining seemed listless. As Lu Yuan tuned into the atmosphere, he discerned that the efficacy of the extraordinary abilities within these students had declined by a significant margin. Strangely, they seemed unaware of this predicament. Even several students who had initially displayed impressive abilities, rated A upon entering the training camp, greeted Lu Yuan's arrival with derisive laughter. "Oh look, our busy bee has arrived. What a rare sight." Indeed, Teacher Lei mentioned he would mentor him, yet he rejected the offer, insisting he had his own matters to attend to. "I am curious to see just how much he has improved in the past half-month." Enough of the chatter. The training camp is but a week away from its conclusion, and the assessment is just around the corner. I have heard that this camp offers bountiful rewards. A few students unabashedly remarked, their glances occasionally darting towards Lu Yuan, as if their words were directed solely at him. As the crowd congregated in the plaza, Ling Shuang appeared on the high platform. Addressing the multitude of students below, she proclaimed, "Dear students, time flies, and your 3 weeks at the training camp have swiftly passed. Now, Less than a week remains. I am pleased to see that your mastery of abilities has grown less crude than before. I trust you have all gained much from this experience. However, according to the customary rules of the training camp, we hold an assessment during the final week. Not only will the minister of the martial arts department from Jiangnan Bay City be present, but those who achieve commendable results will also be granted admission to a martial arts university. So, let us all strive for excellence. I wish you the best of luck in your endeavors. Upon hearing Ling Shuang's words, excitement radiated from the students present. They had not anticipated such grand rewards from this training camp, particularly the chance for direct admission to a martial arts university, an unprecedented opportunity. Though the number of spots for direct admission was limited, as espers, they were among the most esteemed martial artists, thus the institutions available to them were of high caliber. Most importantly, securing a direct admission meant they would be exempt from the perilous martial arts entrance examination, which historically had a 30 mortality rate. This examination was not only open to students from Blue Star, but also to all eligible third-year students across the territories occupied by the human race on Blue Star. Moreover, the examination venues were not located on Blue Star itself, but rather on selected planets within the territories. For ordinary individuals who had never ventured beyond Blue Star, a direct admission spot was indeed a remarkable reward. As the throngs buzzed with excitement, Ling Shuang's voice pierced through the commotion with a momentous announcement. We shall now commence the first assessment, a survival test lasting 3 days. You will be required to survive on this island for that duration. You must address all your needs, food, water, and shelter, on your own. In 10 minutes, a missile will strike this location, providing you with a brief window to gather your belongings. Act swiftly. The assessment begins now. As Ling Shuang's words echoed, a colossal electronic screen materialized in the plaza, displaying a countdown of 10 minutes. What? So sudden? Why has the assessment started out of the blue? This year's training camp is audacious enough to deploy missiles? Students exclaimed in panic. We have less than 9 minutes left. Everyone, hurry up. As the countdown ticked away, chaos ensued among the students, who rushed to their quarters to gather their belongings. Meanwhile, the instructors had already departed at great speed, leaving everyone scrambling towards their residences. In contrast, Lu Yuan remained remarkably calm. His possessions were minimal and essential, often kept on his person, thus he saw no need to dash back to his quarters. Among those similarly unfazed were several students from prestigious high schools, who appeared to have anticipated the day's events and had already packed their items. Among them, Lu Yuan spotted Zhao Sheng and Chu Yuxian, both of whom acknowledged him with a nod. However, Lu Yuan also sensed a hostile glare directed at him. Following that gaze, he discovered its source to be Feng Qingtian, who smirked coldly upon catching Lu Yuan's eye and made a threatening gesture across his throat. Lu, let us move, Zhao Sheng urged, breaking the tension. Lu Yuan nodded and followed Zhao Sheng out of the training camp. After they had exited for some time, they witnessed several streaks of light soaring through the air, striking the training camp's grounds with tremendous force. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as a massive fireball erupted into the sky. The training camp, where they had honed their skills for over half a month, was obliterated by the missile strike. Yet, the destruction did not end there. Following the initial missile attack, several more missiles were launched towards their island, targeting the enclosures housing the demonic beasts rather than the training camp itself. Boom! With resounding blasts, the heavy gates confining the beasts were blown apart, unleashing a torrent of creatures. Their eyes glowed crimson, and they exhaled thick, white mist, as if they had been starved for ages. Sniffing the air for enticing scents, they swiftly charged towards the direction of the training camp. The assessment has truly begun, Zhao Sheng remarked, a look of contemplation on his face. What's that supposed to mean, Zhao? Lu Yuan inquired, intrigued. Lu, you didn't think the assessment would be that simple, did you? The missiles just targeted the enclosures of the demonic beasts. All the beasts on the island have likely been released now. Thus, this survival test is more accurately a battle for survival against the beasts for 3 days, Zhao Sheng explained. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up at Zhao Sheng's words. As he contemplated how to earn enhancement points, it dawned on him that these demonic beasts were essentially walking sources of points. Zhao, what are your plans? I intend to hunt some demonic beasts, Lu Yuan said, determination in his voice. Zhao Sheng nodded approvingly. Lu, our thoughts align perfectly. I had the same intention. Despite the assessment being labeled as a survival test, it concealed another challenge, the hunt for demonic beasts. to secure a direct admission spot. Mere survival for 3 days would be futile. One must hunt beasts. The more they hunted, the higher their points and rankings would climb. Why don't we compete to see who can hunt the most beasts? Zhao Sheng proposed suddenly. Lu Yuan, meeting Zhao Sheng's fierce gaze, nodded in agreement. Sound good to me. Let us make it a challenge. Then it's settled. I hope you won't disappoint me in 3 days, Zhao Sheng declared before sprinting off in one direction. Observing Zhao Sheng's retreating figure, Lu Yuan chose not to follow him, but instead headed in another direction. After they departed, a shadowy figure emerged. Watching where Zhao Sheng had gone before turning to the path Lu Yuan had taken, murmuring softly to himself, Lu Yuan, oh Lu Yuan, what can I possibly say about you? If you had remained by Zhao Sheng's side, I might have hesitated to act against you out of consideration for the Zhao family standing. Yet, in a blatant act of self-destruction, you chose to act alone. Are you not presenting me with the perfect opportunity to eliminate you? The speaker was Feng Qingtian, who let out a cold chuckle before a gust of wind surged beneath his feet, propelling him swiftly towards Lu Yuan's direction. At that moment, the island was in turmoil. The doors confining the imprisoned beast had been blasted open by several missiles, and within mere hours, the island was teeming with these creatures. Above, a colossal warship hovered in the sky. Inside the command room of the vessel, the instructors of the training camp had gathered, their attention fixed on the projections displayed on the ship's virtual screens. Finally, this training session had reached its conclusion. I wonder if anyone can discern the deeper significance of this survival assessment? One man remarked with a sly grin. Indeed, if these prodigies truly manage to survive 3 days without slaying any beasts, then they are exceedingly naive. Such innocence would be a liability in future battles against the myriad clans. A woman of ordinary appearance, but with a striking figure, interjected. Listening to the other instructors, another voluptuous teacher, Su Jiao, could not help but roll her eyes. I say, you all underestimate these students far too much. Look closely. My student Zhao Sheng has already hunted 3 first-tier beasts and 1 second-tier beast. Su Jiao pointed proudly to a section of the screen. Many instructors followed her gaze, only to find Zhao Sheng had indeed single-handedly dispatched several beasts, prompting some of the disgruntled mentors to seek out their own exceptional students. However, just as the instructors were searching for their standout pupils, one of them frowned, pointing at a screen. Wait, look here. Who is this student? And what does he intend to do? Chapter 25. Slaying Feng Qingtian, Lei Tianwen distorts black and white? Upon hearing this, the other instructors approached the one who had called out. Soon, their eyes were fixed on the screen, and a furious voice erupted. This is Feng Qingtian? What does he intend to do? Does he mean to kill Lu Yuan? In the eyes of the instructors, Feng Qingtian was now slowly approaching Lu Yuan, his murderous intent palpable, brandishing an B-class firearm. One instructor's expression changed dramatically. He was Feng Qingtian's ability mentor. An B-class weapon can even slay martial generals. How could he possess such a dangerous weapon? Quick, we must intervene, Ling Shuang shouted. At that moment, Lei Tianwen stepped forward. Everyone, I shall go. After all, Lu Yuan is my student. Seeing Lei Tianwen volunteer, the other instructors who had been about to suggest a rescue fell silent. Very well, Lei Tianwen, be swift, Ling Shuang urged, though she held little fondness for him. It was clear that they had no choice but to rely on his intervention now. Rest assured, Ling Shuang, I will ensure my student remains safe. With that, Lei Tianwen transformed into a bolt of lightning, racing towards Lu Yuan's location. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan had just dispatched a beast and was preparing to extract its core when a sudden sound pierced the air. Bang! Instantly, alarm bells rang in Lu Yuan's mind, a surge of danger washing over him. This is bad. There's a threat. Without a moment to assess the situation behind him, he sidestepped urgently. Bang! In the next instant, a small smoking hole appeared where he had just stood. A firearm? Who is it? Lu Yuan's pupils dilated as he quickly sought cover. At that moment, hidden in the shadows, Feng Qingtian observed his missed shot and raised an eyebrow. Lu Yuan, it seems you are not as simple as I thought. You managed to evade my attack? Recognizing the familiar voice, Lu Yuan turned towards its source. It's you? Are you not concerned that killing me will bring about unnecessary trouble? Feng Qingtian replied nonchalantly. Ah, trouble? What kind of trouble could killing you possibly bring to the Feng family? It would merely result in a brief period of house arrest. As he spoke, He fired several more shots in Lu Yuan's direction. The devastating power of the B-class weapon created multiple craters around Lu Yuan. Do you not fear that I might be pushed to the brink and kill you first? If I were to kill you now, it would be deemed self-defense. Lu Yuan declared. Fing King Tian laughed artidi. Ah, kill me? Do you intend to have your family pay for your foolishness? I've done my research on you. Do not forget you have 2 family members. Feng Qing Tian's words ignited a fierce rage within Lu Yuan. The last thing he wanted was for his family to be threatened. In an instant, a profound killing intent flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. Feng Qing Tian, today you could have lived, but you made the grave mistake of using my family as leverage against me. With those words, several black and white throwing knives coalesced in Lu Yuan's hands. Unfazed, Feng Qing Tian dismissed Lu Yuan's threat. Huh, absurd. Do you think you can kill me? Do you dare to do so in front of the teachers? Feng Qing Tian was well aware that this assessment was under the watchful eyes of the instructors, and his audacity stemmed from being fully prepared. He was untroubled by any potential repercussions of killing Lu Yuan. Humph! If that is the case, then you shall perish. As Lu Yuan's declaration resonated, Feng Qing Tian immediately became alert, scanning his surroundings but finding no trace of Lu Yuan. This led him to suspect that Lu Yuan was merely bluffing. Ha ha ha! Lu Yuan, did you not say you would kill me? Where are you? Yet, as Feng Qing Tian's laughter faded, several black, throwing knives suddenly soared toward him from a distance. What the hell is that? Feng Qing Tian's brow furrowed. But before he could discern what it was, the knives pierced through his body and brain. Thud! 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 The black knives punctured Feng Qing Tian repeatedly, and in no time, he lay lifeless. In the command room, although they could not hear the sound from the screen, the sight of Feng Qing Tian being pierced by the knives shocked them all. This is bad. Feng Qing Tian is dead. This is a grave situation. He was the genius heir of the Feng family, and that ancestor of the Feng family is likely to go mad. Mel? What a Feng family. Feng Qing Tian openly violated the rules of the training camp. Attempting to kill a fellow student, Lu Yuan acted in self-defense. If the Feng family dares to retaliate against him, they should prepare to face the wrath of the Dragon Country's law enforcement team. Sigh. Lu Yuan is ultimately just an ordinary person. The Feng family is a renowned clan in our Blue Star. Even with the protection of the Dragon Country's law enforcement, if the Feng family undertakes any underhanded tactics, Lu Yuan will undoubtedly find himself in deep trouble. Lu Yuan, you were too impulsive. You should not have killed Feng Qing Tian. Even if you had merely severely injured him, it would have been preferable to taking his life. The instructors all felt that Lu Yuan's actions had been excessively rash in slaying Feng Qing Tian. At this moment, on the screen, Lei Tianwen arrived late. Qing Tian, what has happened? His heart sank as he gazed at the lifeless body on the ground. Suddenly, he sensed a presence swiftly retreating into the distance. Lu Yuan? He actually killed Feng Qing Tian? Lei Tianwen exclaimed, recognizing the aura's owner. His eyes then sparkled with excitement. Excellent. Truly, fortune favors me. I was just contemplating how to seize your source of extraordinary powers, and now it appears that the opportunity has arisen, filled with exhilaration. Lei Tianwen pursued the essence of Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, you have harmed a fellow student and fled in guilt? Will you not halt? He bellowed, his voice resounding throughout the island. His actions astonished the students and left the instructors in the command center utterly perplexed. What was Lei Tianwen aiming to achieve? Was he truly distorting the truth? He claims Lu Yuan is a student, but it seems he is merely defending that young master from the Feng family. He should never have been allowed to proceed. Ling Shuang remarked, let me go as well. Otherwise, Lei Tianwen might indeed commit some foolishness. Su Jiaojiao stated, her eyes ablaze with anger. Ling Shuang nodded in agreement. Yes. Go swiftly and return quickly. In the next moment, Su Jiaojiao soared through the air, propelled by flames. Chapter 26, Thousandfold Amplification, Slashing Heaven's Flying Blade. Did Lu Yuan achieve enlightenment in this place? Lu Yuan, you must cease. You have committed the heinous act of killing a fellow student, a capital offense. Should you continue to resist, your family will bear the consequences of your transgressions. Lei Tianwen shouted, pursuing Lu Yuan with the speed of lightning. Yet, Lu Yuan paid him no heed, igniting an inexplicable fury within Lei Tianwen. Damn it! Why is this kid's speed so abnormal? Lu Yuan called out, glancing back at the relentless Lei Tianwen. Teacher, are your eyes blind? It was Feng Qing Tian who sought to kill me. I was merely acting in self-defense. How can you distort the truth and still call yourself a teacher? Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, Lei Tianwen's anger only intensified. Oof. Right or wrong, the teachers will make their own judgments. If you continue to resist, that will indeed be your fault. As Lei Tianwen's voice fell, he noticed Lu Yuan had no intention of stopping. He immediately quickened his pace. Even with Lu Yuan's powerful techniques and mythic-level abilities, the vast disparity in speed could not be bridged instantaneously. In an instant, Lei Tianwen appeared behind Lu Yuan, reaching out to seize him. Just as he was about to grasp Lu Yuan, suddenly, a flame descended from the sky, causing Lei Tianwen's expression to change as he retreated in a frenzy. Boom! A fiery figure intercepted Lu Yuan, unleashing a torrent of invective upon Lei Tianwen. Lei Tianwen, do you have no shame? To lay hands on a junior and twist the facts. You have brought disgrace upon all teachers. Lei Tianwen was taken aback by the unexpected obstruction, his expression darkening. Oof! What distortion of a truth. It is indeed a fact that Feng Qing Tian did not kill him, but it is also a fact that he killed Feng Qing Tian. I merely wished to take him for an investigation. Is that wrong? Su Jiaojiao retorted, her anger palpable. It was Feng Qing Tian who first harbored murderous intent towards Lu Yuan, aiming to silence him. This was witnessed by all. Do not presume that your connection to the Feng family grants you the right to distort the truth. I will certainly report this matter to the enforcement team, and I trust that the surveillance footage will serve as evidence, proving Lu Yuan's innocence. At that moment, Lei Tianwen found himself at a loss for words. He shot Su Jiaojiao a cold glare before turning away. Watching Lei Tianwen depart, Su Jiaojiao let out a sigh of relief. Lu Yuan, are you unharmed? She inquired, glancing back at him. Thank you, teacher, for your assistance. I am unscathed. Lu Yuan responded. Good. Continue with your assessment. With us here, you will be safe. As for the matter concerning Feng Qing Tian, rest assured, he initiated the attack, and your defense came afterward. Even the Feng family, faced with such evidence, will have no grounds to speak, forced to swallow their grievances. Lu Yuan nodded gravely upon hearing this. Shortly thereafter, after discussing a few matters with Lu Yuan, Su Jiaojiao departed swiftly. Soon, Lu Yuan resumed his solitary endeavors. Back on the battleship, Lei Tianwen's countenance was grim as he noticed his colleagues distancing themselves from him. Yet he paid no heed. He returned directly to his quarters and retrieved a small communication device, searching for a number before dialing. Brother Lei, what has happened? Has the training camp concluded? Has your ability broken through to SS rank? Came the calm and resonant voice of a middle-aged man from the other end of the line. Brother Feng Qing Tian is dead. A simple statement rendered the other side silent. After a prolonged pause, a cold voice finally broke the stillness. What transpired? I demand an explanation. As Lei Tianwen recounted the series of events, a mocking laugh emanated from the communicator. So it was all because of that girl from the Chu family. Qing Tian was foolish enough to jeopardize everything for her. He deserved his fate. However, my Feng family shall not allow this to go unpunished. Brother Lei, what is this boy's background? Have you investigated? Upon hearing this, Lei Tianwen recounted all that he knew. After a considerable time, a voice emerged from the communicator. A chosen one from a Zhao family? Intriguing. If he were a direct descendant of the Zhao family, I might be concerned, and perhaps I would let this matter slide. But as for a branch member of the launching family, I shall pursue this to the very end. With that, the communication was abruptly terminated. Upon receiving the Feng family's response, a cold smile crept across Lei Tianwen's face. Lu Yuan, I had initially contemplated sparing your life, but since you have chosen this path of destruction, do not blame me, he murmured to himself before stepping out of his room. At this time, Lu Yuan remained unperturbed by the events surrounding Feng Qing Tian. In fact, spurred by the incident, he hunted an increasing number of magical beasts. Observing the first and second tier beast cores in his possession, Lu Yuan showed no hesitation. With a thought, he exchanged them, exchanging 51st tier beast cores, gaining 5 million amplification points, exchanging 32nd tier beast cores, gaining 7 million amplification points. Host, Lu Yuan. Cultivation, Martial Master. Ability, Chaotic Divine Thunder, Mythic. Techniques, Xiantai Divine Palm, Great Success. Thunderous Step, Great Success. Rampaging Thunderblade Technique, Perfection. Purple Thunder Flying Blade, minor success. Amplification points, 21 million. Gazing at the system panel before him, Lu Yuan focused on the purple thunder flying blade he had recently acquired. Soon, a prompt appeared before his eyes. Purple thunder flying blade, a low-grade Xian-level technique, eligible for amplification enhancement. Yes or no? Yes. Proceed with a thousandfold amplification. Lu Yuan commanded, and the system responded. Consuming 10 million amplification points, the purple thunder flying blade has successfully undergone a thousandfold amplification enhancement. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the technique, Slashing Heaven's Flying Blade. Heavenly Slashing Flying Knife. A high-grade, earth-level martial art. It condenses the power of heavenly thunder to form the heavenly slashing flying knife, capable of severing flesh, injuring the soul, erasing memories, and killing invisibly. As the martial art was successfully amplified and strengthened, torrents of memories regarding the cultivation technique surged into Lu Yuan's mind. Threads of black and white electrical arcs flickered across his body, manifesting numerous heavenly slashing flying knives that radiated terrifying might, intimidating all nearby beasts attempting to approach him. At that moment, several mentors in the command room, observing Lu Yuan, were filled with astonishment at such an extraordinary scene. Could this be enlightenment? Surely not. How could this young man be so leisurely as to cultivate in such a place and even enter a state of enlightenment that occurs only once in a million attempts? Chapter 27. Minister of the Martial Arts Department, Wang Feiyang. Witnessing Lu Yuan enter a state of enlightenment, every teacher present was taken aback. After all, even they, as grandmasters, had never encountered enlightenment at this level of cultivation. Yet, they were witnessing a student casually cultivating in a random spot and achieving enlightenment. How could that not astonish them? Even Lei Tianwan, who had been isolated, was greatly surprised by Lu Yuan's enlightenment. What direction is this boy's anomalous ability evolving towards? It appears to be becoming increasingly peculiar. Just as the mentors were marveling at this spectacle, three figures entered the warship. Noticing the gathering of teachers around a screen, one voice inquired, "Oh? What event could possibly draw so many teachers to observe?" As this voice echoed, the teachers turned to see the newcomer. "Minister Wang, when did you arrive?" "Mr. Wang, how did you get here so quickly? Aren't you usually here the day before the training camp ends?" The arrivals were none other than Wang Feiyang, the minister of the Martial Arts Department from Jiangnan Bay City, flanked by two deputy ministers. Among them, Wang Feiyang stood as the most powerful, a grandmaster in his own right, while the two deputy ministers also boasted formidable peak master-level prowess. Upon the minister's arrival, Lei Tianwen's expression shifted dramatically. How could this be? Why has the minister of martial arts come so early this year? Isn't he usually here the day before the training camp concludes? Cursed be it, he arrived too soon. I have no time to execute my plans. At this moment, Wang Feiyang addressed the gathered teachers. What were you all just watching? Has a promising talent emerged? Ling Shuang nodded and replied, "Minister Wang, indeed there is a promising talent. Take a look." She gestured towards the screen, displaying Lu Yuan's moment of enlightenment. Wang Feiyang and the two deputy ministers turned their gazes towards the screen, their faces betraying astonishment. This is enlightenment? Enlightening in such a place. This lad is remarkable, bold and fortunate. Mr. Ling, what level of anomaly has this child awakened? The three dignitaries exchanged words. Ling Shuang promptly explained, "Minister Wang, this is Lu Yuan from the 38th High School. Although he has only awakened an E-grade lightning ability, it has mutated, wielding power comparable to that of A-grade abilities. Moreover, it seems to possess other undisclosed functions. Most importantly, this child exhibits a formidable understanding of martial arts. Not long ago, he comprehended the intent of the blade at the martial artist level and slayed a third-tier beast." Listening to Ling Shuang's introduction, the three martial arts dignitaries wore solemn, astonished expressions. Who would have thought that such a small institution as the 38th High School could produce a genuine dragon? Remarkable indeed. Wang Feiyang smiled lightly. He is a legend, a prodigy who emerged from the 38th High School, though he did not awaken an ability. Yet, through sheer martial prowess and a remarkable journey of overcoming adversity, he has become a figure of respect. Haha, Minister Wang, you yist. This child has yet to reach his full potential. It is too early to declare him a true dragon, but his displayed talent certainly qualifies him as a prodigy, remarked one deputy minister with a smile. Indeed, with this child's innate gifts, he is not far behind those talents from the capital. Hearing the high praise from the three martial arts dignitaries for Lu Yuan, Ling Shuang and her fellow mentors were overjoyed. Only Lei Tianwen wore a dark expression. After all, the martial arts department's influence was not to be trifled with. Should Lu Yuan catch their eye, any plans he or the Feng family wished to execute would face significant obstacles. At that moment, Ling Shuang suddenly adopted a grave demeanor and said, "Minister Wang, some troubling events transpired here earlier. Please listen." Noticing the seriousness on Ling Shuang's face, Wang Feiyang nodded. "Very well, go ahead." Lei Tianwen, realizing what Ling Shuang was about to disclose, felt an overwhelming sense of dread, yet he dared not act out. For to play tricks under the watchful eyes of a grandmaster was tantamount to courting death. After a while, Lu Yuan gradually awakened. He opened his eyes, and in the next moment, a black and white flying knife appeared in his hand, injuring the soul, severing memories. "This flying knife is truly extraordinary," Lu Yuan exclaimed, excitement glimmering in his eyes. He then rose and moved toward the nearby sounds of beasts. Just as Lu Yuan was about to strike at the first and second-tier beasts, a sudden burst of blazing light erupted in the distance, followed by a tremendous explosion. Boom! Lu Yuan turned toward the source of the commotion and beheld a massive gorilla, towering several meters high, pursuing a small black dot. His eyes narrowed as the dot grew larger and clearer. It was Zhao Sheng. How could he have provoked a fourth-tier beast, the fiery demon gorilla? Lu Yuan murmured, his initial intent to leave forgotten as he charged toward the fiery demon gorilla. Meanwhile, the teachers were oblivious to the unfolding events concerning Lu Yuan, their attention entirely captured by the three martial arts dignitaries. Lei Tianwen, is what Ling Shuang said true? Wang Feiyang demanded sternly. As Lei Tianwen attempted to deflect blame onto Lu Yuan, Su Jiao produced the earlier surveillance record. "Minister, I have the footage of what just transpired. You may take a look." She handed the recording to Wang Feiyang. Seeing this, Lei Tianwen's heart sank. "Oh no, that meddlesome woman." He cursed inwardly. At this moment, Wang Feiyang and the two deputy ministers scrutinized the footage, witnessing Feng Qingtian's attempt to assassinate Lu Yuan only to be countered, and Lei Tianwen's reckless pursuit of Lu Yuan without regard for the facts. Their fury reached a boiling point. "Lei Tianwen, is this how you conduct yourself as a teacher? I will certainly report this to the martial arts department headquarters. As a teacher, not only will you be stripped of your position, but you will also face punishment. Prepare yourself," Wang Feiyang declared coldly, disregarding Lei Tianwen's icy glare. "Bring him here and confine him. Seal his martial prowess to prevent his escape." With Wang Feiyang's command, a fully armed enforcement squad entered from outside the warship, accompanied by the Dragon Kingdom's enforcement team that had come with Wang Feiyang. Chapter 28. The Slaying of the Fiery Demon Gorilla and the Terror of the Chaotic Divine Thunder. Lei Tianwen watched as the Dragon Kingdom's enforcement team approached him, panic immediately seizing him. "What are you doing? What do you intend?" "I am an instructor from the training camp, backed by the Lei and Feng families." "Wang Feiyang, do you dare to apprehend me without sufficient evidence? Do you not regard the Lei and Feng families with respect?" Observing Lei Tianwen's frenzied demeanor, Wang Feiyang let out a cold laugh. "Huh, what the Lei family, what the Feng family. You parasites will one day face retribution. Take him away and ensure he is closely guarded." With Wang Feiyang's order, several members of the enforcement squad seized Lei Tianwen, and in an instant, his martial prowess was sealed. At that moment, despite having formidable strength, Lei Tianwen was rendered powerless. After resolving the situation with Lei Tianwen, a teacher suddenly turned to Lu Yuan's screen, exclaiming in astonishment, "Minister Wang, there's something here you must see." Upon hearing this, Wang Feiyang approached, frowning at the sight of a massive flaming gorilla on the screen. Ling Shuang also came over and remarked, "What is happening? Why is there a fourth-tier demon beast here?" As she spoke, she turned to leave the command room to provide assistance. After all, no matter how strong a martial artist, they could not withstand a fourth-tier demon beast. Among the ranks of demon beasts, the fourth tier represents a watershed. It is markedly different from the third tier. Fourth-tier demon beasts far surpass their third-tier counterparts in both strength and intelligence. If third-tier demon beasts possess the intellect of a 3-year-old human child, then fourth-tier demon beasts are akin to fully grown adults. With their heightened intelligence, these beasts have learned to strategize, making their overall combat capability terrifyingly formidable. Just as Ling Shuang was about to leave, Wang Feiyong interjected, "Wait, do not rush to their aid. I wish to observe the potential of these children." Seeing Wang Feiyong's unwavering composure, Ling Shuang grew anxious. "Minister Wang, a fourth-tier demon beast is beyond their capacity to handle. If we do not intervene, they will surely perish at the hands of that fiery demon gorilla." Wang Feiyong shook his head. "No, this is a test to discern their genius. As for rescue, rest assured, with our strength, we will not be unable to assist a martial artist student." Noticing Ling Shuang's continued anxiety, Wang Feiyong, unusually patient, remarked, "Under ordinary circumstances, I would never impede your efforts for rescue. However, the situation is different now. The Blue Star human race urgently needs to cultivate geniuses. After thousands of years of attrition on the battlefield of myriad races, we can no longer endure." Upon hearing Wang Feiyong's words, Ling Shuang and the other teachers' expressions shifted. They were well aware of the battlefield of myriad races. Since the Blue Star human race ventured into the cosmos, they have flourished for 100,000 years, conquering countless territories and forging extensive alliances. Yet, this rapid development has also drawn numerous formidable foes. And the battlefield of myriad races is where they clash with these adversarial factions. After thousands of years of warfare, the Blue Star human race now finds itself stretched thin. Particularly in recent millennia, the emergence of prodigies among the Blue Star human race has dwindled, while the enemy has unveiled increasingly potent forces on the battlefield. The Blue Star human race is facing a retreat. If a dominant figure does not arise soon, they will confront a catastrophic disaster. Thus, every nation within the Blue Star human race is fervently seeking and nurturing talents, striving to stabilize or even resolve the current predicament. After Wang Feiyong's explanation, Ling Shuang ceased her insistence on rescue. She turned her gaze towards Lu Yuan on the screen, her eyes filled with conviction. Boom! At that moment, Lu Yuan drew closer to the fiery demon gorilla. The rapidly rising temperature caused beads of sweat to form on his brow. "Lu Yuan, flee. That is a fourth-tier demon beast. We cannot contend with it." Zhao Sheng, who was fleeing, spotted Lu Yuan rushing towards him and shouted, "Flee?" Lu Yuan halted, raising an eyebrow, seemingly disinclined to retreat. Gripping the Nine Thunder celestial blade, he swung it towards the fiery demon gorilla. Boom! A white blade of light swiftly cleaved through the air, quickly extending into a several-meter-long arc aimed at the demon beast's weakness. Roar! The fiery demon gorilla sensed the impending threat and bellowed, swinging its fist, the size of a boulder, to counter the white blade. Boom! The collision of fist and blade resonated with a thunderous sound, sending shockwaves that uprooted towering trees in the vicinity. The ground beneath them sank half a meter, riddled with menacing cracks. "Zhao Sheng, you must flee," Lu Yuan shouted excitedly, feeling the immense power of the fiery demon gorilla surge within him, igniting his combative spirit. Previously, he had never unleashed his full strength, concerned about exposing his abilities. However, now, in the presence of numerous instructors, his powers were deemed a mutation, allowing him to wield them without reservation. A dual-hued lightning, black and white, entwined around him, extending towards the Nine Thunder celestial blade. "Lu Yuan, do not act recklessly. Return." Though Zhao Sheng was astonished by Lu Yuan's ability to withstand the fiery demon gorilla strike, he remained pragmatic, believing that a fourth-tier demon beast was beyond their capacity to withstand. "Fear not, Zhao Sheng. I shall not act foolishly. I value my life," Lu Yuan replied confidently, his assurance instilling a strong sense of faith in Zhao Sheng. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Sheng cautioned, "Be careful, Lu brother. If you cannot defeat it, retreat quickly. I will be right behind you." Lu Yuan nodded, watching as Zhao Sheng fled rapidly. He then cast aside all reservations, his indifferent gaze locked onto the fiery demon gorilla. Roar! The fiery demon gorilla seemed to sense an impending crisis, letting out a deep, menacing roar. In the next instant, Lu Yuan conjured several black and white flying daggers from the chaotic divine thunder, launching them towards the fiery demon gorilla. He then propelled the Nine Thunder celestial blade forward, charging at the beast. "Fantasyaudiobook technique, unleash." Lu Yuan bellowed, executing the perfected frenzied thunderblade technique. In the span of a breath, he unleashed hundreds of blade strikes, akin to a torrential storm, raining down upon the fiery demon gorilla. Slicing sounds echoed as the beast was cleaved, unable to retaliate. Its massive body soaked in its own blood. In that moment, whether it was Zhao Sheng observing from a distance, or the teachers and martial arts department personnel in the command room, all were wide-eyed, mouths agape, utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. Immediately, as the Inferno gorilla sustained severe injuries, Lu Yuan abruptly halted his assault. Gripping the Nine Thunder celestial blade, he pointed skyward. In the ensuing moment, the heavens transformed dramatically, as ominous thunderclouds began to brew, and countless bolts of lightning roiled in the sky. With a thunderous shout, a formidable dual-colored lightning bolt surged forth, imbued with a sense of annihilation, and streaked directly toward the Inferno gorilla. Boom! With a singular strike, the fourth-tier Inferno gorilla was effortlessly reduced to ashes beneath the might of this terrifying lightning. Chapter 29. Chu Yuexian's breakthrough to martial general. Dead? The individuals in the command room gazed in shock at the fearsome fourth-tier Inferno gorilla, now slain beneath Lu Yuan's summoned thunder. None were unshaken, although fourth-tier beasts were not particularly formidable to them, easily extinguishable with a mere flick of the wrist for the students of the training camp. That fourth-tier Inferno gorilla represented an invincible force. Without powerful trump cards, slaying the Inferno gorilla was indeed inconceivable. Yet, this impossibility manifested in Lu Yuan. This lad's anomalous abilities are indeed extraordinary, Wang Feiyang murmured, his expression grave. As the minister of the martial arts department, despite lacking awakened powers, his extensive exposure to information allowed him to comprehend the nuances of anomalous mutations. Perhaps a prodigy is emerging from our dragon nation, remarked one of the deputy ministers beside Wang Feiyang. Let us observe further. It may well be a contingency of this child, interjected another deputy minister, maintaining a skeptical stance regarding Lu Yuan's ability to slay the Inferno gorilla. Indeed, Wang Feiyang nodded, acknowledging that whether the lightning capable of vanquishing the Inferno gorilla was indeed Lu Yuan's final resort remained to be validated with time. Meanwhile, Ling Shuang, observing Lu Yuan's formidable prowess, felt her previously tumultuous emotions settle. After all, as long as Lu Yuan exhibited exceptional talent and garnered the attention of the martial arts department and the entire Dragon Nation, the Lei and Feng families posed no real threat. At this moment, after annihilating the Inferno gorilla with the chaotic divine thunder, Lu Yuan appeared fatigued. He gasped for breath, murmuring, "I never expected the chaotic divine thunder to be so taxing on my body. It seems I have not fully unleashed its potential in my usual practice." For the first time, Lu Yuan experienced the terrifying drain of the chaotic divine thunder. Merely summoning a single strike nearly depleted his stamina. Nevertheless, the outcome was favorable, as the Inferno gorilla was reduced to mere powder under this divine lightning, leaving behind only a crimson beast core. Approaching the beast core, Lu Yuan's eyes lit up upon its sight, prompting a notification to appear before him. Fourth-tier beast core, harvested from the fourth-tier beast, Inferno gorilla. Consuming it increases vitality by 15,000 points, but carries the risk of being incinerated by flames. Surviving the ordeal may grant a chance to acquire formidable fire resistance. Can be exchanged for 8 million augmentation points. The straightforward explanation stirred excitement within Lu Yuan. He nearly succumbed to the temptation to consume the beast core. For an increase of 15,000 vitality would undeniably allow him to transcend into the realm of martial general. Having already provoked both the Feng and Lei families, he urgently required a boost in strength. However, recognizing the peril of being burned to death, he resisted the impulse. Perhaps it's best not to consume it right away. Directly swallowing the beast core is far too risky. Exchanging it for augmentation points seems wiser, he murmured. At that moment, Zhao Sheng, who had been observing from a distance, approached Lu Yuan with a look of astonishment. Lu Yuan, you actually killed the Inferno gorilla? You are simply incredible. With such prowess, you must be cheating. Zhao Sheng jested. Taken aback, Lu Yuan initially paused but then shook his head with a wry smile. Just a jest. However, Lu Yuan, could you sell me that beast core? I happen to need one imbued with fire attribute energy, as it would significantly enhance my fire-based abilities. Upon hearing Zhao Sheng's request, Lu Yuan's expression shifted. If he exchanged the fourth-tier beast core, he would only receive 8 million augmentation points. Yet, Selling it to someone in need could yield far greater rewards. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan nodded, saying, "Sure, I have no use for this beast core, so I'll sell it to you." Seeing Lu Yuan's willingness, Zhao Sheng generously offered, "In light of your generosity, I'll pay you 10 million blue star coins," which is slightly above the market price for a fourth-tier beast core. Hearing Zhao Sheng's proposal, Lu Yuan readily accepted, as 10 million blue star coins would allow him to undergo a thousandfold augmentation. Soon, after Lu Yuan handed over the beast core to Zhao Sheng, a short while later, following Zhao Sheng's efforts to notify the Zhao family, a substantial sum of money was transferred into Lu Yuan's account, which he promptly exchanged for augmentation points. Once the transaction concluded, Lu Yuan inquired, "Shall we continue our competition?" Upon hearing Lu Yuan mention the contest, Zhao Sheng sighed with a wry smile. "No, you have already slain a fourth-tier beast. What is there left to compare? You have already won." Zhao Sheng expressed his genuine admiration, devoid of jealousy. In fact, he felt a deep sense of envy and relief that Lu Yuan possessed such strength, foreseeing that in the upcoming Zhao family competition 3 years hence, the Blue Star Zhao family's branch would undoubtedly emerge as the dominant force for the next decade. 3 days swiftly passed. Throughout this duration, Lu Yuan did not rest on his laurels after vanquishing the fourth-tier beast. Instead, he collaborated with Zhao Sheng, sweeping across the island in pursuit of monsters. In merely 3 days, over 1,000 beasts perished at the hands of Lu Yuan and Zhao Sheng, their achievements far surpassing those of the fourth-place competitor. However, they were taken aback to discover that the third-place Chu Yuan, hunting monsters alone, matched their speed closely, with only a slight difference in numbers. As the 3 days came to an end, all participants received notifications signaling the conclusion of the assessment, instructing everyone to gather at the island's shore. At the assembly point, Lu Yuan and Zhao Sheng arrived, only to find that others had already arrived before them. "Jujuesian, she actually reached here before us?" Zhao Sheng exclaimed in astonishment. Despite believing that he and Lu Yuan were swift, they were nonetheless outpaced by someone else. At that moment, Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, stating, "She has broken through to the martial general realm." Upon hearing Lu Yuan's observation, Zhao Sheng looked at Chu Yuan with wide-eyed astonishment. He soon felt the overwhelming vitality emanating from her. She must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity, Lu Yuan remarked, sensing a potent wave of anomalous energy radiating from Chu Yuan, indicating that she had indeed received some form of chance that augmented her abilities. As Chu Yuan approached Lu Yuan and Zhao Sheng with a gentle smile, she appeared unperturbed by their presence. "Lu Yuan, I never expected that you two have slain a fourth-tier beast. Congratulations." The word "two" from Zhao Sheng, upon hearing Chu Yuan's remark, prompted a look of astonishment. "Indeed, I was fortunate enough to kill a fourth-tier beast as well, and by consuming its beast core, I have achieved a breakthrough to the martial general realm." Chu Yuan exclaimed excitedly, then turned to Lu Yuan with a look of regret. "Lu Yuan, I have heard about Feng Qingtian, and I am truly sorry. Having killed Feng Qingtian, they will undoubtedly seek revenge on you. Should you encounter any trouble, feel free to seek me out. I will help you resolve it." Chapter 30. The assessment concludes, returning to Jiangnan Bay City. "Thank you." Lu Yuan expressed his gratitude as he listened to Chu Yuan's words. With his current strength, obtaining assistance from a prominent family like the Chu family would significantly alleviate his burdens. However, Lu Yuan understood that he could not always rely on others, especially since Chu Yuan could not represent the entire Chu family. Nevertheless, he graciously accepted Chu Yuan's goodwill. Soon after, a period of time passed. Those who had survived the 3 days began to converge at the assembly point. Lu Yuan noticed that the original training camp, which had 900 participants, now only boasted over 700. It was evident that the attrition rate in this training camp was considerably high. As everyone gathered, instructors, including Ling Shuang, began to appear in succession. When all the instructors were present, the 3 ministers from the martial arts department, led by Wang Feiyang, emerged from the battleship. Upon seeing Minister Wang and the other 2 ministers, many students displayed expressions of surprise, clearly recognizing the head of the martial arts department. "I never imagined that the assessment for this Jiangnan Bay City ability training camp will be personally overseen by Minister Wang. I wonder if I might catch his eye and be accepted as his disciple." Indeed, normally, it is the deputy ministers who visit the training camps. This time, it is Minister Wang himself. It seems this year, Jiangnan Bay City is placing great importance on the training camp assessments, as whispers of curiosity spread among the students. Wang Feiyong addressed them. Students, congratulations on passing this training camp assessment. I am delighted to witness your remarkable battles, especially from certain individuals whose exceptional performances have left us all in awe. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently settled on Lu Yuan and Chu Yuxian. These two students, capable of independently slaying a fourth-tier beast, had already become key candidates for cultivation in his mind. Now, I shall announce the first place of this assessment. Wang Feiyong's announcement immediately piqued the curiosity of most students. They were eager to learn about the individual worthy of such recognition from the head of the martial arts department. Wang Feiyong, speaking in a measured tone, declared, "The first place in this assessment is Lu Yuan." As his words echoed, all eyes turned toward Lu Yuan, their expressions a mix of astonishment and skepticism. Lu Yuan, it's him? Surely there must be some mistake. While he is formidable, can he truly be the top of the assessment? Indeed, although he defeated Feng Qingtian and managed to kill 3 third-tier beasts, his abilities are not particularly strong. Could he have cheated? The murmurs of doubt from the crowd did not anger Wang Feiyong. Instead, he patiently responded, "Fellow students, are you aware of Lu Yuan's achievements?" The crowd shook their heads. Wang Feiyong then smiled and continued, "Lu Yuan has slain 1 fourth-tier beast, 3 third-tier beasts, 100 second-tier beasts, and 400 first-tier beasts." In one breath, Wang Feiyong recounted Lu Yuan's impressive record. Instantly, the students who had previously questioned Lu Yuan's achievements gazed at him with incredulity. A fourth-tier beast? He single-handedly killed one? How outrageous! I struggled to defeat even a second-tier beast alone. That's why he is a genius. How can you, a mere waste, dare to compare yourself to him? While Lu Yuan is indeed a genius, the feat of slaying over 500 beasts is simply extraordinary. Such records have never been seen in previous training camps. The students expressed their astonishment. If any of you still harbor doubts about the results, the teachers can review the surveillance footage for you, Wang Feiyong suggested, noting the lingering skepticism among the students. However, as a representative known for his fairness, his words convinced the students entirely. They waved their hands in unison, exclaiming, "Minister Wang, that won't be necessary. We believe you." Indeed, who doesn't he know that Minister Wang is the most impartial representative of our Jiangnan Bay City? We trust you. Seeing the students no longer question the results, Wang Feiyong proceeded to announce the remaining rankings. However, in the shadow of Lu Yuan and Zhao Sheng's outstanding achievements, most others' results paled in comparison. Nevertheless, the third-to-last rank of Chu Yuxian, with her own record of slaying a fourth-tier beast, did astonish a few. Once all the results were disclosed, Wang Feiyong turned to Lu Yuan and said, "Lu Yuan, you're now the first place of our Jiangnan Bay City training camp. I believe teacher Ling Shuang has already informed you of the rewards. You have a reserved spot for admission in our Blue Star human territory. With the exception of the Starry Sky Martial University, you may choose any martial university to attend. However, I would like to extend an invitation for you to join the Magic Martial University. Would you be willing to accept?" As Wang Feiyong issued his personal invitation to Lu Yuan for enrollment in the Magic Martial University, the crowd turned their curious gazes toward him, eager to see if he would accept. Lu Yuan found himself hesitating, deep in thought. He had little knowledge of the various martial universities within the Blue Star human territory. However, he was well aware of the Starry Sky Martial University, a renowned institution recognized by all. The Starry Sky Martial University is the most prestigious martial university of the Blue Star human race, known for its stringent admission process that does not allow reserved spots. Entry is solely based on martial examination scores. Moreover, it holds a unique status among the Blue Star human race, occupying an entire planet as its domain. It does not limit its enrollment to just the Blue Star humans. Any race that maintains amicable relations with the Blue Star humans is permitted admission. Rumor has it that anyone graduating from the Starry Sky Martial University achieves at least the rank of Martial King. This is due to the high standards for graduation, which require students to reach the Martial King realm. Yet, gaining entry to the Starry Sky Martial University is exceedingly difficult. At this moment, Wang Feiyong, observing Lu Yuan's hesitation, felt a twinge of urgency. He spoke earnestly. "Lu Yuan, once you join the Magic Martial University, no matter what difficulties you face, even if someone causes you trouble, as long as you are in the right, The Magic Martial University will stand by you and help you resolve it. Hearing Wang Feiyang's insinuating words, Lu Yuan pondered for a moment before eventually responding. Teacher Wang, this is a significant decision. I would like to take some time to consider it. Acknowledging Lu Yuan's words, Wang Feiyang understood that he should not rush him. He sighed deeply and said, very well, this indeed pertains to your future. It was my oversight. Contemplate it carefully, for you have the opportunity to choose until the results of the martial arts examination are announced. As Wang Feiyang's words echoed, a veil of uncertainty descended upon the hearts of the onlookers. They were perplexed as to why Lu Yuan garnered such attention from Wang Feiyang. Soon after all the ranking awards were distributed, the crowd boarded the battleship and departed from the island, returning to the Jiangnan Bay City. Unbeknownst to Lu Yuan, his name was gradually surfacing among the various factions within Jiangnan Bay City. Chapter 31. Returning home. Has Lu Qinghuan encountered trouble? In the Jiangnan Bay City, at the Feng family estate, the head of the Feng family scrutinized the documents in his hands, furrowing his brow. Damn it. Is this how Lei Tianwen serves my Feng family? A student of ordinary background cannot be managed, and now I've fallen into the clutches of the martial arts department? The head of the Feng family spoke with palpable anger. What troubled him more than the matter of Lei Tianwen was the interference of the martial arts department. The martial arts department, you say? Even if you meddle, what of it? My Feng family shall not suffer losses in vain. While you may protect him for a time, you cannot shield him for eternity, he declared vehemently. He then retrieved an antiquated communicator and entered a secret chamber. As the head of the Feng family connected the communicator to a screen, a dimly lit projection emerged before him. Within the shadowy confines of the projection, a group of masked figures loomed. The head of the Feng family addressed these masked individuals with a calm demeanor. I require the assassination of a certain individual. Name your price. The masked figures on the screen responded with cold laughter. Ah, a rare visitor, Feng family head. May I inquire whom you wish to eliminate? If they possess formidable strength, our shadow organization will demand a hefty fee. The head of the Feng family retorted coldly. Humph. Merely a high school student. Lu Yuan from Jiangnan Bay City, number 38 high school. The masked figure expressed astonishment. A high school student warrants such risk that you, Feng family head, personally contact us? This lad must indeed be exceptional. After a moment of silence, the masked figure continued. Very well, we shall accept your request. But you must provide us with a Tier 7 beast core initially, and upon completion of the task, you will pay us the remaining 2 cores. Upon hearing their exorbitant demands, the head of the Feng family felt a surge of indignation. This is extortion. The masked figure nonchalantly replied, indeed. We are capitalizing on your urgency, Feng family head. Contacting us to eliminate a high school student at this crucial juncture indicates that he is no ordinary target. The risks we face are considerable. Should you be unwilling, we can part ways. After a moment's contemplation, the head of the Feng family responded, very well. I await your good news. Do not disappoint me. Witnessing the Feng family head acquiesce to their terms, the masked figure erupted in sinister laughter. Rest assured, Feng family head, our shadow organization has never let you down in our numerous collaborations. With those words, the chamber fell silent. After a while, the head of the Feng family exited the secret room, picking up a document from the table, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Lu Yuan, I shall make you pay dearly. Several hours later, a colossal battleship descended from the sky, landing in an expansive square within Jiangnan Bay City. A throng of students, having concluded their ability training, disembarked from the vessel. After a month away from the Bay City, their faces radiated joy. At that moment, Lu Yuan and Zhao Sheng also alighted from the battleship. Lu Yuan, you must exercise caution during this time. With Feng Qingtian deceased, the head of the Feng family will not rest easily. Zhao Sheng warned, though you have gained the favor of Minister Wang, the Feng family head will undoubtedly target you. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Lu Yuan nodded. Do not worry, Zhao Sheng. My aunt is a member of the Night Watchers, and with their deterrent presence, the Feng family should think twice before harming my family. As for me, should they dare provoke me, I shall ensure they return from whence they came. Lu Yuan declared confidently. Still, one must remain vigilant. Rumor has it that the Feng family employs underhanded tactics and has connections with certain assassin organizations. Over the years, their business rivals have been systematically eliminated by these assassins, so tread carefully. Lu Yuan nodded, aware of the notorious reputation of such assassin groups. These infamous rogues were criminals who had evaded capture and would undoubtedly operate in the shadows. Therefore, as long as he avoided desolate areas or left Jiang in Bay City, he believed he would be safe from their threats. Seeing that Lu Yuan had taken his words to heart, Zhao Sheng felt reassured and departed. After Zhao Sheng left, Chui Wessian approached Lu Yuan, offering similar warnings before hastily departing. At this juncture, as Lu Yuan prepared to head home, he witnessed a group of law enforcement officers escorting a weak and resentful Lei Tianwen off the battleship. Accompanying the law enforcement were 3 ministers from the martial arts department. Wang Feiyang, having noted Lu Yuan's impending departure, swiftly approached him. Lu Yuan, I have heard from Ling Shuang and other teachers about your situation. You acted rightly, and the incident with Feng Qingtian does not implicate you. As for the Feng family, I shall personally visit them to clarify this matter, so you need not worry. They will not retaliate against you. Listening to Wang Feiyang's reassurances, Lu Yuan nodded, though at that moment, he longed to return home. Wang Feiyang, oblivious to Lu Yuan's expression, continued, in truth, Lu Yuan, the simplest way to resolve this entirely is to join my magic martial university. Once you enroll, we will ensure the protection of you and your family. Moreover, our university is rich in resources, with many powerful mentors awakened with lightning abilities. I'm confident they can provide you with excellent guidance. Lu Yuan felt a flicker of temptation at his words. However, he was reluctant to commit hastily, as he aspired to gain admission to the Starry Sky Martial University and explore broader horizons. Noticing Lu Yuan's hesitation, Wang Feiyang ceased pressing the matter. With a light chuckle, he said, Haha, Lu Yuan, perhaps I have been too hasty. Take your time to consider, and I shall await your response. Lu Yuan nodded and subsequently departed from the area. After several hours, Lu Yuan finally stood before his home. Gazing at the towering building, he was overcome with indescribable emotions. He murmured to himself, I wonder how my aunt and sister have fared. Have they missed me during this month apart? Eagerly, he approached the entrance of his home. A few minutes later, he arrived at his doorstep. Yet as he beheld the door, an inexplicable wave of dread washed over him, as a thick layer of white frost seemed to envelop it. Instantly, an ominous premonition stirred within his heart. He pushed the door open, and an icy chill swept over him, causing the ominous premonition in his heart to surge. What was happening? What had transpired at home? A flicker of rage ignited in Lu Yuan's eyes. He suspected it was retaliation from the Feng family. At that moment, a woman stepped out from the room. Upon seeing the figure standing at the door, her eyes instantly glistened with tears. Xiao Yuan, you're back? Song Yuan's voice trembled slightly as she spoke. Andy, what is going on? Where's Qinghuan? Lu Yuan suppressed the unsettling feeling within him as he inquired. Xiao Yuan, please don't panic. Just listen to your aunt, she replied. Qinghuan, for some unknown reason, suddenly fainted a few days ago, and it seems her abilities have prematurely awakened. However, this power is far too overwhelming for her body to handle, and now she can only recover with the help of the Zhiyang treasure medicine. Chapter 32. The Premature Awakening of Powers, Lu Qinghuan's Crisis. As he listened to Song Yuan's words, the joy that had filled Lu Yuan upon returning home was abruptly shattered. He hurried into the room where Lu Qinghuan lay. The moment he opened the door, an intense cold surged towards him, attempting to invade his very being. Despite his formidable martial artist vitality, he found himself temporarily unable to withstand this frigid force. Just when the chilling energy threatened to freeze him, his internal chaos divine thunder suddenly activated, black and white arcs of electricity swirling around him, emanating a terrifying warmth that countered the bone-chilling cold. Song Yuan, who had intended to stop Lu Yuan, was taken aback as she witnessed him withstand a coldness that even she could barely endure. Why you've broken through to the martial artist realm? She exclaimed in astonishment, considering it the first piece of good news she had encountered in quite some time. Yes, Auntie, I accidentally broke through while at the training camp. Lu Yuan replied succinctly, then turned his gaze forward. He saw that the bed where Lu Qinghuan lay was already encased in ice, a layer of white frost continuously emanating from her body. Brother, is it you? Lu Qinghuan, seemingly aware of the commotion at the door, weakly spoke. Qinghuan, it's me. It's your brother, who has returned. Are you all right? Lu Yuan rushed to her side, and at that moment, a message appeared before his eyes. Lu Qinghuan, host's younger sister, is currently awakening the mythical level ability of extreme frost, but due to the premature awakening, Her body cannot withstand the energy of this power, putting her in a state of weakness and at risk of life. Upon seeing the sudden message, Yuan could not help but inquire in his mind, "System, what is happening? Can I enhance Qinghuan's body?" he asked with eager anticipation, replying to the host, "It is not possible." The system's concise response shattered the lifeline in Yuan's heart. Observing his sorrowful demeanor, Qinghuan weakly uttered, "Brother, you've returned from the training camp. I thought I wouldn't see you again. Did you achieve good results at the training camp?" Hastily responding, Yuan exclaimed, "Of course. Your brother was the top of the entire training camp, and I even met the Minister of Martial Affairs and received a direct admission to Magic Martial University." Hearing Yuan recount his experiences at the training camp, a glimmer of joy and excitement flickered in Qinghuan's eyes. "That's wonderful. I knew you were the best. But I might not get to see you reach your peak now," she said despairingly. She herself was bewildered as to why she had suddenly awakened her powers. After all, those who awakened abilities were typically extraordinary talents. Yet, her power was far too immense, overwhelming her body. Listening to his sister's words, Yuan shook his head vehemently. "No, Qinghuan, I absolutely will not let anything happen to you." In a sudden frenzy, he recalled what his aunt had mentioned earlier about needing the Zhiyang treasure medicine to heal his sister. He turned to the pale-faced Song Yuan standing at the door. "Auntie, do you still have any pills or potions to enhance vitality?" Song Yuan, seeing Yuan's urgent demeanor, initially intended to inform him that the pill she possessed would do little to counteract Qinghuan's condition. However, she still retrieved a vial of pills. "Xiao Yuan, this is the highest grade medicine I could obtain from the organization." Upon receiving it, Yuan examined the vial, and information about the medicine appeared before him. Vitality Restoration Pill, Xian Level Superior Grade, Zhiyang Medicine, possesses powerful vitality-enhancing abilities, can increase the user's vitality by 50,000 and boost their resistance to cold. Can be exchanged for 8 million enhancement points, available for enhancement. Yes or no? Gazing at the pill in his hand, Yuan rushed to Qinghuan's side. Observing his eagerness to try, Song Yuan cautioned, "Xiao Yuan, your aunt has already tried this. Taking it again wouldn't yield any results." But Yuan acted as though he hadn't heard her words. He took out the beast cores he had brought back from the training camp. Then he silently thought, "System, convert these beast cores into enhancement points." As his words faded, the pile of beast cores vanished. Immediately, a clear voice rang out. "Beast core conversion successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring enhancement points, 130 million. Seeing the sudden disappearance of the beast cores, Song Yuan was astonished. "Xiao Yuan, what just happened?" Yuan, unable to dodge in time, could only frown and explain, "Auntie, please don't speak of this. It's another of my abilities. As long as the sacrificed items are sufficiently precious, I can receive powerful rewards." To make his claim more believable, he proceeded to enhance the Vitality Restoration Pill he held. Enhancing Vitality Restoration Pill by 10,000 times. 10,000 times enhancement. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 9-turn Holy Spirit Pill. 9-turn Holy Spirit Pill. Royal Level Superior Grade Pill. Zhiyang Treasure Pill. A natural enemy to all extreme cold energies, can enhance the user's aptitude, strengthen their physical body, and grant them vitality levels dozens of times that of an ordinary person. Delighted by the pill's description, Yuan placed the one radiating rich vitality into the mouth of the gradually fainting Qinghuan. "Xiao Yuan, just now that was." Song Yuan could not help but interject, having witnessed an astonishing scene. A superior Xian-level pill had been enveloped in a white light, transforming into a royal-level superior pill. If this were to get out, their family could face grave danger, potentially becoming slaves under others' control for generations to come. "Auntie, that was just another of my abilities. Please don't speak of it, or we'll all be in trouble," Yuan said with a serious expression. "Rest assured, Xiao Yuan, I won't breathe a word. Just be cautious with this unique ability of yours. Do not display it in front of others." Yuan nodded in agreement. At that moment, the unconscious Qinghuan suddenly coughed a few times. Cough, cough, cough. Following this, a powerful surge of vitality coursed through her body, significantly diminishing the extreme cold energy that enveloped her. "Brother, am I getting better?" Qinghuan slowly opened her eyes, and the temperature in the entire room rose noticeably. Chapter 33. Yuan's Plans. "Qinghuan, are you all right?" Hearing Lu Qinghuan's voice, Lu Yuan instinctively approached his sister to examine her condition. "Brother, I feel much better." Lu Qinghuan's complexion was no longer as pale as it had been when he first laid eyes on her. Her voice, too, had gained strength. However, as Lu Yuan drew closer to her, his brows furrowed in concern. "No, something is still amiss. That pill merely provided temporary relief," Lu Yuan said with a grave expression. After inspecting his sister's condition, he made a troubling discovery. Although Lu Qinghuan appeared healthier, it was the effect of the royal-grade elixir that had brought about this change. The terrifying potency of the medicine had temporarily staved off the encroaching chill within her, granting her a semblance of vitality. Yet, once the effects of the elixir were off completely, she would still succumb to that overpowering force. This realization left Lu Yuan at a loss. He sensed that the elixir's effects would last at most another fortnight, intensifying his urgency. "No, I cannot allow Qinghuan to be in peril. I must seek out more supreme yang elixirs. Perhaps then she will have sufficient time to enhance her cultivation and master this power." Lu Yuan murmured to himself. "Brother? What is wrong? Is there still something wrong with my body?" Seeing the serious expression on Lu Yuan's face, Lu Qinghuan couldn't help but feel anxious. "No, you're no longer in peril. However, Qinghuan, to fully master your abilities, you still need to elevate your cultivation," Lu Yuan explained, taking a deep breath. "Huh? But why is it that others awaken their powers without issue, while I have encountered problems?" Lu Qinghuan asked curiously. With the effects of a 9-turn Holy Spirit pill supporting her, Lu Qinghuan felt invigorated and continued to pose questions to Lu Yuan, who patiently answered each one. Soon, as the night deepened, Lu Qinghuan began to feel drowsy, allowing Lu Yuan a moment to rest. Exiting her room, he found Song Yuan waiting in the living room for some time. "Xiao Yuan, how is Qinghuan? She won't have any lasting issues, will she?" Lu Yuan shook his head and proceeded to inform Song Yuan of Lu Qinghuan's condition. Upon learning of the complexities surrounding Lu Qinghuan's health, tears welled in Song Yuan's eyes. How could this be? Awakening abilities early is supposed to be a good thing. It signifies that Qinghuan is a genius. Why must fate treat her so harshly? She whispered, weeping softly. "Aunt, do not worry. Qinghuan's condition is not insurmountable. As long as I can procure some powerful supreme yang elixirs, combined with my unique abilities, I am certain we can restore her health. Once she enhances her martial cultivation and no longer fears the chilling force within her, all will be resolved." Hearing Lu Yuan's words and recalling the extraordinary abilities she had witnessed, Song Yuan's despair began to dissipate. "Indeed, you are right, Xiao Yuan. As long as we strive to obtain the supreme yang elixirs, Qinghuan will surely overcome this challenge. I will now gather all the merits I have earned over the years as a night watcher to exchange for the elixirs." As she spoke, Song Yuan prepared to leave, but suddenly paused and turned to Lu Yuan. "By the way, Xiao Yuan, does your ability require any specific resources to manifest?" Lu Yuan pondered for a moment before answering. "Aunt, my ability does not demand anything particularly special. It merely requires something of considerable value. The rarer the item, the more potent my abilities will be." After a moment of contemplation, he articulated this explanation. Song Yuan, seemingly grasping the concept, nodded affirmatively. "All right, Xiao Yuan, rest assured. I have collected numerous valuable items over the years, stored within the Night Watcher organization. I will retrieve them shortly." With that, she hurriedly departed the house. Within the confines of the house, only Lu Yuan and Lu Qinghuan remained. Lu Yuan entered the room, gazing at his sister, who was soundly asleep. After a brief moment of hesitation, he exited the room and retrieved a communicator from the living room, dialing a number. Beep, beep. After several rings, the communicator connected, and a fiery voice erupted from the other end. "Who is this, calling in the middle of the night? Can a person get any sleep?" The voice belonged to the principal of the 38th High School, who was clearly irritated by the late-night disturbance. "Principal, it's me, Lu Yuan," he replied succinctly. "Lu Yuan." The principal's tone shifted immediately upon hearing his name, his irritation dissipating. "Ah, it's you, the prodigy. Why haven't you returned to school immediately after arriving back in Jiangnan City? Do you think you can just disregard us now that you've claimed the top spot in the training camp?" Listening to the principal's barrage of words, Lu Yuan seized the opportunity to interject. "Principal, I heard there are rewards for breaking through to the martial master realm at school. I have now achieved that breakthrough and am the top student in the abilities training camp. I'm curious about what rewards I might receive. The principal on the other end was momentarily taken aback. What? You called in the middle of the night, just for this? Couldn't this wait until tomorrow when you come to school? He questioned, perplexed. No, principal, time is of the essence. I want to be coming to school tomorrow, and I would like to request an extended leave of absence. I assure you I will return the day before the martial examination. Lu Yuan's serious tone prompted the principal to sense something was amiss. He set aside his jovial demeanor and asked solemnly, Is there a problem at home? If there are difficulties, do not hesitate to bring them up. The school will do everything within its power to assist you. Lu Yuan felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing the principal's offer of help. He had not expected such support from someone he had scarcely interacted with. Though it was likely due to his recent achievements, the principal was, overall, a commendable figure. Yet, he felt compelled to decline the principal's generous offer. After all, with his sister being a student at a prestigious school like No. 1 High, and yet facing such dire circumstances, it was clear that even such a powerful institution could do little to assist. With that thought in mind, Lu Yuan decisively responded, No need for that, principal. My situation is quite complex, and the school may not be able to provide the necessary assistance. Understanding Lu Yuan's resolute stance, the principal could only reluctantly acquiesce. All right, if you insist on handling this on your own, I won't press further. However, one must remember to think twice before taking any action. You are a prodigy, and the future holds vast possibilities. Do not allow a moment of recklessness to jeopardize your potential. Lu Yuan nodded and replied, I understand, principal. Shortly thereafter, the two concluded their communication, and in no time, a staggering sum of 10 million blue star coins was deposited into Lu Yuan's account. Without needing to look, Lu Yuan was aware that it was the principal who had generously rewarded him monetarily. Nevertheless, this sum was still insufficient for Lu Yuan's aspirations. After pondering for a moment, he retrieved a certificate. It was a warrior certification, which would allow him to undertake numerous high-reward missions. Gazing at the document in his hand, Lu Yuan murmured, It seems I must pay a visit to the Warrior Alliance tomorrow. As the largest organization in all of Blue Star, they should have a means to assist Qinghuan. Chapter 34. The Warrior Hunt Team. The harvesting task in the Forbidden Zone of Mount Luo. The following morning, after Song Yuan returned home, Lu Yuan set out early, heading straight to the headquarters of the Warrior Alliance. Upon entering, he was greeted by the familiar sight of numerous warriors arriving at dawn. However, what was particularly striking was that most of them were organized, moving in groups. Some were even actively recruiting passersby. We are the Iron Fury Hunt Team, recruiting members. Those who join us will enjoy a monthly package of 6 insurances and a pension, plus a 10% share of every reward. The Star Sea Hunt Team is hiring temporarily, seeking only logistical support, specifically women, who will not be required to engage in dangerous missions. Monthly benefits include 6 insurances and a salary of 300,000 Blue Star coins. As Lu Yuan listened to the bustling calls around him, he realized this was a sight he had not witnessed during his previous visit to the Warrior Alliance headquarters. These were hunt teams that had set out to undertake missions assigned by the Alliance. Hunt teams are formally organized entities, recognized by various official bodies within Blue Star. The criteria for forming a hunt team are quite straightforward. One merely needs to attain the rank of a martial general. Observing the surrounding hunt teams and sensing their formidable presence, mostly comprised of martial masters and martial generals, he shook his head and proceeded towards the task announcement area. Good day, sir. What task would you like to undertake? A sweet voice greeted him from a reception staff member. Lu Yuan scanned the available tasks before him. Hunt 18 third-tier demon beasts and return with their cores to receive 1 bottle of A-grade genetic potion and 10 million Blue Star coins. Hunt 10 4th-tier demon beasts and return with their cores to receive 5 bottles of A-grade genetic potions and 100 million Blue Star coins. Travel to Mount Luo to harvest 100 blood source flowers and receive 1 bottle of A-grade genetic potion and 30 million Blue Star coins. Lu Yuan's gaze was immediately drawn to the harvesting task. Mount Luo? Isn't that a forbidden zone outside Jiangnan Bay City? He murmured. Although he possessed the strength to slay 4th-tier demon beasts, he found himself more inclined towards this harvesting task. Over the past 100,000 years, most of Blue Star's previous invaders have been expelled, and the so-called demon beasts, aside from being contained by certain factions in specific locales, were virtually non-existent in the wild. To hunt demon beasts, one would need to leave Blue Star and venture to nearby planets where they are cultivated. However, for Lu Yuan at present, This was an unlikely endeavor, as the round trip would not only consume time, but also result in significant financial expenditure. Despite the absence of demon-beast dangers in the wilderness, it did not imply that it was entirely safe. In the early days of the invasions, some territories underwent drastic transformations, leading to irreversible environmental changes. These areas became fraught with peril, filled with gases that could affect human consciousness or magnetic fields that could drive individuals to madness. Mount Luo was one such unique region, and for 100,000 years, the human race of Blue Star had attempted to restore it without success. Nevertheless, the emergence of these hazardous regions was not entirely negative, as the altered environments also gave rise to unique medicinal materials. For instance, the blood source flower mentioned in the harvesting task is a special ingredient for crafting genetic potions. Potions made from this material enhance the vitality of the user without any side effects. Moreover, Mount Luo harbors a plethora of other materials. Yet, due to its peculiarities, few are willing to enter and complete these harvesting tasks. Typically, they are undertaken by those nearing death, who risk their lives to secure a better livelihood for their descendants. Of course, while the wilderness may not host rampant demon beasts, there are still invaders who have illegally crossed into Blue Star, lurking in the wild to hunt unsuspecting warriors on missions. Thus, the wilds of Blue Star are not without their dangers. Contemplating the harvesting task before him, Lu Yuan gritted his teeth and resolutely declared, "I shall undertake this harvesting task." He pointed to the Mount Luo assignment. As his words hung in the air, the charming attendant glanced at him with a hint of surprise, asking, "Sir, are you truly certain about accepting this task?" She was puzzled as to why Lu Yuan would want to undertake such a perilous mission typically reserved for those facing imminent demise. To her, Lu Yuan appeared vibrant and far from the visage of someone on the brink of death. Lu Yuan nodded. "Yes, is there a problem?" The attendant shook her head, merely confirming his intent without further comment. With a smile, she removed the task from the board and registered it under Lu Yuan's warrior certificate, promptly returning the certificate to him. "Sir, you have a total of 7 days to complete this task. Should you fail to submit your report within this time frame, we will consider the task a failure and your warrior credibility score will be diminished." Upon hearing the attendant's words, Lu Yuan paused momentarily before quickly grasping the rationale behind such a policy. Without a credibility score to regulate task acceptance, warriors could indiscriminately accept assignments. In particular, competitors could take on tasks and then delay their execution, significantly hindering the progress of employers requiring specific materials. Therefore, the implementation of credibility scores ensures that if a warrior with low credibility accepts a task, employers receive a notification and can decide whether to entrust the assignment to that warrior. This system protects employers while encouraging warriors to act responsibly in accepting tasks. Lu Yuan nodded affirmatively. "Rest assured, I understand the rules," he stated, clutching his warrior certificate as he exited the Warrior Alliance headquarters. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after his departure, a 7-member hunt team also arrived to accept the same task as Lu Yuan. They left the headquarters in close pursuit, maintaining a careful distance of several miles, undetected by Lu Yuan as he journeyed onward. "Captain, are we truly going to undertake this mission?" One member of the assassination squad, gazing at the information in his hands, inquired. "The remuneration from the Feng family is substantial, and rest assured, they will not solely rely on us for the assassination. There are plenty of others willing to take on the task if we decline. If you are hesitant, feel free to leave our assassination squad. But do tread carefully regarding your ailing mother, your gambling father, and your studying younger brother." Upon hearing these words, the previously indecisive man's gaze instantly solidified with determination. "Captain, I will do it. For my family, I will." A scarred man nodded in satisfaction at his response, then proceeded to distribute 7 helmets to the group. "These are special helmets from Luo Shan. Wear them, and we shall be unaffected by Luo Shan's influence." The others nodded in agreement, and promptly donned the helmets they received. Chapter 35. Journey to Luo Shan, the pursuit of the 7-man assassination squad. At the city gate of Jiangnan Bay City, a group of martial artists was diligently inspecting pedestrians and vehicles as per usual protocol. Soon, it was Luo Yuan's turn to be checked. "Are you going out alone?" The officer responsible for verifying Lu Yuan's credentials remarked, noticing he was the only one present. "Yes," Luo Yuan affirmed with a nod. "Be cautious." The officer, satisfied with Lu Yuan's confirmation, refrained from saying more. After registering Li Yuan's information, he returned the documents to him. Mr. Liu, exercise caution upon your departure. Recently, numerous illegal immigrants have infiltrated our Blue Star territory, and many martial artists have been brutally slain outside the base city. As you venture alone, it will be prudent to travel alongside others if possible. The officer reminded Luo Yuan in his customary manner. Luo Yuan nodded. Understood. I will be careful. After acknowledging, he hastily exited Jiangnan base city. Upon stepping beyond the city limits, Luo Yuan was astonished by the scenery that unfolded before him. This marked his first time leaving the base city, witnessing the world outside. It was remarkably different from the island where he had previously trained. Towering trees, some reaching heights of 10 to several dozen meters, loomed around him, shrouded in thick mist obscuring the surroundings. After surveying the area, Luo Yuan retrieved a map, which prominently featured the vicinity surrounding Jiangnan base city. Among the marked locations was Luoshan, situated 50 miles to the south. Stowing the map, Luo Yuan murmured, 50 miles? That is not too far. I must set off quickly. With great caution, he sprinted towards Luoshan, the destination marked on his map. With his current prowess as a martial master, traversing 50 miles would require merely a few minutes. Shortly after Luo Yuan departed, a flying armored vehicle exited Jiangnan base city. Equipped with special helmets, the occupants did not immediately pursue Luo Yuan. Observing the satellite surveillance, one of them muttered, "This kid is rather cautious." He stops to survey his surroundings at intervals. It seems he is aware that killing the Feng family's young master will invoke their vengeance. The leader of the assassination squad murmured, his furrowed brow indicating the considerable challenge of this mission. "Captain, we should hasten our departure. Luoshan is peculiar, and our satellite surveillance cannot penetrate its depths. If this lad makes it inside, locating him will prove difficult," one squad member urged. "Indeed. However, we cannot use the vehicle anymore. We must proceed on foot." The captain agreed with the previous member's statement. Their mode of travel altered due to the conspicuous nature of the large flying armored vehicle. Following a swift reassessment of their plan, the 7 members of the assassination squad abandoned their vehicle and quickly advanced towards Luo Yuan. Each member displayed formidable strength, all possessing the cultivation of martial generals. Particularly, the scarred leader stood out as a martial commander. Their pace was rapid. In a mere 10 minutes, they covered a substantial portion of the distance Luo Yuan had traversed. At this moment, Luo Yuan, gazing at the increasingly imminent Luoshan, felt a surge of excitement within him. He glanced at the task details he had accepted, murmuring, "To procure the blood source flower, the ideal location is the center of Luoshan. However, if access to the center is unattainable, one may also harvest from the periphery." After reviewing the task details, Luo Yuan tucked away the information. Since both the center and the periphery were viable options, he resolved to opt for the periphery instead. Rumors about Luoshan were too ominous, and venturing deep was best avoided unless absolutely necessary. Suddenly, the chaotic divine thunder within him stirred, triggering alarm bells in his heart. Luo Yuan swiftly turned around, his enhanced vision, bolstered by the chaotic divine thunder, revealing several ill-intentioned figures racing toward him. "Are they here to kill me? Is this the Feng family's retaliation?" Luo Yuan murmured, then resolutely continued his path toward Luoshan without looking back. Behind him, the pursuing assassination squad noticed Luo Yuan's sudden acceleration, prompting one man to exclaim, "Boss, it seems he has discovered us." The tone carried a hint of astonishment, for the information they possessed indicated Luo Yuan was merely at the martial master level, and for someone of such a realm to detect them from several miles away was utterly astonishing. So what if he has noticed? Does he truly think he can escape? Even if he penetrates deep into Luoshan, we shall execute him in return for our report. I trust you all have grown weary of this perilous lifestyle. The Feng family has generously offered a substantial reward this time. Once we fulfill our mission, we shall never again have to worry about food or drink in this life or the next. Upon hearing the scarred man's words, the other 6 members of the assassination squad were filled with fervor. Their auras surged as they hastened after Luo Yuan. At the entrance of Luoshan, a contingent of guards stood vigilantly, enforcing that anyone wishing to enter must present certification for the mission. Luo Yuan, with the requisite document in hand, rushed to a checkpoint and submitted it for inspection. Upon confirming its validity, the guards permitted his entry into Luoshan. Soon after, the 7 members of the assassination squad Arriving at the entrance, seethed with frustration upon witnessing Luo Yuan's successful entry. Damn it, we were a step too late. How could this kid's speed be so extraordinary? Indeed, we martial generals exerted our utmost effort in pursuit. Logically, we should have caught up to him before he reached Luoshan, yet we still arrived too late. Several squad members murmured complaints. Only the scarred captain bore a grave expression. When you encounter that kid, do not underestimate him. Unleash your full strength without holding back. This lad is no ordinary foe. The captain's serious tone caused the remaining 6 members, familiar with his demeanor, to stiffen with concern. Over the years, they have carried out numerous missions, both honorable and disgraceful, and have encountered a myriad of situations. However, they had never witnessed their captain exhibit such profound concern for someone significantly weaker than themselves. The records indicated that even the Feng family regarded this mission with utmost seriousness. The 6 members then solemnly declared, "Rest assured, Captain, we shall accomplish our task and thereafter lead lives of happiness." Chapter 36. Entering Mount Luo. The dual-headed alien from beyond Blue Star. Forward, into Mount Luo. With the captain's command, the 7-member hunting team, after undergoing a thorough inspection, was granted passage into Mount Luo. Upon their entry, they were immediately struck by a formidable magnetic field that sought to penetrate their minds, attempting to influence their mental states. Fortunately, their helmets proved effective. Amidst a cacophony of buzzing, the magnetic field of Mount Luo did not entirely invade their consciousness. It could be said that under their equipment, the mountain's impact on them was negligible. One member of the team shook his head and remarked, "Mount Luo truly deserves its reputation as a notorious forbidden zone of Blue Star. Were it not for our helmets, our overall combat capability would have been compromised." Indeed, we are fortunate to be equipped as we are. However, that young man is in trouble. He recklessly entered Mount Luo alone and unprepared. He is undoubtedly doomed. The scar-faced captain interjected. "Regardless of his fate, we must locate him, or we shall forfeit our reward. He has not been here long. Let's hasten our pursuit." With the captain's directive, the other team members' expressions turned grave. "Understood, Captain." They promptly advanced in an orderly fashion deeper into Mount Luo. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan was swiftly maneuvering through the depths of Mount Luo. Contrary to expectations, he did not exhibit any signs of discomfort. After traversing a short distance into the mountain, Lu Yuan murmured, "Strange. Was it not said that Mount Luo harbors a mysterious magnetic field, and that entering unprepared would be perilous? Why do I not feel any of the magnetic sensations described online?" Lu Yuan appeared perplexed. He had researched Mount Luo's reputation prior to his arrival, absorbing the experiences shared by previous explorers. Yet, he found their sentiments entirely absent from his own experience. Could it be attributed to? Lu Yuan pondered, then opened his palm to reveal a swirling arc of black and white electricity enveloping him. With the manifestation of the chaos divine thunder, he sensed a marked improvement in his condition, which elicited an exhilarated smile from his face. Indeed, a mythical-level ability brimming with potential. However, I must further explore its myriad functions, Lu Yuan declared, subsequently retracting the chaos divine thunder. He then examined the map in his possession and hastened towards the location of the blood source flower, marked within Mount Luo. Just as he proceeded for a while, a disturbance echoed ahead. A humanoid creature with 2 heads suddenly leaped from the ground. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened, and he quickly concealed himself behind a towering tree. "Are these the outsiders? The aliens?" he murmured inwardly. The dual-headed creature emitted a low, rumbling growl. "Where are the humans? I sensed a presence approaching, yet now it is absent," one long-haired elder remarked. The other elder, sporting short hair, replied, "Brother, perhaps we misjudged. Let us hide and ambush the Blue Star humans when they arrive." The creature spoke in a language of Blue Star, and Lu Yuan listened intently from his hiding spot. Damn it, the internet claims encounters with aliens in Mount Luo are rare, yet here I am, facing one. They say the smuggled aliens are formidable. I best remain hidden to avoid unnecessary conflict, Lu Yuan silently resolved, quickly scanning the map for an escape route. Just as he was about to take the small path, a group of 7 approached his direction. "Is that the group that has been tailing me since I left the Bay City?" Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed, his vision sharpening as he clearly discerned the silhouettes of 7 helmeted figures advancing towards him. The dual-headed creature, noticing the approach of 7 individuals, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Today is my lucky day. I never expected to feast on 7 blue star humans. I wonder how they taste. Its voice was soft yet distinctly audible to the hunting team. Bad news, Captain. It's a dual-headed alien, and it appears to be an adult. Damn it. Adult dual-headed aliens possess strength comparable to that of a martial commander. The scar-faced captain and his 6 comrades halted, their expressions turning wary as they faced the obstructing creature. Damn it. Prepare yourselves and attack. The scar-faced captain, a martial commander, charged at the dual-headed alien with his weapon drawn. Although the other 6 were merely martial generals, they coordinated seamlessly with the captain to surround the alien. Blue star humans are despicable, always relying on numbers. One head of the dual-headed creature taunted, while the other effortlessly countered their attacks, evading their strikes. For a moment, the captain's 7-member team struggled to subdue a single dual-headed alien. From his concealed vantage, Yuan observed the skirmish. Although the 7 seemed to hold the advantage, it was only temporary. The team was in peril. However, if the aliens sought to eliminate them, it would undoubtedly incur significant costs. Perhaps I could play the role of the cunning sparrow? Yuan mused, his intentions twofold: to eliminate the threat posed by the hunting team and to profit from the alien's corpse in the market. Resolute in his decision, Yuan conjured several sky-cleaving flying daggers from the chaos divine thunder for immediate use. At this moment, the dual-headed alien bore numerous wounds, while the 7-member team also displayed various injuries. Both parties were locked in an intense struggle. Just then, as both sides were engrossed in battle, Yuan's eyes narrowed. Now is the moment. Sky-cleaving daggers, go. Under Yuan's command, several black and white daggers soared through the forest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The faint sound was instantly detected by both combatants. Who goes there? Yet before they could discern what was transpiring, the daggers struck with the speed of thunder. Thud! A series of penetrating sounds echoed as the scarred man's comrades were instantly riddled with gaping wounds on their heads and bodies, their lives extinguished in an instant. Even the scarred man himself suffered several grievous injuries, though they did not claim his life outright. They left him in a state of utter weakness, causing him to plummet to the ground. As for the 2-headed alien, it too was not spared. One of its heads had been obliterated by a flying knife wielded by Yuan. The remaining head, though intact, was still afflicted by excruciating pain, compelling it to clutch its head and collapse. Who dares to launch a sneak attack? The 2-headed alien bellowed. At that moment, Yuan finally emerged from the shadows. It's you. The appearance of Yuan caused the scarred man's countenance to shift dramatically. Disbelief etched across his features. The remaining head of the 2-headed alien widened its eyes in astonishment. They had indeed sensed an approaching presence, but it had hidden itself at the very moment they revealed themselves. As Yuan advanced toward it step by step, the 2-headed alien realized its impending doom. With a cold smirk, it declared, "Blue Star Human, you have entered my territory of Luoshan unprepared. You have been marked by my master. There is no escape for you from Luoshan. Should you kill me, my master will surely descend with his will and eradicate you in this realm." Yuan regarded the 2-headed alien with indifference. You dare to threaten me? You are already on the brink of death, yet you still presume to issue threats? Without hesitation, Yuan unsheathed the 9-thunder celestial blade, its formidable aura radiating just enough to overwhelm the 2-headed alien, which was swiftly dispatched. After vanquishing the 2-headed alien, Yuan turned to the severely weakened scarred man. Brother, it's time to send you on your way. Chapter 37. The Extraordinary Spatial Storage Device. Just as Yuan raised the 9-thunder celestial blade to strike the scarred captain, the latter suddenly shouted, "Wait, brother, spare my life, and I shall provide you with valuable intelligence. Information about who orchestrated your demise and the number of those involved." Upon hearing this, Yuan halted the blade, which was mere inches from the scarred captain's throat. "Oh, speak then. If your information proves useful, I may consider granting you mercy," Yuan replied coolly. Yet the blade remained poised against the captain's neck. "Why, you must vow on your Tao heart, or I shan't utter a word." The scarred captain, sensing a glimmer of hope, adopted a posture that suggested he would withhold his information unless his demands were met. "A vow? Since you're willing to speak, it's unnecessary." Without further hesitation, and under the captain's horrified gaze, Yuan brought the blade down decisively. The captain had not anticipated Lu Yuan's unyielding decisiveness, flooding him with regret. However, no amount of regret could reverse the fate of his severed existence. Once the deed was done, Lu Yuan commenced a thorough search of the 7 corpses of the hunting team. Before long, several spatial storage devices materialized in his possession. Upon inspection, the initial excitement he felt about the hunting team swiftly dissipated into overwhelming disappointment. Goodness, what a pitiful hunting team. They're even poorer than I. Lu Yuan lamented as he laid out the contents of the spatial rings before him, consisting primarily of first and second-tier beast cores and a few rather unremarkable herbs and pills. The most valuable items among them were merely the C-grade spatial storage devices they possessed. Oh well, it's not all in vain. I shall exchange these items, Lu Yuan murmured, and after reserving 1 spatial storage device for himself, he proceeded to convert the rest. Exchanged 50 first-tier beast cores, gained amplification points. 52 million. Exchanged 10 second-tier beast cores, gained amplification points. 48 million. Exchanged 100 first-tier herbs, gained amplification points. 58 million. As the exchanges continued, Lu Yuan's accumulation of amplification points swelled. Shortly thereafter, after converting the beast cores and herbs acquired from the 7-member hunting team, his amplification points surpassed 100 million once more. Host, Lu Yuan. Cultivation level, martial master. Supernatural ability, chaos divine thunder, mythical level. Martial techniques, Xian iron divine palm, thunder step technique, frenzied thunderblade technique, sky slaying flying knife, minor accomplishment. Amplification points, 120 million. Gazing at his amassed amplification points, Lu Yuan's attention shifted to the highest quality spatial storage device he had retained. Spatial storage device, B-grade, possessing a storage capacity of 10 by 10 meters, capable of amplification enhancement. Yes, no? Upon examining the device in his hand and glancing at the corpse of the 2-headed alien beside him, Lu Yuan hesitated no longer, a thought sparking in his mind. Consuming 100 million amplification points, initiating 10,000-fold amplification enhancement on the spatial storage device. 10,000-fold amplification enhancement successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a spatial storage device. Spatial storage device. Extraordinary quality, possessing a storage capacity of 1,000 by 1,000 meters, and due to its extraordinary properties, it can store small living beings. Lu Yuan beheld the spatial storage device, which appeared unchanged in form and name, yet a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. Extraordinary quality, and it can even store living beings? Truly, this 10,000-fold enhancement is remarkable, Lu Yuan mused. Within Luoshan, numerous treasures awaited, although he had expended 100 million amplification points. The acquisition of this extraordinary quality storage device meant he could transport all the valuable items from Luoshan. The profits would extend far beyond a mere 100 million amplification points. With this thought, Lu Yuan secured the spatial storage device to his person and stowed away the 9 Thunder Celestial Blade, along with the corpse of the 2-headed alien. He then resumed his journey, guided by the map, toward the location of the blood source flower. This time, however, he exercised greater caution, well aware of the dangers posed by the 7-member hunting team and the aliens. He had to remain vigilant, for the strength of these aliens far surpassed his current capabilities. Had it not been for the 7-member hunting team detaining the 2-headed alien, he, as a mere martial master, would have surely become fodder for these extraterrestrial beings. Before long, a figure moved cautiously through the depths of Luoshan. Meanwhile, deep within the mountain, in a brightly lit cave, over 100 2-headed aliens congregated, discussing significant matters. Master Moza, that brat Molo is still outside and has not joined our family meeting today, one 2-headed alien suddenly remarked, prompting all eyes to turn toward the elderly 2-headed alien seated at the center. With the night watchman from Jiangnan Bay City continuously searching for us in Luoshan, this Molo dares to stir trouble outside? He is truly more of a hindrance than a help. The elder 2-headed alien snorted coldly, just as he was about to continue speaking. At that moment, a 2-headed alien presented an ancient tome, his face a mask of panic. Lord Moza, it's terrible. Maluo is dead. Maluo has perished. Upon hearing this distressing news, Moza, seated at the center, abruptly rose to his feet. Despite his frail physique, a terrifying aura emanated from him, shaking the surrounding 2-headed aliens to their core. All of them dared not remain seated and promptly stood up. What did you say? That young man Malhwaaudiobook was a formidable fourth-tier warrior, rivaling the prowess of the martial champions of the Blue Star human race. How could he possibly be dead? Was it the Night Watchers of Jiangnan who took his life? Moses spoke coldly, though their status as stowaways on Blue Star rendered them not particularly powerful. It did not imply that any mere individual could vanquish them. Lord Moza, just before Malhwaaudiobook's demise, he activated his racial talent and transmitted a fragment of memory back to us. Would you care to see it? The two-headed alien, clutching the ancient tome, inquired cautiously. Yes. Quickly examine it. I must ascertain which Blue Star dweller eliminated our prodigy, and I shall ensure they pay dearly for it. With Moses' consent, the two-headed alien began to cast a spell. Soon, the ancient tome slowly opened, flipping to the page that detailed Malhwaaudiobook's information. A moment later, a message erupted from the page, coalescing into a luminous screen. Within this projection, the final moments of Malhwaaudiobook unfolded. The assembled two-headed aliens fixated their four eyes upon the screen, and soon they witnessed the cause of Malhwaaudiobook's demise, a youth wielding an extraordinary weapon. Chapter 38. Blood Source Heavenly Fruit, with vitality exceeding 10,000, a breakthrough to the rank of Martial General. One two-headed alien exclaimed in astonishment, Malhwaaudiobook, vanquished by a mere martial artist? Another, eyes filled with resolve, interjected, No, the Blue Star people are cunning. Malhwaaudiobook must have fallen victim to their schemes, only to be slain by this Blue Star youth after escaping their trap. The conviction in his gaze revealed that he had undoubtedly clashed with the Blue Star dwellers before, and not merely once, suffering grave losses each time. The other two-headed aliens nodded in agreement with their compatriot's words. Their attention soon returned to Moza. Lord Moza, what are our next steps? We cannot allow Malhwaaudiobook to die in vain at the hands of the Blue Star people. He is a genius of our clan. One two-headed alien exclaimed, filled with ire. Fear not, my comrades. Malhwaaudiobook will not die without consequence, but now is not the time for vengeance. As it stands, Malhwaaudiobook remains unaware of why he encountered the Blue Star youth. If the Night Watchers are nearby, given their capabilities, our location is likely compromised. We must relocate immediately. Under Moses' authoritative presence, the two-headed aliens swiftly gathered their belongings and discreetly retreated deeper into the mountains of Luoshan. Meanwhile, Luo Yuan, after a considerable journey, finally arrived at the designated harvesting site. Before him lay a vibrant expanse of blood source flowers, a rare smile gracing his face. Splendid. So many blood source flowers. This will undoubtedly allow me to fulfill my mission, Luo Yuan exclaimed excitedly. As his gaze fell upon the flowers, a message materialized before his eyes. Blood source flower, first-tier herb, can be used to concoct pills and gene elixirs that enhance vitality, or can be consumed directly. The consumer may increase their vitality by 100 calories, limited to 10 times. Beyond that, no effect will occur. Augmentation enhancement available, yes or no? Reading the description of the blood source flower, Luo Yuan felt a surge of exhilaration. He hadn't anticipated such a delightful surprise. He had thought he would need to seek other means to bolster his strength, yet here lay the perfect solution. Without hesitation, he plucked a blood source flower and swallowed it whole. In the next moment, he felt a wave of warmth rising from his lower abdomen, enveloping his entire body. Soon, once the effects of the blood source flower had dissipated, he opened his eyes and continued to consume the flowers one after another. Vitality, 6,125 calories. Vitality, 6,325 calories. Before long, after devouring 10 blood source flowers, his vitality had surged to an impressive 7,000 calories. Observing the plateau of his vitality and the abundance of blood source flowers surrounding him, Luo Yuan silently resolved to make a decisive choice. He grasped another flower and mentally commanded, System, initiate a thousandfold enhancement. In an instant, the remaining 2 million enhancement points plummeted by 1 million. He then watched as the flower in his hand became enveloped in a powerful aura of vitality, a fragrant aroma expanding outward in waves, consuming 1 million enhancement points, conducting a thousandfold enhancement on the blood source flower. Thousandfold enhancement successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the blood source heavenly fruit. Blood source heavenly fruit, fourth-tier herb, formed from the blood source flower after thousands of years of growth and condensation. can be used to concoct pills and elixirs, or consumed directly. The consumer may increase their vitality by 20,000 calories and enhance their physical strength. Each individual may consume it only once in a lifetime. Observing the flower transform into a fruit in his hand, Luo Yuan felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. 20,000 calories of vitality, though it can only be consumed once, is more than sufficient for me, he murmured, enticed by the alluring fragrance of the blood source heavenly fruit. Luo Yuan could no longer resist temptation and swiftly consumed it. In the following moment, he felt the chaotic divine thunder within him reaching its zenith, continuously refining the effects of the blood source heavenly fruit, fortifying Luo Yuan's body. Boom! 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 As Luo Yuan's vitality surged uncontrollably, his body resonated with a thunderous sound, echoing through the serene mountains of Luoshan with a jarring intensity. At that moment, several hunting teams, having just entered Luoshan in search of Luo Yuan, were drawn to the commotion, their eyes gleaming with avarice. An unusual phenomenon? Has a treasure of immense value manifested in Luoshan? Never mind the task of hunting a high school student. We must seize this treasure. A woman, her silhouette elegantly defined by a black cloak, declared greedily. She then led her team swiftly toward the source of the noise. The other hunting teams followed suit, despite the lucrative rewards promised for capturing a high school student. Nothing compared to the allure of a treasure that could trigger such a heavenly phenomenon. Without hesitation, several hunting squads, numbering dozens of individuals, plunged into the depths of Luoshan, stirring a commotion that had long been absent. Meanwhile, Luo Yuan continued to ardently absorb the vast potency of the blood source heavenly fruit. Such a remarkable herb, capable of augmenting vitality by 20,000 calories, was not something that could be easily consumed in an instant. At this moment, Luo Yuan became acutely aware of his own carelessness. However, he had reached a critical juncture and could not afford to abandon his endeavor. Otherwise, should the immense vitality within him remain unspent, it would undoubtedly lead to the catastrophic rupture of his physical form. At this juncture, a fully armed squad, adorned with the insignia of the night watchman, arrived at Luo Yuan's location, just as they expected to uncover treasures beyond imagination. They were astonished to discover that the commotion reverberating throughout the entirety of Mount Luo was instigated by a mere boy. Their expressions were filled with disbelief. The extraordinary phenomenon was not caused by rare materials, but rather by this young lad. One of the night watchmen exclaimed in surprise. He appeared to be a student. What folly had driven a student to venture into Mount Luo without any preparation? Was he courting death? Another night watchman lowered his guard and approached Luo Yuan, followed by the rest of the night watchmen, who also made their way towards him. Wait, this boy is indeed fearlessly reckless. His vitality has surpassed 10,000. He has chosen to attempt a breakthrough to the martial general realm here? What audacity! Does he not fear being disturbed, resulting in his body exploding? Chapter 39. Following the night watchman. As one man spoke, the other night watchmen began to notice Luo Yuan's peculiar condition. Each of them, possessing the strength of a martial general, could naturally sense the overwhelming vitality emanating from him. So it was that this extraordinary phenomenon was indeed conjured by this young lad. Alas, I had thought there was a treasure to be found in Mount Luo, yet it turns out to be a mere child. However, this boy is quite strange. He seems unaffected by the bizarre magnetic field of Mount Luo. As the night watchmen observed carefully, they discerned that the tumult echoing throughout Mount Luo was indeed caused by the boy before them. Their initial excitement at the prospect of treasure diminished instantaneously. At this point, the sound Luo Yuan had generated grew fainter, and the turbulent energy within him began to be assimilated. In a short while, Luo Yuan felt a surge of energy coursing through his meridians, symbolizing the refinement of true energy, a precursor to entering the martial general realm. Slowly, he opened his eyes, only to find himself surrounded by a dozen individuals. Instantly on high alert, he summoned the 9 Thunderblade from his spatial storage device. Who are you? Luo Yuan inquired cautiously. Ha ha, quick to react, aren't you? But if you are so wary, why not find a safer place to undergo your breakthrough? Do you not realize that being interrupted during such a process could render all your efforts futile? A genial voice rang out, and Luo Yuan sensed no malice from the man before him. Moreover, he faintly recognized the attire of this individual. Are you a night watchman? Luo Yuan exclaimed, startled. Ha! Young one, what brings you to Mount Luo alone? Which school do you belong to? Upon having his identity recognized, the speaking man remained unperturbed, merely smiling and inquiring. I am not a student. I have merely accepted a task from the Martial Alliance to come to Mount Luo for its completion. Lu Yuan replied with a slight fib. Ha! Youngster, if you prefer not to divulge, that is your choice. However, with those clear eyes of yours, I can tell you are a high school student. Regardless of your purpose here, I advise you to leave Mount Luo at once. Trouble is brewing with the monsters here. A robust man among the night watchmen remarked, and the others prepared to depart. Suddenly, a commotion arose from a distance. Hurry! The phenomenon has vanished ahead. The treasure must have been seized. Such treasures must not fall into the hands of others. If we can claim the treasure and sell it, we shall secure a lifetime of comfort. No sooner had the words left his mouth than several figures burst forth from the foliage, colliding with the departing night watchman. The atmosphere turned tense. Members of the hunting squad? One night watchman muttered, gazing at the figures that had suddenly appeared before them. The hunting squad, intent on seizing the treasure, recognized the night watchman as well, their expressions shifting dramatically. Damn it! How could the night watchman be here? Had they already claimed the treasure? Boss, look over there. Suddenly, a member of the hunting squad pointed at the young boy standing among the night watchmen. Instantly, the eyes of the other members gleamed with interest. However, due to the presence of the night watchman, they dared not act recklessly. Do not engage yet. With the night watchman here, we would be courting disaster. The leader of the hunting squad murmured. At this moment, Lu Yuan sensed the malevolent intentions emanating from the gazes of these individuals. He promptly approached one of the night watchmen and asked, Big brother, may I accompany you for a while? The unexpected inquiry caught the night watchman off guard. However, upon glancing at the lurking members of the hunting squad, he comprehended the situation. Very well, you may accompany us for a spell. The night watchman's consent filled Lu Yuan with joy, and he swiftly gathered enough blood source flowers before following this group of night watchmen away. Observing Lu Yuan's seamless integration into the ranks of the night watchmen, the hunting squad members who had intended to eliminate him wore expressions of deep displeasure. Damn it! The leader of the hunting squad snorted coldly, clearly displeased by the night watchman's interference in their affairs. Boss, what should we do? If that high school student leaves Mount Luo, we will have lost our chance to strike. Indeed, boss, that kid is too clever. He managed to blend in with the night watchman. Listening to his members' grievances, the leader of the hunting squad smirked disdainfully. Oomph. The night watchmen are here on a mission. They will not keep that boy with them indefinitely. Let us follow them. Once he separates from the night watchman, we will act immediately. Even though we may miss out on that treasure, the bounty for eliminating that boy is substantial enough to secure our livelihoods. Furthermore, there are other hunting squads targeting that high school student. We can collaborate once they arrive to deal with the night watchman here, ensuring we claim both the treasure and the bounty. Upon hearing their leader's words, the other members wore expressions of grim satisfaction. Although the night watchmen were an official and formidable organization, these bloodied individuals had not shied away from confronting them before. With that thought in mind, the hunting squad members stealthily follow behind. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, nestled within the ranks of the night watchmen, found himself journeying deeper into Mount Luo. At that moment, one night watchman approached the leader and whispered, Captain, the hunting squad is still trailing us. Upon hearing this, the leader of the night watchmen cast a glance behind him. In his perception, several faint presences were following them from a distance. Whenever they moved, the pursuers moved in tandem, maintaining a certain distance. Observing the hunting squad closely tailing them, the leader couldn't help but inquire of Lu Yuan, Youngster, who exactly have you provoked? The hunting team is evidently intent on your demise. If you do not clarify the situation, we cannot allow you to accompany us. We have more pressing tasks to attend to. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan could only manage a wry smile. Commander, to be honest, I am equally bewildered by this turn of events. Could it be due to my first place finish in the training camp? The leader of the night watchmen was taken aback by his words. You are Lu Yuan? The Lu Yuan from this year's ability training camp? Chapter 40. The hunting team's assault and the fury of the twin-headed beasts. The mention of the ability training camp startled the leader of the night watchmen. For not long ago, they had received news regarding it, including the report of Lu Yuan having slain Feng Qingtian from the Feng family. With this context in mind, the leader quickly understood why the hunting teams were so closely pursuing them. At that moment, Lu Yuan was equally perplexed, looking at the man before him and asking, "Commander, do you know me?" The leader of the night watchman nodded. "Not exactly, but since you are Lu Yuan, you may accompany us." "Really? Commander, you are not deceiving me, are you?" Lu Yuan inquired incredulously. "Indeed, and you need not address me as Commander. My name is Bai Cheng. You're only a few years younger than I, so you may call me Brother Bai." Bai Cheng replied with a gentle smile. "Then I shall trouble you for this journey, Brother Bai," Lu Yuan said, returning his smile. Although, without the help of the night watchman, given his strength after breaking through to the martial general level, he could easily escape from those hunting teams. But he knew Bai Cheng's group aimed to delve deeper into Mount Luo, which piqued his curiosity as well. Thus, he chose to follow Bai Cheng. The surrounding night watchmen gazed at their leader's change in demeanor with puzzled expressions, even though they were unaware of the reasons behind it. They had heard tales of the ability training camp, a place where prodigies awakened their powers. Those who emerged from it invariably became formidable forces in the future. Suddenly, several night watchmen encircled Lu Yuan. "Kid, you still claim you're not a high school student? The truth has come to light. By the way, which high school did you attend?" A burly man draped his muscular arm over Lu Yuan's shoulder, laughing as he asked. "Big brother, I'm a student from the 38th High School." Lu Yuan replied with a faint smile. "The 38th High School?" The night watchmen's faces lit up with surprise. "What a coincidence. Our captain and your elder brother here are also from the 38th High School. In fact, I graduated a decade ago. My name is Chang Kuan." Chang Kuan exclaimed with a broad smile, not expecting to encounter a younger schoolmate in such a place. Although there was a significant age gap, they had both attended the same high school, so it was only right to consider him a junior. Observing Lu Yuan quickly bonding with his team, Bai Cheng felt a sense of satisfaction. He had been concerned that bringing Lu Yuan along might incite discontent among his team members, particularly as they were about to undertake a perilous mission deep into Mount Luo. Meanwhile, a group of hunting team members trailing behind them wore expressions of confusion as they witnessed Lu Yuan engaging with the night watchman. "Damn it! How is that kid chatting with those night watchmen again? Does he truly intend to blend into their ranks?" One member of the hunting team clenched his fists, acknowledging that although they had previously killed night watchmen, it did not mean they were entirely without fear of the entire organization. Their prior encounter had been a desperate necessity against a solitary opponent, but this time there were nearly 10 night watchmen. If they were to engage, they would have to eliminate all of them. The leader of the hunting team cast a dark gaze at Lu Yuan and his entourage. "It seems we truly must confront those night watchmen. Remember, if it can be avoided, do not kill them. Our target is solely that boy. If one of them is accidentally slain, we must eliminate them all." The remaining members of the hunting team nodded solemnly. "Yes, boss." Shortly thereafter, the night watchmen resumed their journey deeper into Mount Luo with Lu Yuan in tow, while the hunting team, now not just one but several units, stealthily followed from the surrounding forest. At this moment, the twin-headed beasts had mobilized entirely, advancing deeper into Mount Luo, seeking to relocate their stronghold. Just as the twin-headed beasts were on the verge of abandoning their original base, a group emerged from the underbrush. "Captain, the hunting teams pursuing us are increasing in number. Should we take action to drive them away?" Chang Kuan whispered, his expression grave. Their mission was to ascertain the number of alien creatures hidden within Mount Luo. However, they were being disturbed by the hunting teams, and if a conflict erupted, the hunters would not merely stand by idly. Bai Cheng furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before nodding. He intended to intimidate the hunting teams with the authority of the night watchmen, so they could complete their task and ensure Lu Yuan's safety. But just as Chang Kuan was about to act, Lu Yuan suddenly called out softly, "Brother Bai, look ahead." Bai Cheng immediately raised his gaze. Before them, dozens of twin-headed beasts were emerging from a cave, making their way deeper into Mount Luo. "Are those alien creatures? And they are twin-headed beasts?" Bai Cheng's face paled in shock, signaling his teammates to crouch low. However, the hunting team members trailing closely behind them also noticed the twin-headed beasts. In stark contrast to the cautious expressions of the night watchmen, the hunters wore faces of elation. "Twin-headed beasts? And in such numbers? Splendid. We need not intervene. These night watchmen will be dealt with." The leader of the hunting team revealed a sinister grin. Whispering to himself, he then agonizingly retrieved an A-class weapon from his spatial storage device. It was a laser sniper rifle, and with the right ambush, even a martial general could meet their end. The hunting team leader caressed the weapon, murmuring, "My dear, Whether I can live a life free of worries depends on you. With that, the hunting team leader raised a laser sniper rifle and fired a sudden shot. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed through the tranquil forest, piercingly loud. The laser darted swiftly, striking one of the twin-headed beasts that had just emerged from the cave. Bang! The twin-headed beast was obliterated in an instant. Chief! Witnessing the death of their kin, the remaining twin-headed beasts let out a furious roar. Immediately, they cast their furious gazes towards the jungle. Those despicable blue star beings, who have slain our chieftain, return our lives to us. Instantly, a horde of two-headed aliens surged into the thicket. Damn it! Exclaimed a night watchman, unable to contain his anger at the scene. Turning to look behind them, they beheld a man, a smug grin plastered on his face, wielding a laser sniper rifle. Chapter 41. The pincer move, the hunters strike. Curse be them. They seek to use us as pawns. The night watchman, including Bai Cheng, seethed with rage at the sight of the hunters reveling in their apparent advantage. However, they had little time to contemplate, as a throng of two-headed aliens charged towards them. Brothers, be cautious. These aliens are formidable, Bai Cheng shouted. He then drew a spear, ready to confront the oncoming foes. Lu, take care. These creatures are beyond your capabilities. Chang Kuan warned solemnly, joining the other night watchmen at the forefront to intercept the onslaught of two-headed aliens. Though these aliens were not particularly strong, most possessing only third-tier abilities, the trained night watchmen held their ground, successfully repelling the initial wave. Yet behind them, Lu Yuan found himself unprotected. In the distance, members of the hunters, spotting the isolated Lu Yuan, felt an exhilarating rush. Ha ha ha, boss, the night watchmen are busy battling the aliens. That kid is all alone. Let's move in, one exclaimed. Indeed, boss. If we hesitate, we might lose our chance. The others chimed in, casting furtive glances towards the surrounding foliage, where more hunters lurked, also intent on Lu Yuan. All right, attack, commanded a leader of the hunters without hesitation. In an instant, several figures erupted from the jungle, racing towards Lu Yuan. Although they possessed devastating weaponry, they refrained from using it, fearing collateral damage to the night watchmen. As the hunters made their move, several night watchmen became aware of the commotion behind them. Lu Yuan, watch out! Enemies are approaching, they cried. Lu Yuan, flee! Get out of here! They can't harm us! Despite their urgent calls, the night watchmen found themselves ensnared by multiple two-headed aliens. Unable to assist Lu Yuan, their faces etched with worry. At that moment, a flash of white light emanated from Lu Yuan's spatial storage device, and a nine-thunder celestial blade materialized in his grasp. As he prepared to strike, the hunters revealed their cold smirks. Ha ha ha! Look, that high schooler thinks he can fight back. Does he really believe this is a schoolyard? One mocked. Oof. We have tasted the bitterness of battle, while he, just a naive child, dares to draw his blade against us. He is truly unaware of his own insignificance. Yet, it is no surprise he killed the young master of the Feng family. Such arrogance deserves a bounty on his head. We should thank him for the opportunity. The hunters excitedly plotted. When we strike, let's be swift so he does not suffer. As the hunters closed in on him, a sinister grin spread across Lu Yuan's face. Heh! No sooner had the laughter faded than arcs of black and white electricity enveloped him. Suddenly, the sky over Luoshan underwent a dramatic transformation. The once obscured heavens were torn asunder by a raging wind, dispersing the surrounding mist to reveal ominous thunderclouds. Within those clouds, lightning roiled, and the chaotic divine thunder brewed ominously. An aura of annihilation swept across Luoshan. The hunters, poised to approach Lu Yuan, froze, their faces contorted in fear, their internal alarms blaring. What is happening? What is this? They exclaimed, panic-stricken. This kid. Something is amiss. Retreat, retreat. One shouted, but they found themselves paralyzed. As if ensnared by an unseen force, jolts of energy coursing through them, rendering them utterly immobile. Did you wish to kill me? Then prepare to be slain. Lu Yuan's icy voice resonated as the thunder in the sky reached its zenith. With a tremendous roar, a bolt of black and white lightning descended directly upon the hunters. In an instant, those among them with martial prowess were reduced to charred remains beneath the onslaught, their lives extinguished without a trace. At that moment, all present were struck dumb. Even the enraged, two-headed aliens, who had been charging towards the night watchman, halted their advance. All eyes were fixed on Lu Yuan, not out of shock at his ability to obliterate martial artists, but due to the overwhelming power of his lightning abilities. How is this possible? What level of power is this? Wasn't it reported that this high schooler's ability was only rated E? A hunter leader murmured, his expression darkening as he realized that the fallen were his comrades, lost due to erroneous intelligence. Those hidden among the foliage also regarded Lu Yuan with grave expressions, relieved that they had not been foolish enough to send their own brothers to their deaths. Meanwhile, the two-headed aliens, witnessing Lu Yuan's display of strength, shifted from fear to exhilaration. At last, we have found the one we seek. If we can sacrifice him to our master, he will wreak havoc upon the will of Blue Star, leaving those despicable beings powerless, mere lambs ready for slaughter. They cried, "Seize him, comrades! Capture that boy!" Suddenly, the two-headed aliens, driven mad by their fervor, redirected their focus from the night watchman to Lu Yuan. Bai Cheng and the other night watchman reacted instantly, resolutely blocking their charge. "Lu Yuan, you must flee. Leave Luoshan at once," they urged, their voices filled with urgency. "You need not concern yourself with us. We have a vital mission and cannot abandon it." Moved by the night watchman's cries, Lu Yuan felt a swell of emotion. He recognized that the two-headed aliens were indeed targeting him. Turning his back to the others, he approached the hunters. "Brothers, hold your ground for a moment longer. Allow me to deal with those foul rodents, and I shall return to aid you." Chapter 42. The mysterious voice from deep within Luoshan. As Lu Yuan's words faded, he charged towards the location of the hunting team. Observing him, Bai Cheng and the other night watchers cried out in unison, "Lu Yuan, come back. Don't do anything reckless." However, the distance had already widened, and Lu Yuan could not hear their pleas. At that moment, the members of the hunting team, witnessing Lu Yuan rushing towards them, transformed from their previously dazed expressions into sheer exhilaration. Ha ha ha, what is this kid thinking? Has he watched too many hero movies? Believing himself a hero destined to save the world? One member of the hunting team laughed heartily. Whether he is foolish or not, since he is coming our way, it must be Heaven's assistance. Everyone charge. The captain of the hunting team bellowed, and the surrounding members, no longer in hiding, surged forth to confront Lu Yuan. Such a multitude? Lu Yuan's expression darkened as he faced the sudden emergence of over 20 members of the hunting team, each boasting the strength of martial generals, with a few possessing the prowess of martial commanders. Lu Yuan did not dare to underestimate them. He immediately summoned several sky-slaying flying daggers using Chaos Divine Thunder. Whoosh! The sky-slaying flying daggers sliced through the air, directly piercing several members of the hunting team. Bang! Caught off guard, several team members were instantly slain. This sudden turn of events left some of the hunters momentarily stunned. However, recalling the earlier Divine Thunder incident, they quickly regained their composure. "Quick, everyone, unleash your skills and weapons. No need to hold back," shouted one captain of the hunting team, swiftly drawing an A-grade laser weapon and firing it at Lu Yuan without hesitation. Whoosh! A beam of laser shot towards Lu Yuan with alarming speed. Instantly sensing the danger, Lu Yuan raised his 9 Thunderblade, attempting to deflect the oncoming laser. Truly a sheltered brat, unacquainted with bloodshed. "This is a laser weapon, not something ordinary arms can withstand," exclaimed the voluptuous captain of the hunting team, her excitement mounting as she envisioned Lu Yuan's demise and the substantial bounty she would claim, leading to a life of comfort. Yet at that moment, Lu Yuan positioned the 9 Thunderblade before him. Bang! The laser collided forcefully against his blade, and while the tremendous impact pushed Lu Yuan back several steps, the laser could not pierce through the 9 Thunderblade. "Ha! You think a mere A-grade warrior can destroy my extraordinary weapon? You must be dreaming." Lu Yuan laughed heartily, swinging the laser aside. The beam instantly pierced through several members of the hunting team, leaving them in shock. Particularly, the previously confident captain was now bewildered. "How is this possible? My laser weapon has been modified. Even a master wielding an S-grade weapon would hesitate to take it head-on. How dare he?" She stared greedily at the weapon in Lu Yuan's hands, a glint of avarice in her eyes. To her astonishment, the other captains also recognized the extraordinary nature of Lu Yuan's blade, their gazes filled with greed. "Brothers, charge! This kid possesses treasure," shouted one member of the hunting team, prompting all to rush towards Lu Yuan. As more and more approached, Lu Yuan's expression darkened. Umph. Since you are so unafraid of death, I shall send you on your way, he roared, infusing his true energy into the 9 Thunderblade. In the next instant, a tempest arose, crackling with lightning. Tenfold technique. Lu Yuan swung the 9 Thunderblade wildly, becoming a vortex of destruction. With each rotation, countless blade auras erupted, cleaving through the hunting team, bisecting one member after another. In mere moments, only a few captains of the hunting team remained. Insane. I must be going mad. Who is this person? Why did I accept a mission to hunt such a genius? Damn the Feng family, those wretched informants. They've caused me such losses. I will make them pay. Lu Yuan paused, glancing at the remaining captains before him, a cold smile spreading across his face. Hey, do you still wish to kill me? Upon seeing Lu Yuan smile, unease crept into the hearts of the remaining captains. Without hesitation, they turned to flee. Quick, we must leave this place. Faster, faster. Our lives are at stake. In an instant, the captains dashed several thousand meters away. Yet, Lu Yuan felt no trepidation regarding their swift escape. With a faint smile, he remarked, "Leave? Do you think you can?" As his words fell, arcs of black and white electricity enveloped him. In the next moment, he surged forward like a flash of lightning. When he reappeared, Lu Yuan stood before the fleeing captains. Such terrifying speed left even the seasoned hunters, accustomed to escaping death, utterly astonished. How is this possible? He is merely a martial general. How could he possess such speed? One captain uttered in disbelief. Yet, the only response he received was the glint of a purple blade. Whoosh! In an instant, heads rolled as Lu Yuan severed them cleanly. Emotionless, he surveyed the headless corpses, then began to search their bodies. Before long, he held several spatial storage devices in his hands. Looking at his spoils, Lu Yuan murmured, "You are the leaders of a hunting team, yet you are so impoverished." With a resigned sigh, he suddenly recalled something and hurried back to join Bai Cheng and the other night watchers in their efforts against the otherworldly beings. However, just as he returned to join their ranks in the battle, a chilling voice resonated from deep within Mount Luo. "Return." These mere 2 syllables echoed throughout every corner of Mount Luo, imbued with a chilling authority. Bai Cheng and the other night watchers clutched their heads in agony, collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, the 2-headed otherworldly beings showed deep respect for the voice, even forsaking the golden opportunity to annihilate the night watchers, and swiftly retreated deeper into Mount Luo. Chapter 43. Entering the depths of Mount Luo. Watching the 2-headed beings flee into the depths, Lu Yuan could only stand in astonishment. The night watchmen, who had previously been resisting, came to a perplexed halt, each wearing expressions of confusion. What was happening? What were these foreign beings up to? And what was that sound from earlier? It appeared that these outsiders were gripped by fear. Setting aside these thoughts, one of the guards shouted, "Is anyone injured? Quick, let us check." As the intel suggested, there are indeed formidable foreign entities lurking deep within Mount Luo. We must call for reinforcements. It was only then that the others recalled the thunderous noise that had resonated throughout Mount Luo. Suddenly, someone noticed something amiss. His complexion turned pale as he shouted to his companions, "Brothers, there's a problem. The signal. Mount Luo has lost all signal." "What? The signal is gone? How can this be possible?" Each night, watchmen began to examine their devices, only to discover that they were indeed devoid of any signal. They understood the implications. They were now akin to sheep trapped in a pen, awaiting slaughter. At that moment, Lu Yuan, who had just returned after hunting down the assassination squad, approached. Observing the guards inspecting their equipment, he couldn't help but inquire, "Brother Bai, what is going on?" Seeing Lu Yuan return safely, Bai Cheng and the others breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Lu, are you unharmed?" "What about those people?" Bai Cheng asked. "I killed them all," Lu Yuan replied succinctly. The faces of Bai Cheng and the others displayed astonishment upon hearing this. They had presumed that the powerful assassination squad would ultimately depart from Mount Luo, never anticipating that they would meet their demise at Lu Yuan's hands. Nevertheless, this served as a testament to Lu Yuan's formidable strength. At present, with their connection to the outside world severed, having an additional burden could prove fatal. Fortunately, Lu Yuan appeared to be no liability. He might even become a powerful ally. Bai Cheng then briefly explained their current predicament to Lu Yuan. After a moment, Lu Yuan's expression grew serious. "Brother Bai, can we still get out?" he asked. He had ventured to Mount Luo merely to gather some blood source flowers to exchange for money, never expecting to find himself trapped. He was reluctant to face such a fate, especially since he had set out alone without informing his family. If he failed to return promptly, his aunt and sister would undoubtedly worry, particularly his sister, whose peculiar ailment remained unresolved. If it were to suddenly flare up, it could be dire. Bai Cheng shook his head in response to Lu Yuan's concerns. I don't know. Our only course now is to venture deeper into Mount Luo. Perhaps if we locate the source of that sound and eliminate it, we might restore the signal and escape. Otherwise, without external guidance, we could lose our way in this mountain and inadvertently stumble into unknown forbidden zones, attracting powerful monsters. After hearing Bai Cheng's words, Lu Yuan produced his map and asked with uncertainty, Brother Bai, I have a map. Does that mean we can't find our way out? Bai Cheng shook his head. It's useless. The disappearance of the signal indicates a significant alteration in Mount Luo's magnetic field. Even if we retrace our steps, we cannot escape. That is the peculiar nature of Mount Luo. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment. According to Bai Cheng, he indeed had no choice but to follow this group deeper into the mountain. Resolving himself, he stood and asked, Brother Bai, when shall we set off? Bai Cheng, pleased to see Lu Yuan unafraid of entering the depths of Mount Luo, surveyed his teammates, who had completed their preparations. He then declared, Now, we depart at once. Lu Yuan nodded and subsequently followed the night watchman into the depths of Mount Luo. Meanwhile, outside Mount Luo, within a concealed valley, a military base was monitoring the situation. At that moment, everyone in the base became busy. Captain Bai, do you hear me? Please respond. Damn it. The signal from within Mount Luo has completely vanished, shouted a soldier attempting to contact Bai Cheng's team. Just then, a middle-aged man in military attire approached. What's the situation? Have you identified the cause of the signal loss in Mount Luo? He inquired. Reporting, Commander. We detected a powerful energy fluctuation within Mount Luo, suspected to be the activity of a sixth-tier foreign entity. The middle-aged man's expression darkened upon hearing this. A sixth-tier entity? That's equivalent to a grandmaster of our blue star human race. Damn it. How can there be such a formidable foreign being hidden in Mount Luo? If this is true, Bai Cheng's team is in grave danger. We must dispatch rescue immediately. He then turned to a woman accompanying him. Elder Ice King, would you be willing to assist us in retrieving Bai Cheng's team from Mount Luo? At the mention of the woman's esteemed title, the respect in the eyes of those present intensified significantly. To be called a king signifies one possesses the strength of a martial king and has made substantial contributions to the Blue Star human race, earning the title from the Blue Star Alliance. The woman referred to as the Ice King was indeed a martial arts master who had made considerable contributions to the Blue Star human race. Commander Luo Feng, even if you hadn't requested it, I would have made a trip to Mount Luo. After all, Mount Luo has been part of our Blue Star territory for 100,000 years, and it has remained unresolved for too long. It is time to eradicate this nuisance. Upon hearing the Ice King's words, excitement lit up Luo Feng's face. Thank you, Elder Ice King. As he spoke, he produced several images and handed them to her. Elder Ice King, these are the portraits of Bai Cheng's team members. Please ensure their safe return, whether alive or dead. The Ice King accepted the images and nodded before exiting the military base. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from her, and she soared into the air, rapidly heading toward Mount Luo. Wherever the Ice King passed, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and faint frost began to form on the ground and in the air. The mere release of her aura was sufficient to alter the local climate, showcasing her immense power. Watching this unfold, Luo Feng felt a sense of relief wash over him. Phew! With a martial king on our side, surely the entities in Mount Luo cannot stir up trouble. Chapter 44. Ice King Wu Lingfei. Deep within Mount Luo, a group of two-headed foreign entities charged into an ancient temple after leaving their cave. Inside the temple stood a towering stone statue, 100 feet high, resembling the two-headed beings with a human form. Upon entering the ancient temple, the once panicked expressions of the two-headed entities transformed into deep reverence as they gazed upon the statue. Thank you, my lord, for your timely rescue. A chorus of dual-headed beings exclaimed loudly, immediately bowing in reverence before the stone statue. As the throng paid homage, cracks began to appear upon the statue's surface. Gradually, pieces of stone fell away, and soon, after the last fragment had crumbled, a towering and formidable dual-headed entity emerged before them. "You have greatly disappointed me," the leader of the dual-headed beings intoned in a deep voice. As his words echoed, the surrounding beings knelt and prostrated themselves, trembling violently. "I grant you one more opportunity. Eliminate these invaders. I have set a formation upon Mount Luo, significantly diminishing their strength. If you fail to vanquish them, then you shall take your own lives." Upon hearing this, the previously quaking dual-headed beings rose to their feet, their 4 eyes fixed upon their master as they proclaimed, "Rest assured, my lord, we shall slay all invaders." With that, the group of dual-headed beings departed from the ancient temple. Meanwhile, Yuan and the night watchmen, led by Bai Cheng, were making their way slowly into the depths of Mount Luo. As they progressed, an unusual silence enveloped them, devoid of any danger. For a moment, many of the watchmen began to lower their guard. "Boss, this feels a bit strange. We haven't encountered any of the alien beings along the way. Could they have all fled?" A watchman whispered to Bai Cheng. "Silence. Stay alert. At a time like this, we must be particularly vigilant. The tranquility here is unnervingly unnatural." Bai Cheng responded, maintaining a watchful gaze around them. Yet, for reasons unknown, the pervasive mist seemed to possess an enchanting quality, coaxing them to relax their vigilance. "Brother Bai, something feels amiss here," Yuan murmured. Protected by the chaos-divine thunder, he was unafraid of the surrounding mist. Yet he too sensed its strangeness and felt compelled to caution his companions. Suddenly, they glimpsed the outline of an ancient temple materializing in the distance, igniting a spark of excitement within them. "Boss, look, there's something ahead. It seems to be a place we've never visited," one exclaimed. "Indeed, boss. We've traversed deep into Mount Luo numerous times. What could this temple be?" Just as they were all captivated by the sight of the temple, a series of furious roars erupted around them. "Roar! Kill! Despicable blue star beings! How dare you return? Today, you shall perish here." The enraged cries resonated as a cadre of dual-headed beings emerged from the thicket. Upon witnessing this, Bai Cheng and his companions instantly steeled themselves. "Brothers, fall back. Do not engage recklessly. There is something amiss here," Bai Cheng shouted, sensing the oddity among the dual-headed beings. However, he soon realized that his voice seemed to be muffled, as his comrades charged toward the dual-headed beings, oblivious to his warning. "Damn it, this is far too strange," Bai Cheng muttered under his breath, regaining his senses only to find himself encircled by several dual-headed beings. "Lu, you must escape," he bellowed, recalling Yuan. Yet, Yuan was also in a perilous situation. A few dual-headed beings were advancing toward him. "Kakik, blue star being, your essence is most enticing. Offer yourself to my lord, and he shall surely delight in you. He. Such a tempting aura. You must be under the special care of the blue star will." Faced with the approaching foes, Yuan felt no fear. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he summoned surges of thunder. As the first crackle of lightning erupted, the heavens above Mount Luo seemed to respond to his summons. Dark clouds gathering ominously around Yuan. Boom! Boom! The thunder's crescendo resounded, and this terrifying force seemed to shatter the formation binding Mount Luo. At a military base far beyond Mount Luo, an urgent alarm began to blare. "Commander Luo Feng, we have a signal." "A signal?" An anxious voice called out as a middle-aged man appeared behind him. "What? Their SA signal from Mount Luo? Excellent. Quickly, locate Bai Cheng and his team." Luo Feng shouted. The man, upon hearing this, began to type rapidly, and in a moment, several black dots appeared on their screen, surrounded by a multitude of red dots. "Commander Luo Feng, it seems Captain Bai Cheng and his team are deep within Mount Luo," he reported weakly after assessing the situation. The black dots on the screen clearly represented Bai Cheng's team, while the red dots indicated the alien beings lurking in the depths of Mount Luo. Many believe that with Bai Cheng's team's strength, surrounded by such a multitude of foes, their chances of survival were bleak, leading to a pervasive sense of despair and sorrow among the onlookers. Observing the despondency around him, Luo Feng raised his voice. "What are you all doing? Pull yourselves together. Have you forgotten? The Ice King is already on her way to rescue them." At the mention of the Ice King, everyone's spirits revived. Indeed, the Ice King is a martial king. With her speed, she will undoubtedly reach Bai Cheng and his team in time. "Captain Bai Cheng, there is still hope for your return." At that moment, deep within Mount Luo, as Lu Yuan summoned the chaos divine thunder. The master of the dual-headed beings hidden within the ancient temple suddenly opened his eyes. What a potent aura of abilities. It seems to contain some power of the blue star will. Ha ha ha. This is truly a stroke of fortune. If I can devour this use abilities, it will be tantamount to consuming the blue star will itself. At that point, I could invade the blue star will, rendering the entire blue star race powerless. And my dual-headed kin would ascend as the leaders of all races, ruling over the entirety of blue star civilization. The master of the dual-headed beings laughed heartily before his gaze sharpened, and he strode forth from the ancient temple. His towering figure, standing 100 feet tall, immediately captured the attention of all. What? What is that? Is that the leader of the alien beings? A watchman gasped in horror, eyes wide with terror as he beheld the imposing figure. Run, quickly. That is a 6th-tier alien being. We cannot resist it. Bai Chang exclaimed, casting a glance forward, only to lock eyes with the master of the dual-headed beings. In an instant, he felt as though he were under the gaze of a malevolent, abyssal creature, a chill penetrating deep into his very soul. Kikik. Delicious. Is this the flavor of the genius of the blue star race? The master of the dual-headed beings laughed heartily, preparing to charge towards Lu Yuan. At that moment, a graceful figure descended from above, radiating an aura of unyielding cold. Marza, long time no see. I never expected you to be hiding here. It certainly took me a while to find you. With a chilling voice, the dual-headed being's master widened his eyes in disbelief. Wu Lingfei, it's you? Why are you here instead of on the battlefield of the myriad races? Chapter 45. The Mighty Wu Lingfei, Annihilation of the Dual-Headed Beings. With Wu Lingfei's arrival, the previously arrogant Marzaha felt an overwhelming wave of fear wash over him. The two individuals appear to have crossed paths on the battlefield of myriad races, where the creature, Marzaha, had suffered considerable losses at the hands of Wu Lingfei. Now, upon their reunion, a profound terror surged within Marzaha's heart. Marzaha, after our parting on the battlefield, I presumed you to be dead. Yet here you are, having infiltrated my blue star. You slaughtered countless members of the blue star human race back then, and today you voluntarily walk into my trap. This time, I shall not allow you to escape so easily. Wu Lingfei declared in a voice as frigid as ice, conjuring an aura of extreme cold that caused the temperature in the vicinity to plummet dramatically. Under her precise manipulation, the surrounding two-headed beings were rendered unable to resist, instantly transforming into mere ice sculptures. This terrifying display left Bai Cheng and the other sentinels wide-eyed in astonishment. Ice, the Ice King? Has a powerful elder of the Martial King realm come to our rescue? One sentinel exclaimed, overwhelmed by the unexpected sight of such a supreme being. It was well known that in this new cosmic era, many skilled individuals, upon reaching the master level, chose to depart Blue Star in search of opportunities for breakthroughs in the vast universe. This meant that the strongest remaining on Blue Star were often just masters, with those above that level being exceedingly rare. Particularly, beings of the Martial King realm typically station themselves on the battlefield of myriad races, defending their territories. The appearance of a Martial King before them was indeed a rarity beyond winning the lottery. Meanwhile, Marzaha watched in horror as his kin were transformed into ice sculptures, devoid of life. In a fit of madness, he exclaimed, Wu Lingfei, your audacity knows no bounds. Do you fear divine retribution for slaughtering my kin? Wu Lingfei merely scoffed at his words. Divine retribution? If I were to suffer such a fate for merely slaying your kind, then you, who have killed countless Blue Star citizens over the years, would have faced it long ago. Marzaha found himself at a loss for words. As he opened his mouth to retort, Wu Lingfei interjected, Marzaha, I advise you against further resistance. Your current 6th-tier cultivation renders you no more than an ant in my grasp. I could crush you with ease. Hearing this, Marzaha's countenance turned ashen. The battles he had fought against Wu Lingfei on the battlefield had indeed left him severely injured. Subsequently, for various reasons, he had led his kin to infiltrate Blue Star, intending to develop in secrecy and eventually restore his race. However, it now seemed that such aspirations were futile. With that thought, Marzaha's gaze fell upon the land where Wu Lingfei stood. Suddenly, he let out a cold laugh. Very well, Wu Lingfei, your power surpasses mine, and I concede. But mark my words, it will not be long before you join me. With resolve, Marzaha ignited the energy within him, intending to self-destruct. Huh? Do you think you can self-destruct before me? I shall not grant you that satisfaction. You must have forgotten how formidable a martial king truly is. Wu Lingfei observed Marzaha's frantic attempt to self-destruct without a hint of panic. She simply raised her arm and grasped at the void. In the next moment, the violent energy surging from Marzaha ceased, leaving him frozen in place, his head flushed with an exertion he could not comprehend. How is this possible? Why can't I self-destruct? Marzaha exclaimed in terror. Your earlier remarks piqued my interest. If I were to let you die so easily, how would I uncover the schemes of your myriad races? Wu Lingfei's words made Marzaha realize her intentions. His expression turned grim. Even if you thwart my self-destruction, you shall not extract a single word from me. Wu Lingfei smirked disdainfully. Many from the myriad races have been similarly obstinate when they fell into my grasp, and I hope you maintain that spirit. With a gentle wave of her hand, she transformed Marzaha into an ice sculpture, yet unlike his kin. He retained a faint pulse of life, while the others were lifeless. Having completed her task, Wu Lingfei turned to Bai Cheng and the others. Little ones, are you unharmed? Her tone now bore a warmth akin to that of a gentle older sister. Bai Cheng and the others quickly regained their composure, bowing respectfully. We greet you, esteemed Ice King. Enough with the formalities, dear children. Are you all well? Wu Lingfei replied with a smile. They shook their heads, indicating their well-being. Wu Lingfei's gaze then settled on Lu Yuan, standing behind Bai Cheng, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Young one, what is your extraordinary ability? She inquired, sensing a strong fluctuation emanating from him that even her SSS-level ice powers responded to. Amidst Lu Yuan's momentary daze, Bai Cheng elbowed him gently, whispering, Brother Lu, the Ice King is speaking to you. Quickly snapping back to reality, Lu Yuan replied, Esteemed elder, my awaken ability is merely an E-class lightning ability, but it seems to have undergone a slight mutation. A mutation of abilities? Wu Lingfei's gaze intensified upon Lu Yuan, making him feel as though she could see into the depths of his being. Your ability is quite impressive. I have high hopes for you. I hope to see you at the Starry Sky Martial Arts University in the future. Although Wu Lingfei seemed to discern something, she refrained from elaborating, instead offering words of encouragement to Lu Yuan. Hearing such praise from a martial king elder filled Lu Yuan with joy. Thank you for your kind words, esteemed elder. I shall not disappoint your expectations and will strive to gain admission to the Starry Sky Martial Arts University. Wu Lingfei paid little mind to his response. She waved her hand, retrieving the ice-encased Marzaha, and declared, Now, you should leave Luoshan quickly. I have other matters to attend to regarding the remaining alien races here, and must bid you farewell. With that, she vanished from sight. As they watched Wu Lingfei depart, Bai Cheng and the others felt a weight lift from their hearts, exhaling deeply. Phew, truly a martial king. Even without exerting any pressure, her mere presence was suffocating. Indeed, I felt that if the elder had lingered any longer, I might have suffocated right here. Is this what it means to be a top-tier powerhouse of the Blue Star? It's utterly terrifying. Listening to the words of the crowd, Bai Cheng quickly regained his composure and addressed those around him. All right, brothers, let us dispense with the trivialities and hasten to tidy up these corpses of the alien races. They are indeed precious. Once we have gathered them, we shall take them back. Chapter 46, Departing from Luoshan, the Martial Alliance Auction. As they gazed upon the ground strewn with ice sculptures, the eyes of the onlookers sparkled with fervor. The corpses of these alien beings were highly coveted on Blue Star, particularly by laboratories and scientists dedicated to the study of extraterrestrial life. After all, the battlefield of myriad races was far removed from Blue Star, making the transportation of these corpses prohibitively expensive. Now, with alien corpses readily available on Blue Star, should the prominent families become aware, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to acquire them. Everyone, take your time. There's no need to rush. There's enough for all. Bai Cheng commanded loudly, wary of the potential for his companions to clash over the alien remains. Thanks to his timely reminder, those who had intended to snatch the corpses suddenly regained their senses and began the process of distributing the alien bodies amongst themselves. At that moment, Bai Cheng noticed Lu Yuan standing nearby and spoke up. Brother Lu, you too shall have your share. Please take some of the alien corpses. With the martial examination approaching, Lu Yuan understood that selling these alien remains could fetch a handsome sum, significantly enhancing his martial prowess. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. Having already secured numerous valuable items from the hunting teams he had vanquished, he certainly had no qualms about acquiring more. Besides, he had a younger sister awaiting his return, and he wouldn't hesitate to gather what he could. With that thought in mind, he swiftly joined the rest in the distribution of the alien corpses. Before long, the alien bodies were allocated. With dozens present, each individual received an average of 10 alien corpses. Given the current market price for the two-headed aliens, Bai Cheng's team was evidently reaping substantial rewards, with each member set to gain several 100 million blue star coins. Once everything was concluded, Bai Cheng cheerfully declared, "All right, brothers, it is time for us to depart." Nods of agreement followed. As with the defeat of the Bi Saha by Wu Lingfei, signals in Luoshan were restored. The group easily found their way out of Luoshan. Meanwhile, after their departure, Luoshan erupted into chaos. Wu Lingfei, being at the martial king level, unleashed a massacre, effortlessly dispatching the lurking aliens hidden within Luoshan. In an instant, the entire area was suffused with an aura of death. Eventually, Luoshan became blanketed in white snow, resembling an immense iceberg. At that moment, in the Jiangnan Bay City, the Feng family patriarch wore a frosty expression as he absorbed the report from his subordinates. Lu Yuan has exited Luoshan, he uttered with a chilling tone. He could hardly fathom how Lu Yuan had survived amidst the numerous hunting teams. It seemed utterly implausible. He then inquired in a low voice, "By the way, has the Shadow Organization intervened?" The messenger shook his head and replied, "No, Patriarch, they have yet to act. All attacks have been carried out by the hunting teams." Upon hearing this, the Feng Patriarch's fury intensified. Damn it, what a splendid opportunity, and they failed to seize it. They're still pondering whether to use the hunting teams to gauge Lu Yuan's strength. His fists clenched tightly as he struggled to comprehend the situation. Oof. The shadow members had better provide me with a reasonable explanation. With a cold snort, he retreated into a nearby secret chamber. At this juncture, Lu Yuan, having exited Luoshan, hurriedly made his way to the headquarters of the Martial Alliance. However, upon submitting his task, he sensed something was amiss. What is going on? Did I not spend less than a day in Luoshan? How could 3 days have passed? Having been away from home for such an extended period, he mused. My aunt and Qing Huan must be terribly worried. He murmured, and after submitting his task to claim his reward, he hastened to the auction venue within the Martial Alliance. Greetings, I wish to auction off alien corpses, Lu Yuan announced to an elderly attendant at the reception. Alien corpses? Young man, do not jest with me. How could you possibly obtain alien corpses on Blue Star? The elder gazed at Lu Yuan skeptically. In response, Lu Yuan unceremoniously produced an alien corpse, transformed into an ice sculpture. This is a two-headed alien corpse? Where did you acquire this, young man? The elder's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him. Such specimens were exceedingly rare. In Luoshan, Lu Yuan replied matter-of-factly, "And I possess more than just one. Would you care to take a look?" As soon as Lu Yuan finished speaking, the elder instinctively exclaimed yes. His eyes gleamed with eagerness at the prospect of such a well-preserved specimen, and he could hardly imagine the frenzy it would incite among the prominent families. Young man, how many do you have? I will take them all. Taking the elder's words to heart, Lu Yuan wasted no time and retrieved the 12 alien corpses he had stored, each transformed into ice sculptures. He could sense the elder's breathing quicken as he laid out the bodies before him. Given the current market price of 20 million per alien corpse, and considering the excellent condition of these specimens, I can offer you 50 million per corpse. How's that sound? Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. He then produced 10 spatial storage devices, all acquired from the hunting teams that had sought to eliminate him. The items within were also of considerable value, amounting to several 100 million blue star coins. After presenting the spatial devices to the elder, he inquired, "Can these items also be auctioned?" The elder, having encountered many similar situations, simply nodded. After a thorough inspection, he stated, "Young man, you have quite a few excellent items here, estimated to be worth around 600 million blue star coins. However, given the situation, I cannot offer you such a high price. I can only give you 400 million blue star coins." Lu Yuan was not taken aback by this outcome. He nodded and said, "I accept, but I hope you can use this 400 million blue star coins to procure some precious Zhiyang elixirs for me. The more exquisite, the better." The elder's face lit up at this request, as such demands would yield even greater profits for the auction. "All right, young man, You are in luck. We happen to have several fine Ji-Yang elixirs available for auction today. Would you care to participate? Chapter 47. Returning home before the auction begins. Auction? When does it commence? Yuan inquired, his interest piqued, primarily motivated by the prospect of acquiring the Ji-Yang elixirs. This very evening, not only will the esteemed elites of my Jiang and Bay City be in attendance, but also several influential figures from the neighboring Bay cities. It can be confidently asserted that tonight's auction is the most significant event our Jiang and Bay City has ever hosted, the elderly man proclaimed, taking a moment to promote his auction. Very well, I shall return tonight, Yuan responded, preparing to depart. Hey, young man, wait a moment. I haven't given you your invitation yet, the old man called out as Yuan attempted to leave. Upon hearing this, Yuan halted and turned back. Isn't it enough to simply attend when the time comes? Why is there a need for an invitation? The elder chuckled. Ah, young one, tonight's auction is rather exceptional. Not everyone is permitted to participate. If it weren't for the remarkable items in your possession, I wouldn't have bothered to share this information with you. As he spoke, the old man produced a blue card and handed it to Yuan. Yuan accepted the invitation and scrutinized it closely. The blue card appeared quite ordinary, bearing only the simple inscription invitation in bold letters, lacking any particular distinction. However, when Yuan infused a hint of true energy into the card, it immediately emanated a faint blue glow. Observing Yuan's actions, the elder nodded approvingly. Impressive. You've grasped the method of verifying the invitation's authenticity without my prompting. Do not forget to attend tonight. Yuan tucked the invitation away and nodded in acknowledgement before exiting the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters and boarding the flight train back home. Soon, a flying train came to a halt before a towering building. Yuan disembarked, as usual, and made his way to his residence. With a creak, Yuan opened the door, and a voice of surprise rang out. Yuan? The speaker was none other than Master Ling Shuang, whom Yuan had encountered during his training. Master Ling Shuang? Yuan exclaimed, astonished to find the striking beauty unexpectedly in his home. Upon hearing their exchange, two figures emerged from the room, Song Yuan and Lu Qinghuan, who appeared to be in better spirits than before. Upon seeing Yuan, Song Yuan's face displayed an unusual look of irritation. Xiao Yuan, where have you been all this time? Why didn't you inform us? Do you have any idea how much we worry about you? Yuan felt a warm feeling in his heart at his aunt's reproachful words. Aunt, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I didn't expect that just stepping out for a bit would lead to several days passing. He readily admitted his mistake, devoid of any rebellious demeanor. Brother, where have you been? I thought you didn't want me anymore. Lu Qinghuan chimed in, her previously wan complexion now returning to her usual self, albeit with a hint of annoyance. Yuan then explained the reasons for his recent disappearance. After a moment, the group regarded him with curious expressions. Xiao Yuan, you mean to say you went alone to the Martial Arts Alliance to accept a mission and completed it outside the city by yourself? Song Yuan queried, her expression grave. Yuan refrained from sharing the details of the hunting team and the foreign entities he encountered in Luoshan, knowing it would only heighten the concern of his aunt and sister. He nodded and adopted an agitated tone. Yes, it's strange. It felt like I was only inside for a day. Yet upon exiting, I discovered several days had passed. Both Song Yuan and Lu Qinghuan displayed expressions of astonishment. Only Ling Shuang remained composed, stating, this phenomenon is due to the magnetic field in Luoshan. The perception of time inside is significantly slower than that outside. However, Xiao Yuan, you've been exceedingly reckless. I recently heard reports of numerous foreign entities appearing in Luoshan. Your survival is indeed fortuitous. I hope you won't act so rashly again, as your family is quite worried about you. Do you understand? Ling Shuang's explanation regarding the peculiarities of Luoshan alleviated the doubts of Song Yuan and Lu Qinghuan. Yuan nodded, aware that he stood before those he could not afford to offend. Two were his family, and the other was his former teacher and his aunt's friend, considered a part of his family. With curiosity, Yuan turned to Ling Shuang. Master Ling Shuang, what brings you to my home? What? Am I not welcome? Ling Shuang replied with a teasing smile. Of course not. Yuan hastily shook his head. Observing his reaction, Song Yuan chuckled. All right, Xiao Shuang, stop teasing the boy. Then, she explained, I called Xiao Shuang here because Qinghuan's health had been quite concerning recently. As a master with an awakened SS level ability, she mentioned that she had experienced something similar before awakening her powers, which was resolved with some Zhiyang Bao Yao. However, while Qing Huan has taken the Zhiyang Bao Yao, it only temporarily suppresses the cold energy within her. Xiao Shuang believes Qing Huan's potential ability might surpass her own. Listening to Song Yuan's words, Lu Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then spoke earnestly, "Aunt, rest assured, I have discovered several Zhiyang Bao Yao leads, and they will be available at tonight's auction in Jiangnan Bay City. Await my good news." Upon hearing Lu Yuan's declaration, both Song Yuan and Lu Qinghuan wore puzzled expressions, while Ling Shuang regarded him with astonishment. "I have indeed heard of the auction in Jiangnan Bay City tonight. However, it is said that the entry requirements are quite stringent. Did you truly manage to obtain an invitation?" As a master, Song Yuan was well informed and aware of the auction's high threshold, noting that even she had not secured an invitation, underscoring the event's significance. In response, Lu Yuan calmly produced the blue card. With a surge of true energy, a radiant blue light emanated from it. This is the auction invitation?" Ling Shuang exclaimed, taken aback at Lu Yuan's possession of the coveted card. It genuinely surprised her that a mere youth, who had yet to attain mastery and was still in high school, had acquired what even she, a master, could not. After a moment's hesitation, she inquired, "Xiao Yuan, might I join you at the auction tonight?" Her request left Lu Yuan puzzled. "Master Ling Shuang, is there something specific you seek at the auction?" Ling Shuang nodded, her gaze filled with anticipation as she looked at Lu Yuan. However, Lu Yuan spoke uncertainly. "Teacher Ling Shuang, I do not quite comprehend this auction. I possess merely one invitation. Can it indeed allow me to bring others along?" Ling Shuang nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, although I cannot acquire an invitation myself, I am well informed about them. Each invitation permits entry for 4 individuals." Upon hearing Ling Shuang's words, Lu Qinghuan, who had not ventured outside for a considerable time, could not suppress her curiosity. "Brother, I wish to attend the auction as well. Shall we go together?" Lu Qinghuan gazed eagerly at Lu Yuan. Observing the anticipation shining in his sister's eyes, Lu Yuan, who had initially intended to decline, found his words caught in his throat. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and replied, "Of course." He then turned to the 2 others nearby. "Annie, Teacher Ling Shuang, let's all go and see what this auction entails." Upon receiving the affirmation, a rare smile graced Ling Shuang's face, indicating that the items at the auction held significant importance for her. Meanwhile, Song Yuan, though initially inclined to refuse, was reluctant to shatter Lu Qinghuan's joy, which had been absent for so long. Thus, she nodded in agreement. Soon, as night descended, the hour of the auction's commencement approached. With the invitation in hand, Lu Yuan escorted Song Yuan and the other 2 to the headquarters of the Martial Alliance. Given that it was still early before the auction began, dignitaries from various regions of Blue Star had just arrived at the Martial Alliance headquarters in Jiangnan Bay City. Instantly, the once empty expanse outside the Martial Alliance was filled with luxurious warplanes and extravagant vehicles from all over Blue Star. Numerous elites, clutching their invitations and accompanied by elegantly dressed companions, strode confidently into the Martial Alliance auction. "Wow, so many people, and so many warplanes," Lu Qinghuan exclaimed, clearly captivated by the spectacle before her, as she surveyed her surroundings with wide-eyed wonder. "Let us enter as well," Lu Yuan said with a gentle smile. Despite holding 10 billion Blue Star coins, the presence of so many dignitaries left him feeling somewhat insecure. After all, the Zhiyang treasures available at the auction were undoubtedly extremely precious. Nonetheless, he realized that without attending the auction, he would have no chance to acquire those treasures. Hence, he felt compelled to participate in this auction. As they approached the Martial Alliance, a voice of dissatisfaction echoed from behind them. "Make way, make way. Do not obstruct young Master Hua's path. If you damage young Master Hua's attire, can you afford the consequences?" As the words fell, several burly men parted to reveal a strikingly handsome young man clad in a black suit. His long hair flowing and his piercing gaze seemingly capable of discerning the innermost thoughts of those around him. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Ling Shuang's heart raced, and she quickly cautioned, "Lu Yuan, let's take another route. That is the eldest son of the Hua family from the Kyoto Bay City. I have heard he has a peculiar temperament. If we provoke him, we shall be in trouble." Lu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement and guided Lu Qinghuan and the others to the side. However, they had assumed that merely yielding a path would allow them to avoid any trouble. Unexpectedly, As the Hua family heir's entourage passed by, he suddenly halted, his attention fixating on Lu Qinghuan, who was hiding behind Lu Yuan. Interesting. This little girl possesses two distinct energies within her. One exudes an extreme chill, while the other radiates a Zhiyang essence. Is this a sign of an early awakening of abilities? The Hua family heir mused silently. Noticing the intense gaze directed at his sister, Lu Yuan stepped forward, shielding Lu Qinghuan completely behind him. He then inquired in a low voice, "May I ask, young master, do you require something?" The onlookers were taken aback at Lu Yuan's audacity in addressing the Hua family heir in such a manner, their hearts racing with apprehension. Who is this young man? How dare he speak to young Master Hua like that? Is he courting disaster? What audacity! Judging by his plain attire, he must hail from an ordinary family, merely fortunate enough to secure an invitation to the auction, yet he dares to address young Master Hua in such a way. It seems he is destined to face dire consequences today. As whispers circulated among the crowd, the Hua family heir remained silent, but his bodyguards immediately reacted with hostility. "You! What gives you the right to question, young master? Do you believe I won't tear your mouth apart?" Just as the burly bodyguard's words fell, a powerful hand shot towards Lu Yuan. Buzz! The bodyguard, a peak martial artist, unleashed a surge of energy that raised the surrounding temperature several degrees. Witnessing the imminent attack, Lu Yuan's expression darkened. He raised his right hand, seemingly coated in silver, and struck forth. Xiantai Divine Palm. The forceful blow collided with the bodyguard's strike, resulting in a resounding explosion. As the onlookers braced for Lu Yuan to be severely injured, it was the bodyguard who was sent hurtling backward, tracing a graceful arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The remaining bodyguards, witnessing their comrade's injury, instinctively moved to surround Lu Yuan. However, just as they were about to act, a thunderous command rang out. "All of you stand down." The Hua family heir glared at his bodyguards, displeased with their actions that had drawn unnecessary trouble. The bodyguards, cowed by their master's reprimand, quickly retreated, lowering their heads in silence. Having settled the situation, the Hua family heir approached Lu Yuan. Just as the crowd anticipated a confrontation, the heir unexpectedly broke into a smile, extending his hand. "My brother, it seems there was a misunderstanding earlier. I hope you can overlook it, all right?" Witnessing this unpredictable Hua family heir apologizing first left the onlookers in astonishment. What is going on? Who is this young man? How could he compel young Master Hua to apologize? Is this truly the same Hua family heir I know? I heard that the last time a young master from a small family offended him in Kyoto Bay City, he was left incapacitated. Curiosity about Lu Yuan's identity began to swell among the onlookers, as the aura of mystery surrounding him grew stronger, prompting an irresistible urge to uncover more about him. At this moment, Lu Yuan was equally astonished, having overheard snippets of the surrounding discussions. He had anticipated a potential conflict with the capricious Hua family heir, yet he had not expected such amicability. Observing the other party's admission of fault, Lu Yuan spoke with an expression of indifference. "Very well. Since young Master Hua has already spoken, let this matter rest." Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, a smile emerged on the face of the Hua family's young master. Subsequently, both parties departed, entering the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance. Along the way, this young master remained encircled by a cadre of robust bodyguards. One of these burly bodyguards expressed his dissatisfaction with the young master's earlier conduct, inquiring, "Young master, should I seek someone to deal with that individual?" Upon hearing his subordinate's words, a chill flickered across young Master Hua's face. "Fool, if you wish to court death, then go ahead. But do not claim to be one of Hua Yuntian's men." The icy tone of Hua Yuntian left the bodyguard astonished. "How is that possible? Young master, he is merely a lowly martial general. Though I may not be particularly strong, I possess the cultivation of a martial commander. Dealing with a mere martial general should be a trivial task." Hua Yuntian shook his head subtly at his bodyguard's words. "Fool, you have not awakened any extraordinary abilities. How could you comprehend his terrifying nature? If you were to act against him and he were to unleash his power, we would both meet our demise. Moreover, do not forget that we are here on serious business." Hua Yuntian spoke with a calm demeanor. His change in attitude stemmed from the overwhelming sense of oppression he felt in Lu Yuan's presence, indicative of high-tier extraordinary abilities. As a prodigy who had awakened an S-grade ability from the Hua family, if he could sense such suppression, how formidable must the other party's powers be? Regardless of the presence of backing, he must exercise caution and avoid antagonizing such an individual, lest it bring endless trouble to himself and the Hua family. With this in mind, Hua Yuntian cast a glance at his surrounding bodyguards and sternly warned, "I advise you all to abandon any treacherous thoughts. Do not seek revenge on your own accord. If I discover this, do not blame me for turning against you." Upon hearing Hua Yuntian's frigid command, the surrounding bodyguards responded with a chorus of respect. "Yes, young master." Not long after entering the martial arts alliance, Ling Shuang, standing beside Lu Yuan, expressed her concern. "Xiao Yuan, are you truly unscathed? I've heard that the Hua family's young master is not one to be trifled with. Although he admitted fault earlier, I've heard he is extremely prideful. He wouldn't seek revenge, would he?" Ling Shuang's words elicited worried glances from Song Yuan and Lu Qinghuan towards Lu Yuan. "Rest assured, I believe he will not retaliate. After all, as you mentioned, he is a man of pride, having publicly resolved the matter in front of so many witnesses. Any covert retaliation would only serve to embarrass himself." Lu Yuan reassured them, prompting Song Yuan and the others to nod in agreement. Indeed, many had witnessed their reconciliation, and those present were influential figures. Should the Hua family's young master change his mind and seek revenge, it would not merely tarnish his own reputation, but that of the entire Hua family. With this realization, the trio's earlier concerns dissipated, restoring their original composure. Before long, the four of them arrived at the entrance of the auction. Individuals were entering one by one, brandishing their invitation cards. Sounds of conversation echoed around them. "Hey, do you know why there's so many dignitaries from other bases at this auction in Jiangnan? Brother, do you have any insider information? Please share." "Indeed, I've spotted many familiar faces, renowned families from our Blue Star. Some have even ventured into the cosmos to battle in the myriad races war. Their presence here must signify something extraordinary at this auction." Behind Lu Yuan, a group of men had formed a small huddle, engaging in hushed dialogue. With his keen hearing, Lu Yuan effortlessly absorbed their words. One man chuckled and declared, "I've heard that this auction features a rare fruit that can awaken extraordinary abilities for us Blue Star humans. Even if one has already awakened an ability, consuming it allows for a second awakening." The faces of the men surrounding him lit up with astonishment. A second awakening? How powerful! A fruit capable of awakening extraordinary abilities? No wonder so many dignitaries have gathered for this auction. Indeed, among the martial artists of our Blue Star, those with extraordinary abilities hold a more esteemed status. These dignitaries seek to acquire this fruit to gain an additional ability, exponentially boosting their strength. Enough chatter. Let us hurry and enter. Listening to their discussions, Lu Yuan's eyes glimmered with curiosity. He had not anticipated the existence of such extraordinary fruits. Clearly, his knowledge was somewhat lacking. However, considering that the Blue Star humans had already ventured into the cosmos, possessing countless life planets, the emergence of such rare treasures was not entirely implausible. Lu Yuan murmured to himself. Before long, their turn arrived to verify their identities and enter the auction venue. Upon entering, an elderly gentleman approached them. "Young man, you indeed have arrived." The elder was the same individual Lu Yuan had encountered earlier that morning. "Senior," Lu Yuan greeted with a gentle smile. "Yes, the auction is about to commence, so hurry inside. Your seat is in room 99 of the Earth section," the elder said, handing Lu Yuan an identity token before hastily departing. Chapter 50. The auction begins, toying with the Feng family. With the identity token in hand, Lu Yuan quickly located room 99 of the Earth section. Upon entering, he found a grand floor-to-ceiling window, obscured from the outside, but offering a clear view of the auction's central area. Soon, as all guests settled in, a stunning woman clad in a split cheongsam stepped onto the auction stage. "Esteemed guests, I am the auctioneer, Luo Qingxuan. Let us dispense with pleasantries and present the first auction item." After a brief introduction, Luo Qingxuan commenced the auction. The first item was quickly brought forth, a peculiar weapon. However, it failed to generate much excitement, with only those in the human section, below the platform, engaging in the bidding, while no one from the Earth or Heaven sections participated, seemingly awaiting something. Each individual harbored their own agenda. Beside Lu Yuan, his sister Lu Qinghuan observed her surroundings with keen curiosity. "Qinghuan, should you find something you fancy, do not hesitate to inform your brother," Lu Yuan said with a gentle smile. He was confident that he could acquire anything of interest at this auction. not out of arrogance, but because he possessed several enhancement points. Should funds fall short, he could strengthen certain items and exchange them. This was Lu Yuan's assurance. "Oh no, that's unnecessary, brother. I'm just here to observe," Lu Qinghuan replied, shaking her head vigorously. She understood that Lu Yuan had serious matters to attend to at the auction and did not wish to hinder his endeavors. Observing the sensible demeanor of his younger sister, Lu Yuan could only chuckle helplessly and shake his head. Meanwhile, as several individuals engaged in conversation, the auction proceeded at a remarkably swift pace. Before long, they reached the 18th item on the auction block. At this moment, Lu Yuan's spirit was noticeably invigorated. Below, Luo Qingxuang was vocally presenting to the audience, esteemed guests. The next item for auction is the 18th. This is a supreme yang treasure of the Xian grade, the Liang fruit. For ordinary martial artists, consuming it can enhance their vitality by a staggering 10,000 calories, making it a rare and extraordinary boon for those aspiring to ascend to the rank of martial generals, with absolutely no side effects. However, each individual may only consume it once in their lifetime. The starting bid is 10 million blue star coins, with increments of no less than 1 million. As soon as Luo Qingxuang's words fell, a flurry of voices erupted around them, each eager to raise their bid. Even from some of the private rooms designated for the elite, sounds of bidding emerged. "I offer 30 million blue star coins. Do not compete with me. For my son is set to enter the Starry Sky Martial University." "Bah, 30 million for the Liang fruit? Dream on. I bid 50 million. Oomph. Starry Sky Martial University? Your son lacks the fortune for it. I bid 70 million. As the crowd escalated the price, Lu Yuan's gaze fixated on the Liang fruit. In the next instant, a message appeared before his eyes. Liang fruit. A supreme yang treasure of the Xian grade. Consuming it can enhance vitality by 10,000 calories and refine inner true energy, endowing one with the ability to withstand extreme cold. It can be exchanged for 50 million blue star coins. Upon reading this information, Lu Yuan's cheeks involuntarily twitched. This auction was exceedingly unscrupulous, exploiting human competitive psychology to sell items at prices far exceeding their actual worth. At that moment, as Lu Yuan expressed his exasperation, the clamor of competition outside began to wane. Yet, the price of the Liang fruit approached an astonishing 100 million. 95 million blue star coins. Who else dares to contend with the Feng family? A voice rang out, causing many who wished to participate in the bidding to fall silent upon hearing the name Feng family. Reluctantly, they refrained from competing, and the bidding came to a halt. Consequently, the powerful overseers of the auction cast cold glances toward the Feng family's position. Impudent. Announcing one's name disrupts the order of the auction. Should there be a next time, your cultivation will be forfeited and you shall be expelled from the auction. The Feng family, concealed within room D1, received this warning without a hint of panic. This was a common tactic employed at auctions. Once you revealed your identity, everyone would remember it, and during the bidding for sought-after items, they would think twice. In room D1, the head of the Feng family gazed triumphantly at the Liang fruit before him. Beside him sat a young man who bore resemblance to Feng Qingtian. This was Feng Handy, the second most formidable talent of the Feng family after Feng Qingtian. Having attained the rank of martial master, he sought to leverage the Liang fruit to enhance his strength and gain admission to a prestigious martial university. However, just as everyone assumed the Liang fruit was destined to fall into the hands of the Feng family, an incongruous voice interrupted. 96 million blue star coins. The flat, hoarse voice resonated, instantly darkening the faces of the proud Feng family members. Previously somber, Luo Qingxuang now displayed a radiant smile as she turned her gaze toward the source of the voice, room D99. Is there anyone willing to bid higher than 96 million blue star coins? Inside room D1, the head of the Feng family glared coldly at the origin of the voice. Damn it, who is that person? Do they not fear incurring the wrath of the Feng family? Feng Handy seethed beside him. 97 million. The head of the Feng family ruthlessly raised his bid by 1 million blue star coins, his tone brimming with determination. 100 million blue star coins. The utterance of those 5 words sent shockwaves through the auction hall. After all, the Liang fruit was valued at only 50 million blue star coins, and now it had been inflated to twice that amount, leading many to deem the individual who dared to announce such a price a fool. Yet, the head of the Feng family began to hesitate. Although they had brought substantial funds, there were still several key items awaiting their bid. Patriarch, should we continue to bid? Feng Handy asked with concern, for no one could ascertain whether the subsequent Yang treasures would indeed enhance vitality and cultivation. Contemplating this, the head of the Feng family coldly replied, increase the bid. I offer 101 million blue star coins. If you raise your bid again, I shall relinquish this item to you. The head of the Feng family spoke icily, convinced that the individual in room D99 could only possess a limited amount of funds. Furthermore, the Liang fruit was an absolute necessity for them, and thus they would not hesitate to outbid anyone to secure it. However, as Lu Yuan scrutinized the auction catalog, glancing at the subsequent Yang treasures, he revealed a smile and, in a hoarse voice, declared, the head of the Feng family is indeed affluent. Though this item is of great importance to me, alas, the price is too exorbitant. I shall concede it to you. Upon hearing his words, the spectators seated in the audience area expressed astonishment, gasping in disbelief. What on earth? Who is this individual in room D99 daring to toy with the Feng family? Does he not fear their retribution? As Lu Yuan's voice echoed, the head of the Feng family in room D1 darkened his expression. He abruptly stood, ready to unleash his formidable aura to intimidate the one who dared to mock him. Yet, at the center of the auction, Luo Qingxuang proclaimed loudly, congratulations to the head of the Feng family for acquiring the Liang fruit at the price of 100 million blue star coins. Upon hearing this, the head of the Feng family quickly regained his composure. He had already received a warning. If he caused a disturbance now, not only would he suffer consequences, but the entire Feng family would be implicated. After all, the auction was backed by the Martial Alliance, one of the most powerful factions among the Blue Star race. Reluctantly, the head of the Feng family sat back down. He turned to Feng Handy and ordered, quickly, find out who that person is who dared to mock the Feng family. Upon hearing this, Feng Handy nodded vigorously, yes, Patriarch. With that, he began to contact the Feng family's intelligence network. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan remained indifferent to his earlier actions, perusing the auction catalog in anticipation of the next Yang treasure. Yet, the expressions of Ling Shuang and Song Yuran beside him were far from favorable. Xiao Yuan, you were too impulsive just now. Offending the Feng family is certainly not a good thing for us. Indeed, Xiao Yuan, although you possess great talent, you have yet to fully mature. Should the Feng family take offense, they will undoubtedly retaliate against you. Song Yuran and Ling Shuang expressed their concerns. Fear not, Andy. Teacher Ling Shuang, I shall be just fine. Lu Yuan replied confidently with a smile. Observing Lu Yuan's demeanor, Song Yuran and Ling Shuang were left unsure of what to say. At that moment, Lu Qinghuan was watching the auction below with a cheerful expression. In just a few minutes after the Liang fruit, several more items had been presented for auction. At this moment, they had reached the 25th item for auction. A stunningly beautiful woman gracefully ascended the auction stage, carrying a peculiar stone. Lu Qinghuan seemed to sense something, pointing down at the stone and exclaiming, Brother, I desire that stone. May I have it? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan approached his sister, moving towards the floor-to-ceiling window. He gazed in the direction indicated by his sister. In the next instant, a message materialized before his eyes. Yang Yuan stone, a low-grade, earthly treasure. It harbors a potent essence of supreme Yang energy within, and wearing it continuously can significantly enhance the wearer's cultivation and invigorate their vitality, serving as a nemesis to all extremely cold physiques. Can be exchanged for 100 million blue star coins. Observing the oddly shaped stone below, a glimmer of delight flickered in Lu Yuan's eyes. He readily replied, All right, Qinghuan, brother will secure this stone for you. At that moment, Luo Qingxuang, on the auction stage, glanced at the peculiar stone and managed a smile as she introduced it. Esteemed patrons, we now present the 25th item of this auction. A stone brought back from the blazing sun star by the esteemed Fire King. Its shape is quite unusual. Despite our martial arts alliance employing various means, we have been unable to ascertain the stone's functionality. However, its origin from the blazing sun star undoubtedly signifies its extraordinary value. Bidding may commence. The starting price is 1 million blue star coins, with minimum increments of 100,000. Upon hearing Luo Qingxuang's words, the crowd began to murmur. Naturally, their discussions revolved not around the peculiar stone, but rather the aforementioned Fire King. Is this truly an item brought back by the Fire King? Given his esteemed reputation, It's not surprising if anything associated with him commands a higher price, but 1 million blue star coins seems rather outrageous. Indeed, spending 1 million blue star coins on a stone devoid of utility is nothing short of foolishness. By the way, the Fire King is known for his penchant for gambling at the cosmic arena. Could it be he lost everything and casually brought back this item to fool us? Hey, be cautious, my friend. Speaking ill of the Fire King may summon his wrath upon you. Although the auction hall remained lively, no one dared to place a bid. Just as Luo Qingxuang was beginning to think the item might go unsold, a voice rang out. I'll take it, 1 million blue star coins. As the voice echoed, the crowd turned to see who had spoken, only to find it was the individual from room 99 of the Earth class, who had just mocked the Feng family. Oh, I didn't expect a fool to emerge. Is this person truly so daft as to spend 1 million blue star coins on a worthless stone? Of course, he must be foolish, daring to challenge the Feng family like that. He must be out of his mind. True enough, the auction rooms are ranked by strength. How dare a mere Earth class room challenge the Feng family? Clearly, he has lost his wits. In room 1 of the Earth class, the head of the Feng family observed the individual who had just mocked him now bidding on a seemingly useless item, eliciting a cold chuckle. Just as you toyed with me, I shall return the favor. With that, the Feng family head decisively proclaimed, Feng family bids 10 million blue star coins. With the Feng family entering the fray, gasps of astonishment filled the auction hall. Hiss! Ha ha ha! The Feng family's vengeance has arrived. This lad is in for a rough time. Having swindled the Feng family of 100 million earlier, while they may not raise the price to such heights, they will undoubtedly make that arrogant youth pay dearly. Meanwhile, in room 99, Lu Yuan maintained his composure, having long recognized the Feng family's vindictive nature. Thus, he did not perceive his expenditure of 1 million blue star coins as an excessive risk. Beside him, Lu Qinghuan, upon hearing the Feng family's involvement in the bidding, began to fret for her brother. Brother, I no longer want that stone, I don't want it, she exclaimed, shaking her head fervently. Qinghuan, I have already promised you. I will secure this stone for you, Lu Yuan insisted resolutely, before announcing his bid, 20 million blue star coins. Lu Yuan's renewed bid, initially expected to provoke the Feng family into further bidding, instead rendered them cautious. Fearing Lu Yuan might employ the same tactics again, they refrained from participating. Thus, amidst the crowd's disappointed expressions, Luo Qingxuang beamed as she brought down the gavel with a resounding thud. Boom! Congratulations to the owner of room 99 of the Earth class. You have secured this peculiar stone for 20 million. As the Yuan stone was being delivered to Lu Yuan's room, the door to room 1 of the Earth class swung open, and Feng Handy re-entered, his countenance dark and brooding. Patriarch, we have uncovered the identity of the owner of room 99. It's Lu Yuan. Bang! Suddenly, the head of the Feng family erupted with a fierce killing intent, his legs propelling him to stand, leaving deep impressions in the ground beneath him. You wretched brat! So it is you! The head of the Feng family glowered with murderous intent, his gaze seemingly penetrating the very walls to fixate on Lu Yuan within room 99. Just as the patriarch contemplated how to deal with Lu Yuan, an even more formidable presence surged towards him. Presumptuous! A thunderous voice echoed in the patriarch's mind, causing his complexion to drain of color, and he spat a mouthful of blood. I shall warn you one last time. Should you dare to disrupt the order of this auction again, I will see to your demise. This ancient voice was conveyed telepathically, serving as a grave warning to the head of the Feng family. Within the auction hall, the attendees remained oblivious to the patriarch's predicament. They merely sensed the sudden surge of killing intent from room 1 dissipating into an eerie calm, leaving them puzzled. What has transpired? It felt as though a wave of murderous intent washed over us, only to vanish in an instant. How peculiar to encounter such an occurrence in auction. It goes without saying, someone must have angered the head of the Feng family, prompting him to display such intent. Surely, he was warned by the overseers of the auction. Many who bore discontent towards the Feng family expressed their satisfaction at the patriarch's misfortune. This brief interlude quickly faded as a new item was introduced for auction. In room 1, Feng Handy assisted the patriarch to his feet. Patriarch, are you all right? I'm fine. The patriarch replied weakly, aware that he could no longer act against Lu Yuan. He then turned to Feng Handy, saying, Handy, I shall bid with all my might for that item. Before the martial artist examination, you must refine it fully. Strive to eliminate Lu Yuan during the examination, avenging your brother and restoring our family's honor. Can you accomplish this? Feng Handy, initially taken aback, soon displayed a look of determination. Patriarch, rest assured, once you secure that master pill, I will ensure Lu Yuan pays dearly, restoring our family's honor. The patriarch regarded Feng Handy with satisfaction before casting a resentful glare towards Lu Yuan's position. At this moment, Lu Yuan, after waiting for a while, was finally presented with a peculiar stone by a stunningly beautiful woman. Following closely behind this radiant figure was a robust and earnest man. Sir, this is the stone you bid on. Its owner has a condition. If you could disclose its origin, he mentioned that payment would not be necessary. It was evident that the stout man trailing the enchanting woman was none other than the Fire King, a genuine warrior at the Martial King realm. He was a figure many could only dream of encountering in their lifetimes. Inside the room, upon catching sight of the Fire King, Ling Shuang, Song Yuan, and the others were filled with astonishment. They stepped forward respectfully, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the esteemed Fire King." The earnest man chuckled and remarked, "Young man, why don't you let me in for a seat? Are you leaving us out here?" Snapping back to reality, Lu Yuan hurriedly stepped aside, saying, "I apologize, esteemed one. I did not expect your personal visit, and was momentarily taken aback. I hope you can forgive my rudeness. It's merely a trivial matter. However, young man, seeing your keen interest in this stone, do you know its origins?" The Fire King inquired, his face radiating curiosity. The notion of a martial king seeking information from him stirred a thrill within Lu Yuan. Furthermore, the prospect of acquiring the stone without monetary payment filled him with delight. Without further hesitation, Lu Yuan disclosed the information regarding the Yang Source Stone. After a brief exchange, the Fire King finally gleaned the information he sought. This little stone possesses such efficacy, he mused, subsequently infusing the stone with a strand of pure qi. Following Lu Yuan's guidance, he finally unearthed the pure Yang energy hidden deep within the Yang Source Stone. Instantly, the Fire King's eyes widened in astonishment. What a pure energy! Though such refined energy may be of little use to one of my stature, had I obtained this stone during my Master Realm days, my current state would not be limited to merely the Martial King realm. With a deep sigh, he gazed regretfully at the Yang Source Stone in his hand before handing it back to Lu Yuan. "Young man, I return this to you. The condition I mentioned will certainly be fulfilled. You need not pay for the auction." As the Fire King made his way to the door, he had already lost the desire to linger any longer after learning about the Yang Source Stone. Watching the Fire King depart, Lu Yuan rose to escort him. "No need to see me off, young man. I have legs and can walk myself. I have a brain and remember the way. Oh, by the way, be cautious. You have offended members of the Feng family. While their strongest combatant on Blue Star may only be a grandmaster on the battlefield of myriad races and other planets, the Feng family's power is not to be underestimated. I sense their murderous intent towards you." The Fire King cautioned Lu Yuan before swiftly exiting the room. Within the confines of the room, the others were visibly anxious. "Lu Yuan, perhaps we should leave. Although the Feng family is formidable, they wouldn't dare act in front of so many witnesses. Indeed, Lu Yuan, did you not achieve first place at the ability training camp? If you agree to Minister Wang's proposal, you will be guaranteed admission to Demon Martial University. The Feng family is of no concern." Lu Yuan shook his head. "Aunt, Teacher Ling Shuang, please do not worry. I can handle this," he declared, then approached Lu Qinghuan, presenting her with a Yang Source Stone. Upon receiving the stone, a visible chill radiated from Lu Qinghuan. "How delightful, brother!" she exclaimed, her expression one of pure enjoyment. Although she had consumed the supreme Yang elixir, leading to an internal struggle between two energies, the increasing Yang energy gradually expelled the perilous coldness from her body. Observing the efficacy of the Yang Source Stone, Lu Yuan felt an immense sense of relief. Currently, he could not amplify his strength in front of so many witnesses. Such an act could only be performed at home. Therefore, he aimed to acquire as many supreme Yang elixirs as possible before the auction concluded. Meanwhile, in the Tianzi room of the auction house, the Ice King Wu Lingfei, who had swept through the entire Luoshan within half a day, had also arrived to attend the auction. However, she was accompanied by two aloof yet stunning women. Suddenly, Wu Lingfei, who had appeared fatigued, sensed something and her expression brightened with surprise. "Is this The essence of extreme cold? Where is it coming from? I recall that no treasures exuding such chilling energy were present at this auction. Wu Lingfei murmured to herself. Quickly, leveraging her formidable cultivation, she honed in on the faint essence of extreme cold permeating the air. Her gaze swept across the room, landing on the room numbered 99. This essence of extreme cold seems to be emanating from there, she whispered, directing her focus towards room 99. Her unusual reaction did not go unnoticed by her two companions who teased. Oh, what is the matter with our Ice King? Are you smitten? Ha ha! It appears our Ice King has awakened to the flavors of love. Wu Lingfei, jolted back to reality by their banter, replied with a calm demeanor. You two should refrain from such idle chatter. Pay attention. Doesn't T something feel amiss? Her words caused her companions, who were about to continue teasing, to pause. They exchanged glances, their expressions turning serious. Approaching the window, they joined Wu Lingfei, stating earnestly, indeed, something is not right. The air is suffused with a faint essence of extreme cold, even stronger than yours. Lingfei, what could this mean? Indeed, that essence of extreme cold seems to be originating from that room. One woman's pupils transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors, a powerful ocular skill. Through her colorful gaze, she traced the path of the chilling essence in the air, swiftly directing her attention to room 99. In unison, the three women's expressions grew grave. For the essence of extreme cold was indeed more potent than that of Ice King Wu Lingfei, indicating a serious situation. Let us investigate, Wu Lingfei urged, her impatience evident. Yes, it would be wise to check. If the one possessing this extreme cold essence is commendable, Lingfei, you might consider taking them as an apprentice, one woman suggested playfully. Another countered, let us not rush. We should wait for our desired items to be auctioned first. After that, we can investigate. As their conversation concluded, a woman, shielded by several men, emerged from below, presenting a colorful fruit to the auction audience. In an instant, the original intentions of the three individuals were abruptly halted, their gazes fixated upon the vibrant fruit. With the emergence of this colorful fruit, the auction fell into a hushed silence, as countless eyes greedily beheld the extraordinary specimen. At long last, was a coveted treasure about to be unveiled? The rumored fruit capable of awakening extraordinary abilities. Into whose hands would it ultimately fall? It goes without saying. It would undoubtedly be those prominent figures ensconced in the celestial suites above. Perhaps not, for it is said that while this colorful fruit can indeed aid in the awakening of extraordinary powers, the resultant abilities are limited, peaking at a mere C grade. Such esteemed individuals may not find it worthy of their attention. You are mistaken, my friend. Those endowed with extraordinary powers hold a status far superior to that of ordinary warriors. Even if their abilities are rated E grade, their prestige remains undeniable. At that moment, amidst the fervor of the crowd, Luo Qingxuang, standing at the center of the auction, lightly applauded, swiftly restoring tranquility to the room. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may have your attention, she began, you are likely aware of the significance of this treasure. I shall provide a brief introduction. This item is known as the extraordinary fruit. Consuming it guarantees the awakening of extraordinary powers, though the nature of those powers depends entirely on the consumer's talent and fortune. The starting bid is set at 1 billion blue star coins, with each subsequent bid not to be less than 10 million blue star coins. As Luo Qingxuang's voice faded, the atmosphere shifted, filled with the sounds of escalating bids. 13 billion blue star coins. 15 billion blue star coins. Meanwhile, in room 99, Lu Yuan observed the auction with keen interest, an intriguing piece of information materializing in his mind. Extraordinary fruit, a low-tier royal fruit. Consuming it can awaken any extraordinary ability below C grade, redeemable for 50 billion enhancement points. Gazing at the information, Lu Yuan murmured softly, while the extraordinary fruit is indeed remarkable, its limitations are too significant. It can only awaken abilities below C grade. What a pity. Shaking his head, he then turned his attention back to the auction catalog, eagerly anticipating the appearance of the next supreme Yang elixir. Although his sister's condition had improved with the emergence of the Yang Source Stone, he too required a supreme Yang elixir to enhance his own strength, especially with the martial artist exam looming on the horizon. Additionally, the Feng family was lurking behind him, their intentions shrouded in secrecy. He needed to bolster his power to instill a sense of caution in them. As he pondered, the auction reached its zenith. The prize for the extraordinary fruit soared to 100 billion blue star coins. With the Feng family from Room 1 and several prominent figures from the celestial suites actively participating. 120 billion. The Feng family in Room 1 erupted in an almost explosive shout. 150 billion. The calm voice of Wu Lingfei and her companions from the Celestial Room 3 contrasted sharply with the Feng family's growing agitation. This voice caught Lu Yuan's attention. That voice sounds familiar. It seems reminiscent of the ice monarch I encountered at Luoshan. Meanwhile, the head of the Feng family in Room 1 wore a grim expression as he regarded the Celestial Room 3. Only this particular room dared to challenge him. Enough. While the extraordinary fruit is valuable, its limitations are too pronounced. Awakening powerful abilities relies on chance. I shall conserve my funds for the auction of the Master Pill. After a moment's hesitation, the Feng family head declared, subsequently withdrawing from the bidding for the extraordinary fruit. With the Feng family's exit, the vibrant, extraordinary fruit fell into the possession of Wu Lingfei and her companions. Upon acquiring the fruit, the trio departed the room, guided by the chill of an impending frost. As the auction continued, several more items were presented, drawing the event closer to its conclusion. The penultimate item was the final supreme yang elixir of the auction. An enchanting woman ascended the stage, presenting a rare herb exhibiting both red and blue hues at the heart of the auction platform. With its appearance, the atmosphere shifted, suffused with two distinct energies, one of searing heat, the other of biting cold. This duality enveloped the attendees in an immersive experience of contrasting extremes. Luo Qingxuang then introduced, "Esteemed guests, this is the penultimate item of our auction. It has been entrusted to us by a martial king who has requested a barter. Should anyone find this item appealing, feel free to exchange it for something of equivalent value." Upon hearing these words, peculiar expressions crossed the faces of the attendees. Although barter auctions had occurred before, they were a rarity, often not appearing even across numerous events. Most notably, this particular item was being auctioned on behalf of a martial king. If memory serves, this auction had already featured two martial kings. It is known that since the Blue Star human race embarked upon their cosmic journey, martial kings have roamed the universe, seeking fortuitous encounters to ascend to even greater realms. The odds of encountering a martial king on Blue Star are slimmer than finding a winning lottery ticket on the ground. At that moment, an individual from a Room 2 inquired, "Might we ask what the esteemed martial king desires in exchange?" Just as Luo Qingxuang was about to respond, a deep voice resonated from Room 1. "Anything will suffice." As this declaration echoed through the hall, all eyes turned to Room 1, their gazes eager to glimpse the visage of the martial king. However, much like the other rooms, despite the presence of a large window, the interior remained obscured from view. Meanwhile, in Room 99, Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed, fixated upon the herb at the center of the auction. Icefire Mystic Herb, a low-tier heavenly herb. Consuming it simultaneously enhances physical prowess and boosts vitality by 100,000 calories, with a chance to awaken either fire or ice abilities. Redeemable for 50 million enhancement points. Upon reading the details of the herb, a flicker of astonishment crossed Lu Yuan's features. This was precisely what he sought. An enhancement of 100,000 calories in vitality could elevate him to the martial commander level. With such power, he would undoubtedly secure admission to the Starry Sky Martial University. However, the stipulation of anything will do posed a challenge. While it appeared to be an open requirement, such demands are often the most difficult to fulfill. As Lu Yuan contemplated, a voice rang out from below. "Esteemed Martial King, I possess a longevity fruit, which can extend one's lifespan by a year. Might it be possible to exchange it for your item?" Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their attention to Room 1. Indeed, it was the voice of the Feng family head. Eyes filled with envy turned toward him, for artifacts that enhance longevity are exceedingly rare. Even a mere additional year of life would incite fierce competition, particularly among those whose lifespans were nearing their end. For a martial king, who could typically live for hundreds of years, the prospect of an extra year held its own allure. After all, who would ever turn down the chance for a longer life? Moreover, should one manage to replenish a year of life at the time when one's lifespan is waning, the potential for monumental change is indeed significant. With this thought in mind, Many individuals hastily presented their treasured possessions. It was not solely for the allure of the treasures below, but the mere fact that they had once engaged in dealings with the esteemed martial king, or had shared a fleeting moment with him, was sufficient to incite their fervor. Esteemed martial king, I possess a millennium-old crimson fruit that can enhance one's vitality by 500,000 calories. One exclaimed, Martial king, I hold a low-grade heavenly martial art. Might it be possible to trade? Observing the array of prized possessions being displayed, Yuan pondered for a moment and realized that all his valuable items had already been exchanged for currency. He was left with only 2 extraordinary weapons to offer. After a brief contemplation, Yuan produced a battle knife. He then raised his voice. Martial king, I possess an extraordinary battle knife. May we engage in a trade? As Yuan's voice echoed, all eyes turned towards him. In the absence of royal artifacts, even a mere extraordinary battle knife held a compelling allure. After all, crafting a royal weapon is no simple task, and not every martial king possesses one. Many martial kings seek extraordinary weapons, investing significant time to cultivate them into royal artifacts. Typically, a fully formed royal weapon is bound to a specific martial king. As long as that martial king remains unfallen, no one else can wield its power. Thus, throughout the history of auctions, royal artifacts are seldom seen, and even extraordinary weapons are rare. Hence, the emergence of an extraordinary weapon from an ordinary individual of the 99th rank was indeed astonishing. As Yuan had anticipated, the martial king seemed to be in search of a royal weapon and required an extraordinary weapon for nurturing. A voice emerged from room number 1 of the heavenly rank. Oh, young man, I indeed find myself in need of a weapon. If yours aligns with my desires, we may certainly engage in trade. My name is Blade King. I hope your weapon suits me well. Upon hearing this, Yuan's heart soared with joy. He was adept with the blade, but he was uncertain whether this Blade King could withstand the formidable essence of thunder contained within his knife. Yuan promptly replied, Esteemed Blade King, how fortuitous! I have indeed been practicing with a blade. The Blade King, upon hearing such a serendipitous claim, was equally delighted. Ha ha! Excellent! If that is the case, let us proceed with this trade. With that, the transaction for the Ice-Fire Mystic Herb came to a close. This exchange had captured the attention of various factions, as the identity of the owner of room number 99 remained a mystery. Not only did he dare to oppose the Foam family, but he also presented an extraordinary weapon for trade with a martial king, an endeavor that many families on Blue Star could not undertake. Soon, several individuals dispatched inquiries regarding the owner of room 99. They were taken aback upon discovering that he was merely a high school student, leading to rampant speculation about Yuan's background. Many presumed he hailed from a prestigious family within the cosmos, visiting Blue Star for training. Shortly after Yuan erased any traces of his presence from the Nine Thunder Heavenly Blade, he successfully obtained the Ice-Fire Mystic Herb. With 2 auction items remaining, Yuan felt little need to linger. He stood and addressed Song Yuan and the others. Auntie, shall we take our leave? His words prompted nods of agreement from Song Yuan and the others. After all, they had attracted considerable attention, and delaying their departure could invite retaliation. As the 4 were about to exit, a cold voice rang out from behind them. Yuan, what a surprise to find you here. Turning around, Yuan was taken aback to find it was the Ice King, Wu Lingfei, whom he had encountered in Luoshan. Flanking her were 2 individuals, both exuding a powerful aura, equally possessing the strength of a martial king. Junior pays respects to the esteemed Ice King, Yuan exclaimed, initially startled but quickly regaining composure to express his respect. The others behind him were equally astonished and bowed in unison. Junior pays respects to the esteemed Ice King. Wu Lingfei waved her hand, signaling for them to rise. There is no need for such formality here, as we are among friends. Her gaze then shifted to a girl behind Yuan, recognizing the chilling essence emanating from her. Internally, Wu Lingfei mused, indeed, this frigid aura radiates from her. Moments later, her expression turned serious. Yuan, this is not the place for conversation. As fate would have it, we are also preparing to leave. Shall we find a more suitable location to converse? Yuan was taken aback by Wu Lingfei's sudden approach, but, after a moment's reflection, noticed her gaze frequently drifting towards his sister. Could it be that Wu Lingfei seeks my sister for something? He pondered quietly. He then nodded, very well, esteemed Ice King, with Yuan's agreement. The group departed the auction house. However, unbeknownst to them, in a shadowy corner, a figure watched their exit intently. Trembling as they retrieved a communicator long after the group had left, hastily dialing a number. Moments later, the call connected, and a cold voice responded. "What is it?" "Speak quickly. Head of the Feng family, Lu Yuan and the Ice King have left. I cannot find an opportunity to act." Upon hearing this, the head of the Feng family in room number 1 sprang to his feet in shock. "What? Who is this boy? And how does he consistently attract martial kings?" Furious, he crushed the communicator in his hand, his expression darkening. He had initially intended to strike, while Lu Yuan and his companions departed the auction, but he had not anticipated their company of martial kings. "It appears I must postpone dealing with Lu Yuan until after the martial arts examination," he grimaced. Outside the headquarters of the Martial Alliance, within a small private warship, Wu Lingfei invited Lu Yuan and his companions aboard. Once they were alone, Lu Yuan finally inquired, "Esteemed Ice King, what brings you to seek us?" Wu Lingfei, known for her forthright nature, directly addressed Lu Qinghuan. "Lu Yuan, I see great potential in her, as she possesses the essence of extreme cold. I wish to take her as my disciple." Lu Yuan stood frozen in shock, and not just him. Even Song Yuran and the others were momentarily speechless. However, it was Song Yuran who quickly regained her composure. Her niece unexpectedly caught the eye of a formidable warrior known as the Ice King, who wished to take her as a disciple, an event most certainly worthy of celebration. Beside her, Ling Shuang shared in this joy, yet she was also struck by a realization. She understood that this esteemed elder had awakened a remarkably powerful ice-based ability, likely having sensed Lu Qinghuan's unique potential, which prompted the desire to take her under her wing. Observing the motionless Lu Yuan, Ling Shuang hastily nudged him. "Xiao Yuan, you should agree quickly." Startled from his reverie, Lu Yuan did not rush to comply. Rather, he inquired, "Might I ask why the Ice King wishes to accept my sister as her disciple?" Wu Lingfei smiled gently as she elucidated, "Lu Yuan, your sister must have awakened her abilities ahead of time, and they are quite formidable, yet her body cannot withstand it. Hence, you came to this auction to procure the Zhiyang elixir, did you not?" Hearing Wu Lingfei accurately deduce his intentions, Lu Yuan showed little surprise. He nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed, I attended this auction for my sister." Observing his acknowledgement, Wu Lingfei continued, "In that case, I see great potential in your sister. Her awakened abilities are surely not inferior to mine. I wish to take her as my disciple, and I wonder if you would consent?" With that, Wu Lingfei cast an expectant gaze upon Lu Yuan. After all, encountering a talented disciple is a rare fortune. However, Lu Yuan chuckled and shook his head, responding, "Esteemed Ice King, I believe you are mistaken. If you wish to take my sister as your disciple, is she you ought to inquire of?" Taken aback by Lu Yuan's words, Wu Lingfei momentarily paused, then sheepishly smiled. She turned to the girl concealed behind Lu Yuan and asked, "Miss Lu, would you be willing to take me as your mentor?" Lu Qinghuan, startled by the sudden attention from the aloof woman, instinctively edged closer to Lu Yuan, as if apprehensive. Noticing her unease, Lu Yuan softly encouraged, "Qinghuan, speak your mind. This is the esteemed Ice King, a powerful being who has awakened an SSS-level ability." Lu Yuan briefly introduced Wu Lingfei's background. Recalling her own physical condition, Lu Qinghuan summoned her courage to ask, "Esteemed Ice King, if I were to become your disciple, could my physical issues be resolved?" Wu Lingfei beamed in response, "Of course. Should you become my disciple, I will assist you with any training-related difficulties you may encounter." Hearing this assurance, Lu Qinghuan pondered for a moment before her gaze turned resolute. She declared, "Elder, I am willing to be your disciple." Wu Lingfei's heart soared with joy at Lu Qinghuan's words. "Splendid. It is indeed a rare blessing for me to receive a disciple like you in this lifetime. There is no rush for the formal initiation. We shall announce our mentor-disciple relationship at a later time. Additionally, here is a token of my commitment to you. When I awakened my abilities, it was this very elixir that restored my body to normal." Seemingly prepared, Wu Lingfei produced a crimson elixir from her spatial storage device. The moment it appeared, Lu Yuan felt the temperature around them rise several degrees. He focused intently on the elixir in Wu Lingfei's hand, and instantaneously, information materialized in his vision. Tianyang Pill, a top-tier heavenly elixir, Consumption enhances physical prowess, boosts vitality, and rectifies all bodily ailments caused by premature awakening of abilities. Redeemable for 200 million enhancement points. Upon reading the description, Lu Yuan's pupils constricted in astonishment. A pill capable of resolving all physical ailments? What an extraordinary elixir. Chapter 56. A thousandfold enhancement. Lu Qinghwan awakens mythical level abilities? Lu Yuan felt a surge of excitement at the thought of the Tianyang pill's power, as it could potentially resolve his sister's physical issues once and for all. At that moment, Lu Qinghwan glanced at Lu Yuan, her eyes filled with uncertainty, as if seeking his approval to accept the gift. Accept it. This is a gesture from your mentor, Lu Yuan said with a gentle smile. Receiving Lu Yuan's consent, Lu Qinghwan cautiously accepted the elixir. Watching her finally take the gift, Wu Lingfei exhaled a sigh of relief. In her view, only when her gift was accepted could it be deemed that she had earned her disciple's acknowledgement. All right, my dear disciple, it is getting late. I shall escort you home. Once there, be sure to consume the elixir promptly, Wu Lingfei advised softly. Lu Qinghwan nodded in agreement. Moments later, the battleship ascended, swiftly making its way to Lu Yuan's residence. Those who had been secretly observing the spectacle at the auction could only watch helplessly as the vessel vanished into the night sky. Before long, Wu Lingfei had safely returned Lu Yuan and his companions to their home. Once they were back, and after Ling Shuang and Wu Lingfei had departed, Lu Yuan urged Lu Qinghwan to present the Tianyang pill. Qinghwan, brother is going to perform a little magic for you, Lu Yuan declared, and under Lu Qinghwan's expectant gaze, he looked at the elixir in his hand, silently commanding, System, initiate a thousandfold enhancement. As his thoughts crystallized, a notification tone resonated in his mind. Consuming 100 million enhancement points to perform a thousandfold enhancement on the Tianyang pill. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Holy Yang pill. Holy Yang pill, a low-tier sacred elixir. Consumption greatly enhances physical prowess, boosts vitality, resolves all bodily ailments caused by premature awakening of abilities, and has a significant probability of elevating one's abilities. Gazing at the enhanced Tianyang pill, Lu Yuan felt a rush of astonishment. While the overall efficacy of the elixir remained unchanged, it now carried the potential for ability elevation. Elevation signifies evolution. Given that his sister's abilities were already at the SSS level, could they ascend to the mythical level? With this thought, Lu Yuan's excitement intensified. Brother, what kind of magic is this? How did you transform the elixir into something entirely different? Lu Qinghwan asked, her curiosity piqued. Lu Yuan then spoke with grave seriousness. Qinghwan, this is something you must not disclose to anyone else. Lu Qinghwan nodded earnestly. Afterward, Lu Yuan returned the Holy Yang pill to her. By the way, Qinghwan, take out that stone I gave you. Brother will perform half a magic trick on it as well. Lu Yuan insisted. To be on the safe side, he aimed to enhance the stone reputed to counteract extreme cold, as Lu Qinghwan's abilities might evolve to a mythical level, making it crucial to prevent any internal chill from becoming uncontrollable. In no time, Lu Qinghwan retrieved the oddly shaped stone. Lu Yuan examined it closely, and information appeared before his eyes. Yang Source Stone, a low-tier earth treasure, it contains a potent essence of supreme Yang. When worn continuously, it accelerates the wearer's cultivation and strengthens vitality, serving as a nemesis to all extreme cold physiques. Redeemable for 100 million blue star coins. System, initiate a thousandfold enhancement. Lu Yuan commanded inwardly. In the next moment, a radiant white light enveloped the Yang Source Stone. A message suddenly materialized in his mind. Consuming 100 million amplification points, initiating 10,000-fold enhancement on the Sun Source Stone. Congratulations, host. Enhancement successful. You have acquired the King's Sun Stone. King's Sun Stone, a superior royal-grade treasure, imbued with a formidable essence of the utmost Yang. When worn continuously, it accelerates the wearer's cultivation, fortifies their vitality, serves as a nemesis to all extremely cold physiques, and can foster the essence of the royal path. Lu Yuan beheld the newly styled stone in his hand. A wave of joy surged within him. Indeed, this is a remarkable treasure, as long as Qinghwan wears it year-round. She will undoubtedly ascend to the martial king realm at a quicker pace. Lu Yuan murmured to himself. In this realm, Merely attaining a certain vitality value does not guarantee a seamless breakthrough into the martial king realm. The martial king realm represents a pivotal juncture, akin to the transition into the martial general realm, which necessitates the refinement of true energy. Furthermore, the martial king realm entails the crystallization of the essence of martial arts, a profound truth of the martial way. Thus, only those of martial king stature can command a stronghold on the battlefield of myriad races. Subsequently, Lu Yuan presented the stone to Lu Qinghuan. Qinghuan, you must wear this stone continuously. Do you understand? Lu Qinghuan listened intently to Lu Yuan's words, nodding earnestly once he finished speaking. Observing that the enhancement of the stone was complete, Lu Yuan urged her, "Now, quickly consume the elixir. Your master may come looking for you." As soon as Lu Yuan's voice fell, Lu Qinghuan swallowed the elixir, then seated herself in the training chamber to begin refining the potent medicinal energy within her. Lu Yuan, not one to be idle, retrieved the ice-fire mystic herb and promptly commanded in his mind, "System, initiate 10,000-fold enhancement." While Lu Yuan was engaged with the ice-fire mystic herb, a tremendous transformation unfolded in the outside world. After Lu Qinghuan consumed the Holy Sun pill, the sky began to shift dramatically. Countless dark clouds converged over the Jiangnan Bay city. Before long, a thick blanket of black clouds loomed overhead, and a cacophony of thunder rumbled ominously. However, despite the thunder brewing to an almost overwhelming extent, it showed no signs of release. This tumult drew the attention of many powerful figures within Jiangnan Bay City. They gazed skyward, their expressions grave. Thunder and rain were not unfamiliar to them, yet the peculiar emergence of this thunder clearly indicated a celestial phenomenon, and none could discern its origin. Meanwhile, Wu Lingfei and her companions, having just departed from Lu Yuan's residence, also took note of the ominous thunderclouds. As martial kings, they naturally sensed the distinct nature of this thunder. This thunder seems to harbor the power of tribulation. Who has invoked it? One of the women beside Wu Lingfei murmured. Without waiting for another to speak, Wu Lingfei, her expression serious, declared, "This indicates the emergence of a mythical-level ability. Such abilities are not permitted in this realm. Who among us has awakened such a fateful power?" Wu Lingfei murmured, a hint of regret glimmering in her eyes, just as she anticipated the thunder to strike. The clouds above vanished in an instant. Wu Lingfei was taken aback, but quickly felt a surge of excitement. How intriguing. Has a mythical ability not fully awakened? Does that mean the one who just awakened possesses at least a semi-mythical ability? With that thought, the composure expected of a martial king slipped from her grasp. Quick, we must act swiftly to find the individual who just awakened their abilities before anyone else. Chapter 57. Is Lu Qinghuan leaving? At this moment, Lu Yuan remained unaware of the commotion caused by the celestial phenomenon outside. He exhaled a sigh of relief, glancing at his sister. Phew! Thankfully, the system can conceal the phenomenon, Lu Yuan mused, observing Lu Qinghuan as she absorbed the elixir's effects and evolved her powers. He turned his attention to the ice-fire mystic herb that had undergone 10,000-fold enhancement. Ice-fire mystic fruit, a superior royal-grade spiritual fruit, when consumed together. It greatly enhances physical prowess, boosting vitality by 500,000 calories, and offers a chance to randomly awaken either fire or ice abilities. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan bit into the ice-fire mystic fruit 3 times, swallowing it promptly. Instantly, his eyes widened as an overwhelming vitality surged within him, which he absorbed entirely. 50,000 calories, 80,000 calories, 100,000 calories. After a considerable time, Lu Yuan gradually opened his eyes. His internal energy had returned to normal, yet a vivid blue flame flickered within him. He then began to examine his status panel. Host, Lu Yuan. Cultivation, Martial Commander. Abilities, Chaotic Divine Thunder, Mythical Level. Mystic Ice Flame, A Level. Techniques, Mystic Iron Divine Palm, Thunder Step Technique, Frenzied Thunder Blade Technique, Celestial Blade Slash. Amplification points, 700 million. As the panel materialized, Lu Yuan felt a rush of exhilaration. To possess an A-level fire ability is splendid. Once I accumulate more amplification points, I shall acquire yet another mythical level ability. Lu Yuan exclaimed, simultaneously realizing that his cultivation had surged to the martial commander realm. With a mere thought, a faint aura akin to an invisible armor enveloped him. This aura was a hallmark of entering the martial commander realm. Indeed, with this strength, I shall surely gain admission to the Starry Sky Martial Arts University in the upcoming martial examination. Lu Yuan spoke earnestly, for only by entering this prestigious institution could he validate his potential to the world. Those factions that sought to undermine him for various reasons would think twice then. At that moment, Lu Qinghuan also awakened. "Brother, I did it. I have successfully controlled the power within me," she exclaimed joyfully, her excitement radiating palpable waves of vitality. "Martial realm? When did you break through, Qinghuan?" Lu Yuan inquired, astonished. "Brother, it seems that during my abilities evolution, I received some feedback that propelled me directly into the martial realm," Lu Qinghuan replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's face brightened. "I see. It seems my sister is destined to become a genius. At your age, even the young masters and mistresses of the great families in the cosmos cannot compare to you." Lu Qinghuan beamed with pride at Lu Yuan's praise, lifting her chin defiantly, her eyes sparkling with ambition. "Indeed, once I grow stronger, those who bully my brother shall face my wrath," she declared, shaking her tiny fist before Lu Yuan. "All right, Qinghuan, we have been in the training chamber all night. It is time for us to exit." Upon hearing this, Lu Qinghuan nodded, and together they stepped out of the training chamber. Meanwhile, the celestial phenomenon that had emerged that night had set the entire Jiangnan Bay city abuzz, with various factions stirring to action. In the Zhao family, the patriarch gazed sternly at the guests within their halls. "Esteemed guests, I trust you all witnessed the extraordinary phenomenon that unfolded last night in the Jiangnan Bay city. Though it was but a fleeting moment, reports suggest that it was triggered by an individual awakening an ability of SSS rank or higher. Regardless of the veracity of this information, I implore you to utilize your intelligence networks to identify this person." The many esteemed guests responded with utmost respect. "Yes." Head of the family. Soon, as the Zhao family's extensive intelligence networks were set into motion, the once tranquil Jiangnan Bay city was set ablaze with excitement. The martial arts department, the Feng family, the Chu family, the Martial Arts Alliance, and various other factions were all in pursuit of the individual responsible for last night's celestial disturbance. However, in addition to this remarkable event, another significant occurrence had transpired. What? After we departed from the auction, someone absconded with the main auction item? At that moment, Lu Yuan gazed in astonishment at Wu Lingfei, exclaiming, "Is that truly the case?" Indeed, Wu Lingfei nodded gravely. The events of last night were overwhelmingly numerous. First, a mysterious individual evoked a brief celestial phenomenon, and then news arrived of the auction item being stolen. Each of these occurrences, if isolated, would have stirred considerable commotion in Jiangnan Bay City and even across the entirety of Blue Star. Yet now, both events had manifested simultaneously. "Senior Bing Wang, do you know what was taken last night?" Lu Yuan inquired curiously. He understood that the celestial phenomenon was instigated by him, and fortunately, the screen of the ruler had concealed him, preventing those enigmatic powerhouses from locating his sister. Nonetheless, he was quite intrigued by the stolen auction item, especially since only 2 items remained unsold after their departure. Wu Lingfei shook her head. "I am uncertain. All I know is that it was a stone box containing something of significance. The assailant appears to be a blue star human controlled by an alien race." Wu Lingfei's expression grew grave. Whatever the item was, it must possess immense value to compel an alien entity to risk everything to seize it. There is a possibility that this item could pose a threat to Blue Star. "Lu Yuan, as of now, Lingfei is considered my apprentice. I wish to take her away from Blue Star for a period of training. Would you consent?" Wu Lingfei suddenly posed the question, directing her gaze toward Lu Yuan. Senior Bing Wang, perhaps this is a matter better suited for Lingfei to address." Lu Yuan instinctively thought to refuse, but upon reflection, he realized it might indeed be a fortuitous opportunity. After all, having a martial king mentor by their side and sharing a common ability, he believed that as long as Lu Qinghuan accompanied Wu Lingfei, her strength would undoubtedly flourish. Yet, Lu Yuan could not unilaterally agree. He needed to respect his sister's wishes. Hearing this, Wu Lingfei turned to Lu Qinghuan and gently asked, "Disciple, would you be willing to leave Blue Star with your teacher?" Lu Qinghuan glanced at her brother and then at her teacher. After a moment of hesitation, as if steeling herself, she resolutely declared, "Teacher, I am willing. I wish to grow stronger." Delighted by Lu Qinghuan's words, Wu Lingfei responded, "Excellent. Rest assured, now that your physical issues have been resolved and you can harness your innate abilities, I will ensure that you become a formidable force." Her voice was imbued with confidence. "Senior, when do you plan to depart?" Wu Lingfei pondered for a moment before replying, "Soon, likely within a day or two." Lu Yuan turned to his sister, saying earnestly, "Qinghuan, you must study diligently under your teacher and remember not to slack off. Understand?" Lu Qinghuan nodded. "Fear not, brother. I will grow stronger and protect you." A fleeting smile crossed her face, tinged with a hint of reluctance, for she knew not when they might reunite again. At that moment, Wu Lingfei stood up, preparing to take her leave. "Very well. I have other matters to attend to. I will come to collect you when it is time to depart." With important tasks awaiting her, she did not linger in Lu Yuan's home for long before swiftly exiting. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit chamber within Jiangnan City, a gathering of peculiar figures cloaked in black robes convened. "Esteemed colleagues, last night we brazenly revealed our identities to seize this stone box, and now all the powerful individuals in Jiangnan City are undoubtedly searching for us. Who among you is willing to divert their attention, allowing us to extract the contents within and return to the battlefield of the multitudes?" A notably diminutive figure stood atop the stone box, addressing the assembly with a serious tone. In the next moment, a robust man, his body adorned with scales, stepped forward. "I volunteer." With his declaration, many others quickly followed suit. "I volunteer. I volunteer." The small figure atop the stone box observed with satisfaction as the others stepped forward. "Excellent. You shall each take on your respective roles. Once you have drawn away the attention of those powerful individuals, I will ensure the stone box is evacuated from Blue Star." As the small figure issued commands, the cloaked figures nodded in agreement and began to organize their tasks. Shortly thereafter, with their roles clearly defined, the black-robed individuals exited the chamber, leaving only the diminutive figure behind. In the wake of their emergence, the previously calm Jiangnan City erupted into chaos. To the west of Jiangnan City, a group of bizarrely featured black-clad individuals suddenly burst forth from a corner. Like madmen, they slaughtered at will, smashing anything in their path, wreaking havoc on all that they encountered. In an instant, terror gripped the hearts of the populace in the western part of Jiangnan City. Simultaneously, in 3 other locations across the city, similar black-clad figures appeared from unknown origins, wreaking havoc with reckless abandon. At the headquarters of the Night Watchers in Jiangnan City, upon receiving news of the black-clad individuals wreaking destruction in the west, the Night Watchers, who had been investigating the auction theft, promptly shifted their focus to the chaos unfolding in the western sector. Gathered at the headquarters, the Night Watchers regarded the screens before them with grave expressions. "These individuals appear to be the same ones who raided the auction last night," one remarked, scrutinizing the attire of the black-clad figures. "Indeed, they bear a striking resemblance to those who absconded with the stone box at the auction, yet they display such audacity, disregarding our presence entirely." Another Night Watcher exclaimed, frustration evident in their voice. Since the theft at the auction, they had not enjoyed a single moment of respite. Everyone was in a frenzy, desperately searching for the whereabouts of the cloaked figures. However, just as they were consumed by their frantic endeavors, these black-clad individuals brazenly emerged into the open. How could the Night Watchers not feel a surge of indignation? "Captain, not only have these black-clad figures appeared in the west of the city, but they have also been sighted in the east, north, and south." At this moment, a vigilant Night Watcher suddenly exclaimed. The already grim expressions of the Night Watchers darkened further. It seemed these cloaked figures had some ulterior motive. Were they attempting to divert our attention? Did they harbor a more grandiose scheme? Were they trying to attract the notice of the powerful within our Jiangnan City? Humph! Such audacity! Leave a few to guard the headquarters, and let the rest accompany me. A tall man, exuding an aura of mastery, bellowed, before striding out of the Night Watchers' headquarters. Soon, under his leadership, hundreds of Night Watchers dispersed towards the 4 cardinal directions of Jiangnan City to provide assistance. Meanwhile, within the team heading to the east of the city, a woman clutched a communicator, dialing a number. As the beeping echoed, it wasn't long before the connection was established, and a man's voice came through. "Xiao Yuan, you must be cautious. There are dangerous elements in the east causing destruction." Before he could finish, A thunderous explosion erupted from the other end of the communicator. In an instant, the connection was severed. Xiao Yuan, Song Yuran cried out, her face filled with anxiety. Yet the communicator remained silent. Xiao Yuan, something has happened? No, I must return and check. As she spoke, Song Yuran attempted to leave the team to rush home. Fortunately, a colleague stopped her. Song Yuran, what are you doing? Departing from the team without permission is a grave offense. A woman warned, blocking her path. I don't care about any grave offense. I have 2 children at home. If something has happened there, I must go back to save them. With her voice echoing, the night watchers fell into a hushed silence, each sharing her concern for their own families. Yet without orders, they could not leave the ranks. At that moment, the team leader calmly inquired, the children you mentioned at home, one of them is named Lu Yuan, correct? Song Yuran nodded, momentarily dazed, unsure of what he intended to convey. Ah, I see. Then you need not worry. I have witnessed Lu Yuan's strength. These black-clad figures cannot harm him. At that very moment, at home, Lu Yuan stared at the peculiar black-clad individuals who had forcibly entered, an unprecedented fury etched upon his face. This house was a legacy from his parents, and now it was being desecrated. How could he not be enraged? You all shall perish. Chapter 59. Slaying the Black-Clad Figures. Lu Qinghuan's decision. The intruding black-clad figures, upon entering Lu Yuan's home, were met with only a boy and a girl. Instantly, malevolent glints flickered in the eyes of these bizarre assailants. Kill! 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 Several of the black-clad figures charged at Lu Yuan. Witnessing such a scene, Lu Qinghuan had never encountered anything like it. Her small face turned deathly pale. Brother, be careful, she cried out. Yet, Lu Yuan remained unflinching, his mind racing as streaks of black and white lightning materialized around him, coalescing into several blades that shot forth. With a series of piercing sounds, a few of the black-clad figures had not even registered the assault before a black and white flash penetrated their skulls. As the sickening sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed, they only felt a moment of agonizing pain before collapsing lifelessly to the floor. Watching this unfold, Lu Qinghuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Brother, how have you become so powerful? She gazed at Lu Yuan with admiration, unable to comprehend how her brother had grown so formidable in just a month. Qinghuan, what nonsense are you saying? Was I not formidable before? After dispatching the black-clad figures, Lu Yuan glanced at his sister with a hint of displeasure. Of course you were strong before, but now you're even stronger. Lu Qinghuan shook her head vigorously. Well, that's more like it. Lu Yuan felt a surge of joy at her praise. However, he quickly regained his focus, his brow furrowing as he surveyed the corpses of the black-clad figures. What is this? They appear to be of a different race. Why would they so brazenly appear here? Lu Yuan pondered internally. Just then, another communicator at home buzzed to life. Hearing the sound, Lu Yuan hurriedly retrieved it and answered. As soon as the line connected, an urgent voice rang out. Xiao Yuan, are you all right? It was Song Yuran, who had ultimately been unable to leave her team to return home and could only use the communicator to check if the siblings were safe. Hearing her voice, Lu Yuan finally exhaled in relief. Phew, Aunt, rest assured I am fine. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's reassurance, Song Yuran, who was on the street battling the black-clad figures with her teammates, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thank heavens, Xiao Yuan, I'm so glad you're safe. She responded, which piqued Lu Yuan's curiosity. Aunt, what exactly is happening? What is the situation with these black-clad figures? Lu Yuan asked, his expression grave, sensing that their appearance was far from ordinary and concealed some insidious plot. Song Yuran replied calmly, I do not know. Currently, all 4 districts of Jiangnan City have reported sightings of black-clad figures. This is undoubtedly abnormal. Stay at home and do not venture out. Just as her words fell, before Lu Yuan could respond, an anxious voice crackled through the communicator. Song Yuran, stop the conversation and hurry over to assist us. It was a voice from their night watcher team, Bai Cheng, sounding urgent, as if they were embroiled in some grave trouble, urging those around to come to their aid. Realizing the severity of the situation, Song Yuran quickly reiterated through the communicator, Xiao Yuan, remember, do not leave the house under any circumstances. Wait at home. I will come by shortly. With that, she hung up, leaving Lu Yuan feeling somewhat helpless. As soon as Lu Yuan ended the call and glanced back at the corpses of the black-clad figures, a series of messages appeared before his eyes. Skyhawk Demon Corpse. redeemable for 5 million enhancement points. Blood Demon Werewolf Corpse, redeemable for 8 million enhancement points. Observing the substantial value of the 3 black-clad corpses before him, Lu Yuan's heart surged with excitement. It was as if he could see a path to wealth stretching out before him. Who would have thought that these black-clad figures possessed the bloodlines of an alien race? What a pack of lackeys! Lu Yuan inwardly scorned, for he despised such lackeys and traitors above all else. At this moment, he approached the window, his expression growing increasingly furious as he beheld the black-clad figures below, ruthlessly slaughtering the people of Blue Star. Since you are so valuable and have presented yourselves so conveniently, how could I possibly refuse? With this thought in mind, Lu Yuan momentarily disregarded the advice given to him by Song Yuan just moments ago, turning to Lu Qinghuan. Sister, I must step out for a moment to attend to some matters. Just as Lu Yuan intended to leave, he felt a powerful grip on his hand. Wait, brother. I want to go too, Lu Qinghuan declared resolutely. The fear that had previously clouded her eyes had vanished, replaced by unwavering determination. No, you are still too young. You cannot. Lu Yuan began to refuse, but was interrupted by Lu Qinghuan's steadfast insistence. Brother, I have grown up. I no longer wish to rely on your protection. I want to become stronger. Her determination momentarily stunned Lu Yuan, who had planned to object. Brother, do not forget, I'm now a martial artist, and I have awakened my special abilities. I will not be a burden. Lu Qinghuan pleaded with a charming demeanor. Seeing his sister's endearing display, Lu Yuan sighed deeply. Alas, I truly cannot refuse you. However, you must follow my commands closely and refrain from wandering off. His expression was grave, as he intended to impress upon Lu Qinghuan that this was no game. Lives were at stake. Lu Qinghuan nodded earnestly. Yes, brother, rest assured I understand. After conveying some essential precautions to Lu Qinghuan, the two descended the stairs together. At this time, the Jiangnan Bay City was engulfed in chaos, with disorder reigning not only in the eastern district but also in the west, north, and south. Meanwhile, in a certain location in the eastern district, a man clad in an expensive suit of battle armor, wielding a formidable S-class weapon, was fiercely repelling the encroaching black-clad assailants alongside his burly bodyguards. Hee, I never imagined we would not only buy time, but also catch a big fish. A sinister voice echoed. The talented young master of the Hua family, your soul shall serve as a sacrifice to our master. The besieged man was none other than Hua Yintian, the prodigy of the Hua family. You filthy traitors of the Blue Star race. Had you not set this ambush and injured me, would you even stand a chance against me? Hua Yintian spoke coldly, initially intending to escape from the eastern district of Jiangnan Bay City, only to find himself surrounded and grievously wounded upon entering. From any perspective, it was evident that they had come prepared. However, Hua Yintian was taken aback when the black-clad figures shook their heads. Especially for you, young Master Hua, you truly overestimate yourself. A mocking tone from one of them darkened Hua Yintian's expression. You treacherous lackeys of the alien race, whatever your intentions, you had best let me leave now. Otherwise, when my father arrives, you shall all perish here. His voice was laced with threats. Yet, instead of intimidating the black-clad assailants, his words elicited laughter among them. Ha! What of dying here? We have resigned ourselves to that fate. Since our arrival in Jiangnan Bay City, we have not contemplated returning alive. This is all for our master's grand scheme. Enough of the chatter. This young master is merely stalling for time. Kill him quickly. At the command, the surrounding black-clad figures lunged toward Hua Yintian, and despair washed over his face. Despite possessing martial, general-level cultivation and an S-class ability, the relentless onslaught of these reckless assailants filled him with dread. Young master, hurry and escape. We will hold them off. Indeed, with us here, they shall not harm you. His sturdy bodyguards stepped forward, bravely shielding him with their bodies. Unklazo, unklali. Hua Yintian shouted in horror as he witnessed the two burly bodyguards cut down by the black-clad attackers. Young Master Hua, your time has come. One of the black-clad figures turned, fixing a cold gaze upon Hua Yintian, his demeanor grim. Under the weight of that icy gaze, Hua Yintian found himself momentarily speechless, frozen in place. Just then, as the black-clad assailants finished off the last of the bodyguards and advanced toward him, a flash of blade light surged from a distance. With a swift motion, the black and white blade pierced through several black-clad bodies, extinguishing their lives in an instant. Who dares? Despicable blue star scum. Show yourself. The enraged assailants shouted, their anger palpable as they searched for the source of the attack. Yet, in their fury, they had forgotten that they too were once blue star inhabitants. At that moment, Yuan, realizing he was not only alive but that the black-clad figures were the ones falling, felt a profound sense of relief. He glanced around, his expression serious. It appears a friend has passed by and saved my life. Please, step forward. I, shall express my gratitude handsomely. Just as his words faded, Lu Yuan and Lu Qinghuan emerged from the shadows. It's you? Recognition dawned upon Yuan as he beheld Lu Yuan, recalling their near confrontation the previous night. Relieved, he silently thanked his fortune for avoiding conflict with this young man, for otherwise he would be in dire straits today. Brother Hua, it has been a night since we last met. Why do you appear so disheveled? Lu Yuan remarked with a smile. Brother Lu, enough pleasantries. These are mere lackeys of the alien race. Let us join forces to eliminate them first. Yuan's urgency brought Lu Yuan back to the present, prompting him to assess the surrounding black-clad figures. Goodness, there were at least 20 of them, each bearing the distinct traits of their alien lineage, suggesting they had joined an alien organization. At that moment, the black-clad figures, feeling the weight of Lu Yuan's gaze, shivered with trepidation, a foreboding sense of doom enveloping them. You best not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. One of the black-clad figures scoffed, attempting to maintain bravado. However, before he could finish, Lu Yuan conjured a black-and-white blade, launching it directly at him. With a swift strike, one of the alien combatants was effortlessly dispatched by Lu Yuan. Witnessing this, Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Gasp! Martial General Realm? Who is this person, at such a young age, to possess martial general cultivation in such a remote place? Did he truly break through to this level overnight? As Yuan felt the overwhelming vitality emanating from Lu Yuan, he experienced a revelation of what it truly meant to be a genius. Even though he was hailed as a genius, awakened with an S-class ability, he paled in comparison to Lu Yuan, particularly when Lu Yuan had just unleashed that enigmatic martial technique. Yuan was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread emanating from his own powers. Such a phenomenon could only imply one thing. The opponent's abilities far surpassed his own. At that very moment, while Yuan was lost in thought, Lu Yuan had already dispatched most of the surrounding figures clad in black. Bodies lay sprawled across the ground, grotesquely contorted and drenched in crimson. Beside Lu Yuan, Lu Qinghuan stood, her complexion ashen as she bore witness to the carnage. She felt an urge to retch, yet she dared not, for she resolved to grow stronger, to become even more formidable. Suppressing her discomfort, Lu Qinghuan approached Lu Yuan's side. Brother, may I handle the remaining few? Lu Yuan glanced at her, then at the last two black-clad individuals, who were now utterly petrified, before nodding in agreement. Very well, but do take care. Upon receiving Lu Yuan's consent, a radiant smile illuminated Lu Qinghuan's face. A glint of icy determination sparkled in her eyes as she advanced toward the remaining foes. You have destroyed my home, a legacy from my parents. You all deserve to perish. Consumed by fury, Lu Qinghuan stepped forward, unleashing an intensely frigid aura that radiated outward. The mangled corpses scattered across the ground instantly transformed into ice sculptures, and even the two surviving black-clad men found themselves encased in ice in mere moments. Though their vitality had not completely vanished, it was rapidly waning. Observing Lu Qinghuan in action, Yuan felt a shiver run down his spine. Astonishment filled his eyes as he darted glances between Lu Yuan and Lu Qinghuan. This pair of siblings, for reasons unbeknownst to him, instilled within him an undeniable sense of trepidation. What on earth are these two? What is their origin? How can an S-class ability like mine evoke such fear in me? Chapter 61. The Foam Family Scheme. The shadow assassin mobilizes. At that moment, in a secret chamber within the Jiangnan Bay City, a diminutive figure was preparing to depart aboard a warship when a sudden beeping emanated from a device in his hand. Frowning, the figure leaned down to inspect the instrument. To his astonishment, he was taken aback by what he saw. What in the world? How did so many perish in the Eastern District? The figure's eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized the device. The black-clad individuals under his command were no pushovers. They were all skilled warriors, possessing the prowess of martial masters and generals. with such strength, number, and reckless tenacity. Even the Night Watchers could not have decimated them in such a brief span of time. Damn it! Investigate what transpired in the Eastern District at once. He commanded the device. Soon, the instrument whirred to life, projecting a series of surveillance images before him. Among these images, the figure witnessed the Night Watchers engaged in fierce combat with the black-clad assailants, as well as numerous civilian strongmen battling against them. As he observed the footage, his eyes narrowed. One particular scene caught his attention, a landscape littered with ice sculptures. Frowning at the sight, he pondered, what is the meaning of this? How could so many have perished here? Has the Ice King intervened? Yet, such a trivial matter should not warrant the involvement of a martial king. As the diminutive figure continued his scrutiny, his frown gradually relaxed. Ah, it is you, Lu Yuan, he murmured. He was well aware of Lu Yuan's identity. Since Lu Yuan had emerged as the top contender in the ability training camp, many factions had become aware of his existence. Furthermore, during the previous operation at Luoshan, Lu Yuan's name had even reached the ears of the extraterrestrial factions lurking among the human populace. Seeing that Lu Yuan had thwarted his plans, the figure let out a derisive snort. Since you wish to disrupt my scheme, I shall ensure you pay the price. As he spoke, he retrieved the communicator and dispatched a message along with an accompanying video. Having completed his task, the figure entered the awaiting warship and ascended into the sky. Meanwhile, within the Feng family in Jiangnan Bay City, the family head examined a strange message received on his communicator. His previously placid expression twisted into a menacing grimace. Ha! Lu Yuan? What audacity! In the midst of such turmoil in Jiangnan Bay City, you dare to show yourself. Should you happen to meet your demise out there, given the current chaos, I would be quite saddened. The communicator displayed a video clip of Lu Yuan hunting down the black-clad figures in the Eastern District. Beneath the clip, a message read, Lu Yuan is in the Eastern District. Whether the opportunity can be seized is up to you. Such a simple statement ignited a murderous intent within the Feng family head. After all, with the emergence of mysterious black-clad figures wreaking havoc throughout Jiangnan Bay City, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for a few wandering high school students to meet their end on the streets. With this thought in mind, the Feng family head dialed a number on the communicator. Moments later, a deep voice resonated from the other end. Feng family head, what is it? Did we not agree not to contact you hastily? Upon hearing the voice, the Feng family head's countenance turned cold. Shadow, you have already taken from my Feng family. It is time for you to take action. The target is currently in the Eastern District. Given the present circumstances in Jiangnan Bay City, your intervention should pose no risk. The family head's voice dripped with veiled threats as he continued. I trust you will contemplate this carefully. Otherwise, you surely do not wish to lose your organization's credibility among all your clients. Listening to the Feng family head's menacing words, there was a prolonged silence on the other end of the communicator. For a killer organization such as theirs, reputation was of utmost importance. After a moment of contemplation, a voice finally replied, Very well, I will instruct those stationed in Jiangnan Bay City to take action. With that, the communicator clicked off, evidently incensed by the Feng family head's threats. The Feng family head, now filled with a sense of triumph, gazed toward the Eastern District of Jiangnan Bay City, a wicked smile curling upon his lips. Ha! Lu Yuan, the time has come for you to repay the debt for slaying my Feng family's prodigy. At this juncture, in the Eastern District of Jiangnan Bay City, after Lu Qinghuan had unleashed her ice abilities, the majority of the black-clad figures found themselves unable to withstand the chill and were swiftly transformed into ice statues, their life force significantly diminished. However, due to Lu Qinghuan's relatively low cultivation level, she soon began to feel faint from exerting her powers. Observing her condition, Lu Yuan could not help but admonish Qinghuan. Remember how you feel now. Next time, conserve your energy. Lu Qinghuan nodded in acknowledgement of Lu Yuan's words. Next came Lu Yuan's personal showcase. In his left hand, a bolt of black and white lightning struck, instantly electrocuting the black-clad figure, who had been frozen into an ice sculpture, yet still clung to a flicker of life. In his right hand, another bolt of black and white lightning swiftly claimed the lives of those black-clad individuals attempting to flee. Once all was said and done, the area around him was devoid of any black-clad figures. Lu Yuan leisurely collected the corpses of the fallen black-clad men into his spatial storage device. For these were materials that could be auctioned off for a handsome sum. At that moment, unbeknownst to Lu Yuan and his companions, a group was observing them intently from a hidden location. Captain, the target is right ahead, but there is a young master from the Hua family by his side. If we act now, won't he see us? One of the team members whispered. They were the shadow assassins dispatched by their organization to eliminate Lu Yuan in the eastern part of the city. No matter. As long as we do not harm that young master from the Hua family. Remember, our target is solely Lu Yuan. A man responded, his voice as cold as ice. As his words fell, the other team members nodded in understanding. The team leader, seeing that everyone was on the same page, promptly issued the command. Since we all understand, let us proceed. With that, the captain dashed forward, charging toward Lu Yuan. Boom! The terrifying speed produced a series of thunderous roars in the air. Lu Yuan and his companions, who had just finished collecting the bodies on the ground, turned at the sound. They saw a group of masked individuals approaching them, eyes filled with murderous intent. Chapter 62. Slaying several. Who sent you to kill me? Who are these people? Huayuntian exclaimed, startled. He had just been besieged by black-clad men, and now, just as the situation was resolved, another group emerged. How could he not be astonished? Can't you tell? They are assassins, Lu Yuan said, his gaze darkening as he regarded the oncoming group. Hearing this, Lu Qinghuan grew anxious. Assassins? Brother, we should hurry and leave this place. Lu Yuan shook his head. There is no need for that. The group charging toward Lu Yuan grinned, seeing him remain motionless. Haha, Captain, it seems we frightened them. Children will always be children, though they may have blood on their hands. Their composure is still lacking. Some members of the team scoffed. The captain, frowning, reminded them, pay attention, this kid is no pushover. It is said he can even slay a martial commander. His words initially stunned his teammates, but they quickly regained their composure. What are you afraid of, Captain? You just broke through to the master level not long ago. A mere martial commander should be as easy to crush as an ant in your hands. Though the captain reprimanded his teammates, inwardly he relished the flattery. After all, who doesn't he enjoy being praised? Soon, they stood before Lu Yuan, and without further ado, they lunged at him. Block! Lu Yuan, unarmed, used his iron fist to deflect the deadly blow aimed at his head. What is happening? The assassins from the Shadow Organization were astounded to see their lethal strike, which should have cleaved Lu Yuan in two, intercepted by a pair of silvery white hands. You think you can kill me? Lu Yuan glared at the assailants before him, although he did not know who had sent them. Their murderous intent left him no room for courtesy. As his words fell, Lu Yuan exerted tremendous force. Bang! The steel blade in his grasp was instantly crushed. The shadow assassins gasped in disbelief. How is this possible? That's an A-grade combat knife. How could it be crushed like paper in his hands? Damn it. What kind of martial technique is this, exhibiting such power? Observing their astonishment, Lu Yuan wasted no time and struck out with his palm. Xiantai Divine Palm. A powerful surge of energy erupted from within Lu Yuan, an overwhelming force coursing through his body and converging into his palm. Boom! His strike was executed with blinding speed, killing the nearest assailant before they could react. Bang! One fell to the ground, instantly igniting the fury of the remaining shadow assassins. Kill! The shadow assassin roared in rage, and several of them charged toward Lu Yuan. Seeing this, Lu Qinghuan grew frantic. She turned to Huayuntian, urgently shouting, Hey, you, the one over there. My brother saved you. Why aren't you helping him? Huayuntian's expression darkened. He was not the kind of person to forget a debt of gratitude. Having had his life saved by Lu Yuan, he would naturally come to his aid in times of trouble. With that thought, Huayuntian surged toward the shadow assassins. With Huayuntian's involvement, the shadow assassins suddenly felt the pressure mount. After all, their target was Lu Yuan, not the young master of the Hua family. Though their organization was formidable, the influence of the Hua family was no less significant, and they had no desire to provoke them prematurely. In an instant, the shadow assassins felt as though their hands and feet were bound, hesitating to unleash their full strength. Sensing this, Huayuntian intensified his assault against the assassins. While fighting, he called out to Lu Yuan, Brother Lu, you go ahead. They won't dare to harm me. Their target is you. I'll hold them off. Huayuntian's words stirred something within Lu Yuan. However, he quickly responded, No. If I leave, you won't be able to stop them. They will still pursue me. As Lu Yuan spoke, Huayuntian fell silent. With his presence, the shadow assassins were constrained, allowing the two of them to fight with full force. And under the right coordination, they could potentially eliminate one or two of the assassins. But if they were to separate, the assassins would undoubtedly regroup and chase after Lu Yuan. Thus, remaining together was the safest option. Minutes passed swiftly, without unleashing their full power. The shadow assassins found it increasingly difficult to counter Lu Yuan and Yuan's attacks, nearly falling victim to their combined might on several occasions. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, the captain of the team steeled himself. He turned to his companions and declared, "Forget about the young master of the Hua family. Attack with everything you have. Even if we kill him, it doesn't matter. Our shadow organization must maintain a 100% mission completion rate." As the captain's words echoed, the assassins' auras surged exponentially. They transformed into reckless marauders, charging at Lu Yuan and Hua Yuntian. Hua Yuntian's eyes widened in terror as they suddenly directed their murderous intent toward him. Overwhelmed, he barely managed to defend himself from their assault. As Lu Yuan faced the suddenly rampaging assassins, he appeared remarkably composed. "Huh, do you truly believe that merely by employing secret techniques to enhance your strength, you can eliminate me? You underestimate me gravely." As he spoke, a terrifying surge of thunder erupted from within him. The black and white lightning, imbued with an aura of annihilation, surged forth towards the surrounding assassins. Boom! Boom! In an instant, several assassins succumbed to the dreadful energy of the lightning, instantly turning to charred remains. Immediately thereafter, an assassin wielding water-based abilities summoned a column of water, only to be obliterated into dust by the black and white lightning that followed the water's path. Fool! Do you not understand that water conducts electricity and yet dare to be an assassin? Lu Yuan could not help but mock upon witnessing the demise of the water-wielding assassin. At this moment, the only remaining assassin was the captain, who had reached the master realm. The captain, observing the lifeless bodies of his comrades, wore an exceptionally grim expression. Lu Yuan turned to the captain and inquired nonchalantly, "Speak, who sent you to kill me?" Chapter 63. The Shadow Organization's mission fails. Panic in the Feng family. As Lu Yuan approached with an air of murderous intent, the remaining assassin sneered coldly. "Our organization values discretion. We would never betray our clients. If you wish to kill me, then do so. I shall not bat an eyelid," the captain declared with unwavering resolve. Observing the captain's steadfast attitude, Lu Yuan ceased his banter, a thought igniting within him. The black and white lightning coalesced into a flying dagger, which swiftly severed the captain's life. Upon completing the act, silence enveloped the surroundings once more. At that moment, Hua Yuntian, who had narrowly escaped, approached Lu Yuan. He surveyed the massed corpses strewn across the ground, his expression growing solemn. "Brother Lu, these appear to be assassins from the Shadow Organization. Have you crossed paths with unsavory individuals?" At Hua Yuntian's suggestion, Lu Yuan's gaze turned icy. The Feng family? The mention of the Feng family tightened Lu Yuan's fists. He had not anticipated that they would send someone to kill him at this juncture. However, even knowing it was the Feng family, he found himself powerless. Although the strongest forces within the Feng family on Blue Star were merely grandmasters, he currently possessed only the cultivation of a martial commander. Feng family. When I break through to the Master Realm, I shall demand an explanation for today's events, Lu Yuan muttered, before he began to rummage through the bodies of the assassins. In a short while, he had collected several spatial storage devices, worth a total of 10 billion Blue Star coins. Just as Lu Yuan and his companions prepared to depart, a group of figures approached them from a distance. "More assassins?" Lu Yuan remarked with a serious expression, unable to discern the identities of the approaching individuals. "Brother Lu, do not be alarmed. They do not seem to be assassins, but rather night watchers." Hua Yuntian squinted, peering into the distance, his eyesight evidently enhanced, and he quickly recognized the newcomers with delight. Soon, the night watchers reached Lu Yuan and his companions. A woman surged forward from the crowd. "Xiao Yuan, did I not instruct you to stay home? Why have you ventured out?" The woman was Song Yuan, and seeing that both Lu Yuan and Lu Qinghuan had left the safety of their home, she could not help but admonish them. "Auntie, it's not safe at home either." Lu Qinghuan whispered from the side. "You." Song Yuan turned to Lu Qinghuan, preparing to rebuke her once more. At that moment, Bai Cheng, the leader of the Night Watchers, interjected. Song Yuan, Do not blame the children. These black-clad individuals are wreaking havoc everywhere. It is indeed unsafe to remain at home. As Bai Chung spoke, some night watchers noticed the corpses on the ground, their expressions instantly turning grave. Captain, look! These appear to be the bodies of shadow organization assassins. One of the night watchers exclaimed, pointing to the ground. The others quickly followed suit, confirming the presence of numerous shadow assassins' remains scattered across the terrain. Seeing this, Song Yuan grew anxious, urgently inquiring, Xiao Yuan, Qinghuan, what transpired here? How did these assassins end up dead? Hearing the concern in Song Yuan's voice, Lu Yuan recounted the events that had just unfolded. After a while, everyone grasped the situation. Their faces were grave. It was inconceivable that these shadow assassins would target a child. Bai Chung regarded Lu Yuan with a serious demeanor. Lu Yuan, this place is no longer safe. Given that shadow assassins have appeared here, it has become perilous. Another night watcher chimed in, indeed, Lu Yuan, the shadow assassins are known for their impeccable mission success rate. Now that they have failed in this assassination attempt, they will undoubtedly orchestrate another. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Lu Yuan could only nod in agreement. Quickly, he and his companions joined the ranks of the Night Watchers, boarding an armored vehicle. They set off towards the headquarters of the Night Watchers. Along the way, Lu Yuan turned to Bai Chung and asked, Captain Bai, do you know why these black-clad individuals are causing destruction in Jiangnan Bay City? Bai Chung nodded, then replied, We have investigated thoroughly. These black-clad people seem to be trying to divert our attention to allow someone among them to successfully extract something from the stone box and escape Blue Star. Just as Bai Chung finished speaking, a tremendous explosion echoed from the sky. Boom! Several figures appeared in the air, and the source of the explosion seemed to be a small warship. Observing the situation, Lu Yuan and his companions were left in a state of bewilderment. However, Bai Chung and his colleagues wore smiles as they beheld the chaos. Excellent. The Martial King has finally taken action. These alien races have underestimated us Blue Star humans, thinking they could easily escape by distracting us Night Watchers. Little do they know, several Martial Kings in Jiangnan Bay City have already joined forces to seal the skies. Any warship that reveals itself will be annihilated. At that moment, as the sound of the explosion reverberated through the sky, a cold voice resounded throughout Jiangnan Bay City. Everyone, the items have been retrieved. It is now time to purge the alien races. With the echo of that chilling voice, an overwhelming surge of powerful auras emerged throughout Jiangnan Bay City. These auras were immensely potent, nearly all possessing the strength of masters. Instantly, the black-clad individuals wreaking havoc in Jiangnan Bay City had no time to react before they were eradicated by the masters. Meanwhile, within the Feng family, the head of the family paced anxiously in his home, visibly distressed. Damn it, were we not told that these shadow assassins were highly efficient? Now that the Martial Kings have intervened and grandmasters for various regions are beginning to eliminate the alien races causing destruction, why haven't the shadows made their move? Just as the head of the Feng family finished speaking, a message suddenly arrived on his communicator. Is it good news? The head of the Feng family felt a surge of joy, but his expression darkened instantly upon checking the communications device. The intelligence was erroneous. The mission had failed. The mere 8 words weighed heavily upon him, causing his countenance to turn ominously grim. In a fit of rage, he crushed the device in his hand, the frustration boiling over. Cursed shadow organization. After taking so much from my Feng family, they have the audacity to bungle the operation, he exclaimed in anger. His greatest concern now was the possibility of being discovered as the one who had contracted assassins to eliminate the prodigy of Blue Star. Such a revelation would spell disaster for him. After a moment of contemplation, he turned and made his way towards a secluded chamber. Quickly, contact the main family. I have urgent matters to report. Chapter 64. The Fury of the Night Watchers and the Plan to Eliminate the Shadow Organization. At the headquarters of the Night Watchers, Lu Yuan and his companions had returned and promptly reported the encounter with the assassins of the Shadow Organization. The higher-ups of the Night Watchers were seething with rage. What? Someone actually hired assassins to eliminate the geniuses of our Blue Star? Who dares to be so audacious? One high-ranking member shouted, his aura so intense that it rendered those nearby nearly breathless, a terrifying pressure surging around them. The Shadow Organization has entrenched itself in Blue Star and various other planets for years, having slain countless prodigies of our kind. Now, in these dire times, they dare commit such acts. It is time to eradicate the shadow organization, another high-ranking member declared coldly. Over the years, many talents had fallen victim to assassination by the shadow organization across various planets. While the Night Watchers in different regions had eliminated numerous assassins, they had never fully eradicated the organization. Now, with the Jiangnan Bay City facing rampant destruction by foreign races, the audacity of the Shadow Organization to assassinate a genius from Blue Star at this critical juncture was utterly intolerable. A highly esteemed Night Watcher spoke with a grave demeanor. "Gentlemen, I believe it is time to cleanse the remnants of the Shadow Organization from our Jiangnan Bay City. This year alone, over a dozen geniuses have perished at their hands, many coming from ordinary backgrounds. If this continues, we shall see no more talents emerging from the common folk of Jiangnan." As the words of this esteemed Night Watcher resonated, the others nodded in agreement. The Shadow Organization had indeed grown excessively arrogant, disregarding them while taking the lives of so many prodigies. With a consensus reached, a plan began to take shape in the shadows. Meanwhile, in another part of the Night Watcher headquarters, Lu Yuan and Lu Qinghuan were in a room with a formidable martial king who had just intervened to thwart the departure of foreign races. "Lu Yuan, my disciple, are you both unharmed?" asked the speaker, the Ice King, Wu Lingfei. "Teacher, I am fine," Lu Qinghuan replied, shaking her head. Lu Yuan echoed her assurance. Seeing that both were unharmed, Wu Lingfei finally relaxed her worries. However, her expression soon turned serious as she inquired, "By the way, Lu Yuan, I heard you encountered assassins from the Shadow Organization?" Lu Yuan nodded, surprised that this information had reached Wu Lingfei. Observing his agreement, a cold glint flashed in her eyes. "Oof, these vile rats have the audacity to target my people." She scolded angrily before asking, "Lu Yuan, have you offended any other factions recently?" After pondering for a moment, Lu Yuan replied, "If I have offended anyone, it would only be the Feng family. I previously eliminated one of their geniuses at the ability training camp." Upon hearing this, a chilling aura emanated from Wu Lingfei, nearly palpable. "Ah, the Feng family, is it? I hope this matter does not involve you. Otherwise, even if the head of the Feng family intervenes, I shall ensure they pay dearly." Wu Lingfei declared furiously, a formidable chill radiating from her. The room transformed into a veritable ice chamber, yet she expertly controlled her power, ensuring that neither Lu Yuan nor Lu Qinghuan suffered any harm. After a moment, Wu Lingfei retracted her aura. It was then that Lu Yuan inquired, "Elder, do you know why these foreign races are wreaking havoc in Jiangnan Bay City?" Wu Lingfei pondered for a moment before responding slowly. "They aim to transport a source of blue stars well out of our realm, intending to diminish the combat strength of our blue star race." Her expression was grave. Over the past 100 millennia, the foreign races have made numerous attempts, all of which were skillfully thwarted by the strong of Blue Star. This time is no different. Yet, as the situation on the battlefield among the myriad races grows increasingly dire, the frequency of their incursions into Blue Star to disrupt our world has escalated dramatically. This year alone, there have been over 100 instances of rampant destruction by foreign races in Blue Star, each of which has been cleverly resolved by our strong, thanks to the influence of Blue Star's will. However, the will has begun to weaken, and our people have only recently realized this change due to the dwindling number of awakened prodigies. Many strong individuals have been dispatched to the battlefield among the myriad races to resolve the conflict swiftly, granting Blue Stars will time to recover. Yet, the rapid development of our Blue Star race has alarmed numerous foreign entities, who seem to have sensed the changes in our will, leaving them unwilling to forfeit this golden opportunity to breach our defenses. Thus, the situation on the battlefield grows increasingly grave. Suddenly, Wu Lingfei turned to Lu Yuan and his sister with utmost seriousness. "However, we of the Blue Star race still have a chance. The two of you possess remarkable talents. I can sense the powerful fluctuations of your abilities. If you can successfully grow, you will undoubtedly alter the tide of battle on the battlefield among the myriad races." She gazed intently at Lu Yuan and his sister, her faith in them evident. With her words lingering in the air, Wu Lingfei then addressed Lu Yuan, "Before I depart, I shall assist you in dealing with the troubles posed by the Feng family. Even if the head of the Feng family intervenes, I shall ensure they pay a price." Hearing Wu Lingfei's assurance, both Lu Yuan and Lu Qinghuan felt a warmth in their hearts. Indeed, having a powerful ally was a reassuring sensation. particularly for Lu Yuan. Having learned about the formidable head of the Feng family who had already traversed the cosmos, he understood the immense strength they wielded. In their lineage, even a martial king was merely of average standing. Yet Wu Lingfei dared to take the risk of offending such a formidable force to stand up for them, a testament to how much she valued their potential. However, at that moment, Lu Yuan rose to his feet and spoke, "Thank you, senior. But if this matter truly involves the Feng family, I wish to seek revenge through my own strength." Chapter 65. Wu Lingfei's departure and joining the Night Watch organization. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, Wu Lingfei regarded him with a newfound appreciation in her eyes. "You possess remarkable courage. It is commendable to stand resolute before such a formidable force as the Feng family without a trace of trepidation. Your future accomplishments will undoubtedly surpass mine." Lu Yuan, slightly embarrassed by Wu Lingfei's compliments, managed to smile. After all, this was a formidable martial king. To receive praise from such a powerful individual would fill anyone's heart with pride. At that moment, Wu Lingfei turned to Lu Qinghuan and said, "By the way, Lu Yuan, I will be leaving soon." Her simple statement jolted Lu Yuan back to reality. "Senior, why the sudden announcement?" he inquired, puzzled. "Hee. With Qinghuan by my side, under my protection, the Feng family would dare not lay a hand on her, and I can also guide her effectively." Listening to Wu Lingfei's words, Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, as the conflict between him and the Feng family escalated, should they choose to target his sister in his absence, her own strength would render her incapable of fending off such adversaries. However, having Wu Lingfei nearby would alter the dynamics. They would certainly hesitate to engage with a martial king. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Yuan concurred. At that moment, in Jiangnan Bay City, a concerted effort from the neighboring major bay cities led to the rapid extermination of numerous black-clad alien foes, swiftly resolving the crisis that had beset Jiangnan. Meanwhile, within the Feng family, the family head, after securing support from the main branch, felt his earlier concerns dissipate entirely. He emerged from the secret chamber, his demeanor buoyant as he declared, "Humph. Lu Yuan, do not presume that your martial king ally grants you unfettered freedom. Now that my Feng family has pledged to intervene, even martial kings must bow to our authority." The Feng family head spoke with palpable pride. Indeed, within the Feng family, martial kings were not the pinnacle of power, as they had many individuals even stronger. Thus, he felt little trepidation towards them. Furthermore, after their recent discussions, he had received the main branch's approval. Before long, a martial king would arrive at Blue Star to firmly establish their presence within the Feng family. "Master, how should we respond to the Shadow Organization?" A servant approached, inquiring. "The Shadow Organization? Humph. A group of inept fools who cannot even eliminate a high school student and have squandered so many of my Feng family's resources. I shall ensure they pay for their transgressions." The mention of the Shadow Organization darkened the Feng family head's expression. By the way, wasn't there news that the Night Watch would commence a purge of the Shadow Organization in Jiangnan? My Feng family shall join in. It presents a perfect opportunity to clear any suspicion of our collaboration with them. After a brief pause, the Feng family head murmured. This was also bolstered by the backing of the main branch, were it not for the impending arrival of a martial king to oversee matters within his family. He would not dare confront the Shadow Organization, even with tenfold courage. Upon hearing this, the servant was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. "Understood, master." Before long, the servant departed the Feng family, heading towards the Night Watch headquarters. At the Night Watch headquarters, after bidding farewell, Wu Lingfei took Lu Qinghuan and left Blue Star. In that instant, Lu Yuan felt an unprecedented sense of loneliness wash over him. At that moment, a senior member of the Night Watch approached Lu Yuan. "Lu Yuan, I am Zhao Guangming, the commander of the Jiangnan Bay City Night Watch." The newcomer introduced himself succinctly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan immediately displayed a respectful demeanor. "Commander Zhao, may I inquire as to why you seek me?" Zhao Guangming wasted no time and replied, "Lu Yuan, although you have yet to graduate high school, I see great potential in you. I wish to invite you to join our Night Watch organization. What are your thoughts on this?" Taken aback by Zhao Guangming's proposition, Lu Yuan felt a surge of excitement. After all, the Night Watch was an organization on par with the Martial Arts Alliance and wielded considerable authority. Should he join, even the Feng family would have to think twice before attempting to target him. The Night Watch was not confined to Jiangnan. Every major city across various planets had a Night Watch headquarters, safeguarding the peace of each locale. They were revered figures indeed. Moreover, the Night Watch was remarkably united. If one was wronged in one place, fellow members would undoubtedly rally to their aid. However, while the Night Watch organization appeared promising, it seemed to come with significant restrictions. Contemplating this, Lu Yuan refrained from hastily agreeing. He looked at Zhao Guangming and inquired, "Might there be any restriction should I join the Night Watch?" Zhao Guangming remained unperturbed by the question and replied with a gentle smile, "Of course not. You are a student and destined to become a top scholar at a martial arts university. A talent like you will face no limitations in our organization. Furthermore, each month, you will receive support in terms of training resources from us. However, once you enroll in any martial arts university, you will be required to complete a task assigned by the Night Watch every month. Would that be acceptable to you?" Listening to Zhao Guangming's terms, Lu Yuan pondered for a moment. While it seemed that overall, he faced no significant restrictions, the monthly task did give him pause. With this in mind, Lu Yuan inquired, "Commander Zhao, what kind of tasks would these monthly assignments entail?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhao Guangming responded, "They are not overly difficult tasks, likely involving intelligence, gathering, or collaborating with other Night Watch members to hunt down alien creatures. Naturally, the specifics would depend on the martial arts university you attend." Understanding Zhao Guangming's explanation, Lu Yuan contemplated for a while before finally resolving, "Commander Zhao, I agree to join the Night Watch organization." Hearing this, Zhao Guangming was immensely pleased. "Excellent. Since you have agreed, follow me, and I will provide you with the Night Watch equipment." Chapter 66. The first operation to purge the Shadow organization. Before long, Lu Yuan followed Zhao Guangming to the armory. In a short span, he emerged holding a combat suit and a battle knife. At that moment, Lu Yuan gazed at the two items in his hands, and two notifications appeared before his eyes. S-Class Combat Suit, designed exclusively for the Night Watch, crafted from special materials, possessing exceptional resilience and defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding attacks from master-level combatants. Can be enhanced. Yes, no. S-Class Battle Blade, exclusive to the Night Watchman, crafted from special materials, extraordinarily sharp. Nothing can withstand it below the master level. Capable of a millionfold amplification. Yes or no? Holding the clearly superior battle attire and blade, Lu Yuan cast a puzzled glance at Zhao Guangming. Do not take offense, classmate Lu Yuan. You are a genius, and geniuses deserve exceptional treatment. Please return to rest. In a few days, once we have repaired the damages in the Jiangnan base city, there will be an operation. Would you be willing to participate? Listening to Zhao Guangming's words, Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. He was indeed eager to join. With Lu Yuan's affirmative gesture, Zhao Guangming appeared quite satisfied. After a while, Lu Yuan promptly departed from the Night Watchman headquarters, heading towards the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters. Following a vigorous bargaining session, Lu Yuan exchanged the corpse of the dark-clad man and the spatial storage devices of the Shadow Assassins for a total of 20 billion Blue Star coins, subsequently returning to his home. Although his residence had recently suffered a massive explosion, leaving the interior and exterior in utter disarray, the current technology of Blue Star allowed for swift restoration of such damages. Within a mere 10 minutes, his once chaotic home was restored to its original state. After completing everything, Lu Yuan was in high spirits and promptly headed to the training room. Gazing at the items he had retrieved from the Night Watchman headquarters, he resolutely declared, "System, amplify everything I possess by 100,000 times." With determination, he spoke, and soon two prompts echoed in his mind. Consumption of amplification points, 10 billion. S-Class Battle Attire, undergoing 100,000-fold amplification. Congratulations, host. Amplification successful. You have acquired the Manhwaedit Battle Attire. Manhwaedit Battle Attire, a superior royal-grade battle attire, crafted from cosmic treasures, capable of withstanding attacks below the martial emperor level, difficult to inflict harm. Its form can be adjusted at will. Consumption of amplification points, 10 billion. S-Class Battle Blade, undergoing 100,000-fold amplification. Congratulations, host. Amplification successful. You have acquired the Tianluo Blade. Tianluo Blade, a superior royal-grade battle blade, crafted from renowned cosmic treasures, capable of withstanding attacks below the martial emperor level, difficult to bear harm. Staring at the items before him, Lu Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. What is this? Wasn't it said that royal-grade items required the infusion of the martial king's martial intent? How come these two items do not? Lu Yuan exclaimed excitedly, feeling the power of the system. He had not anticipated that even without having manifested martial intent, he could obtain royal-grade items, which filled him with immense joy. This is wonderful. With these two items, even if the Feng family sends a martial king to deal with me, I need not fear. As he spoke, Lu Yuan concentrated his thoughts. In an instant, the Manhwa battle attire snugly adhered to his body in the most comfortable manner, transforming into an undetectable form. Experiencing the changes brought by donning the Manhwa battle attire, Lu Yuan remarked, "How powerful! This truly lives up to its royal-grade quality, even when worn. If I do not pay close attention, I could hardly discern its presence." After experimenting with the Manhwa battle attire, he then began to play with the Tianluo blade in his hand. Whoosh! With a gentle flick of the Tianluo blade, he effortlessly unleashed a wave of sword energy. In an instant, the entire building began to tremble violently. Those still within the building, having just settled down, were once again gripped by terror as they felt the intense shaking. What is happening? Were those ruffians not dealt with already? Could they be back? Wait, why is the building cracking? That scoundrel has damaged the load-bearing wall. I took out a mortgage for 300 years to buy this house. Lu Yuan realized that the terrifying sword energy he had just unleashed nearly split the entire building in half. This was merely a gentle stroke. His face filled with astonishment. He had yet to comprehend the magnitude of his blunder. Oh no, such a royal-grade weapon should not be wielded carelessly. Lu Yuan muttered to himself. At that moment, a series of furious knocks and shouts echoed from the entrance. "Hey, you inside, look what you've done. The building is split in two. Pay up. Come out and compensate. I took a mortgage for 300 years on this house, and Haventy even had the chance to live in it before you destroyed it. If you don't come out to compensate, you better fix the building or get us a new one." Listening to the uproar outside, Lu Yuan finally realized the gravity of the calamity he had caused. Fortunately, he still had some funds remaining. Shortly after, Lu Yuan stepped outside and exhausted the remaining billions of blue star coins on the disgruntled individuals. After settling the matter, he let out a sigh of relief. Phew, finally, I can relax. Soon, Lu Yuan returned to rest. A few days later, once the damages in Jiangnan Bay City had been addressed, Zhao Guangming summoned Lu Yuan to the night watchman headquarters. Upon arriving, Lu Yuan found a group of fully armed night watchmen who had been awaiting him for some time. Their expressions were grave, as if they were aware that significant events were about to unfold. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, Zhao Guangming nodded in acknowledgement, then addressed all the night watchmen. "Everyone, recently, the Shadow Organization's assassins have been targeting the young geniuses in Jiangnan Bay City, claiming the lives of over a dozen. This is a severe violation of our laws. We have now gathered intelligence revealing the Shadow Organization's major branches in Jiangnan Bay City. Today, we will eradicate the entire Shadow Organization. We shall deal with these lawbreakers, eliminate them entirely, and restore peace to Jiangnan Bay City," Zhao Guangming declared passionately. At this moment, Lu Yuan felt a surge of excitement as well. He had been targeted by the Shadow Organization's assassination attempts, and now he had the chance to seek vengeance. Chapter 67. Eradication of the Shadow Assassin Organization. "Yes, Commander," the group responded enthusiastically. Clearing out the assassins of the Shadow Organization from Jiangnan Bay City was not merely about removing a malignant force. It was also an opportunity for them to earn military merit. Who would not be thrilled by this prospect? Zhao Guangming continued, "As per our intelligence, we have identified 13 strongholds of the Shadow Organization in Jiangnan Bay City. You will operate in groups and strive to eliminate all strongholds before sunset. Is that clear?" Zhao Guangming's tone was stern. This command was akin to a military order, and any delays could significantly impact future plans. The crowd understood the seriousness of the situation. Gazing at Zhao Guangming, understood, "Commander." Following Zhao Guangming's directives, the night watchmen quickly received their assignments. Among the ranks, Lu Yuan found himself assigned to the Bai City team, while Song Yuran, also present at the night watchman headquarters, was allocated to a different team. This was likely a deliberate arrangement by Zhao Guangming, ensuring that Lu Yuan would not receive excessive favoritism within the group. Soon, after the allocation of teams was completed, the 13 groups obtained the locations of their designated strongholds. At this moment, Bai Cheng furrowed his brow with the stronghold information in his hands. "Commander Zhao, Is there no mistake regarding the stronghold's information? If my memory serves me right, this appears to be the domain of the Feng family. Bai Cheng inquired with a hint of confusion, as the address he held pointed to a substantial warehouse used by the Feng family for storing goods in the Jiangnan Bay City. Considering Lu Yuan's connection with the Feng family, Bai Cheng felt compelled to voice his concerns. Rest assured, Bai Cheng, the information is accurate. You may proceed without hesitation. As for the Feng family, should they cause you any trouble, do not hesitate to inform me. I am quite curious as to how these assassins from the Shadow Organization came to be on their territory. Commander Zhao's voice was frigid, clearly expressing his disdain for the assassins of the Shadow Organization. With this confirmation, Bai Cheng's previous doubts dissipated. He then turned to his team and declared, "Let us depart." In an instant, the 13 teams of night watchmen left their headquarters in a grand procession, resolutely heading towards their respective locations. Meanwhile, in another part of Jiangnan Bay City, a cadre of assassins from the Shadow Organization was hurriedly destroying all records of their stronghold. Quickly, according to reliable intelligence, the night watchmen have discovered our whereabouts. We must obliterate all client records, leave not a single trace. A man who appeared to be their leader shouted, prompting those around him, all members of the Shadow Organization donning masks, to hasten their actions upon hearing his command. Just then, a deafening explosion reverberated around the room. Boom! As a flash of fire surged in, debris from the walls scattered in all directions. The taken-aback assassins of the Shadow Organization were swept away by the force of the blast. A night watchman strode in, his icy gaze sweeping over the fallen masked figures writhing on the ground. Kill them. Eliminate them all, the night watchman ordered coldly. In an instant, the night watchmen that had stormed the stronghold brandished their weapons and charged at the assassins of the Shadow Organization. Cries for mercy filled the air, yet the night watchmen showed no signs of mercy in response. Similar events were unfolding in multiple locations throughout Jiangnan Bay City. At the Feng family estate, the family head, anxiously awaiting rescue from the main branch, suddenly received news that the night watchmen were purging the Shadow Organization from the Bay City. His complexion paled instantly. What? Such a significant event, and no one notified me? What about those at my Feng family's warehouse? He demanded angrily, glaring at the messenger. Master, the information has been sealed by the night watchman and only just now leaked. I rushed to inform you as soon as I received the news, the messenger replied. Hearing this, the Feng family head's expression darkened further. Which group of night watchmen is heading to my Feng family's warehouse? After a moment's hesitation, the messenger replied quietly, Master, it is Bai Cheng, and Lu Yuan is also in his team. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's name, the family head's fury intensified. Damn it, it's Lu Yuan again. Does he have a vendetta against my Feng family? The head of the Feng family, his face clouded with anger, turned to the messenger. Quickly, erase any records of our dealings with the Shadow Organization. We cannot allow them to discover our past transgressions. The messenger understood the gravity of the situation and nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Master, I will handle it with utmost care. With that, the messenger departed from the Feng residence. Meanwhile, the Feng family head stared blankly at the sky. Just then, his communicator began to flash a red light incessantly. The moment he felt the vibrations of the device, the worry etched on his face vanished in an instant. At last, the main branch's rescue has arrived. At the Feng family warehouse, like their counterparts, the night watchmen launched a direct assault and discovered the assassins from the Shadow Organization in the midst of destroying evidence. Seeing the assassins disregard their own safety in their frantic attempts to obliterate records, Bai Cheng's expression hardened as he shouted, We must eliminate them before they destroy everything. Kill. The night watchmen surged into the warehouse, launching an assault on the assassins of the Shadow Organization. At this moment, Lu Yuan joined the fray. Having mastered the Tian Luo blade after several days of training, faced with the surrounding assassins, he wielded his weapon with the ease of slicing through vegetables. Suddenly, one of the assassins recognized Lu Yuan's presence. His eyes narrowed, and upon confirming it was indeed Lu Yuan, he shouted, Everyone, there is Lu Yuan. Attack him. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's name, the surrounding assassins, as if encountering a rare treasure, immediately abandoned their attempts to destroy evidence and rushed at him with blades drawn. Lu Yuan, be careful. Bai Cheng, who was directing the operation from behind, shouted urgently. However, by the time Lu Yuan reacted, he found himself surrounded by over 20 assassins. Chapter 68. Feng Family Patriarch, Feng Wuxia. Kid, your time is up. A man, grimly facing the encircled Lu Yuan, declared. Is that so? Lu Yuan set down the Tian Luo blade, seemingly resigning himself to his fate, which caused deep concern among the night watchmen nearby. The assassins surrounding Lu Yuan displayed arrogant grins. Yet at that moment, Lu Yuan spoke calmly. I will remain here without moving. If any of you can kill me, feel free to try. Lu Yuan's confidence stemmed from the Moro battle armor he wore, a piece of royal-grade equipment that was nearly impervious to any attacks below the martial emperor rank. The surrounding assassins were oblivious to this fact. Their faces contorted into sinister smiles as they regarded Lu Yuan's audacity. Oof, kid, arrogance comes with a price. One assassin sneered, raising his weapon and charging at Lu Yuan. Bang! The assassin's blade descended with tremendous force, the energy it exuded sending shivers down the spines of the nearby night watchmen. This assassin was on the cusp of mastery. As the blade neared Lu Yuan, he showed no sign of resistance, leaving Bai Cheng and the others bewildered about his intentions. Suddenly, bang! The weapon struck Lu Yuan with a heavy thud, sending sparks flying. Yet Lu Yuan stood unscathed in his original position. Is this all you've got? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. The strike from an assassin of such caliber had failed to inflict even the slightest pain, making him further appreciate the terror of his battle armor. How is this possible? The assassin gazed at Lu Yuan with an expression of utter disbelief. You have made your move. Now it is my turn. With these words, Lu Yuan lifted the Tian Luo blade and swung it horizontally. Splat! The shadow assassin barely had a moment to react before the blade sliced through his waist. The surface of the Tian Luo blade was remarkably smooth, untouched by a single drop of blood. What is happening? The shadow assassin murmured, his voice dwindling and his breath weakening. In a matter of moments, he separated from his lower half and toppled backward. This sudden scene left everyone present in profound shock. The night watchmen, standing behind Lu Yuan, quickly regained their composure, their faces lighting up with excitement. Kill, attack! Seeing Lu Yuan unharmed, their inhibitions vanished, and they swiftly dealt with the assassins encircling him. Before long, all the shadow assassins at this stronghold were eliminated by Bai Cheng and his companions. At that moment, the group began to assess the items in the stronghold that had yet to be destroyed. A night watchman approached Bai Cheng, holding a document. Boss Bai, take a look at this. Bai Cheng took the document and, after a glance, his expression quickly turned grave. He turned to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, come take a look at this. Upon joining Bai Cheng, Lu Yuan received the document and studied the information, his countenance darkening. The Feng family. It seems my suspicions were indeed correct. It was the Feng family that hired the shadow assassins to kill me. Lu Yuan said with a serious expression. What do you intend to do? Bai Cheng inquired earnestly. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yuan replied, We shall submit this document. Previously, I lacked evidence to prove that those assassins were sent by the Feng family. However, the situation has changed. With this evidence, the Feng family will not escape unscathed. Lu Yuan's expression turned somewhat ferocious. Very well, I support you, but be mindful that the Feng family wields considerable power. Should we attempt to strike against them, their kin beyond Blue Star will certainly come to their aid. Lu Yuan listened to this news with indifference. He knew the impact of this evidence would be limited, but it would serve to annoy the Feng family, and that was a step forward. To truly resolve the Feng family issue, his strength needed to be bolstered. At this moment, Bai Cheng observed that his teammates had organized all the materials, and he raised his voice. All right, everyone, let's regroup. With Bai Cheng's command, the group exited the Feng family's warehouse and returned to the night watchman's headquarters. Meanwhile, within the Feng family, the patriarch wore a fawning expression as he looked at the young and handsome man seated in the main position. Feng Ji, you have brought quite a bit of trouble to the family this time. The patriarch, hearing someone dare to call him by his name, refrained from showing anger, instead adopting a conciliatory demeanor. Haha, elder, it is all the fault of the younger generation. However, that brat killed a genius of our Feng family, one who awakened an S-rank talent. Such a genius cannot die in vain. If our Feng family does not seek justice, wouldn't that be a laughingstock for everyone? Feng Ji, the patriarch of the Feng family, stated with a serious expression, as if all his actions were for the sake of the family. Indeed, it cannot be allowed for our family's genius to perish without consequence. The young and handsome man, upon hearing that the deceased Feng family youth was an S-rank talent, could not help but express his anger. As his fury surged, a wave of intense blood energy erupted, raising the temperature in the vicinity to that of a furnace. This man was Feng Wuxia, a formidable warrior who had come from the Feng Patriarch's household to Blue Star. By the way, Feng Ji, what is that person doing now? Feng Wuxia inquired, suppressing his aura and asking in a calm tone. Reporting to the elder, that brat seems to have joined the Night Watchman, and it appears he has the support of Ice King Wu Lingfei behind him. He has been exceedingly arrogant of late. Upon hearing this, Feng Wuxia let out a cold laugh. Oomph, the Wu family? They dare to meddle in this affair? They are barely holding on themselves. There is no need for concern. Hearing Feng Wuxia's words, the Feng Patriarch's previously tense expression improved significantly. When shall we make our move, elder? The Patriarch asked. Feng Wuxia shot a displeased glance at the Patriarch, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. Why the rush? While the Wu family is not to be taken seriously, the Night Watchmen are a different matter. With the kind of activities you have engaged in, the family may not be able to protect you. Moreover, the Blue Star Alliance places great emphasis on the talents of Blue Star. Given the achievements that Brad has established, his status within the Night Watchmen must be significant. Upon hearing this, the Feng Patriarch's face darkened. Elder, that Brad's growth rate is alarmingly rapid. A month ago, he was merely a novice in the martial arts realm, yet now he can contend with martial commanders in life-and-death battles. Hearing this, Feng Wuxia, who had been indifferent until now, suddenly stood up. What? There is someone on Blue Star with such a rapid growth rate? Chapter 69. Capture the Patriarch of the Feng family. Feng Wuxia had not anticipated the existence of such a genius on Blue Star. As time progressed, most geniuses from powerful families had purchased their own planets in the universe and resided there, while many others traveled to various planets to cultivate due to the richer resources available. Yet, it was surprising to find such a talent here, in the very origin of the Blue Star human race. What kind of omen does this signify? At this moment, Feng Wuxia's expression turned serious, losing the earlier ease he had displayed. Now, as a martial king with several centuries of age, he had encountered numerous powerful geniuses during his time. Their rapid growth could lead to them becoming peerless powerhouses if left unchecked. Listening to Feng Ji's words, Feng Wuxia recognized that Lu Yuan was indeed such a genius. If he did not eliminate him before he fully matured, it would spell disaster for the Feng family in the future. Where is he now? Feng Wuxia asked coldly, clearly harboring murderous intent and wishing to eliminate Lu Yuan at all costs. Reporting to the elder, Lu Yuan is currently in our Feng family's warehouse, dealing with the Shadow Organization's assassins. Upon hearing Feng Ji's words, Feng Wuxia's gaze deepened. Initially eager to act, he hesitated for a moment before regaining his composure. Never mind. If we act too brazenly now, not only will I face grave issues, but the entire Feng family, including all branches in the main house, will be in peril. After a moment's hesitation, Feng Wuxia ultimately refrained from taking immediate action. The cost was too high for him to bear. This change, however, caused the Feng Patriarch's expression to darken. He felt a sense of regret. Just then, a contingent of Night Watchmen burst into the Feng family estate. This is the Feng family. Where's Feng Ji? As the two individuals, Feng Wuxia and Feng Ji, deliberated on their matters, they were abruptly interrupted by a group of Night Watchmen who barged in without so much as a greeting. Although their expressions were grim, they dared not voice any objections. Who are you? Feng Ji demanded coldly, fixing his gaze upon one of them. Why do you invade my residence unannounced? Are you unaware that this constitutes a breach of private property, which is against the law? Feng Ji, with your imminent demise upon you, you still dare to be defiant. We have gathered evidence of your collusion with the Shadow Organization and suspect your involvement in several assault incidents within our city. Please accompany us for investigation, the Night Watchman replied, their tone unwavering. Hearing these words, Feng Ji's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated that records of his dealings with the Shadow Organization had been preserved and fallen into the hands of the Night Watchman. Internally, he cursed the assassins of the Shadow Organization for their incompetence. Feng Ji, hasten your departure. Do not make this difficult for us. One of the Night Watchmen said nonchalantly, though he had begun to grow wary of Feng Ji's indecision, his hand resting against his waist in readiness. Go, Feng Ji. I shall manage the Feng family for now. Feng Wuxia interjected calmly. It was precisely Feng Wuxia's words that caused Feng Ji, who had contemplated resistance, to exhale a long sigh, relinquishing his thoughts of defiance. He coldly regarded the night watchman and said, "I trust you speak the truth. If I am wronged, I will ensure you pay dearly for it." Observing Feng Zhi's audacity, even in the face of impending doom, the night watchmen were unfazed. "Oof. We shall see if you can still threaten us once we have sufficient evidence to condemn you to death. I am eager to witness how you escape the ironclad proof against you," they retorted as they proceeded to escort Feng Zhi away from the Feng residence. Meanwhile, Feng Wuxia silently observed the unfolding scene, making no attempt to intervene. At that moment, various night watchman teams from the Jiangnan Bay City had returned to headquarters after completing their sweeping operations. Everyone was jubilant, armed with an abundance of incriminating evidence. Who would have thought that our wealthiest tycoon in Jiangnan would go so far as to hire assassins from the Shadow Organization to eliminate his rivals? "The situation is dire," one exclaimed. And what of the second son of the Huang family? Unable to best his rival in school, he, too, resorted to hiring assassins to eliminate his competitor. TSK. The youth of today are so impulsive. The crowd reveled in the evidence they held, blissfully unaware that their findings had instilled a sense of panic among the city's elite. After all, anyone who had engaged with the Shadow Organization could not be certain that their own secrets had not fallen into others' hands. In the Wang household of Jiangnan, a burly man paced anxiously, his face etched with worry. What to do? What to do? The night watchmen have made an unprecedented move today, and I have received no word. If they discover my dealings with the Shadow Organization, my hard-earned empire will be ruined, he muttered. Just then, a flamboyant young man, full of arrogance and frivolity, approached him. "Father, I'm throwing a party later. Could you transfer me a few 100,000 blue star coins?" The robust man was the wealthiest individual in Jiangnan, and hearing his son's request amidst his own turmoil caused his expression to darken. "Fool, at such a critical juncture, you still think about parties? Do you realize that if today a situation is not handled properly, we could go bankrupt by tomorrow?" In this opulent estate, a scene of familial discord unfolded, mirrored in various locales throughout Jiangnan where similar tensions arose. Meanwhile, the Feng family head, now in the custody of several night watchmen, arrived at headquarters. Gazing at the night watchman's headquarters, Feng Zhi did not exhibit any signs of trepidation. Rather, he cast a smug glance at the onlookers. "I ask you, can you attend to serious matters and refrain from wasting time on me?" he remarked, eliciting a reaction of agitation among the night watchmen. "Feng Zhi, behave yourself. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." The surrounding individuals, emboldened by the support of the Feng family head, found Feng Zhi's demeanor infuriating. At that moment, a cold figure appeared, bearing a stack of documents. "Feng Zhi, this is the evidence we have collected. We now have reason to suspect your involvement in the recent cases of talented individuals who have perished in Jiangnan. If you refuse to cooperate, the death penalty can be executed immediately." The speaker was Zhao Guangming, the commander of the night watchman's headquarters. Upon his arrival, Feng Zhi, who had been composed, began to feel a chill of fear creeping in, especially at the sight of the damning evidence Zhao held. Zhao Guangming approached Feng Zhi, discarding the evidence onto the ground. "Examine it for yourself. A few years ago, a prodigy in Jiangnan fell victim to your orders to hire assassins from the Shadow Organization simply because he offended someone from your family. You caused us to lose a genius. Additionally, just last year, another prodigy faced the same fate due to your family's actions. And now, it is happening again, all because of a minor dispute at the ability training camp. You wish to eliminate everyone involved. Feng family head, do you have any words to say?" Listening to Zhao Guangming, the previously calm Feng Zhi began to grow agitated. "No, that was my family's genius who was slain. Are we not entitled to seek vengeance?" Zhao Guangming sneered in response. You still have the gall to bring this up?" This incident was instigated by Feng Qingtian. Had he not attempted a covert attack on Lu Yuan, would he have met his demise? Moreover, you are well aware of the dealings your family had with Lei Tianwen. He has already confessed everything. Upon hearing this, Feng Zhi's expression darkened, and he muttered a curse under his breath. "That Lei Tianwen, that dog. Why couldn't he be more steadfast?" After cursing Lei Tianwen, he defiantly glared at Zhao Guangming. Even if I am guilty as a grandmaster, I am not someone you can judge." As soon as Feng Zhi finished speaking, a figure strode confidently into the night watchman's headquarters. "A grandmaster? Is that so impressive?" Though warriors hold a high position in our Blue Star realm, it does not grant them the liberty to act without restraint. Furthermore, a warrior who commits wrongdoing is not exempt from punishment. The newcomer was a remarkably handsome young man, appearing no older than 20, yet exuding an aura of immense power that sent shivers down Feng Zhi's spine. War King? With great difficulty, Feng Zhi finally spoke up. The only beings capable of instilling fear and pressure, even in a grandmaster like him, were undoubtedly the formidable martial kings. Observing that Feng Zhi had more to say, the young martial king smiled and interjected, "Feng family head, are you still waiting for the elder sent by your family to rescue you? To be frank, ever since he arrived on Blue Star, we have kept him under constant surveillance. Should he dare to act, he shall meet his demise. Furthermore, your Feng family will also face repercussions. Do you truly believe he would risk himself to save you?" As Feng Zhi absorbed these words, he finally grasped why Feng Wuxia, who had previously been able to speak, had chosen to compromise and allow the Night Watchers to take him away. It dawned on him that Feng Wuxia had sensed the watchful eyes upon him and dared not act recklessly, which forced his compliance. At that moment, Feng Zhi was engulfed in regret, realizing that he ought to have acted with greater discretion. Seeing Feng Zhi fall silent and cease his resistance, the young martial king surveyed the crowd, his gaze landing on Lu Yuan. A smile spread across his face as he approached Lu Yuan. "Young man, I hear you have performed admirably. What reward do you seek?" Startled by the sudden voice beside him, Lu Yuan looked up to find a figure had appeared before him. Zhao Guangming glanced at the stunned Lu Yuan and introduced, "Lu Yuan, this is the esteemed Sword King, Wuxin, who has come all the way from the capital." Upon hearing Zhao Guangming's introduction, Lu Yuan promptly clasped his fists in respect. "I pay my respects to Senior Wuxin." Wuxin chuckled softly. "No need for excessive formalities. However, you have yet to respond to my earlier inquiry. Given your commendable performance, what reward do you desire?" As Wuxin spoke, Lu Yuan contemplated a refusal, but Wuxin's expression darkened, compelling Lu Yuan to swallow his words. After a moment's thought, he replied, "Senior, I seek some rare materials to enhance my cultivation. I wonder if you..." Lu Yuan was not overly modest, recognizing the opportunity for a reward. Naturally, he wished for precious materials rather than mere pills or potions. Wuxin, taken aback by the audacity of a mere high school student requesting such significant rewards, momentarily lost his composure. Beside them, Zhao Guangming, misinterpreting the situation, remarked with a frown, "Lu Yuan, what nonsense are you spouting? With your current cultivation, how could you possibly handle rare materials? At this stage, even some pills or potions would suffice." Before Zhao Guangming could continue, Wuxin waved a hand dismissively. "Oh, Zhao Guangming, do not be vexed. Such trivial materials are hardly beyond my means. Moreover, I was not upset, merely surprised to encounter such an intriguing young fellow here." As he spoke, Wuxin retrieved a fiery red fruit from his storage artifact. "Young man, consider yourself fortunate. This is a vermilion fruit I recently discovered on a life-bearing planet. It appears to be over 1,000 years old. Consume it, and you are certain to experience a significant boost in power before the martial examination, with a promising chance of reaching the Master Realm." As Wuxin's words resonated, the Night Watchers present gazed at the vermilion fruit with fiery eyes, astonished at Lu Yuan's apparent prowess. Realizing he merely needed to ingest this fruit to ascend to the Master level, Lu Yuan, fixated on the vermilion fruit in Wuxin's hand, received a message in his mind. Thousand-year vermilion fruit contains immense vitality and various energies. Consuming it directly can enhance one's vitality by 200,000 calories and purify the body of impurities. Can be exchanged for 100 million amplification points. "Thank you, Senior," Lu Yuan exclaimed, taking the thousand-year vermilion fruit and bowing respectfully. "Ha ha ha, no need for thanks. This is well-deserved." Wuxin laughed heartily. He then turned to Feng Zhi, saying, "Bring him down for questioning and see what else we can extract." With that, several individuals escorted the dejected head of the Feng family away. After concluding this business, Wuxin did not take his leave. He addressed the Night Watchers. "Gentlemen, I shall remain in this Jiangnan Bay City for some time. During my stay, expedite the capture of anyone connected to the shadow organization within the city." The Night Watchers, invigorated by Wuxin's presence, felt a surge of excitement. They were aware that many influential figures in Jiangnan had ties to the shadow organization, and without a powerful ally to support them, Capturing these individuals would have been daunting. Now, with Wuxin's backing, they felt emboldened to act. As a result, the Night Watchers swiftly mobilized. In a short time, the Jiangnan Bay city underwent a remarkable transformation, with many leaders of influential families being apprehended. The power dynamics in the city shifted dramatically, as numerous second-tier forces rose to prominence while many first-tier powers declined. During this period, Yuan completed various tasks, transforming from a penniless youth to someone possessing over 100 million amplification points. Now, in the confines of his home, he retrieved the 1,000-year vermilion fruit given to him by Wuxin a month prior. System: initiate a 10,000-fold amplification enhancement. As Yuan's command resonated, a crisp notification echoed in his mind, consuming 100 million amplification points for a 10,000-fold enhancement of the 1,000-year vermilion fruit. Congratulations, host. Enhancement successful. You have obtained the 10,000-year dragon blood vermilion fruit. 10,000-year dragon blood vermilion fruit, a low-grade royal spirit herb containing formidable energy. Consuming it can increase vitality by 3 million calories, refine the body to be on par with a true dragon, and emit a faint dragon aura. As the radiant light dissipated, the fruit in Yuan's hand doubled in size, surrounded by a faint aura of dragon energy and an overwhelming wave of power. Without hesitation, he consumed the 10,000-year dragon blood vermilion fruit in one swift motion. With a few hearty bites, Yuan swallowed the fruit, and instantly, a torrent of immense energy surged within him, transforming into warm currents that flowed through his limbs. Crackling sounds echoed as his blood turned crimson, his bones resonating with the sound of a body being tempered. Roar! A sound akin to a true dragon's roar erupted from Yuan. Yuan abruptly opened his eyes, his feet treading upon the void, waves of breath reverberating throughout the training room, sending ripples through the surrounding air. With a staggering 3,500,000 calories of vital energy, he had finally broken through to the master realm. Yuan exclaimed with excitement, walking upon the air, a hallmark of the master level. Though his ability to tread the void was fleeting, his speed surpassed that of any martial general by several dozen times. Gradually descending to the ground, the ripples in the air around him calmed as he retracted his aura. Just then, his communicator emitted a series of beeps. Upon answering the call, a familiar voice resonated within. Yuan, what has been going on with you lately? We haven't seen you at school. The martial examination is set to commence in 3 days. You should be able to participate, right? The voice belonged to Zhao Sheng. Amidst the purging of various factions within the Jiangnan Bay city, only a handful remained unscathed. Among them were the Zhao and Chu families. Both factions were already esteemed powers in Jiangnan prior to the purges, and following the cleansing of other major factions, they had rapidly expanded, now standing as two of the largest families in the city. However, they remained oblivious to Yuan's involvement with the Night Watchers, which was why Zhao Sheng had reached out after such a long silence from Yuan. Listening to Zhao Sheng's words, Yuan finally realized that the martial examination was fast approaching. Now that he had ascended to the Master Realm, the upcoming examination posed little challenge for him. Naturally, gaining admission to the Starry Sky Martial University would still require considerable effort beyond merely having achieved the Master level. Yuan, are you still there? Zhao Sheng inquired, noticing the prolonged silence. Yes, I'm here. I can participate in the martial examination on time. Yuan replied with a gentle smile. Relieved by this response, Zhao Sheng said, Good, then we shall meet in 3 days. With that, the call ended. Stowing away the communicator, Yuan departed the training room and returned to his quarters to rest and prepare for the martial examination in 3 days. The 3 days passed swiftly. This day was of paramount importance to the entire Jiangnan Bay city, and indeed, to the entirety of the Blue Star human race. Across all territories inhabited by the Blue Star human race, high school seniors would undertake the martial examination today. At number 38 High School, a multitude of seniors gathered in the square, while a colossal battleship circled above. The principal of the school appeared especially jubilant today. Students, today marks your opportunity to alter your destinies. I hope you will approach this martial examination with utmost seriousness. Your futures, whether you're respected or scorned, depend entirely on your efforts over the coming week. I shan't waste any more of your time. Let us commence. As the principal's voice faded, a beam of light descended from the battleship, enveloping the seniors of number 38 High School. Subsequently, as the light dissipated, the students vanished from the square, entering the battleship. Similar scenes unfolded at other schools across the region. Chapter 72. The Setting Sun Star. The martial examination begins. At this moment, wave after wave of battleships ascended from Blue Star, numbering in the tens of thousands, an awe-inspiring sight, as they all headed towards a singular destination. This was merely one location on Blue Star. Other planets witnessed similar occurrences, each with their own fleets for transporting candidates. The examination points for this martial examination were scattered across dozens of locations within the territories of the Blue Star human race. The candidates from Blue Star were bound for a planet called the Setting Sun Star. This celestial body bore no traces of human habitation, being populated solely by beasts cultivated by the Blue Star human race, all of which were regulated to a strength below the 5th tier. Should any beasts exceed this threshold, they would be swiftly dealt with by the powerful guardians of the Blue Star. Meanwhile, aboard one of the battleships, Lu Yuan found a seat beside Zhao Sheng. Lu Yuan, do you know what the examination format is this year? Lu Yuan pondered for a moment, recalling past experiences. The examination formats typically revolved around survival or the hunting of beasts. If it were a survival assessment, the examination site would generally be perilous, necessitating candidates to avoid engaging the local fauna. Conversely, if it involved beast hunting, it indicated that the creatures would be manageable for candidates, albeit in overwhelming numbers requiring caution. After a brief reflection, Lu Yuan replied, "I believe it will be a hunting examination." Zhao Sheng nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I've heard that the beasts on the Setting Sun Star have been proliferating uncontrollably, so it's likely that our assessment will focus on hunting them. Moreover, I've learned that candidates from 50 regions will be converging here, students from 5 different planets. Just thinking about it is exhilarating." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan was astounded. It was common knowledge that the number of candidates on Blue Star alone reached into the hundreds of millions, and when factoring in students from other regions, the total would soar into the billions. One could only imagine the vastness of the planet accommodating such immense numbers, along with the staggering population of beasts within. While Lu Yuan and Zhao Sheng exchanged words, the battleship suddenly jolted, causing all candidates aboard to feel a force pressing them back into their seats. "Lu Yuan, it's starting. The battleship is about to traverse a wormhole," Zhao Sheng exclaimed. As he spoke, Lu Yuan clearly observed through the window that their vessel was entering a temporal wormhole, accompanied by numerous other ships departing from Blue Star. With a faint sound echoing in Lu Yuan's ears, dizziness swept over the passengers, most of whom were experiencing wormhole travel for the first time. This peculiar sensation soon faded, and when they regained their bearings, all the battleships had emerged from the wormhole. Before them lay a crimson planet, vastly larger than Blue Star itself. This was the Setting Sun Star. The battleship did not descend immediately, but hovered in the void. As time passed, more and more ships emerged from the wormhole, each carrying candidates from various corners of the world. Once all candidates had arrived on the Setting Sun Star, a cold voice resonated from every battleship. "Greetings, esteemed students. Welcome to one of the examination sites for the Martial Artist Grand Test, the Twilight Star. I am your assessment officer for this event, Long Yu. This assessment will span a duration of 7 days, and the tasks ahead are quite straightforward. Prior to the examination, you will each receive a wristwatch. Upon entering the arena, you shall accrue points corresponding to each beast you successfully hunt. At the conclusion of the 7 days, the individual with the highest score will be declared the champion of the Twilight Star assessment. However, it is imperative to note that while points can be exchanged among participants, any acts of mutual harm will lead to disqualification and legal ramifications for the perpetrator. Should you find yourselves in life-threatening situations, you may activate the distress button on your wristwatch. Be advised, however, that doing so will terminate your assessment and reduce your accrued points by 70%. Do you all understand? The examination will commence in 1 hour. I advise against forming teams, as you will be randomly deployed across the Twilight Star. Finally, I wish you all great fortune and success in your endeavors." As the announcement concluded, the candidates aboard the battleship were left speechless in astonishment. They had not anticipated such a unique format for this year's assessment. Unlike previous years where points were non-transferable, this time, as long as no lives are lost, points could be freely seized. This implies that many candidates may even finish with no scores at all. As this realization set in, everyone began to cast wary glances at their surroundings, acutely aware that anyone nearby could potentially become an adversary. Shortly after, platforms rose before each candidate, revealing their wristwatches. Upon seeing this, they hastily donned the devices. Once all participants were equipped, a cold voice echoed through the battleship. All candidates are now prepared. The teleportation will commence. Destination: Twilight Star. Location will be assigned randomly. With that chilling proclamation, in the blink of an eye, the candidates' seats appeared to be hollowed out as brilliant white light enveloped each student, subsequently transporting them to the Twilight Star. Meanwhile, aboard a colossal battleship stationed outside the Twilight Star, a cadre of individuals clad in white lab coats were busily attending to their tasks. Before them, numerous screens displayed the unfolding scenes from within the Twilight Star. The screens vividly showcased beams of white light descending from above, ushering each candidate into the examination grounds. Observing this spectacle, the already busy personnel became even more frantic. Among them was a tall, stern-looking man, the assessment officer for the Twilight Star, Long Yu. The assessment has finally begun. I wonder who will emerge as this year's champion from the Twilight Star. Chapter 73. The Martial Artist Grand Test begins. Are you trying to seize my points? So this is the Twilight Star? What an unusual scent, reminiscent of gunpowder. Upon their arrival, the candidates sensed an odd aroma wafting through the air. Gazing upon the crimson earth and sky, their hearts raced with excitement. The Martial Artist Grand Test was finally underway. At this moment, in a forest on the Twilight Star, Yuan found himself randomly transported to this location, surveying the desolate surroundings. He truly grasped the vastness of the Twilight Star. With over 1 billion candidates dispersed across its expanse, it was entirely conceivable that students could be separated by distances of several kilometers, delaying their encounters. Just then, Yuan was startled by a series of growls emanating from the vicinity. Roar! The sounds of swift footsteps approached him. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Yuan's veins. It seemed the assessment was about to commence. He murmured to himself before glancing down at his wristwatch, where a message materialized before him. Candidate: Yuan. Current points: 0. Current ranking: 2. 257. 894. 123. Seeing the lengthy string of digits, Yuan realized that other students had already begun actively hunting beasts. It appeared that he could not afford to delay any longer. As he spoke, several first-tier beasts burst forth from the thicket, their intentions unmistakable. As they locked eyes with Yuan, a fierce glint sparkled in their gazes. It was evident they had not encountered humans in quite some time, nor tasted human flesh. Roar! One beast lunged at Yuan with a deafening roar. A crackling sound resonated as arcs of black and white electricity manifested in his hands. Yuan bellowed, unleashing a torrent of chaotic divine lightning that enveloped the first-tier monsters instantaneously. Boom! The ground erupted, leaving a large crater in its wake. Once the arcs of electricity dissipated, Yuan beheld 3 charred corpses lying within the pit. Upon inspecting the remains, he discerned 3 vividly colored beast cores. Not bad. To think I would also acquire beast cores. Yuan collected the 3 cores, at which point his wristwatch vibrated. Lowering his gaze, he saw that the message had changed. Candidate: Yuan. Current points: 30. Current ranking: 1. 857. 894. 123. Observing that he had only gained 30 points, yet ascended millions of ranks, Yuan couldn't help but reflect. Indeed, the ancients were not mistaken. In examinations, even a single point can separate countless individuals. Although Yuan had successfully slain beasts upon his arrival at the Twilight Star, he did not feel overly elated. After all, there were still over 1 billion competitors ahead of him. This meant that those ranked above him had likely dispatched more formidable beasts in this brief span of time. The Martial Artist Grand Test this year promised to be quite intriguing. With that thought, Yuan murmured to himself once more before turning to delve deeper into the forest, intent on tracking and hunting more beasts. Meanwhile, within an underground realm of the Twilight Star, a gathering of powerful creatures convened. They appeared to be engaged in a meeting, with their leader, a beast possessing strength comparable to that of a grandmaster among humans, standing at the center. Esteemed colleagues, today marks the day of the Martial Artist Grand Test for those Blue Star children. Without a doubt, the Twilight Star has once again become one of their examination sites. relegating us to mere prey. Do you wish for this to continue indefinitely? We, the demon race, are hunted by these children year after year. Do you not wish to resist? The commanding demon's voice resonated strongly, reaching the ears of every creature present. Upon hearing his words, the majority of the demons were instantly stirred by a wave of indignation. Resistance. We shall resist. We demons also deserve our rights. We cannot be slaughtered like livestock at their whim. Indeed, we must unite. We must hunt down those so-called prodigies of humanity. And we must make the people of Blue Star aware that we, the demons, shall not be trifled with. We, the demons, shall never be enslaved. Under the stirring words of that powerful demon, all the demons were ignited, unleashing years of pent-up grievances. They clamored for vengeance, demanding that the Blue Star humans pay a bloody price. Observing this scene, the central figure, a formidable demon, wore a peculiar smile. He caressed the miniature communicator nestled in his ear. Captain, as per your instructions, I have gathered the powerful demons from Sunset Star and successfully incited their wrath. It won't be long before they emerge in full force to apply pressure on those students. At that moment, aboard a warship outside Sunset Star, Commander Long Yu gazed with satisfaction at the screen before him, which displayed the gathering of demons in the subterranean world. Well done, little dragon. Continue to provoke them, ensuring they cannot hide, or else the assessment will be too easy, and that would be utterly uninspiring. The man known as Little Dragon nodded, promptly ending the communication, and then redoubled his efforts to incite the local demons. In no time, unable to withstand the provocation, the demons abandoned their subterranean hideouts, charging towards the location of the students above. Little Dragon surveyed the increasingly vacant underground world with great satisfaction. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that a wise-looking demon was secretly observing him from a concealed position, its keen gaze fixated on the miniature communicator in Little Dragon's ear. Meanwhile, Yuan, having diligently scoured the area of jungle he had been transported to throughout the day, glanced at the information displayed on his wristwatch. Candidate, Yuan. Current points, 12,540. Current ranking, 185,789. With his points exceeding 10,000, his ranking swiftly ascended beyond the 100,000 mark. Gazing at this ranking, Yuan felt a slight shock. It was, after all, his first encounter with the presence of other prodigies, despite his rapid extermination of numerous first- and second-tier demons. He found himself languishing outside the top 100,000, a humbling thought, indeed. Just as Yuan contemplated taking a break, sudden rustling erupted from the jungle, and several figures sprang forth, evidently premeditated. Their positions were meticulously calculated, effectively surrounding Yuan. One distinguished-looking man addressed Yuan. Friend, we seek only points, not your life. If you willingly surrender your points, we can ensure your safety. Who are you? Yuan inquired nonchalantly, surveying the individuals encircling him. We are, one began to reply, but another's expression shifted abruptly. Hey, what are you doing? Are you planning to reveal your identity? We're not that foolish. Upon this reminder, the one who had intended to disclose their identity regained composure, his countenance now frigid as he glared at Yuan. You are quite cunning, boy. It seems you shall need to be taught a lesson. Yuan met the speaker's gaze before responding. Do you intend to kill me? Are you truly willing to contravene the rules? At his words, the surrounding individuals erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. Of course, we adhere to the rules. We won't kill you. However, while we cannot kill each other, it doesn't mean we can't leave you maimed. If you refuse to surrender your points, we shall dismember you. In that case, you may fend for yourself, and if death befalls you, we will bear no responsibility. Yet, should you relinquish all your points, we could merely disable one of your arms as punishment for your earlier mockery of us. Listening to their threats, Yuan shook his head. It appears that, regardless of the outcome, I shall be the one at a disadvantage. Surrender my points and be injured, or refuse and still be hurt. How about this? You surrender your points, and I shall allow you to leave safely. Should I intervene, I cannot foresee what fate awaits you. Yuan spoke with a frigid gaze fixed upon them. Yet, the individuals surrounding him merely laughed as if they had heard a jest. Now, subdue him, commanded the one who had been struck, rising with fury etched upon his bloodshot eyes. His face bore a distinct red palm print, and his visage appeared thoroughly disfigured. Witnessing their leader's dismal state, the others hesitated no longer, unleashing their abilities as they charged at Lu Yuan. With a series of resounding slaps, Lu Yuan faced these mere candidates of martial mastery without exerting his full strength. With a single strike, he incapacitated one. "So, you still wish to seize my points?" he inquired, observing the group now huddled together. Feeling the weight of Lu Yuan's formidable presence, the group lost all bravado. They pleaded for mercy. "Big brother, we were wrong. Spare us. We were momentarily foolish. We promise never to provoke you again. Big brother, please. It was a lapse in judgment. I beseech you for another chance. I swear I won't trouble you again." As Lu Yuan regarded the pleading figures, he extended his hand. "To be spared? Very well. Surrender all your points, and I shall allow you to leave. After all, this was your initial demand. It is hardly unreasonable for me to use it against you now." Hearing Lu Yuan's words, the group nodded fervently, promptly producing their wristwatches. "Big brother, we offer you all our points. Please keep your promise." Lu Yuan smiled lightly. "Have I ever been untruthful?" As he spoke, Lu Yuan felt vibrations emanating from his wristwatch. Lowering his gaze, he beheld several notifications. "You have acquired point from candidate Lan Yuxuan, 12,232. You have acquired points from candidate Chun Tianxian, 4,852. The totality of their points flowed into Lu Yuan's possession. In the blink of an eye, his ranking soared. Candidate Lu Yuan. Current points, 48,720. Current ranking, 85,789. Seeing his ranking now within the top 100,000, Lu Yuan felt a surge of exhilaration. It appears that seizing points indeed proves to be the swifter method. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, the individuals who had lost their points trembled in fear. They had unwittingly unleashed a monster. "Very well, you may depart. Should you wish to reclaim your points, be certain to bring more next time." Lu Yuan regarded the group with a smile, yet that amiable expression appeared devilish and terrifying in their eyes. "No, no, no. Boss, we absolutely dare not. We shall take our leave now and won't trouble you any further," they stammered, supporting one another as they hastily departed. In the blink of an eye, they had vanished without a trace. At that moment, Lu Yuan glanced at his wristwatch and remarked, "It seems that relying on hunting demons to secure the top position is a rather fanciful notion. After all, the hunting speed of one individual pales in comparison to that of a group." Observing that there were still over 80,000 competitors ahead of him, a smile crept across Lu Yuan's face. "My apologies, everyone, but I fear I shall have to borrow your points for a while." The following morning, as dawn broke, the candidates of the Sunset Star examination sprang into action, fervently hunting magical beasts, all hoping to attain a commendable rank before the assessment concluded, thus gaining admission to a prestigious martial arts university to alter their fates. Meanwhile, in a dense forest, a man swiftly traversed the terrain. With each place he passed, a scream would follow. "Brother, don't steal my points. I fought hard to slay that magical beast yesterday. Go take someone else's. Boss, I need those points. Don't take them from me. Leave me a few." In an instant, news spread throughout the examination grounds of the Sunset Star. A madman was ruthlessly robbing candidates of their points. Many, upon hearing this, grew anxious and began forming teams, hoping to resist the point-thieving lunatic through collective strength. At the center of the Sunset Star, a man engulfed in searing flames stood atop a mountain of magical beast corpses. He glanced at the information on his wristwatch, a smirk playing on his lips. 10 million points, firmly holding the first position. The title of champion in the Sunset Star examination shall undoubtedly be mine. However, just as the man was basking in his triumph, he suddenly found himself relegated to second place. Witnessing this, his smug expression vanished, replaced by a menacing glare. "Very well, it's merely the second day of the assessment. Yet someone is accumulating points at a rate comparable to mine. However, if they wish to seize the title of champion here, they must first contend with me." Lin Fan. Chapter 75. Fifth Stage Magical Beasts. A Demon King appears in the examination ground. At this juncture, 3 days had elapsed since the martial artist examination commenced. While Lu Yuan was frantically amassing points, numerous candidates had also realized that seizing points from others was often more expedient than hunting magical beasts. Consequently, countless candidates formed alliances, banding together to plunder points from their peers. Outside the Sunset Star, Dragon Yu, serving as the examination officer, observed the unfolding scenes on the numerous screens before him. Rubbing his temples, he lamented, "These candidates are truly troublesome. Instead of diligently hunting magical beasts for points, they are resorting to violence. Following this, he retrieved a communicator, selecting a number to dial. The moment it connected, a hoarse voice resonated from the other end. "Sir, what are your orders?" At that moment, within the throngs of magical beasts on the Sunset Star, a diminutive figure cautiously answered the call. "Ensure that you carry out the task I assigned promptly. It will be best to incite a riot among these magical beasts. The students are becoming increasingly disobedient." Upon hearing Dragon Yu's voice, the small figure's face bore a wry smile, just as he was about to respond. Suddenly, a massive hand lunged toward his head. Splat! In an instant, the small figure was decapitated. The assailant had been lurking in the shadows, observing him. After inspecting the scene, he retrieved the communicator hidden in the figure's ear and, noticing it still flickering with light, coldly uttered, "Humans." On the other end, Dragon Yu, who had been awaiting a response, sensed a shift in the voice, and his expression changed. Xiaolong, are you all right? Please respond, please respond." Dragon Yu called out anxiously. At that moment, the communicator emitted another sound. "Ha! Umans, your time of death is at hand." The chilling voice echoed, and the next second, the communicator was crushed. Dragon Yu instantly felt a piercing noise in his ears, prompting him to remove the device. Damn it! How could those demon creatures have discovered us? His countenance darkened as he realized that the individual concealed among the demon ranks had perished. Meanwhile, on the screens before him, a multitude of magical beasts suddenly surged forth, pursuing the candidates. These beasts appeared to be controlled by a highly intelligent entity, targeting candidates who were one realm lower than themselves. In an instant, many candidates were unable to contend with the formidable beasts and could only retreat frantically or call for assistance. Fortunately, some candidates banded together and were able to manage against beasts that were one realm superior to them. The command center had descended into chaos, with personnel reporting to Dragon Yu, "Sir, a large-scale emergence of magical beasts has occurred at the Sunset Star. Should we halt the examination? Halt the examination? Impossible. This concerns the futures of billions of candidates. If we cease now, they must wait until next year, and the difficulty will only increase. Indeed, halting the examination is out of the question. Besides, such occurrences happen every year. We can only observe how these students cope." Dragon Yu remained silent, merely listening to the discussions around him. Such sudden attacks by magical beasts on candidates occurred annually at various examination sites. However, fortunately, the majority of the powerful magical beasts had been cleared beforehand. Thus, while the situation was urgent, it was still manageable. It was merely an unexpected event requiring the candidate's adaptability. At that moment, within the Sunset Star, Yuan, who had been intent on continuing his point heists, suddenly felt a surge of magical beasts surrounding him. What is happening? Why have so many magical beasts appeared all of a sudden? After breaking through the Master Realm, Yuan's senses had sharpened considerably, and he could now detect numerous magical beasts converging upon him. Roar! Kill! Slay this human! Suddenly, a magical beast stood upright, bellowing at Yuan. What? It speaks human language, and so fluently? Is this a fifth-stage magical beast? Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Generally, third-stage magical beasts could articulate human speech, but not so fluidly. Only fifth-stage magical beasts, with their heightened intelligence, could converse so eloquently. These beasts were comparable to master-level human warriors, possessing terrifying strength and formidable defenses that ordinary master-level warriors found difficult to breach. With the fifth-stage beast command, all the surrounding magical beasts charged recklessly toward Yuan. Observing this, Yuan's expression hardened. "Oof, do you think you can kill me? You're not qualified." As the words left his mouth, black and white lightning enveloped his form. Above his head, a dark thundercloud coalesced in an instant. Boom! The terrifying thunder brewed within the cloud, emanating an aura that rendered the surrounding beasts, charging towards him, quaking in fear, too intimidated to take another step forward. "What are you all doing? Kill!" The fifth-tier beast, possessing a stronger prowess, remained undeterred by the oppressive might of the thunder. Instead, it commanded the other beasts with fervor. However, at that moment, Yuan had already charged the thunder. Fall! With a cold snort, Yuan unleashed a myriad of fearsome lightning bolts from the sky. Boom! The resounding crashes of the thunder obliterated the surrounding beasts, reducing them to charred remains. In an instant, Lu Yuan's score skyrocketed on his wristwatch, surpassing the first place that had only just managed to overtake him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Fan gazed with excitement at the fruits of his labor. Excellent. I've slain so many beasts. I should be the first again, Lin Fan declared, glancing at his wristwatch. In an instant, his previously elated expression darkened. Who the hell is first now? I just barely became first, and someone has surpassed me again? Lin Fan clenched his fists tightly, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing. At that moment, Lu Yuan surveyed his handiwork, his gaze falling upon the surviving fifth-tier beast. Oh, you're still alive. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, the charred fifth-tier beast was gripped by a surge of terror. As it beheld Lu Yuan approaching, it bellowed, "Human, do not come any closer. If you kill me, my lord the Beast King will not spare you." Chapter 76. The Genius of Yunlan's Star, Lin Fan. The Beast King. Upon hearing this revelation, Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, a grave expression dawning upon his face. The so-called Beast King was as fearsome as the martial kings among the Blue Star's human race. He had not anticipated that such a powerful entity would emerge from the examination point of Blue Star. It was known that every examination point had been meticulously cleansed of potent beings by numerous formidable warriors. The appearance of a Beast King now indicated that either they had evaded capture through nefarious means, or that a newly ascended Beast King had emerged. If it were the latter, it suggested that they were merely a fledgling Beast King, and timely aid could still be summoned. However, if it were the former, the situation would be dire. After all, a Beast King skilled in evasion from the Blue Star as powerful beings would undoubtedly be no ordinary foe. Contemplating this, Lu Yuan inquired of the fifth-tier beast before him. "Tell me, where is the Beast King you speak of?" The fifth-tier beast, feeling provoked by Lu Yuan's pressing inquiry, assumed an air of arrogance, believing Lu Yuan to be intimidated. Are you afraid? Release me now, and when my lord the Beast King emerges from his seclusion, he may spare your life. Otherwise, Before the fifth-tier beast could finish its threat, Lu Yuan lunged forward and delivered a swift kick. Crack! The beast collapsed, gritting its teeth in agony, unable to utter a sound. Regardless of whether human, beast, or other creatures, when faced with excruciating pain, they could not vocalize their distress, only breaking out in cold sweat as they endured. "Now, are you willing to speak?" Lu Yuan coldly demanded. Looking down at the fallen fifth-tier beast, "I want to say, I refuse to betray my lord the Beast King. As a mighty general of the divine power pig, I would never cower or betray." After a moment of silence, the fifth-tier beast finally mustered the strength to declare resolutely, "It seems you are seeking death. Very well, I shall grant you that," Lu Yuan declared, raising his foot to crush the fifth-tier beast. Wait, I'm willing to talk." The fifth-tier beast, sensing the aura of death approaching, was instantly frightened and changed its mind repeatedly. "Oh, what has prompted this sudden change of heart? Did you not claim to be a loyal subordinate?" The fifth-tier beast retorted disdainfully, "As you Blue Star folks say, I am merely a wise individual recognizing the times. What is loyalty compared to my own life?" Lu Yuan, satisfied by this admission, urged, "Very well then, speak. Lean in, and I shall whisper it to you." The fifth-tier beast cautiously surveyed its surroundings, as though fearing discovery. "Oh, you wouldn't be scheming something, would you?" Lu Yuan hesitated, unwilling to lean in too close. "For that would be a foolhardy move." "You doubt me, human? My lord the Beast King possesses immense powers. If I speak too loudly, he will hear me." As Lu Yuan leaned in, perplexed by the fifth-tier beast's words, the beast revealed a triumphant grin, poised to open its maw wide to devour him. Suddenly, a large hand emerged from below, seizing its throat instantly. "Foolish swine, did you truly believe I could be so easily deceived? Speak now of your lord the Beast King's whereabouts, or I shall annihilate you." "Ha ha ha, cunning human, you Blue Star beings are despicable. Though I'm mere pig, I am not foolish. Even if I divulge the information, you will still kill me. If you seek the Beast King, you can go to hell. The Beast King is everywhere." The fifth-tier beast bellowed, its energy surging violently, an explosive force coalescing within, eager to burst forth. Self-destruct? Lu Yuan's expression darkened at the realization. Just as he prepared to retreat, a fiery blaze descended from the heavens, obliterating the fifth-tier beast. "Who goes there?" Lu Yuan looked up to see a strikingly handsome man descending amidst flames. With a benevolent demeanor, he regarded Lu Yuan and inquired, Are you all right, my fellow student? How did you encounter such formidable beasts? The man, standing amidst the flames, landed gracefully before Lu Yuan. Who are you? Lu Yuan questioned, not responding to the man's inquiry. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Lin Fan, a man determined to become the top scholar. Lin Fan? Lu Yuan murmured softly. He did not recognize this name, but sensed that it belonged to someone extraordinary, especially since he felt that Lin Fan's flame prowess far surpassed even the second fire ability he had acquired, likely an S-class or higher. At that moment, Lin Fan, noticing Lu Yuan's dazed expression, assumed Lu Yuan was aware of his name and humbly added, I trust you know who I am. It seems we both hail from Yunlan Star. However, no need to idolize me too much. Lu Yuan regarded the self-absorbed man with exasperation. Lin Fan then continued, my friend, you have yet to explain how you encountered such a powerful demon. I wonder what has caused these demons to surge forth recently. I suspect that a certain candidate, who is incessantly snatching points from others, is the cause of this chaos. His presence has dissuaded all examinees from hunting demonic beasts, leading to a frenzy of point theft instead. If I were to find him, I would certainly teach him a lesson. The title of champion in the examination of the falling sun star belongs solely to me, Lin Fan. Beside him, Lu Yuan's eyes sharpened with vigilance upon hearing this proclamation. Could it be that he is searching for me? Lu Yuan mused inwardly. Fortunately, it seems he has not recognized me, and given his considerable prowess, perhaps I can leverage his strength to locate the Demon King. Lu Yuan thought to himself, and then, after slightly altering the recent events in his mind, he recounted them. After a brief moment, Lin Fan's expression turned grave upon learning the details. What? There's a Demon King present in the examination grounds? Are you certain you aren't deceiving me? Lin Fan gazed at Lu Yuan with disbelief. After all, every examination site undergoes a thorough cleansing beforehand. How could such a formidable being go unnoticed? In response, Lu Yuan, with a look of helplessness, pointed towards the fifth-tier demonic beast that had been roasted to a crisp. Lin Fan, I had just inquired about that beast, but I doubt there is much to learn from it now. Lin Fan, upon hearing this, turned to the charred creature, embarrassment washing over his face. I'm in dire need of some assistance. Chapter 77, The Heavenly Demon King. Never mind, my fellow student. Since we have received this information, we should report it. After all, confronting the demons is beyond our capabilities, Lin Fan said, regaining his composure. Lu Yuan looked at Lin Fan, somewhat speechless, before rising and striding towards the fifth-tier beast. As he picked up the beast core from the ground, Lin Fan observed silently, recognizing that Lu Yuan had indeed dealt the decisive blow, and he was merely reaping the rewards, having also garnered some points without effort. My friend, what are your thoughts moving forward? Shall we form a team? A madman has recently emerged, seizing points left and right. He must possess considerable strength, and even if we were to face him individually, we would likely be outmatched, Lin Fan stated seriously. Listening to Lin Fan, Lu Yuan felt a chuckle rising within him, but stifled it. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded, saying, very well, I shall rely on you, Lin brother. Lin Fan's face lit up at Lu Yuan's agreement. By the way, what is your name? I realize I do not yet know it. Lu Yuan. Lin Fan's brow furrowed slightly at the name. Lu Yuan? It sounds somewhat familiar. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. Then, Brother Lu, let us pursue this madman. It would also afford us the opportunity to hunt some demons together, Lin Fan exclaimed with excitement. With a companion by his side, he felt emboldened to hunt more demonic beasts. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. This was still the examination phase. Although his points were substantial, he could not afford to become complacent and allow others to surpass him. Thus, the duo ventured deeper into the surrounding forest. Meanwhile, aboard the command battleship outside Falling Sunstar, a flurry of activity ensued, particularly with many demons on the move. Several students succumbed to the overwhelming assaults of the demonic beasts and called for rescue. At that moment, Long Yu glanced at the communicator in his hand, his expression darkening. In just a short span of time, those embedded within the ranks of the demons to incite their battle fervor had already been discovered and eliminated. Now, they were unable to ascertain the internal dynamics of the demons. Damn it! It seems we must deploy someone to infiltrate the demon ranks within Falling Sunstar. Long Yu remarked coolly. Just then, a staff member, pale-faced, shouted urgently, Commander Long, something terrible has happened. A candidate has reported the appearance of a demon king on Falling Sunstar. Upon hearing this news, The room erupted into chaos. What? Long Yu, who had been on the verge of leaving, approached the staff member with an exceptionally serious demeanor. The screen displayed a message from a candidate named Lin Fan. Lin Fan? The second-place candidate? How does he know of the Demon King's existence? If he encountered such a being, there is no way he could have survived, Long Yu stated earnestly. His assertion was accurate. If confronted by a Demon King, no candidate would survive. The Demon King's power was immensely formidable, capable of annihilating them before they could even relay their message. The staff member, upon hearing this, promptly inquired further. Lin Fan then sent another message. Commander Long. Lin Fan stated that it was a candidate named Yuan who interrogated a 5th-tier demonic beast to obtain this information. Interrogated? Long Yu's brow twitched at the revelation. Demonic beasts are typically devoid of cunning. Most of their utterances during interrogation are truthful. Yet, the news of a Demon King seemed too incredulous. After all, every examination site undergoes a thorough sweep prior to the exam, making it unlikely that a powerful demon could evade detection. While Long Yu pondered these matters, a staff member asked, Commander, should we halt the examination? If this information is accurate, the candidates are in grave danger. The strength of a Demon King could easily wipe them out in a day. Long Yu countered, but what if it is not true? Abruptly terminating the examination would be irresponsible to their futures. Allow me to deliberate. I shall send someone to investigate Falling Sun Star before making a decision. With that, Long Yu hastened away. The staff member, witnessing this, promptly responded to Lin Fan. At that moment on Falling Sun Star, Lin Fan frowned as he read the message received on his wristwatch. Damn it, what does it mean that they respond with such indifference? Lin Fan grumbled, feeling that the instructors did not prioritize their lives. Just then, Yuan, returning from slaying demonic beasts, noticed Lin Fan's discontent and asked, Brother Lin, what troubles you? Lin Fan shook his head, choosing not to respond, but instead brightening at an idea. I have it. Brother Liu, why don't we explore the demonic beast lair together? We can ascertain the truth about the Demon King. Upon hearing Lin Fan's suggestion, Yuan felt he was losing his mind. However, considering the battle armor he wore, which could withstand the full force of a martial king-esque strike, he hesitated only briefly before nodding in agreement. After all, his score was significantly ahead, and he had little to fear from being surpassed. With that, the two set off together toward a demonic beast cave to investigate. Meanwhile, at a location on Falling Sun Star, over 100 5th-tier demonic beasts and 26-tier beasts were stationed outside a lair, vigilantly watching their surroundings to prevent any disturbance to the being residing deep within. As they stood guard, the stone door of the cave suddenly stirred. A resounding rumble captivated the attention of the guarding beasts. They turned their gazes to see a tall, striking figure assuming human form emerging from the depths of the cave. Sensing an aura that instilled dread in their hearts, the demonic beasts immediately prostrated themselves. We pay homage to the heavenly Demon King. The myriad of demons raised their voices in unison, and the Demon King, wearing a triumphant smile, promptly inquired about the current situation regarding the setting sun star. Have the students departed? A 6th-tier beast, upon hearing this, immediately interjected, My lord, you must take a stand for us. Those students are ruthless, mercilessly slaughtering our kin in droves. Even my lower-tier brethren, the swift rabbits, have fallen victim to them, reduced to spicy rabbit heads. Upon hearing the mention of spicy rabbit heads, the Demon King felt an inexplicable pang of hunger. However, a sudden realization struck him. He sensed the absence of someone in their midst. He then asked, Where's the divine power pig? Did I not instruct him to attend to certain matters before my seclusion? Where has he gone?